September 1st, the day of registration at Jingdu University. Zhu Xuanchuan parked his brand-new Panamera under the dormitory building, took out his phone, and took a deep breath. He hadn't touched any social apps for a whole year. In his sophomore year of high school, he had bonded with an emotional value system. Any emotional value he provided to the opposite sex could be converted into cash. His first thought was online dating. Young and reckless, relying on his stunning looks and silver tongue, he cast his net simultaneously across major social platforms and dated countless girlfriends online. He had a rule: break up after each relationship, ultimately maintaining 7 high-quality girlfriends with clear divisions of labor. In just 1 year, he drained the system's prize pool of 1 billion cash and successfully cashed out. With money in hand, why bother with illusory love? As a useless old saying goes, knowledge changes destiny. To perfectly legitimize the huge sum and become a low-key real-world tycoon, he decisively uninstalled WeChat QQ Weibo, switched to a feature phone, studied behind closed doors, and finally scored third in the province to enter Jingdu University. Now it was time to deal with those historical leftovers. He reinstalled WeChat and logged in. His phone vibrated violently in his palm for a full half-minute. Ding, 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 ding. The message notification sound swept across the screen like a Gatling gun. 999. Baby, where did you go? Why aren't you replying? Zhu Xuanchuan, are you dead? Chuan, I had a nightmare that you abandoned me. If you don't reply, I'll have someone find you. Brother, I miss you, boo-hoo. Zhu Xuanchuan, give me an explanation. 7 pinned chat windows, each showing a glaring 999. Zhu Xuanchuan held the phone, his expression somewhat guilty. Online dating. Who takes it seriously? That's what 16-year-old Zhu Xuanchuan thought. But the 18-year-old Zhu Xuanchuan was a mature man now. After being beaten by countless exam papers and mentally tortured by his homeroom teacher, he was ready to break with the past. He wanted to be a real-life tycoon who spent money like water, dating for real, never touching cyber love again. Time to end this. Zhu Xuanchuan sat on his dorm bed, his fingers flying across the keyboard. First message to the girl with the username Little Milk Candy: sorry for disappearing for a year. I was taking the college entrance exam. Let's break up. Wish you happiness. Second message to Dark Knight Rose: I'm sorry. Let's break up. Third, Sweet Strawberry: breakup, sorry. The 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th. Zhu Xuanchuan turned into an emotionless assembly line card giver, sending all 7 breakup messages in group. Clean and decisive, no loose ends. He tossed his phone onto the bed, lay on his back, and let out a long sigh. Finally free. Seconds later, the phone vibrated again. He glanced sideways. Little Milk Candy sent a voice message. Instantly, he ignored it decisively. Dark Knight Rose sent a line of text. Zhu Xuanchuan, are you sure? The tone was chilling even through the screen, nothing like a dumped online girlfriend. Zhu Xuanchuan ignored it and turned off the screen. Let the past be past. From today on, he was a freshman in the Chinese department of Jingdu University, and for the next 4 years, he just wanted to be a wealthy, cultured man in peace. The next day, the first day of school, Zhu Xuanchuan walked into the Chinese department building with a single backpack, following the room numbers to his class, Chinese Department Class 1. New students gathered in 2s and 3s in the hallway, excitedly chatting. Just as Zhu Xuanchuan reached the back door of the classroom, he suddenly stopped. A girl stood in front of the door. Long hair flowing over her shoulders, fair skin, wearing a simple white floral. She was the epitome of pure desire, standing there quietly, yet captivating the souls of half the boys. And damn, who is she? She's too stunning. Looks like she's in our class. I declare she's my wife. You're dreaming. Whispers never ceased. Zhu Xuanchuan couldn't help glancing again. Beautiful indeed, but none of his business. He was a proper man now. He stepped forward to enter the classroom. Just as they passed each other, the girl looked up and locked eyes with him precisely. Are you Zhu Xuanchuan? He stopped. Yes, and you are? The girl stared at his face for a full 3 seconds. Exactly like the photos. Her voice was sweet, but loud enough for everyone nearby to hear clearly. Photos. Zhu Xuanchuan frowned. What photos? The abs photo you sent me. The girl tilted her head slightly, a beautiful curve lifting her lips. What, Brother Chuan, don't you recognize me after a year away? Brother Chuan. The 3 words struck Zhu Xuanchuan's mind like a thunderclap. He felt his CPU all. Brother Chuan. That was the go-to nickname of his clingy ex-girlfriend, Little Milk Candy. No way. He stared hard at the stunning girl before him, his mind racing to find a flaw, but those sweet features, though more mature and beautiful, were unmistakably hers. You are Little Milk Candy, Mum. The girl laughed, sweet as sugar, but chill ran down Zhu Xuanchuan's spine. My real name is Shun Tianqi, Class 1, Chinese Department, Jingdu University. Small world, isn't it, Brother Chuan? The corridor fell dead silent. The next second it exploded. Wait. Abs photo. Brother Chuan. What's going on? This guy bagged the campus bell. That's so unfair. Zhu Xuanchuan's mind buzzed. Campus bell? He suddenly remembered the post his roommate forwarded last night. Freshman in Chinese department has celestial looks, already crowned as this year's department belle. The photo was of this very Shin Tianqi. His online ex-girlfriend Little Milk Candy turned out to be the real-life campus belle in the same class as him. Zhu Xuanchuan took a deep breath, forcing himself to steady. Miss Shun. He tried to sound as nonchalant as possible. You saw the message I sent yesterday, right? We already break up. Shun Tianqi cut him off, her smile unchanged but a dangerous glint in her eyes. You disappeared for a year, and the first thing you do is announce a unilateral breakup. Do you think that's reasonable? I think it's perfectly reasonable. Zhu Xuanchuan forced himself to retort. Shun Tianqi stared at him for 5 seconds, then burst into a laugh. 3 parts sweetness, 7 parts murderous intent. Fine. She tilted her head, her long hair sliding over her elegant shoulder line. Then you take your time being reasonable, Brother Chuan. With that, she turned and walked gracefully into the classroom, leaving behind a hallway of dumbfounded boys and a frozen Zhu Xuanchuan. Zhu Xuanchuan felt his scalp tingle. What was this? Online, I throw punches. In reality, I'm sweating bullets. He had a feeling this wasn't over. Morning classes ended in a weird atmosphere. Zhu Xuanchuan fled to the cafeteria, got a meal, and found a secluded corner to sit. While eating, he opened his phone to check the results of last night's mass breakup. 7 people. Little Milk Candy Shen Tianqi had already confronted him offline. The remaining 6. Dark Knight Rose replied, Zhu Xuanchuan, you'd better pray we never meet offline. Zhu Xuanchuan shivered. This girl had always exuded a crazy beauty ruthlessness online, constantly saying whoever bullies you will kill them. He always thought it was Chinibu Bluster, but now he wasn't so sure. Sweet Strawberry ignored him, but posted a new status: some people aren't worth it. The accompanying image was a meme of a crushed walnut. Gentle Wind and Bright Moon sent back a default system smiley. Just one smile. Zhu Xuanchuan stared at that smiley, somehow feeling more creeped out than if had been cursed out. Big Orange is the boss sent 17 voice messages in a row, each exactly 60 seconds. He didn't dare open any of them. Starry River Miles sent an O. The last one read, Dust Drunk. Message refused. She had deleted. Zhu Xuanchuan put down his chopsticks and rubbed his temples. This mess was more troublesome than he expected. But then again, he was worrying too much. Online dating. People were scattered all over the country. Shen Tianqi being in the same class was a 09. Statistically, there was absolutely no way a second one would appear. Just as the thought crossed his mind, a female voice cold as ice shards sounded from behind. Zhu Xuanchuan turned around. A young woman in a tight black suit skirt stood by his table. She wore thin gold-rimmed glasses and exuded an unapproachable air conditioner aura. Clutching a folder, she was clearly faculty. She looked about 25 or 6, radiating a cool professional beauty. Hello, I'm a professor in the Chinese department and your class advisor. My surname is Gu. She adjusted her glasses with one hand. Gu Qinghan. Hello, Professor Gu. Zhu Xuanchuan quickly put on a good student demeanor and nodded. My first afternoon class is Introduction to Modern Literature. Don't be late. Absolutely, absolutely. Gu Qinghan turned to leave, but after half a step she stopped. She turned her head, her gaze falling on Zhu Xuanchuan from above the rim of her glasses. By the way, her voice dropped to an extremely low level, only audible to the two of them. Did you see the message Gentle Wind and Bright Moon sent you? He froze solid in the plastic chair, as if struck by lightning. Gu Qinglan watched his reaction, raised a faint, imperceptible smirk on her lips, turned on her heels, and walked away. Tick, tick, tick. The crisp heel sounds now sounded to Zhu Xuanchuan like a death knell. Gentle Wind and Bright Moon. One of his online ex-girlfriends. Now his university advisor. Zhu Xuanchuan snapped back, fumbling for his phone, trembling fingers, opening WeChat chat history. On the screen, the smiley that Gentle Wind and Bright Moon had sent last night lay quietly there. He finally understood the true meaning of that emoji. It wasn't magnanimous forgiveness. It was "you're dead meat, you're in my hands now." Zhu Xuanchuan leaned back in his chair, ashen-faced. One classmate campus bell. One direct advisor. It was only noon of the first day of school. This was definitely a hell-level game. Before he could catch his breath, his phone vibrated again. A Weibo private message popped up. Sender Dark Knight. The content was just a simple sentence: I heard you got into Jingdu University. What a coincidence, I'm in Jingdu too. Wash your neck clean, see you tomorrow. Zhu Xuanchuan slowly placed his phone face down on the table and closed his eyes peacefully. In the first afternoon class, Introduction to Modern Literature. Zhu Xuanchuan sat in the corner of the last row, head down, trying to shrink himself into an invisible being. On the podium, Gu Qinghan, dressed in a black suit skirt, was flipping open a textbook. I am your instructor for this semester's Introduction to Modern Literature, Gu Qinghan. Her voice was cold and steady. There is only one rule in my class. No daydreaming in my class. The whole class fell silent. Even the sound of breathing was clearly audible. The freshmen were intimidated by the young female teacher's aura. Zhu Xuanchuan didn't look up. He dared not glance at the podium. His mind was still digesting that midday bomb. Qingfeng Mingyue was Gu Qinghan. His teacher. His former online girlfriend. How did he Sister Qingfeng, your name is as beautiful as you. Sister, the moon is so round tonight, but not as lovely as you. I will find you no matter what, even to the ends of the earth, I must see you. Zhu Xuanchuan closed his eyes in pain, wishing he could travel back in time and give his 16-year-old self 2 hard slaps in the face. You and your slick tongue. The third student from the left in the first row, please answer in Lu Sun's preface to Call to Arms. What is the core meaning of the Iron House metaphor? A girl stood up and stammered an answer. Gu Qinghan nodded, then swept her gaze across the whole class. Finally, her eyes fell on Zhu Xuanchuan in the last row. She paused for 2 seconds. Zhu Xuanchuan felt that gaze, and his scalp went numb. The student in the last row. Zhu Xuanchuan stiffened all over. Zhu Xuanchuan, right. Present. Please explain what does cannot but speak mean in Lu Sun's sentence. For myself, I had thought I was no longer one who could not but speak. The whole class gaze turned to the last row. Zhu Xuanchuan stood up, his mind racing. Cannot but speak means unable to stop speaking. On the surface, Lu Sun claims he has fallen silent, but the sentence itself is an expression of unwillingness to be silent. He confirms his stance by denying it. The classroom was silent for a moment. Gu Qinghan adjusted her glasses. Not a bad analysis. She turned a page in the textbook, lips moving slightly, murmuring so quietly that only those in the front rows could barely hear. Still such a smooth talker. A few students in the front row looked puzzled. Zhu Xuanchuan heard it. His ears turned bright red. The whole class felt like he was being roasted on a fire. 45 minutes stretched longer than 45 years. As soon as the bell rang, he grabbed his backpack and bolted for the door. Zhu Xuanchuan. Gu Qinghan's voice came from the podium. His footsteps were nailed to the doorway. Next week's pre-class reading materials, you will read an extra piece, Regret for the Past. Gu Qinghan organized her folder without looking up. Since you should have a lot of insights on the theme of love and abandonment. A few nearby students cast curious glances. Zhu Zunchuan's face flushed deeply. He nodded stiffly and fled the classroom. Leaning against the hallway wall, he gasped for breath. This life was unbearable. His phone vibrated. A Weibo private message. Dark Rose sent another message. It was a photo. The photo showed the main gate of Jingdu University. The photo was taken from the window of a black Rolls-Royce. The caption, I've arrived. Zhu Zunchuan's pupils. She arrived. She was already on campus. He typed quickly, what are you doing at Jingdu University? Dark Rose replied, immediately looking for you. We've broken up. You say break up, and that's it. Don't hide. I will find you. Which college are you in? Zhu Xuanchuan didn't reply. He shoved the phone into his pocket and quickened his steps toward the dormitory. Hide. For now, just hide. He walked through the teaching building and onto the tree-lined path leading to the dormitory area. He had gone less than 50 meters when a black Rolls-Royce Cullinan stood ahead. The license plate started with Jing A followed by 4/8. Zhu Zunchuan's steps slowed. The car door opened. First 2 men in black got out. They were over 185 centimeters tall, muscular, wearing sunglasses with faces like carved stone. Then a girl stepped out of the back seat. Black leather jacket, black mini skirt, black combat boots. Her long hair had dark red highlights, and she wore 3 silver earrings on her ears. Her features were stunningly beautiful, but her eyes were extremely sharp, radiating a stay-away toughness. Her whole being exuded a don't mess with me aura. As soon as she got out of the car, students on the tree-lined path instinctively made way. Not because of the 2 bodyguards, but because of her aura. The girl scanned the area and locked onto Zhu Xuanchuan. She strode toward him, her combat boots hitting the ground with a rhythmic beat. Zhu Xuanchuan stood still. No escape. The girl stopped in front of him, looking up. She wasn't short, but at 183 centimeters, Zhu Xuanchuan still had to look down slightly. Zhu Xuanchuan. You're Dark Rose. My real name is Jiang Yao. The girl's voice was low, carrying an uncompromising pressure. The Jiang family's Jiang. The Jiang family. The Jiang family of Jingdu. Zhu Zunchuan's mind went blank, exploding. The Jiang family of Jingdu was the head of the entire underground forces in the capital. The business empire was just a front. Secretly, they controlled half of Jingdu's gray areas. The head of the Jiang family, Jiang Ting, was known in the underworld as the King Yin of the North. His online ex-girlfriend was the heiress of the Jiang family. Zhu Xuanchuan swallowed hard, opened his mouth. You told me before you were just an ordinary high school girl. And you told me you were an honest man. Jiang Yao let out a cold laugh, firing back. Now we're even. Zhu Xuanchuan was speechless. The breakup message you sent yesterday. Jiang Yao stared at his eyes intently. I don't agree. Feelings can't be decided by one person. I said. Jiang Yao stepped forward, closing the distance between them to less than 30 centimeters. I don't agree. The 2 bodyguards behind her stepped forward in perfect synchronization. Students on the tree-lined path all stopped and whispered feverishly among themselves. Whoa, who is that girl? Rolls-Royce with black-suited guards. Scary stuff. Is this a marriage proposal or a vendetta? Zhu Xuanchuan felt enormous pressure bearing down on him. Not because of the 2 bodyguards, but because of Jiang Yao's unblinking eyes. Those eyes hid too many things. Anger, grievance, unwillingness, and a stubbornness he completely couldn't understand. Zhu Xiuquan took a deep breath, lowering his voice. Let's talk calmly. I am calm. You brought two 200-kilo bodyguards to corner me, and you call that calm? They're drivers and assistants. Jiang Yao didn't even blink. Zhu Xiuquan glanced at the two assistants with fierce faces, seemingly ready to draw weapons at any time. Fine. Find a place to talk. Jiang Yao turned and walked toward the Rolls-Royce, her tone brooking no dissent. Get in. I think it's better to talk on campus. Get in. There was absolutely no room for negotiation. Zhu Xiuquan stood there hesitating for just 3 seconds. Suddenly the phone in his pocket vibrated wildly like crazy. WeChat message. Sender Shin Tianxi. Chuanga, whose Rolls-Royce is that at the teaching building gate? I just saw a scary-looking girl walking toward you. Who is she? Then another message followed. You don't have another girlfriend, do you? That last smiley emoji sent cold sweat pouring down Zhu Zunchuan's back. Before he could figure out how to reply, the phone vibrated again. Another WeChat message. Sender Gu Qinghan. Zhu, my office window happens to face the tree-lean path. Watch your influence. Checkmate. Zhu Xiuquan gripped his phone, standing on the campus under the blazing September sun, yet feeling a bone-chilling coldness. 3 ex-girlfriends, all online at the same time, and they were already wildly crossing channels, triggering a level 1 love battlefield alarm. He took a deep breath and gritted his teeth to make a decision. He walked toward the Rolls-Royce and pulled open the passenger door. All right, let's talk. Jiang Yao sat in the back, arms crossed, staring at him coldly. The corner of her lips curled slightly into a faint arc. Just as the car door closed, his phone vibrated again. A new text message from a completely unknown number. Hello, is this Zhu Xiuquan? In Big Orange Cat, my real name is Su Muching. On the music video for my new song is filming in Jingdu next week. Can you pick me up? Shy emoji. Looking at that shy emoji, Zhu Xiuquan closed his eyes in despair and pressed the phone screen down firmly on his thigh. The Rolls-Royce's engine let out a low rumble, and the car slowly started moving. Jiang Yao leaned back on the leather seat, her voice floating over lazily. I suggest you only have one girlfriend. Me. Zhu Xiuquan sat rigid in the front, not daring to turn around. The Rolls-Royce stopped in front of a private club in the center of Kyoto. Zhu Xiuquan followed Jiang Yao inside, passing through the lobby and entering a private room. The private room was decorated subtly, but reeked of wealth. There were mahogany tables and chairs, authentic calligraphy hung on the walls, and an orchid in the corner was blooming perfectly. Jiang Yao sat down and gestured for Zhu Xiuquan to sit opposite her. 2 towering black-clad assistants discreetly exited, firmly closing the private room door. Speak up. Jiang Yao said, her hands crossed on the table, her aura fully unleashed. Why did we break up? What was it originally? Zhu Xiuquan hesitated in choosing his words. It was not very. Jiang Yao stared at him. I'm right in front of you. Isn't that realistic enough? Zhu Xiuquan fell silent for 2 seconds. Jiang Yao, I will speak honestly. Go ahead. Back in high school, I was immature. Online dating for me was. He paused. Not serious. I was just playing around back then. The room fell silent for 5 full seconds. Jiang Yao's expression remained unchanged, but her fingers tightened slightly. Not serious, just playing around. She repeated the phrase. I'm sorry. I waited for you for a year, Jiang Yao said in a low voice. During that year you disappeared, I had someone investigate you. They found out you were preparing for exams, so I didn't disturb you. I thought you would come back to find me once you finished your exams. Zhu Zunchuan's heart jolted. But you came back and your first sentence was to break up. Zhu Xiuquan, you know what kind of person I am now. Jiang Yao lifted her gaze, her tone carrying an unmistakable threat. The daughter of the Jiang family never wants for anything. Goodness, this is coercion. Zhu Xiuquan took a deep breath. You can't force someone to like you. I didn't. Jiang Yao suddenly stood up, walked around the mahogany table, and looked down at him from above. I simply refuse to accept your breakup unilaterally. You can get to know me again, and you will find that I am more charming in reality than online. Her tone was frighteningly confident. Zhu Xiuquan looked up at her. They were too close. He could smell the faint scent of her perfume, cold, yet slightly aggressive. Give me a month, Jiang Yao said. If you still want to break up after a month, I won't stop you. This is a notice, not a negotiation. Zhu Xiuquan stared intently into her eyes. Those eyes were filled with seriousness, not joking at all. He could tell without thinking that Jiang Yao's 1 month meant that he would be monitored and surrounded in every possible way for the next 30 days. But he knew better that challenging a daughter of a crime lord meant he might not walk out of this club today. All right, 1 month, Zhu Xiuquan compromised. But you absolutely cannot interfere with my normal life. Deal. Jiang Yao readily extended her hand. Zhu Xiuquan hesitated for half a second before reaching out to shake it. Her hand was smaller and colder than he had imagined. In that moment of handshake, Jiang Yao's lips curled slightly. Very lightly, very shallowly, but it was definitely a smile. By the time he returned to school, it was already evening. Zhu Xiuquan declined Jiang Yao's offer to see him off and took a cab back by himself. He needed solitude to sort out his thoughts. 3 ex-girlfriends had already appeared. Shen Tianqi, a classmate, the campus belle of their department. Gu Qinghan, a lecturer, a cold and aloof iceberg. Zhang Yao, a crime lord's daughter, accompanied by bodyguards. That was already enough of a headache, but there were still 4 hidden surprise boxes yet to be opened. One of them, Big Orange, is important. Su Muching was coming to Kyoto next week. When Zhu Xinchuan pushed open the dormitory door, his roommate Lin Yuan was writhing on the bed like a maggot. Damn, Xinchuan, you have to see this. Lin Yuan suddenly flipped over, shoving his phone screen directly into Zhu Xinchuan's face. On the screen was the glaring hot search list from Weibo. Su Muching's new music video filmed in Kyoto, ranked 17th on the hot search list. Zhu Xinchuan's heart raced as he saw the name Su Muching. Do you know Su Muching? Lin Yuan was so excited he was red-faced. A rising star. Over 20 million fans in just 6 months since debut. She sings and dances excellently. The most important thing is she's super sweet and incredibly talented. Lin Yuan quickly swiped to show a beautiful photo of Su Muching. With a standard oval face, sparkling big eyes tied up in spirited twin tails, wearing a pink spaghetti strap dress, posing for the camera with a peace sign. That smile was absolutely lethal. Zhu Xinchuan stared fixedly at that face. Big Orange is important. In Zhu Xinchuan's memory, her WeChat profile picture had always been a silly orange cat, and she had never posted a selfie. He always thought she was just a slightly clingy ordinary girl. What ordinary girl? She was a top star in the entertainment industry. She is actually coming to Kyoto to shoot a music video. Lin Yuan was still pumped up. What if she comes to our Kyoto University for filming? What if I can see my goddess up close? This is a huge win. Zhu Xinchuan stiffly moved to the side of his bed and sat down heavily, speechless. Why are you not reacting? Lin Yuan looked at him in confusion. Don't you like Su Muching? No, Zhu Xinchuan shook his head, feeling utterly drained. I'm just thinking. How much longer do I have to? He pulled out the old smartphone he had replaced and found the message from Su Muching. Can you come pick me up? He didn't reply. He absolutely couldn't reply. His current situation was already explosive. 3 ex-girlfriends were all in the same city, and teachers' classmates and a crime lord's daughter had gathered together. If a top idol with a horde of enthusiastic fans was added, the image was too beautiful. He simply couldn't bear to think about it. Buzz buzz, his phone vibrated again. A WeChat message from Shen Tianqi. Brother Chuan, where have you been this afternoon? I haven't seen you in the cafeteria. Zhu Xinchuan quickly replied, had to run out for something urgent. Shen Tianqi replied immediately, did you go out with that girl who drives a Rolls Royce? She's just an ordinary friend. Oh, again that fatal oh. Zhu Xinchuan despaired as he discovered that his ex-girlfriends were all masters of killing him with a single word, making his heart skip a beat. Just as he was about to throw his phone aside, another WeChat message popped up. Gu Qinghan, classmate Zhu, submit your reflections on the pain of loss to my office by next Monday. No less than 3,000 words. Then came a second message. Also regarding your completely undisciplined absence from class this afternoon, I have already documented it. Zhu Xinchuan gasped sharply. Absence. He fumbled to pull up the new student schedule. The third class this afternoon was Introduction to Modern Literature Practical Location Seminar Room on the 3rd floor of the library. He had perfectly missed that class while he was at the club with Zhang Yao. And the teacher for that class was none other than Zhu Xinchuan's back was drenched in cold sweat. He quickly typed a remedy. Professor Gu, I'm really sorry. I had something extremely urgent come up today. Gu Qinghan replied, was it urgent business with your girlfriend who drives a Rolls Royce? It's really not I. Next Monday, reflections. 3,000 words. Handed in. One day laid a penalty of 1,000 words. The chat box fell silent. Zhu Xinchuan put down his phone, lying sprawled on the wooden bed, his eyes losing focus. The first day of school. Just the first day? His college life had already forcibly switched to a hellish battle mode. Lin Yuan suddenly poked his head out. By the way, bro, have you heard? Our Chinese department is bringing in a distinguished professor next week. I've heard she's a Ritterni, super young, probably only 27 or 28. Who? Zhu Xinchuan replied weakly like a salted fish. I don't know her specific name, just heard her last name is Fu. Her background is terrifying. Supposedly her family has high-ranking officials, someone you can't mess with. Zhu Xinchuan's eyelids twitched violently. High-ranking officials. Last name Fu. No way. Is the heavens trying to kill him? He suddenly shot up straight, flipping open WeChat to a chat that had already been unilaterally blocked and deleted. Galaxy Miles. He clearly remembered that when they discussed family in the past, she had casually mentioned, my dad is a civil servant. Zhu Xinchuan had foolishly asked, what level? She had replied calmly, pretty high, I guess. And then she never disclosed another word. Pretty high. The child of a high-ranking official. Coming next week. Distinguished professor in the Chinese department. Last name Fu. Zhu Xinchuan's hands trembled so much he almost dropped his phone. Lin Yuan. Huh. What's up? Do you believe in fate? What kind of nonsense is that? Are you running a fever? Lin Yuan looked confused. Zhu Xinchuan didn't answer, because at that moment his phone lit up ominously again. A brand new message. From a completely unfamiliar number with no greeting, only a cold sentence. Zhu Xinchuan, first-year student in the Chinese department at Kyoto University. All information has been verified. See you next week. The sender's avatar was a dazzling galaxy. Zhu Xinchuan gripped his phone tightly, feeling like his breath was about to stop. Just then a sharp knocking sound came from outside the dormitory door. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Yuan, caught off guard, jumped off the bed to open the door. As soon as the door opened, a girl in a black spaghetti-strapped dress stood outside. A baseball cap was pulled down low and a black mask covered most of her face. Excuse me. Is Zhu Xinchuan living in this dorm? The girl's voice was soft and sweet, tinged with a hint of barely detectable nervousness. Lin Yuan was frozen in place. Zhu Xinchuan leaned out from the bed, looking over Lin Yuan's shoulder toward the door. When the girl saw someone inside, she cautiously pulled down her mask. A perfect oval face, watery big eyes, and skin that practically glowed under the light in the dormitory hallway. Plop. Lin Yuan's phone dropped to the floor. Su Muching. Lin Yuan's voice cracked. Hello. Su Muching gestured for Lin Yuan to smile and nodded. But Lin Yuan was already dazed. Su Muching was right at his doorstep. Then she peeked her head into the dorm, her gaze instantly locking on Zhu Xinchuan sitting on the bed. Her beautifully large eyes lit up suddenly. You never replied to my messages, she murmured in a pitiful tone, so I had to come find you myself. Zhu Xinchuan opened his mouth, not managing to utter a single syllable. His phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated frantically twice. Shun Tianxi, Brother Chuan, someone in our dorm group, said a celebrity nanny car just parked downstairs. Jiang Yao, my people just reported that a girl slipped into your dorm. Who is she? Give me an explanation. Zhu Xinchuan glanced at his phone screen, then looked up at the delighted face of the entertainment industry's top star, Su Muching, then at his roommate Lin Yuan, who looked like he was about to faint. He took a deep, deep breath. Then he stepped forward, grasped the doorknob. Bang! He decisively slammed the dormitory door shut. Su Muching, locked outside the door, stood there stunned for 2 full seconds. Then the door was knocked on with a bang-bang sound. Hey, why did you close the door? In big orange Noam Muching. Open the door. Her soft voice echoed in the hallway. Inside, Zhu Xinchuan leaned against the cold door, gradually sliding down to the ground, covering his face. His phone in his pocket was still vibrating wildly. This fish pond had completely exploded. Zhu Xinchuan's mind was blank for only half a second. In the next moment, he sprang into action. With his left hand covering Lin Yuan's mouth and his right hand gripping Su Muching's wrist, he executed both actions simultaneously. He pushed Lin Yuan out the door and pulled Su Muching inside. Lin Yuan let out a muffled MHM as he was pushed into the corridor. Zhu Xinchuan lowered his voice. You didn't see anything today. MHM. You didn't see anything. He released his grip, slammed the door shut, and twisted the lock. The entire operation was smooth and took less than 3 seconds. Outside, Lin Yuan's dazed voice rang out. Did I just see Su Muching? No, Chuan Gu is right. I must be seeing things. I've been staying up too late lately. His footsteps gradually faded away. Zhu Xinchuan let out a breath and turned around. Su Muching stood in the middle of the dorm, her hat askew, her mask hanging from her chin, and a red mark left on her wrist from being grabbed. Her eyes were red with a hint of moisture on her eyelashes, and her small face was tilted up to look at him. Then she reached out and gently grasped the hem of his t-shirt. Chuan Gu. Her voice was soft enough to draw tears. Zhu Xinchuan's heart skipped a beat. Compared to the photos, the real Su Muching was a size smaller. The vibrant top idol on the screen now stood before him, hunched over like a drenched kitten seeking its owner. Why did you come by yourself? Zhu Xinchuan asked in a lowered voice. Does your manager know? I told my sister I was going to the convenience store to buy snacks. Su Muching lowered her head, fidgeting with the hem of his shirt. I was afraid you didn't reply because you were angry with me. I'm not angry. Then why didn't you reply to me? Su Muching raised her head, her big eyes staring directly at him. You sent a breakup message and then ignored me. I sent you 17 voice messages and you didn't listen to a single one. 17 60-second voice messages. Zhu Xinchuan recalled. What did you say? The first 3 were asking where you went, the middle 5 were scolding you, and the last 9. Su Muching's ears gradually turned red. You must not listen to the last ones. Why not? Just don't. She shook her head vigorously, her twin ponytails swaying. If you listen to them, I will. I will be so embarrassed. The phone in his pocket vibrated wildly. Zhu Xinchuan pulled it out and saw 3 red dots on the chat list. Jiang Yao, my people are downstairs in your dorm. Who just went up? A second message arrived a second later. You have 3 minutes to explain. Shen Tianxi, the van has the Su Muching studio logo on it. Chuanga, you have quite the connections. Gu Qinghanju, I remind you that no females are allowed to stay in the boys' dorm. As your teacher, I have the obligation to care about your daily conduct. 3 messages, 3 different tones. 1 cold, 1 sour, 1 sarcastic. Zhu Xinchuan's fingers flew over the screen. First he replied to Jiang Yao, my roommate's cousin came to deliver something. Jiang Yao replied in seconds, your roommate's cousin drives a van. Zhu Xinchuan, her family, is in entertainment management. It's the company car. The other side was silent for 5 seconds. He'll check again. Zhu Xinchuan's back broke into a sweat as he switched to Shun Taiang's chat. Tian, don't overthink it, my roommate's cousin is a fan of Su Muching. That's my roommate's sister's car. Shun Tianqi, oh, does that have nothing to do with you? Not a penny's worth of relation. Shun Tianqi sent a cat emoji with the caption, I believe you, yeah right. But then followed up with that's good. Take care of yourself, Chuan Go. Zhu Xinchuan sighed in relief as he switched to Gu Qinghan. Teacher Gu, rest assured no females are staying over, it was my roommate's cousin who came to borrow a charger. Gu Qinghan replied with a period. Just a period. More frightening than a smiling emoji. Chuan Gu, who are you chatting with? Su Muching leaned and tiptoeing to look at his phone screen. Zhu Xinchuan reflexively turned his phone away. Just handling some things. Oh. Su Muching didn't press further, obediently stepping back and naturally sitting on Zhu Xinchuan's bed. A single bed. She sat on the edge, her legs together, the tips of her white canvas shoes lightly tapping the ground. Her strap dress was quite fitted, but the hem piled on her legs, revealing a small section of her delicate white ankles. She didn't feel any awkwardness and looked around. Your dorm is so small. That's how university dorms are. But it's very clean. Su Muching picked up a book from his bedside, flipped through it, then set it down, touching his blanket. The blanket is so soft. She spoke as if she were at home. Zhu Xinchuan leaned against the desk, watching this girl exploring his bed, feeling a moment of daze. With 23 million fans on Weibo, she had just won the Best Newcomer award at a music festival last week. Her offline concert tickets sold out in 3 seconds. Now she sat on his single bed, swinging her legs like a neighbor girl visiting. Do you know, Su Muching said, lowering her head, her fingers unconsciously tugging at the blanket, I debuted in the year you disappeared. I know. On the night my first song was released, I was extremely nervous and wanted to talk to you, but you were already gone. Her voice grew softer later. That song climbed the charts and many people said they liked me, but the first person I wanted to share it with was unreachable. The dormitory fell silent for a moment. Muching, I know what you want to say. Su Muching interjected, raising her head, her eyes reddening again. You're going to say it's a breakup, right? You're going to say online relationships don't count, right? Zhu Xinchuan remained silent. But it counts for me. Su Muching sniffled. You were the first person who patiently listened to me sing. Back then I hadn't debuted. You said I sang well, and that I would definitely become famous in the future. You also said. She paused, her ears completely burning. You said you would come to my concert in the front row. Zhu Xinchuan had indeed said this. At that time he thought it was just a way to make the girl happy. But now, recounted word for word by the person involved, those light-hearted words suddenly carried weight. He was about to speak. A sound of keys came from outside. Click. Someone was unlocking the door. Zhu Xinchuan's pupils constricted. Only 2 types of people had keys to this building. One was his roommate. Lin Yuan had just been kicked out by him and couldn't possibly return so quickly. The other was the dorm supervisor. A middle-aged woman's voice rang out from outside the door. Room 621, a routine inspection for prohibited appliances. Opened the door. Su Muching froze, her face turning pale. The top idol being discovered late at night in a boys' dormitory would make headlines. The management company would explode and the fans would flood the internet. Zhu Xinchuan didn't hesitate. He swiftly threw off the blanket, pushed Su Muching down on the bed, and pulled the blanket over her, wrapping her entire body. The movement was too quick. Su Muching could only let out a soft ah. Zhu Xinchuan immediately lay down, pulled the blanket up to his chest, turned to face the wall, and adopted a pose of being seriously ill. The locked door clicked open. The dorm supervisor peeked her head in. Room 621. Why is the door locked? Are you alone? Auntie, Zhu Xinchuan said in a weak voice, sounding extremely frail. I have a fever. My roommate went out to buy medicine for me. The dorm supervisor walked in and scanned the room. For beds, 3 empty, only Zhu Xinchuan's had someone in it. You have a fever. How high is it? 38.5. I just took fever medicine and sweated a lot. Inside the blanket, Su Muching curled up into a ball. Her back was pressed tightly against Zhu Xinchuan's thigh, and her body trembled uncontrollably. It wasn't from the cold, it was from anxiety. Her breathing was rapid and hot, and through the thin fabric of his school pants it felt like a small flame flickering against his skin. Zhu Xinchuan maintained his composure. Do you have a water heater or a high-power hairdryer? The dorm supervisor opened the drawer of the desk across from him. No, we all go to the water room to get hot water. The dorm supervisor opened another cabinet. Su Muching quietly moved in the blanket as if adjusting her position, making herself snuggle even closer. Her fingers brushed against the button of Zhu Xinchuan's shirt at his waist, instinctively gripping it. Zhu Xinchuan's abs tightened for a moment. All right, there's nothing wrong. The dorm supervisor closed the cabinet, took 2 steps back, then turned to look again. If you're feeling unwell alone, go to the school hospital. Don't push yourself. Thank you, Auntie. The footsteps faded away. The door was closed. Zhu Xinchuan counted to 10, confirming she had gone far enough before lifting the blanket. Su Muching emerged from the blanket. Her hair was disheveled, her cheeks flushed, her forehead damp, with fine sweat. The neckline of her strap dress askew, revealing a patch of fair collarbone. Her right hand was still gripping something tightly in her palm. She stared at Zhu Xinchuan, breathing heavily. Then she bit her lip. Chuangu. Your heart is beating so fast. Su Muching's voice was soft and light, trembling as if she had survived a calamity. Do you miss me too? Zhu Xinchuan looked down at her. This top idol with 20 million fans now curled up on his single bed, her hair, messy, eyes still red, looked like a candy, unwrapped, sweet, and unreserved. No content. No content available. No content provided. No content available. No text provided. Zhu Xinchuan bought an Americano in the lobby of the Victoria Hotel, sipping it while scrolling through his phone. The fourth trending topic on Weibo reads Su Muching's rumored relationship exposed, accompanied by a candid photo. Last night outside the Film City parking lot, 2 silhouettes were captured. The man faced away from the camera, tall in stature. The woman dressed in ancient attire was tiptoeing into the man's embrace. The angle was clever, catching the moment Su Muching took off her mask. The comments section exploded. What happened to my orange's dedication to her career? Who is that guy? Has anyone dug up his background? No way, I just got into her fandom, and now she's dating. Please, I spent 3,000 to grab concert tickets, and now you're telling me she's in a relationship. Zhu Xinchuan stuffed his phone into his pocket and took a swig of his Americano. Bitter. Much more bitter than last night's red wine. He exited the hotel and hailed a taxi by the roadside. He didn't dare to drive his Pammy, fearing a DUI check. On the way, he glanced at the trending topics again. The fourth had risen to second place. Su Muching's studio issued a statement. The image depicts a normal working scenario of staff escorting artists. Please do not overinterpret it. The top comment read, normal staff wrap their arms around someone like that. Is your studio hiring? Zhu Xinchuan closed Weibo. At 9:45 in the morning, he walked into the Chinese department's teaching building. He pulled his collar up as high as it could go, but that damned hickey was placed too cleverly, showing at the slightest movement. He bought a pack of Band-Aids at a convenience store and stuck one just below his collarbone. It looked like a bruise, just barely acceptable. He walked into the classroom where Lin Yuan was already seated. The moment Lin Yuan saw Zhu Xinchuan, his eyes scanned him from top to bottom like radar. You didn't return to the dorm last night. That's right. Why do you have a Band-Aid on your neck? I got scraped while playing ball. You went to play ball last night. It started. Zhu Xinchuan sat down without changing expression. Lin Yuan leaned closer, sniffing twice. What scent do you have on you? It's sweet. Body wash from the hotel. You stayed at a hotel? A friend treated me. Lin Yuan opened his mouth to ask more, but his gaze suddenly landed on Zhu Xinchuan's left wrist. A Patek Philippe. The blue-gray dial reflected a cold light under the fluorescent lamp. Lin Yuan's mouth fell open. This watch. Did you win the lottery? A friend lent it to me. What kind of friend lends you a Patek Philippe? Lin Yuan's voice was already cracking. It's fake, just keep it down. Zhu Xinchuan opened his textbook. Lin Yuan stared at the watch for 5 seconds, then leaned back against his chair, cradling his head with both hands. I feel like you're lying to me from head to toe. Zhu Xinchuan didn't respond because he noticed someone sitting in the empty seat next to him. The hem of a white floral dress brushed against the chair leg. Shen Tianqi placed her backpack on the desk, her long hair cascading down her shoulders. She smiled gently at him, her profile visible. Good morning, Brother Chuan. Morning. She did not speak immediately. She shifted a few centimeters closer, tilting her head towards his neck. Then she took a breath. Very light. But Zhu Xinchuan heard it clearly. Shen Tianqi straightened up, her smile unchanged, but the warmth in her eyes had dropped a shade. Sweet orange scent. From the hotel's toiletries. Did you go to the hotel last night? Her voice remained sweet, but her gaze turned somewhat cold. With whom? Zhu Xinchuan didn't respond. Shen Tianxi's fingers slowly reached over, resting on the collar of his shirt. With a gentle flick of her fingertip, the collar slid down half an inch. The edge of the Band-Aid was revealed. Did you get hurt? She looked up at him. Yeah. Do you want me to blow on it? The words were spoken so gently, but the hairs on the back of Zhu Xinchuan's neck stood on end. Shen Tianqi traced a circle around the edge of the Band-Aid with her fingertip, not tearing it off, but the action itself was a declaration. She knew what was underneath. Brother Chuan. Yeah. Didn't you say you wouldn't engage in online romance? Shen Tianqi retracted her hand, took out a bottle of mineral water from her backpack, and opened it casually. Why are there still so many girls around you? She took a sip of water, raised her chin, and curved her lips. Quite alluring. Zhu Xinchuan was about to reply when the class bell rang. The classroom door swung open. Gu Qinghan entered wearing a light gray fitted suit, her hair tied in a simple low ponytail, exposing her entire neck and ears. She was less severe than usual with an added, indescribable quality. She walked up to the podium, set down her lesson plan, and turned to face the entire class. Her gaze swept across the room like a routine inspection. Then it stopped. It halted at the last row. More precisely, it lingered on the less than 20-centimeter gap between Zhu Xiuquan and Shen Tianqi. Gu Qinghan's eyebrows moved slightly, very subtly, but Zhu Xiuquan caught it. In today's lesson, a new visiting professor will be auditing and delivering a thematic lecture. Gu Qinghan flipped open her lesson plan, her tone steady. You all previewed the materials I assigned, right? Below a sea of guilty silence. Gu Qinghan didn't pursue it. She turned her head to look at the door. The sound of high heels echoed in the corridor. It wasn't the crisp, brisk rhythm that Gu Qinghan had. It was slower, heavier. Each step was measured like a metronome. The noise in the classroom automatically quieted down. Everyone looked towards the door. A woman walked in. She wore a white tailored shirt, impeccably cut the shoulder, seams resting perfectly at the highest point of her bones, the collar upright, only the top button undone. Below, she wore a black high-waisted pencil skirt, hugging her curves, perfectly showcasing her voluptuous figure. No jewelry, no heavy makeup. Her foundation was so light, it was almost invisible, and her lip color was a cool-toned rose. But as she stood there, the air around her seemed to automatically part 3 steps. It wasn't an oppressive presence. It was a kind of natural, unintentional sense of detachment. It felt as though there was a layer of glass between her and the whole world. She could see you, but you couldn't touch her. She walked to the front of the podium, picked up a piece of chalk. With precise strokes, she wrote 3 characters on the blackboard. Fuxinghe. The handwriting was distinct, the ending sharp, devoid of any unnecessary curves. Someone in the classroom gasped. Is this the visiting professor? 27 years old. She looks too. Both she and Teacher Gu are of the same type, but they're both really good looking. They're both cold, but there's a slight difference. The newcomer is even colder. Fuxinghe put down the chalk and turned around. Her gaze scanned from the first row of the classroom to the back. It paused for half a second on Gu Qinghan, half a second on Shen Tianqi. Finally, it landed on Zhu Xiuquan. It did not move away. Her amber eyes glinted with a hint of gold in the sunlight streaming in from the window. Her pupils were very calm. Unlike Gu Qinghan's coldness, which was sharp as a knife, Fu Xing's coldness was like a lake. Calm without ripples, but you wouldn't know how deep it was beneath the surface. She looked at Zhu Xiuquan for 3 seconds. There was no change in her expression. Then she averted her gaze, resting her hands on the edge of the podium, her red lips parting slightly. Her voice was not loud, clear, lazy like winter sunlight. Warm but not cozy. Every student in the class heard her words perfectly. Zhu Xiuquan. The classroom was so quiet that one could hear the air conditioning's airflow. I heard you're quite skilled at providing emotional value to the opposite sex. Zhu Zunchuan's back stiffened. Gu Qinghan's pen remained fixed on the lesson plan without moving. Shen Tianqi turned to look at the podium. Fuxinghe tilted her head slightly, the arc of her lips almost imperceptible but definitely present. Come to my office after class. She paused for a beat. Let's talk about what you once said. The vast starry river is not as good as you. The classroom fell completely silent. Zhu Xiuquan stared at the amber eyes on the podium, his mind filled with a single thought. The last line of the letter he wrote to Xinghe Wanli was, "The vast starry river is not as good as you, but I dare not tell the stars." She had deleted the bell signaling the end of class rang. For 2 seconds the classroom fell silent, then erupted like a disturbed hornet's nest. The vast starry river pales beside you. What on earth is happening? He confessed to Professor Fu before. Not only is he strikingly handsome, he moves with astonishing speed. Surely not. She's 27 and he's only a freshman. Is that even permissible? Zhu Xiuquan may be a freshman, but his looks are undeniable. It wouldn't be surprising if the professor indulged in youth. A sister-brother romance. Absolutely a sister-brother romance. Murmurs surged in from every direction. Sitting in the back row, Zhu Xiuquan felt the weight of over 60 pairs of eyes upon him. Yet he feigned composure, continuing to read his book. Shen Tianqi sat beside him, her fingers slowly closing her textbook. She did not glance at Zhu Xiuquan. Her gaze was fixed on Professor Fu Xinghe at the lectern, tracing from her face down to her waistline, then lingering on her legs, sheathed in black silk stockings. Brother Chuan. Your taste used to be remarkably consistent. The remark came out of nowhere, yet Zhu Xiuquan sensed the lethal edge beneath it. At the lectern, Fu Xinghe had already gathered her lesson plans. Without so much as a glance toward Zhu Xiuquan, she strode from the classroom, her high heels clicking in measured, unhurried rhythm. Gu Qinghan stood at the side of the lectern, watching Fu Xinghe depart. As they passed one another, Gu Qinghan spoke. Softly, Professor Fu calling on students during class. Please observe appropriate boundaries. Fu Xinghe did not break stride. She turned her head slightly, her amber irises sweeping across Gu Qinghan's face. Teacher Gu, her voice dropped lower still. You ought to exercise greater discretion than I do. After all, you and he appear to have matters of your own. Gu Qinghan's pen cap snapped shut with a sharp click. By then, Fu Xinghe had already vanished through the classroom door. Only the fading echo of high heels remained in the corridor. Zhu Xuanchuan grabbed his backpack and rose. Where are you going? Shen Tianxi tilted her face up to ask. To submit an assignment. What assignment? The reading reflection from last week. Didn't you hand it to Teacher Gu? Professor Fu assigned it too. Shen Tianxi held his gaze for 3 full seconds. Zhu Xuanchuan, you lie now without even rehearsing first. Zhu Xuanchuan said nothing. He turned and walked out. Behind him, Shen Tianxi's voice followed. Sweet, almost cloying, do come back soon. I'll wait for you in the cafeteria. I made your favorite egg-wrapped rice today. Heads turned along the entire floor, whispers flared anew. Zhu Xuanchuan quickened his pace. 4th floor of the College of Literature, the far eastern corner. A dark brown wooden door bore a brass plaque, Fu Xinghe, Distinguished Professor. The door stood ajar. Cool air from the air conditioner seeped through the narrow gap, carrying a faint woody scent of agarwood. Zhu Xuanchuan knocked twice. Enter. He pushed the door open. The office was slightly larger than Gu Qinghan's. An entire wall beside the window held floor-to-ceiling solid wood bookshelves lined with classical Chinese and Western literary works and academic journals. A delicate asparagus fern rested on the windowsill, its slender leaves a deep, somber green. The blinds were half-drawn, afternoon sunlight sliced through in parallel ribbons slanting across the floor. Fu Xinghe stood beside the bookshelf. Her blazer had been removed and draped neatly over the armrest of her office chair. A custom-fitted white shirt clung to her torso, tapering sharply at the waist. Its fabric swelled gently across her chest, the 3rd button taut with subtle tension. She faced away from him, bending to lift something from the lowest shelf. As she leaned forward, the hem of her black pencil skirt rose just an inch, revealing the fine luminous sheen of black silk stretched taut across the curve of her thighs. Zhu Xuanchuan lifted his gaze to the ceiling. Close the door. He did. Lock it. Why did every ex-girlfriend insist on locking doors? He locked it. Fu Xinghe carried out a camphorwood box from the bottom shelf. Neither large nor small, palm thick, its grain polished to smooth clarity, copper edging glinting at the corners. She placed it on her desk with both hands. Thud. A low, heavy sound, undoubtedly weighty. Fu Xinghe settled into her chair, crossing her legs. Black silk emerged from beneath her skirt, catching light and shadow in alternating bands where sunbeams crossed. She watched, Zhu Xuanchuan's fingertips resting lightly atop the lid. She said nothing. Zhu Xuanchuan's pulse quickened. He recognized the box, not the box itself, but the 2 characters inked in ballpoint pen at the lower right corner of its lid. Xinghe. He had carved them himself. At 16, he'd bought the camphorwood box from a stationery shop near campus, declaring it meant to hold Xinghe Wanli, a vessel for trust for promises. He'd assumed she'd long since discarded it. Fu Xinghe lifted the lid. Inside, 41 envelopes lay stacked with precise, reverent order, white, blue, and craft brown. Each bore a handwritten date label. Her handwriting so immaculate, it resembled calligraphy, traced from a model script rather than penned by hand. 41 letters, every single one preserved here. Her fingertip brushed the edge of the topmost envelope featherlight, as though caressing something infinitely fragile. The first letter, March 7th. She withdrew the paper and unfolded it. Zhu Xuanchuan saw his 16-year-old handwriting. Fu Xinghe lowered her eyes and began to read aloud. Sister Xinghe, have you received this letter? This is my first time writing to a girl. I rewrote it 3 times before daring to mail it. You once said you preferred physical letters, so I wanted to try. Truthfully, my handwriting isn't very elegant. Please don't mind. P.S. You mentioned wanting to see snow in Kyoto. I checked. It does snow there in winter. Once I'm admitted to a university in Kyoto, I'll photograph it for you when it falls. She set aside the first letter and picked up another. The 7th, April 18th. Sister, today the math teacher scolded me. I felt terrible. But when I opened the mailbox at home and found your reply, I read it 3 times, and my mood lifted instantly. You wrote that you're preparing your doctoral dissertation, overwhelmed and exhausted. I can't help much, but I wanted to tell you. The vast starry river pales beside you, yet I dare not whisper it to the stars. Her voice softened on the final line. Silence hung in the office for 5 seconds. She slid the letter back into its envelope with deliberate gentleness, then lifted her gaze. Afternoon light bathed her face, a glistening film shimmered in her amber eyes. Her eyes were red, not faintly but deeply, the raw, trembling red of someone holding back tears, lashes quivering with the effort. Zhu Xuanchuan froze. From the moment he'd entered the classroom until now, he'd known only this Fu Xinghe, cool, composed, impassive, effortlessly commanding. He had never seen this Fu Xinghe, vulnerable, unguarded, trembling at the edges of her restraint. 41 letters, she whispered, voice fraying yet fiercely controlled. 31 from you. 10 from me. I've memorized every word of each one. Sister Xinghe, the year you vanished, I went to the mailbox every month. She bowed her head, pressing her thumb against the corner of an envelope, her knuckle whitening. It was always empty. Every month, always empty. She inhaled quietly, nearly inaudibly. Yet Zhu Xuanchuan saw her shoulders shiver. At 26, I completed my doctorate, published 12 papers in core academic journals, and secured a distinguished professorship at Kyoto University. Every line of my CV is flawless. She raised her head again, tears suspended trembling at the rim of her lashes. But I applied to Kyoto University for only one reason, because you said you'd take the entrance exam there. Zhu Xuanchuan parted his lips. I was too young then. I forgot many things I'd said. You forgot. Fu Xinghe rose. She circled the desk, her heels striking the floor with quiet, relentless precision, each step narrowing the distance between them until she stood before him less than half a meter away. She stood a fraction shorter, yet as she tilted her chin upward, her amber gaze held something unyielding, uncompromising. You forgot. I did not. For an entire year, from sophomore year until you disappeared, you were the only one who ever wrote to me with ink and paper, stroke by careful stroke. Others sent WeChat messages, calls, emails. Only you wrote letters. Her voice trembled. Then in one slow breath, she steadied it. With a swift, decisive motion, she wiped away the tear at her lash line. Clean, clinical, like striking a typo from a manuscript. Emotion receded. Fast, seamless, unreal. When she spoke again, she was once more the stern, unsmiling Professor Fu Xinghe, who commanded lecture halls. I know you're not the only one. Zhu Xuanchuan's heart skipped. Shen Tianxi, classmate. Gu Qinghan, lecturer. Jiang Yao, the Jiang family's daughter. And that pop idol. She named them one by one, tone flat and detached, as though reciting references from a literature review. Zhu Xuanchuan's back pressed fully against the door behind him. Why retreat? Fu Xinghe stepped forward. Her collar grazed his jawline, lowering his gaze, he could trace the hollow of her clavicle downward to smooth, pale skin. She tilted her face up, her lips curving into the faintest arc. Not a smile, but certainty absolute and unwavering. Zhu Xuanchuan. I, Fu Xinghe, have written letters to, waited for, and kept letters from only one man in my 26 years. She stepped back. I won't compete with anyone. I'll make you return, to me, of your own will. Turning, she returned to her seat behind the desk, opened a drawer, and pulled out a document to begin reviewing. Leave. Don't delay my lesson preparation. Zhu Xuanchuan remained rooted, watching the profile of her face bent over the file. Where that tear had been wiped, her skin still glowed faintly pink. Sister Xinghe, call me Professor Fu. Professor Fu. Leave. That box. The box is mine. Fu Xinghe didn't look up, merely turned a page. So are the letters. You wrote them. You mailed them. They belong to me now. She paused. And you will be too in time. Zhu Xuanchuan opened the door and stepped out. As it clicked shut behind him, he heard, faint, soft, unmistakable, a long, slow exhale from within the office. Sunlight flooded the corridor. Zhu Xuanchuan leaned against the wall for 10 seconds, then pulled out his phone. Its screen lit up, 4 unread messages crowding the top of his chat list. Shen Tianxi, Gu Qinghan, Jiang, Yao Su Mu Cheng. He didn't open them. Instead, he wondered, what cosmic misdeed had he committed? Then his gaze locked onto the 5th message. A conversation that had lain dormant for 10 full days suddenly glowed anew, sweet strawberry. She'd sent a location pin. The location is displayed within Kyoto University. It is not the teaching area, not the cafeteria, not the library. It is the boys' dormitory area. Zhu Xuanchuan stared at the red location icon on the screen, zooming in twice to confirm that he was not mistaken. The location of Sweetheart Strawberry is next door to his dormitory building in the graduate student apartment. Immediately a message popped up. I found a great place and moving right next to you. Zhu Xuanchuan's first reaction was not shock, but confusion. That building had been empty for over half a year. The school said it needed renovation, surrounded by construction barriers, but no work had been done. How could a girl move into the empty building of the boys' dormitory? He was about to reply when Sweetheart Strawberry sent another message. The best room is reserved for you. Come anytime, no need to knock. The message ended with a strawberry emoji. Zhu Xuanchuan tucked his phone into his pocket, deciding to pretend he hadn't seen it. He walked out of the College of Arts, heading towards the dormitory along the tree-lined path. From a distance, he noticed something was off. 6 black vans, all Mercedes V-Class, were parked at the entrance of the dormitory area. The doors of the vans were open, and men in black suits were moving in and out carrying various equipment and building materials. Students gathered around, blocking half the path. Zhu Xuanchuan pushed through the crowd and entered the dormitory building. As he climbed the stairs, he heard Lin Yuan shouting from the balcony. Xuanchuan, come quickly. Lin Yuan leaned over the balcony railing, pointing at the neighboring building, his expression as if he had seen an alien. Zhu Xuanchuan walked to the edge of the balcony and looked down. The construction barriers had all been removed. In front of the 6-story graduate student apartment next door, at least 30 construction workers were working simultaneously. This was not an ordinary construction team. Their uniform gray work clothes bore the logo of Dingha. Dingha Construction, one of the top luxury custom construction teams in the country, specialized in renovating private residences for the wealthiest clients. Guess what? Lin Yuan lowered his voice, his eyes wide with astonishment. That building has been bought. What do you mean it has been bought? This is the school's building. I mean it has been bought. Just now Wang Pengzi from the next dormitory inquired about it, and someone from the security office said it was due to a member of the school board who directly signed a long-term lease agreement with the school. 50 years. The entire building. Lin Yuan pointed down at the second floor. Look at that room. The workers are moving in a bathtub. It's not an ordinary bathtub. I looked it up online. It's called Baffi, an Italian brand, and one bathtub costs 800,000. And the third floor. Lin Yuan's voice trembled. I heard they're going to build a private heated swimming pool. The sixth floor is going to be transformed into a rooftop garden. The fourth floor will be a media room. The fifth floor will be a walk-in closet and a private gym. He turned his head, looking as if his worldview had been shattered. An entire building converted into a private residence for one person. Right next to us. What kind of wealthy person is this? Zhu Zhenchuan's phone vibrated in his pocket. He took it out to have a look. Sweetheart Strawberry had sent a photo. The picture was taken from the window of the opposite. It captured the balcony of their dormitory 621. In the photo, he and Lin Yuan were clearly standing by the balcony. The caption contained only one line. I see you. Zhu Xiwenchuan slowly turned his phone over and rested it against the railing. Lin Yuan was still mumbling, if only it were a beautiful rich woman, I'd be laughing so hard, I'd just throw myself at her. Zhu Xiwenchuan glanced at him, but said nothing. You have no idea how dangerous that statement is. He lay on his bed for 10 minutes, scrolling back through the chat history with Sweetheart Strawberry. When they first added each other, she said she was an ordinary high school student with a small family business. A small family business. Zhu Xiwenchuan had already guessed half of it. Such coincidences were unlikely. Just after sending her location and saying she was moving next door, the next door had been bought. Buying an entire building to live in as a dormitory is called a small family business. He recalled her social media post that went unanswered. Some people are not worth it, accompanied by an image of a clenched fist. Now it seemed that the clenched fist was not out of anger, but rather preparation for a strike. At noon in the cafeteria, Zhu Xiwenchuan just entered the main door of the second cafeteria with his tray when he spotted Shen Tianqi. She was sitting at a long table by the window wearing a floral skirt with a white t-shirt, her hair tied in a low ponytail with a few strands falling by her ears. On the table there were 2 servings of food. In front of her was a small bowl of mixed noodles with chopsticks neatly resting on the edge of the bowl. A meal set was placed at the position opposite Zhu Xiwenchuan. The meal consisted of braised pork ribs, stir-fried vegetables, seaweed, egg drop soup, and a bowl of rice. The green onions on the ribs were still steaming. When Shen Tianqi looked up and saw him, her eyes curved into 2 crescent moons. I got it for you at the window. It just came out of the pot. Zhu Xiwenchuan sat down, placing his backpack at his feet. How did you know what I was eating? You ordered ribs in the cafeteria last week, and you smiled when you took the first bite. Shen Tianqi lowered her head to unwrap a packet of napkins and handed it to him. You don't smile often. I remember it all. Zhu Xiwenchuan took the napkin to wipe his chopsticks, saying nothing. The cafeteria was quite noisy. Several tables of boys around would occasionally glance over, their gazes unified. They looked at Shen Tianqi first, then at Zhu Xiwenchuan, ultimately displaying expressions of why. Shen Tianqi sat quietly across from him, eating noodles, her demeanor elegant, far from that of a cafeteria. When she lowered her head, the collar of her t-shirt loosened slightly, revealing a small mole just below her left collarbone. Zhu Xiwenchuan took a bite of the rib. It was indeed delicious. Is it good? Shen Tianqi supported her chin, looking at him. It's good. Then I'll help you get food every lunch from now on. No need to go through so much trouble. It's not a hassle. Shen Tianqi tilted her head slightly, her voice soft. I like watching you eat. After saying this, she took out a box of yogurt from the bag next to the tray, bit the straw, inserted it, and handed it over. Drink yogurt after meals for digestion. Zhu Xiwenchuan looked at the yogurt she handed over, then at her smiling face resting on her chin. 3 tables of boys around let out a collective sigh. Shen Tianxi's knee brushed against his calf under the table. It seemed like an unintentional move, but after touching it, she didn't pull back. Her calf pressed against the side of his leg, separated only by the fabric of her skirt, and his pants warm and comforting. Zhu Zhenchuan's chopsticks paused for half a second. Shen Tianqi seemed oblivious to her own action. She picked a peeled shrimp from the plate and held it up to Zhu Zhenchuan's mouth. Open your mouth. I'll do it myself. Open your mouth. Her fingers held the chopsticks, the white shrimp meat dangling just 10 centimeters from his lips. Her body leaned slightly forward, further loosening the collar of her t-shirt. Someone in the cafeteria had already taken out their phone to take a picture. Zhu Xiwenchuan opened his mouth and ate the shrimp. Shen Tianqi smiled in satisfaction and began peeling the second shrimp. Her shrimp peeling technique was meticulous. Her long, fair fingers were neatly trimmed and clean. After peeling the shrimp, she carefully wiped her fingers with a napkin before picking up the shrimp meat. Brother Chuan. Does Professor Fuss' office smell nice? Is there a scent like mine? She raised her wrist, waving it near his nose. Peachy scent. Sweet, sticky, warm peach fragrance. What perfume are you wearing? Zhu Xuanchuan changed the subject. You didn't answer my question. Professor Fuss' office has agarwood. Zhu Xuanchuan picked up a piece of rib. It's completely different from your scent. So there's no comparison. Shun Tianqi squinted her eyes. Which do you prefer? I prefer ribs. Shun Tianqi choked for a moment. Then she laughed, gently poking the back of his hand with her chopsticks. Your mouth is still so poor. She added 2 pieces of ribs to his bowl, her knee brushing against his leg under the table, shifting to a different position. Then I'll get you ribs every day? Until you don't want to eat anything else but my ribs. Her calf tightened slightly under the table, her soft skin pressed against him through the thin fabric of her skirt, warmth rising. Zhu Xuanchuan held the chopsticks, maintaining a calm expression while his mind was calculating advanced mathematics. He couldn't look down. Absolutely couldn't look. There were too many people in the cafeteria. You're blushing. Shen Tianxi's laughter was full of sweetness, but with a hint of something else. A subtle triumph, as if a scheme had succeeded. I must have put in too much chili. Shen Tianqi replied with a soft hum, not pressing further. She retracted her leg, sitting properly like a good student who had done nothing wrong. Sunlight streamed through the cafeteria windows, casting light on her profile, the silver stud in her earlobe catching a glimmer. She looked peaceful as she ate her noodles. Yet her right hand gently hooked Zhu Zunchuan's pinky under the table. She touched it just briefly before withdrawing, quick as if she were stealing candy. Zhu Xuanchuan was about to say something when a huge noise came from directly in front of them. Bang! A hand slammed down on their dining table. The plate of ribs jumped, the yogurt box toppled, and white liquid spilled down the table. Shen Tianxi's chopsticks froze in midair. Zhu Xuanchuan looked up. Standing across the table was a young man in a black high-end casual jacket. In his early 20s, with sharp features, high cheekbones, thin lips, and a faint scar above his brow. His gaze carried a sense of arrogance, as if he had been spoiled since childhood. 3 people followed him. Shun Tianqi set down her chopsticks, the smile on her face gradually fading. The young man did not look at Zhu Xuanchuan. His focus was on Shen Tianqi. Shen Tianqi. His voice was not loud, but the entire cafeteria fell silent. What are you doing here, acting all lovey-dovey with him? Shen Tianxi's expression turned cold as she set her chopsticks aside. Who are you? I don't know you. Who are you? I don't know you. Shen Tianxi's smile vanished completely. Her tone turned cold. Wang Kai clearly did not expect this reaction. The corner of his mouth twitched, followed by a cold laugh. Shen Tianqi, pretending not to know me at Kyoto University. I chased after you for 2 years from Jinmen to Kyoto. Your grandfather even drank with my grandfather last year. What are you pretending for? Shen Tianqi leisurely wiped her mouth with a tissue. My grandfather knows a lot of people. What does that have to do with me? Wang Kai's expression darkened. The 3 henchmen behind him stepped forward, causing the nearby tables to creak. His gaze finally fell upon Zhu Xinchuan. He looked him up and down. From Zhu Xinchuan's plain white t-shirt to the 2 servings of cafeteria food on the table, finally landing on the pair of unbranded canvas shoes. Is this it? Wang Kai laughed, a sense of superiority seeping through his bones. Shen Tianqi, your appetite has shrunk. Ignoring me for 2 years just to be here with a penniless classmate eating cafeteria meals. He flicked the discarded yogurt box on the table, splattering white liquid onto Zhu Xinchuan's plate of ribs. Do you know her? Do you know what tea she usually drinks, what perfume she uses, what brand of shoes she wears? Just because you can treat her to ribs in the cafeteria? That Van Cleef Arpels necklace I gave her last Christmas cost 78,000. He emphasized the words 78,000 deliberately. People in the cafeteria had already started to gather around. The spoons at the nearby tables had stopped, and all eyes were focused on them. Shen Tianqi frowned, her hand already on the table, preparing to stand up. Zhu Xinchuan pressed down on her hand. Shen Tianqi was momentarily stunned. His palm was dry and warm, perfectly covering her entire hand, fingers curled in a way that was just right to push her back down. I'll handle this. Zhu Xinchuan picked up a napkin and wiped the corner of his mouth. His movements were slow. Not slow from nervousness, but a leisurely kind of slow. He stood up. At a height of 6 feet, he cast a shadow under the cafeteria's fluorescent lights, taking a half step forward to stand right in front of Shen Tianqi. Wang Kai subconsciously raised his chin slightly. He had to look up to meet Zhu Xinchuan's gaze. You say? Zhu Xinchuan's tone was calm. She likes Higashi no Kigo. Her favorite is White Night Walk. She's watched it 4 times, crying each time. But she hates Dazai Osamu, finding it too depressing. Her exact words were, makes me want to hit someone. Shen Tianqi looked up at his back. She eats tomato scrambled eggs, but picks out every single bit of scallion, even if it's just a tiny bit, but she's too shy to tell others about this habit, fearing they'd laugh at her for being pretentious. People in the cafeteria murmured quietly, how does he know all this? Her favorite anime is Natsume's Book of Friends because the cat teacher is so cute. She has changed her phone case 3 times, all featuring the cat teacher. Shin Taeyang's lips parted slightly. She had sent a message late at night during an online romance. Brother Chuan, the cat is so fat and cute I want to pet it. She thought he had forgotten long ago. Zhu Xinchuan did not stop. Her temper gets worse when she has her period, but she doesn't want others to see it, so she finds a corner to curl up by. She only drinks brown sugar water with 3 slices of ginger. If there's 1 slice too many, she finds it spicy, and if there's 1 slice too few, it feels useless. Shin Taeyang's fingertips began to tingle. The entire cafeteria had gone silent. Everyone's chopsticks had stopped moving. She usually looks cheerful, but there's only one thing she absolutely hates. Zhu Xinchuan glanced down at the plate of ribs covered in yogurt on the table. Someone's slamming the table while she's eating. He raised his head, locking eyes with Wang Kai. That slam you just made got her ribs dirty. His tone showed no change. Not fierce, not angry, not overly excited, but at least 20 onlookers simultaneously got goosebumps. In a corner of the cafeteria, a girl had already started to scream softly. Wow, what kind of divine boyfriend is this? How does he even know how many slices of ginger she needs? If this man likes me, I could marry him. Shun Tianqi sat in her chair, slowly cupping her face with both hands. Her eyes turned red. She thought he had forgotten those late-night musings during their online romance. But he remembered every single word. Even the number of ginger slices was accurate. Shin Tianqi's nose felt sour, and tears swirled in her eyes, but did not fall. She took a deep breath, her vision blurred, looking at Zhu Xinchuan's back, standing in front of her, suddenly feeling that this figure was wide enough to shield everything outside. Brother Chuan, she called out softly behind him. Her voice was nasal, soft to the point of being almost unrecognizable. Zhu Xinchuan did not turn around, but he reached back with one hand, palm facing up. Shin Tianqi stared at that hand, stunned for a second. Then she reached out, her fingers touching his. He held on tightly. Their fingers intertwined. A collective gasp filled the cafeteria. Wang Kai's expression darkened inch by inch. He had chased Shin Tianqi for 2 years, yet had never even touched her finger. The new student in canvas shoes in front of him held her hand right in front of him. Do you think knowing her matters? Wang Kai's voice dropped, his throat felt like it had a fishbone stuck in it. Knowing whether she eats scallions is impressive. Do you know her real family background? Do you know who she really is? Zhu Xinchuan did not let go. He glanced back at Shun Tianqi behind him. Shun Taeyang's eyes were watery, her nose pink, her long hair, draped over her shoulders, and her floral dress was illuminated by the afternoon sun, resembling a soft cloud. She looked back at him, her gaze no longer tentative, no longer sour, no longer filled with those cautious little claws. Only a very pure emotion remained. Dependence. Unreasoning, complete dependence. Zhu Xinchuan withdrew his gaze and looked at Wang Kai. Not knowing doesn't matter. No matter her background, she is still mine. At this moment, Zhu Xinchuan's inexplicable possessiveness surged as he declared his claim. Shin Tianqi buried her face in his arm. Wang Kai was momentarily choked. Then he laughed. It was a kind of laugh that said, you don't know what you're talking about. He took a step back, hands in his pockets, tilting his head to look at Zhu Xinchuan, his gaze resembling that of someone watching an ant about to be crushed. Well, you're impressive. He enunciated each word deliberately. Let me tell you who she really is. Wang Kai sneered as he spat out. She is the granddaughter of Shun Jinshan, the deputy commander of the Jinmen military district. He paused for effect, narrowing his eyes. What do you think you are? Shin Taeyang's fingers tightened suddenly. The granddaughter of the deputy commander of the Jinmen military region. These words fell like stones, silencing the entire cafeteria for a full 3 seconds. Then chaos erupted. The deputy commander of the military region. Did I hear that right? Shun Tianqi. Which Shun? The Shun family of Jinmen. No wonder she carries herself like that. The genes, the aura. This is no ordinary lineage. That Wang fellow isn't exactly ordinary either, is he? Chasing her for 2 years, from Jinmen all the way to the capital. But what about Zhu Xinchuan? He was just moments ago reciting how many ginger slices one should drink for menstrual cramps. And now it turns out she's a military region heiress. Whispers surged inward from every direction like a rising tide. Shin Tianqi's expression shifted, not with fear, but with fury. She released Zhu Xinchuan's hand and turned sharply toward Wang Kai, her voice freezing over. Wang Kai, since when did you earn the right to speak here? Wang Kai merely shrugged, a faint smile playing on his lips as he slid his hands into his pockets and leaned back, assuming the posture of a detached spectator. I'm just helping you screen out unsuitable candidates. What's wrong with that, eh? His gaze flickered back to Zhu Xinchuan, laced with condescending pity. Brother, now you know. You're from entirely different worlds. Step aside while you still can. I won't make it difficult for you. Shin Tianqi instinctively turned toward Zhu Xinchuan. Her fingers tightened around the hem of her skirt. From childhood onward, every boy who approached her reacted in one of 2 ways upon learning her family background. Either, like Wang Kai, He saw her as a ladder to climb. Or he withdrew, politely, prudently, with a laugh, I'm not worthy of you, and walked away without looking back. She had grown accustomed to it, so she trembled. Her eyes lingered on Zhu Xuanchuan's profile, waiting for that familiar, courteous, dignified retreat. Zhu Xuanchuan let out a soft chuckle, barely audible, then reached out with his right hand, cupped her waist, pressed his palm flush against her side, and drew her firmly into his chest. Shen Tianqi gasped, softly muffled against his sternum. Her back struck his chest. The thin floral fabric offered no barrier at all. His palm curved along the narrowest arc of her waist. His fingers sank gently into the yielding softness beneath the cloth, tightening ever so slightly. Her waist was slender, yet not the hollow slenderness of austerity, rather a supple, vibrant narrowness. Beneath his palm, warmth and softness bloomed. Below her waistline, the floral dress traced a gentle, rounded curve that nestled against his hip. Shen Tianqi froze entirely. Her pulse thundered so fiercely in her ears, she heard nothing else. Over 30 pairs of eyes were fixed upon them. Wang Kai's smile stiffened. He had pursued Shen Tianqi for 2 years, gifting flowers, handbags, jewelry, pulling strings, currying favor, even drinking half a case of her grandfather's prized Maodai. He hadn't even touched her fingertips. Now this freshman in canvas shoes held her waist before the entire cafeteria, casual, possessive, as though she belonged to him by right. You? Wang Kai's words died midair. Zhu Xuanchuan spoke first. His eyes locked onto Wang Kai. His tone was unhurried, his voice low, but every soul in the cafeteria heard it with crystalline clarity. So she's the granddaughter of the deputy commander of the military region. What of it? His hand tightened just slightly at her waist. Anyone I choose to love remains mine, regardless of title, lineage, or standing. Let the celestial emperor himself descend. He would still find her claimed. The cafeteria fell utterly silent. Silent as death. Even the hum of the air conditioning vent rang out with eerie clarity. 3 seconds later, a voice broke the stillness from the corner. Holy hell. Then the cafeteria detonated. Is that even humanly possible to say? The celestial emperor himself comes, and she's still his. Does this guy not grasp the weight of a military compound? Or does he simply not care? Never mind. I'd kneel and kowtow to him on the spot, just for those words. Why does it sound heroic when a handsome man says it, but insane when I do? Forget it. I'm already tearing up. Phone's out, recording. Wang Kai's face drained of color inch by inch, not from fear of Zhu Xuanchuan's words, but from the sheer audacity of his demeanor. He had seen arrogance before. The Wang family was no minor household in Jinmen. He'd grown up amid power and prestige. Yet no one, absolutely no one, had ever smiled then drawn the deputy commander's granddaughter into their arms the instant those 4 words were spoken. That certainty wasn't feigned. It couldn't be. Do you even realize what you're saying? Wang Kai's voice strained. I do, Zhu Xuanchuan replied, unervingly calm. Anything else? If not, then you've spoiled her spare ribs. You'll serve her a fresh portion. Wang Kai's lips trembled twice. Behind him, his 3 lackeys exchanged glances. No one dared move. For Shen Tianqi sake, I'll let you walk away today. Let's go. He spun on his heel, striding out with stiff, hurried steps. His 3 followers retreated in silence. From entrance to exit, less than 5 minutes. A roar of cheers erupted across the cafeteria. Incredible. Absolutely legendary. The most explosive moment since Peking University's opening ceremony. Who recorded it? Posted in the group. Zhu Xuanchuan. Is that his name? Got it. From now on, he's my idol. Fine looks aside, he dares to speak like that, and then stands there unflinching afterward. That's true courage. Zhu Xuanchuan paid no heed to the surrounding clamor. He looked down at the girl in his arms. Shen Tianqi's face was buried against his chest, motionless. Her fists gripped the fabric of his t-shirt, knuckles bleached white. Her shoulders trembled. Tian. No reply. Did it frighten you? She shook her head, then slowly lifted her face. Her eyes were bloodshot, her nose faintly flushed, her lashes damp with tears, strands of long hair had escaped clinging to her cheeks. She was crying. Not from sorrow, not from fear, but from being shattered, utterly violently, by something profound then painstakingly reassembled anew. Brother Chuan. Her voice trembled thick with tears and nasal resonance. What you said just now, is it true? Which part? Every word. Zhu Xuanchuan raised his thumb, gently brushing away a tear track on her cheek. When have I ever lied to you? Shen Tianqi stared at him. 3 full seconds. Then she lunged forward, wrapping both arms tightly around his waist, burying her face once more against his. All my life. Her voice was muffled, uneven against his shirt. Everyone either feared my grandfather, or sought to use me as a conduit to my family. Not a single person, not one, has ever said they didn't care about my background. Her shoulders shuddered more violently. Zhu Xuanchuan's palms settled on her back, sliding slowly downward in quiet reassurance. Onlookers began dispersing, voluntarily, respectfully. Yet each departing voice carried the same name. Just who is Zhu Xuanchuan? Who cares about his origins? With that nerve and that tongue, he'll never starve. Did you notice? Shun Tianqi cried. That Shun Tianqi, the one whose smile shines like sunlight, was brought to tears by him. That's not brought to tears, that's moved to tears. The crowd thinned almost completely. Shun Tianqi lifted her head from his chest, rubbing fiercely at her eyes with the back of her hand. I look hideous, don't look at me. You really don't look your best while crying. She punched him weakly in the chest, soft, breathless, utterly ineffectual. Afterwards, she couldn't bring herself to let go. Her fingers clung to his shirt front, her cheek resting against his chest, her voice falling to a whisper only he could catch. Brother Chuan. You're so domineering. She buried her face deeper, her lips nearly grazing the fabric over his heart. Tian loves it so much. Zhu Xuanchuan's fingers unconsciously tightened. Her waist was impossibly soft. You're forbidden from saying such things to any other girl. And one more thing, Shun Tianqi added, her voice honeyed and husky. Which words, eh? Those, she is mine. Only for me. Never for anyone else. Zhu Xuanchuan gazed down at the crown of her head. Her floral dress collar had loosened slightly, just enough that from his angle, he glimpsed the small mole beneath her collarbone and the expanse of pale skin trailing downward. He averted his gaze. Your ribs have gone cold. I'll get you a fresh plate. I don't want ribs anymore. Then what would you like? Shun Tianqi lifted her face, tear-streaked yet alight, with a sweet, sly smile. I want you. Zhu Xuanchuan ruffled her hair affectionately. We're in the cafeteria, mind the impression. So what? I'm not afraid. She rose onto her toes, lips brushing his ear, her voice dripping with honeyed certainty. I will marry you, Zhu Xuanchuan. The moment she spoke, her face blazed crimson. She wrenched free and bolted for the exit, her floral skirt flaring behind her. After 2 steps, she whirled back. Come on, follow me. Zhu Xuanchuan watched her waiting at the cafeteria doorway. Afternoon sunlight bathed her. Her skirt fluttered in the breeze, revealing a sliver of bare, sun-warmed thigh. Her eyes were still redrimmed, her nose still pink, but her smile lit her entire being. He walked forward. As he neared, she reached out, fingers threading deliberately through his locking tight. They stepped out of the cafeteria together. Sunlight spilled warm and golden. A breeze rustled down the tree-leaned path, carrying the sweet perfume of osmanthus blossoms. Shun Tianqi leaned against his shoulder, wiping away tears with her free hand as they walked. You're all wet where I rubbed against you. It's fine, and I got snot on you too. Can we please stop talking about that? She stuck out her tongue, then pressed her cheek back against his upper arm. Zhu Xuanchuan's phone vibrated softly in his pocket. He pulled it out with one hand, glanced at the screen. A WeChat message. Sender Gu Qinghan. Come to my office. Immediately. Don't make me repeat myself. Gu Qinghan's office door was not closed properly. As Zhu Xuanchuan pushed the door open, the cold air from the air conditioner mixed with a citrus scent hit his face. The blinds were tightly drawn, and the fluorescent light was half on, casting the entire office in an ambiguous half-light. Gu Qinghan sat behind her desk. Today she had changed her outfit. A deep gray high-waisted pencil skirt, shorter than usual by 2 inches, with the hem resting just above her knees. On top, she wore a black thin knit shirt with a small neck that wasn't deep, but the fitted fabric clearly out. She had switched to a new pair of silver-rimmed glasses, narrower than her usual pair. The low-set frame gave her a naturally upward tilt at the corners of her eyes, exuding a pressure akin to a disciplinary teacher interrogating a student. On the desk lay a bamboo ruler. 30 centimeters long with brass edges, it had an antique charm. Zhu Xinchuan's gaze lingered on the ruler for a second. Close the door. He did. Lock it. Gu Laoshi, is that really necessary? Lock it. He still didn't. Gu Qinghan did not let him sit. She picked up the ruler and lightly tapped it on the desk. The sound was crisp and clear. The cafeteria incident has spread throughout the school. Zhu Xinchuan stood at the door without moving. What incident? Tap. The ruler struck again. Even if the King of Heaven comes, she is still mine. Gu Qinghan's tone was flat, and when she recited it, the corners of her mouth pressed down slightly. You certainly have a way with words, Zhu Xinchuan. Your modern literature studies are mediocre, yet you can easily recite love lines. That was a special circumstance. Special circumstance. Gu Qinghan stood up. The pencil skirt tightened into a neat arc as she rose. She walked around the desk step by step, her high heels tapping a steady rhythm on the floor. She stopped in front. The tip of the ruler rested against his chest. In the morning class, Professor Fu read the love lines you wrote in front of the whole class. What was your reaction? I just sat there. What could I do? She's a professor. So am I. The ruler slid down 2 inches. After she finished reading, she asked you to go to her office, and you went without even bending your knees. She's a professor, I couldn't refuse. You weren't so eager when you came to my office. Gu Qinghan's shoe tip stepped half a step forward. The pointed toe of her high heel pressed against the floor between his feet, and then her calf pressed close. The fabric of her black stockings brushed against his pant leg. From his ankle upward slowly with a sensation that was neither heavy nor light, it slid up along the outside of his calf by 2 inches. Zhu Xinchuan's calf tightened reflexively. Gu Qinghan glanced down at her leg, then lifted her head again, her expression unchanged. What's wrong? Are your legs weak? Gu Laosher, if the Academic Affairs Office sees this, you'll have to write a self-criticism. I'm willing. Zhu Xinchuan took a breath, deciding to use his life-saving skill. Gu Laosher. My. That skirt you're wearing today is very beautiful. Gu Qinghan's ruler paused. It's a little shorter than the last one, and the waistline is higher. Zhu Xinchuan's gaze swept from her waistline, openly stating, it pairs well with this knit shirt. The deep gray and black together don't wash out your complexion, instead highlighting the lines of your neck. Gu Qinghan's brow twitched slightly. Stop changing the subject. I'm not changing the subject. I'm stating facts. Zhu Xinchuan stepped forward half a step, reducing the distance between them to less than 20 centimeters. You've changed your glasses. Don't say unnecessary things. Last week it was a black frame, today it's silver-rimmed. The silver frame makes your face look smaller, and it matches your earrings perfectly. Gu Qinghan's fingers shifted slightly on the ruler. Her ears began to turn red. From the upper edge of her ear, the redness gradually spread down to her earlobe, where the silver earring stood out against her pink skin. You pay close attention to women, her voice dropped a notch. Only when looking at you does it feel this way. The ruler snapped against his shoulder. It didn't hurt. The force was light, like a dragonfly landing on water. Smooth talker. But she didn't pull away. She raised her chin to look at him, her eyes behind the silver-rimmed glasses holding a coldness along with something else. That other thing was buried deep, but at such close range it couldn't be concealed. Her left hand released the ruler and rested on his shoulder. Her 5 fingers slowly closed, gripping the fabric of his shoulder. Zhu Xinchuan. You were holding Shun Taiyang's waist in the cafeteria? That was a protective gesture. You said in front of the whole school that she is yours. It was a special context. Her grip tightened further, her fingertips sinking into the muscle of his shoulder. It was no longer a gentle force. You stayed in Professor Fu's office for 23 minutes. Precisely to the minute. Zhu Xinchuan decided to keep quiet. Gu Qinghan's gaze fell on his lips. She paused for a second. She slightly rose on her toes, the silver-rimmed glasses brushing against his chin. The scent of her lip balm was faint, a cool-toned rosewood color close enough for him to see a shallow crack on her lip. Her breath brushed against the corner of his mouth. Warm. With an almost imperceptible urgency. And then, knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. 3 times. The rhythm was steady. Gu Qinghan froze. Her lips were less than 3 centimeters from his. Knock, knock. Another 2 knocks followed, neither hurried nor slow. Gu Laosher, I came to return the lesson plan I borrowed this morning. Fu Xing's voice came through the door. Calm and cool, devoid of any emotional fluctuations. Gu Qinghan's hand withdrew from Zhu Xinchuan's shoulder. The movement was brisk and decisive, as if nothing had happened. She stepped back, tugged at the hem of her knit shirt, adjusted her glasses, and returned to sit behind her desk. Come in. The door opened. Fu Xinghe stood at the door. Today she was not in a suit, but wearing a cream-colored silk shirt tucked into gray, wide-legged trousers. Her hair was loosely pinned up with a few strands falling by her neck. Her gaze first landed on Zhu Xinchuan. Then it shifted to Gu Qinghan's face. Gu Qinghan's expression was as usual, but the ruler on the desk had been casually pushed beneath a pile of documents. Fu Xinghe walked in and placed a lesson plan on the corner of the desk. I borrowed this teaching outline for a screen from you in the morning, returning it now. Just leave it there. Fu Xinghe did not leave. She turned around, leaning against the side of the desk with her hands resting on the edge. Her gaze swept past Gu Qinghan's face and landed on Zhu Xinchuan. Zhu Xinchuan seems quite busy. Her tone revealed no emotions. Came to my office in the morning, went to the cafeteria to hold a waist at noon, and then returned to Gu Lao's place to work in the afternoon. A time management master. Gu Qinghan did not respond, but her fingers pinched the pen cap beneath the desk. Professor Fu. Gu Qinghan raised her eyes, her voice neutral. It's quite a distance from our office. To hurry back the lesson plan after just a noon, you've worked hard. It was on my way. Is it on the way from the 4th floor to the 3rd floor? It is indeed on the way. The two exchanged glances for 2 seconds. Cold air blew down from the air conditioner, lifting a strand of Gu Qinghan's hair. Gu Laosher. Fu Xinghe tilted her head slightly, her amber eyes glancing at Zhu Xinchuan. Taking up a student's break time like this, isn't it a bit of a conflict of interest? I discipline my own students. I don't need a specially appointed professor to worry about it. I'm not worrying. Fu Xing's lips curved into a barely noticeable arc. I'm just reminding you that holding on too tightly to some things can easily cause them to break. The air felt as if it had frozen over. Gu Qinghan took off her glasses and placed them on the desk, intertwining her fingers under her chin, looking up at Fu Xinghe. Without her glasses, her brows and eyes were softer than usual, but at this moment, there was not a hint of softness in her gaze. Professor Fu, rest assured. Whether it breaks or not, I know in my heart. Her gaze shifted back to Zhu Xinchuan, then returned. But you reading a student's love letter in front of the class on the first day of class, does the academic affairs office know about this? Fu Xing's expression finally changed slightly. It was subtle, not embarrassment, but a calmness that quickly repaired itself after being caught. That was classroom interaction. Classroom interaction involves reading love letters. Literary appreciation requires real texts. Both of their voices were low. But Zhu Xinchuan standing in the middle felt like a piece of meat on a chopping board with two knives competing for cutting rights. Both teachers, he raised his hand. I still have an afternoon class. What are you in a hurry for? Gu Qinghan and Fu Xinghe spoke simultaneously. Then they exchanged a glance. The air froze for half a second. Zhu Xinchuan withdrew his raised hand. Fu Xinghe was the first to break eye contact. She stood up, straightened her shirt cuffs, and took 2 steps toward the door. As she passed by Zhu Xinchuan, she paused for a moment. She didn't look at him, but her voice was very low. Send me the draft of that paper tonight to my email. After speaking, she left. The silk shirt's silhouette vanished at the door, and the sound of fading footsteps echoed in the corridor. The office was left with just the two of them. Gu Qinghan put her glasses back on, opened the drawer, and took out a stack of papers. Continue proofreading. Sit down. Gu Laoshi. Call me sister. Qinghan Jia. Sit down and get to work. She lowered her head to flip through the papers, her voice muffled. You're not allowed to go anywhere. Zhu Xinchuan sat down. He picked up a red pen and began proofreading. The office fell silent again, with only the sound of the pen gliding over the paper. About 30 seconds passed. Gu Qinghan did not look up. The way she looked at you just now, I didn't like it. Her voice was very soft. So soft it felt like she was talking to herself. Zhu Xinchuan paused with his pen. And about the cafeteria incident. She flipped a page of the paper. Next time you hold someone's waist, report to me first. Do I have to report that too? Your topic is under my guidance. I am your counselor. Everything about you is under my supervision. Zhu Xinchuan couldn't help but chuckle. Gu Qinghan's pen tip jabbed a dot on the paper. What are you laughing at? Nothing. I just think it's quite cute when Qinghan Jia gets jealous. Snap. The ruler was pulled out from under the documents and slapped on the desk. Say that again. I said. Finish proofreading this page and turn to the next one. Gu Qinghan stared at him for 2 seconds. Then she stuffed the ruler back into the drawer. A sliver of sunlight filtered through the blinds, falling perfectly on the hand she had resting on the desk. Her index finger lightly tapped the desk unconsciously. The rhythm was about as fast as her heartbeat. They sat in silence for about 10 minutes. Zhu Xinchuan's phone vibrated in his pocket. He ignored it. It vibrated again. 5 consecutive vibrations. He pulled it out to take a glance. The contact name read, Bodyguard A. A message. Mr. Zhu, the young lattice car is parked downstairs at the College of Arts. She said to ask you to come down and accompany her for a nap. She didn't sleep well at noon and is in a bad mood. You'd better hurry. A second message came in 10 seconds later. She is holding a butterfly knife and peeling an apple. But I have a feeling she's not just peeling an apple. Zhu Xinchuan stared at the 2 text messages on his phone, feeling his stomach clench. He lifted his head and met Gu Qinghan's cold eyes glinting behind silver-rimmed glasses. Sister Qinghan. Zhu Xinchuan clutched his belly, his brow knotted. My stomach just started hurting. Maybe the ribs in the cafeteria were bad. I need to go to the restroom. Gu Qinghan pinched a red pen between her fingers, her gaze sweeping his face twice. Go ahead. Do you want me to buy you some medicine? She asked, a thread of concern entering her voice. No thank you, sister. Zhu Xinchuan turned open the office door and hurried toward the stairwell without looking back. As soon as he left the literature building, a black Rolls-Royce Cullinan sat quietly by the tree-lined path. 2 sunglasses-clad men with brutish faces stood on either side of the car door. Seeing Zhu Xinchuan, one of them immediately opened the rear door and bowed in a formal invitation. Zhu Xinchuan slid into the carriage. The air conditioning hummed, the suspension was impeccable, and the cicadas and distant voices outside were cut off entirely. A heavy, aggressive rose perfume hung in the air. Zhang Yao sat on the opposite side of the back seat. She had changed into a winered, form-fitting qipao. The expensive silk clung to her proud curves. The frog buttons were fastened all the way to the throat, yet the skirt's slit rose provocatively to the roots of her thigh. She crossed her legs. Her right leg lay over the left, a wide expanse of pale, even skin revealed to the air, dazzling in the dim cabin light. Her right hand rested on her knee, fingertips deftly playing with an exquisite butterfly knife. The silver blade flashed a bitter cold gleam as it spun between her fingers. Swish, swish. Zhu Xinchuan said nothing and sat obediently at her side. Where did you go? Zhang Yao did not lift an eyelid. Her voice was as cold as splintered ice. Helping the counselor sort some files, Zhu Xinchuan replied evenly. Zhang Yao paused, the butterfly knife clicking shut. She leaned toward him, closed her eyes, and pressed her nose to his shoulder to inhale. The sweet orange scent was gone, replaced by faint agarwood and a cool citrus note. Jiang Yao opened her eyes. A flash of irritation passed through those keen pupils. She did not pursue the scents. Her gaze was drawn to the collar of Zhu Zhenchuan's t-shirt. Suddenly, she reached out, seized the neckline, and yanked it downward with force. The fabric tore with a rip, revealing a bandage pasted just below his collarbone. Jiang Yao's expression immediately dropped to absolute ice. Her right hand trembled, the butterfly knife sprang open again, and the cool spine of the blade pressed against his Adam's apple. What is this? The blade's chill seemed to seep into his veins. Zhu Zhenchuan's heart stuttered, yet he did not move his throat for fear of being nicked. The red marks Su Mucheng had left last night, if they were exposed now this time next year, might very well be his death anniversary. A bandage, Zhu Xiuquan said without flinching. I'm not blind. I ask you, what's hidden beneath it? Jiang Yao's face drew close, her breath warm against his chin. Her eyes carried a sickly, obsessive stubbornness. Which woman left those teeth marks? Or a love bite? The knife tip slid down along his throat and caught at the edge of the bandage. With one light pry, the truth would be bared to the world. I got it playing basketball. Zhu Xiuquan met her gaze, a touch of helplessness coloring his tone. Do you take me for a child of 3? Jiang Yao sneered. The knife's tip had already pierced the adhesive at the bandage's edge. Jiang Yao. Zhu Xiuquan suddenly raised his hand, not to push the blade away, but to seize the wrist that held it. Her wrist was slender and cool as she struggled, but could not free herself. Last night, I couldn't sleep thinking. Zhu Xiuquan held her eyes, lowering his voice until it was a magnetic whisper. All I could picture was the way you wore that black velvet dress that night. I felt restless and went to the court to play basketball to vent. While fighting for a rebound, someone elbowed my collarbone. He continued, pausing as his thumb gently stroked the supple skin on the inside of her wrist. In that instant, he leaned into the old roguish habit. This Miss Jiang might indeed carve him up otherwise. If you don't believe me, tear it open. But know this, pointing a knife at me doesn't only make my collarbone hurt, it hurts my heart even more. Silence fell in the carriage like a shroud. Jiang Yao fixed her gaze on Zhu Zhenchuan's eyes. They were clear and ardent with no trace of deceit. Her chest heaved twice. Clang. The butterfly knife slipped from her fingers and fell onto the floor mat. The cold, fierce mask on her face fractured in an instant. She bit her vivid lips, with thin film of moisture gathered in the corner of her eyes. You idiot. She withdrew her hand, and with a fingertip as pale as scallion gently traced the edge of the bandage, careful, as if afraid of hurting him. The murderous tone from moments ago had vanished, replaced by coquettish reproach and unmistakable concern. Who told you to go play basketball in the middle of the night? I was missing you, Miss Jiang. Zhu Xiuquan played along, lips curved into an appealing smile. My temper flared, I had to find somewhere to let it out. Jiang Yao's ears flushed crimson. She clenched her teeth, then suddenly pressed both hands to his shoulders and swung herself astride his thigh. The kipao's hem slid fully aside with the movement, and 2 alabaster thighs pressed uncompromisingly against Zhu Zhenchuan's casual trousers. The silk slid over his clothing, the slippery coolness of the fabric mixed with the heat of her skin, sending a prickling thrill across his scalp. The position was ruinous. Jiang Yao threw her arms around his neck and buried her face deeply into the hollow of his throat. The once imperious queen of the underworld now resembled a wildcat starved for security, purring and clinging to her master. Brother Chuan, she murmured, her voice meltingly soft, warm breath nudging his ear. If you miss me next time, call me directly. No matter the hour, I will come. Don't go play basketball. Don't hurt yourself. Zhu Zhenchuan's hands fell naturally to her slender waist. Through the silk of the qipao, he could feel the taut muscles there. Understood. Next time I'll call you so you can help me vent. He lowered his voice, teasing with a hint of color. Jiang Yao shivered and hugged him tighter instead of scolding him. She lifted her head, and her gaze fell on the Patek Philippe on his left wrist. Its blue-gray dial threw a quiet light in the cabin. She smiled with satisfaction. As long as you obediently wear the watch I gave you, and keep your heart only for me. No dalliance, she murmured. Her fingers stroked his jawline, and her eyes returned to that pathological possessive dominance. Everything that belongs to the Jiang family, and I, Jiang Yao myself. This lifetime, I am yours. Zhu Zhenchuan's heart beat quickly, not from fear, but from the electric pull of the moment. He looked at the breathtaking face, so close before him, preparing to say something gentle to steady this young lad's emotions. His pocket vibrated. The phone screen lit up. Both Zhu Xiuquan and Jiang Yao's eyes dropped to the On the lock screen, a new WeChat message had arrived from De Ju Weizhong. The text read, Brother Chuan, I was so good today. Will you come to the hotel to reward me tonight? A photo was attached. Though the lock screen showed only a thumbnail, it clearly revealed a pair of crossed pale long legs and a partly exposed men's white shirt. The temperature in the carriage plunged from midsummer to midwinter. Jiang Yao froze where she sat astride his thigh. The tender mist in her eyes crystallized into sharp shards of ice in an instant. She slowly turned and stared hard at the glowing screen. De Zhu Weizhong. She read each syllable with emphasis, then dragged her fingers up along Zhu Zunchuan's jaw and lightly clamped his throat. Her voice was as quiet as a eulogy, but carried a skin-crawling, sickly possessiveness. Hotel. Reward. Brother Chuan, which hotel are you going to tonight? Who are you giving a reward to? Cold sweat soaked Zhu Zunchuan's back. This girl's grip was uncompromising. He cursed inwardly. Su Muqing, are you trying to assassinate your husband? Between life and death, his mind overclocked. He was not flustered. Instead, he sighed, his eyes filled with exhausted disdain and helplessness at the world. Without hesitating, he picked up the phone, unlocked it with his fingerprint, and held the screen up to Jiang Yao with an utterly frank gesture. I was just going to ask you. Your family is powerful in the capital. Could you help me take down this scam gang? Jiang Yao hesitated, her hand on his throat loosening half an inch as her brows rose. A scam gang. What else would it be but a pig-butchering scheme? Zhu Xuanchuan snorted without changing his face. My roommate Lin Yuan used my phone to sign up for some risque dating app last week. Ever since, all sorts of honey trap groups have been spamming my phone with staged photos, calling me brother, and promising hotel rewards. Look at that thumbnail. The pose is so fake the knees are gone, it makes me sick. Jiang Yao stared suspiciously at the screen and was about to tap the thumbnail with her red polished finger. He could not let her open it. If she saw Su Muqing's face, the monstrous lie would detonate in an instant. Zhu Xuanchuan grabbed Jiang Yao's wrist, covering her hand with his large one, and guided her finger to swipe left on the De Zhu Weizhong chat. Delete conversation. Block contact. The moves flowed like liquid, clean, decisive. Sorry Muqing, your brother was coerced. This kind of disgusting filth. One more look and it would soil your eyes, Zhu Xuanchuan said, tossing the phone onto the silk passenger seat. He re-wrapped his arms around Jiang Yao's slender waist and pulled her closer. He looked up and met her eyes with a deep gaze. My reward. Surely only you can give it. Jiang Yao's heart missed a beat. Seeing that the contact had vanished from the list, and reading the unhidden possessiveness in his eyes, the flare of jealousy in her chest was doused by a basin of honey. Her cold, elegant face flushed again, the pathological edge faded, leaving only a proud, petulant shyness. Good, you're sensible. Jiang Yao bit her lip, pinched his collarbone in petty punishment, then melted forward to lay limp against his. At the Kipeo's high slit, her long, white leg possessively curled around his waist. Tonight you come with me. I've already prepared the top-floor suite at the club. She breathed against his ear, perfume and heat, lacing her words with flirtatious peril. Since you were so obedient tonight, I will personally help you vent. Zhu Zunchuan's heart gave a violent jolt. Who could possibly withstand that? Inside the Rolls-Royce, the air conditioning blew cool and steady. Jiang Yao straddled Zhu Xuanchuan's lap, her winered silk cheongsam slipping fully open along the smooth curve of her thigh. Her arms looped around his neck, her chin rested on his shoulder, while warm breath feathered softly against his earlobe. The rose perfume hung thick and heady in the air, mingling with the subtle velvety warmth of her skin. I'll leave the door unlocked tonight, Jiang Yao murmured, soft, sultry, intoxicating, as her fingertips traced idle, teasing circles along the nape of his neck. If you dare stand me up, I'll have you bound and confined to the club, and you won't rise from that bed for 3 days. Who could possibly resist? Zhu Xuanchuan's palm settled instinctively at the small of her back. The silk was impossibly thin. He could feel the radiant heat of her waist beneath his fingers. Yet his mind raced faster than an F1 engine. The warmth beneath his hands did not cloud his judgment. He needed to exit the car immediately. Su Muqing had just been unilaterally deleted from his contacts. That girl's logic was disarmingly simple. If panic seized her, she might take to Weibo, searching for him outright. By tomorrow, the gates of Jingdu University would be trampled flat by paparazzi. HSS. Zhu Xuanchuan suddenly inhaled sharply, his brows knotting tight in apparent pain. Jiang Yao froze mid-motion, lifting her head instantly from his shoulder. Her eyes, moments ago languid with allure, now sharpened with alertness. What's wrong? Not the clavicle, he replied, clutching his abdomen with a perfectly calibrated grimace. It's my stomach. That lunch of braised pork ribs from the canteen was unmistakably undercooked. I'm churning like a tempest inside. He gently patted her thigh. Miss Jiang, if you keep pressing down like this, I may well meet my end right here, on your multi-million yuan custom silk seat. At once, Jiang Yao's expression shifted. Her possessive, almost obsessive impulse dissolved before concern for his well-being. She slid off his lap and resettled beside him, smoothing the disarrayed hem of her cheongsam with practiced grace, her gaze now unguarded, brimming with worry. Who told you to eat that canteen sludge? No need at all. A quick trip to the restroom will settle it. I'll have Day drive us straight to the private hospital. Not necessary. I've got a professional seminar this afternoon, Professor Fu Xing's class. Attendance is monitored with near-obsessive rigor. I must check in before it begins. He pushed open the car door, half his body already outside. Then sign in for me. Jiang Yao bit her lower lip, reluctant yet understanding. She knew better than to let him suffer an undignified collapse inside the vehicle. Leaning forward, heedless of the driver and bodyguard seated ahead, she pressed a swift, vivid kiss on Zhu Xuanchuan's cheek, a faint crimson imprint lingering behind. Remember, tonight you belong to me. As you command, my little princess. He closed the door and watched the Rolls-Royce glide smoothly down the tree-lined avenue, only then releasing a long, slow exhale. Turning, he strode briskly toward the College of Literature building, not toward his classroom, but directly into the dim, seldom-used fire escape stairwell tucked deep in the second-floor corner. The stairwell was shadowed, lit only by narrow shafts of light filtering through the ventilation grills. Zhu Xuanchuan leaned back against the dusty wall and pulled out his phone, swiftly typing a memorized phone number into WeChat search bar. The result appeared instantly: a cartoon orange cat wearing sunglasses, its nickname reading, De Zhu Wei Zhong, the orange cat is supreme. He tapped "Add friend" and entered 2 characters as verification: "It's me." Sent. Almost simultaneously, the system chimed, "You are now friends. Chat may begin." She'd clearly been holding her phone waiting. Before Zhu Xuanchuan could type a word, a voice call popped up. He swiped to answer and held the phone to his ear. Whoa. No accusations. No shouting. Only a heartbreakingly fragile sob, shaky, breathless, like a kitten robbed of its dried fish. "Brother Chuan." Su Muqing's voice was honeyed and tender, thick with nasal congestion. "Why did you delete me? Did I hurt you last night? Or did I say something wrong? Please don't abandon me." Hearing those words, humbled to dust, Zhu Xuanchuan's guilt flickered, brief and perfunctory. A national sweetheart with 20 million followers wept on the other end, like a child lost in the dark. "Don't imagine things," he whispered, lowering his voice to convey urgent sincerity and helpless exasperation. "Just now our academic advisor summoned several class officers, including me, to his office for a surprise inspection of study group chats on our phones. My phone lay exposed on the desk, unlocked." Her sobs paused mid-breath. He continued, weaving seamlessly, "Have you even looked at the image you sent? Shirt buttons undone to that degree, your thigh bare for half the frame. If Professor Gu saw it, and worse if it leaked online, what would become of your status as a top-tier idol?" I broke out in cold sweat, fumbling to retract it, but my hand slipped and I tapped delete instead. This narrative was flawless. It recast a heartless act as self-sacrificial protection, shielding her stardom at personal cost. Su Muqing gasped, her sorrow instantly transmuting into dread, then swelling rapidly into overwhelming gratitude. "So that's why? Brother Chuan, I'm so sorry. I misjudged you. You're too kind to me." She didn't scrutinize logic, not at all. Give her a single step downward, and she'd sprint up it, polishing each rung as she went. "Glad you see reason," Zhu Xuanchuan sighed, easing into gentle teasing. "Though honestly, was that photo really that over-edited?" "I didn't." She blurted out, voice leaping 8 octaves higher, fabric rustling audibly as she rolled across her bed. "I absolutely did not edit it. That's my real leg. No filters, nothing." "Is it? I don't believe you." Zhu Xuanchuan leaned against the wall, a sly, knowing smile curling his lip. "Then come measure it yourself tonight." The words tumbled out, then silence fell thick with sudden awareness. Her breathing turned shallow, rapid. Biting her lower lip, her voice softened again, sweet, clinging, intimate. "Brother Chuan, I miss you so much. My waist still aches from last night. I canceled 2 engagements. I'll wait for you at the hotel tonight. Will you come?" Just then a shriek of utter despair pierced the background. "Su Muqing, have you lost your mind? Tonight's charity gala is co-hosted by 3 major investors. You canceled it. With what excuse? My waist hurts too much to get out of bed." That was Song Jia, the assistant, her tone equal parts weary and incensed. "Song Jia, stop nagging. Out. Out." Su Muqing snapped, followed instantly by a sharp, resounding thud of a door slamming shut. Silence returned. "Don't mind her, Brother Chuan. She's in menopause." Her voice melted back into that syrupy, adoring lilt. "Oh, and next month I'm performing 3 consecutive concerts at Jingdu Stadium." "Oh, impressive. Sold out, I imagine." "Of course." Her tone bloomed with quiet pride. "But you won't need tickets. I've already instructed Song Jia to send physical VVIP tickets, center row best seats, to your dormitory. I used your dorm address. SF Express same-day delivery. They should arrive this afternoon." Zhu Xuanchuan's left eyelid twitched violently. Physical tickets. Mailed to dorm 621. How would he explain them if Shun Tianxi dropped by? Or worse, if Gu Qinghan conducted a room inspection and found them? Why send them to the dorm? He rubbed one temple. "So you can bring your roommates. Didn't you say your roommate's my biggest fan?" She spoke as if it were self-evident, then added, voice dropping to a low, suggestive chuckle, "And I've reserved the Tian suite at Toei Pavilion for tonight. We'll dine first, and then." What followed remained deliciously unsaid. Zhu Xuanchuan ended the call. The stairwell fell utterly still, only his own measured, heavy breath breaking the silence. He lifted his left wrist, glancing at the cold, gleaming Patek Philippe on his skin. Tonight, Jiang Yao would await him atop the private club adjacent to campus to vent her fire. Tonight, Su Muqing would wait at Siwei Pavilion in the city center for dinner, then leg measuring in the hotel. Before either, he'd need to deflect Shun Tianqi's midnight snack invitations and brace for any sudden ironclad orders from Guqing Han. He rubbed his face hard, feeling less like a university student and more like an undercover agent executing a high-stakes, multi-layered espionage operation. Every step balanced on a razor's edge, one misstep, and the entire precarious construct would detonate into catastrophic chaos. Straightening his collar, loosened by Jiang Yao's hands, he pushed open the fire door, preparing to return to his dorm and intercept the imminent explosive arrival of those VVIP tickets. Emerging from the College of Literature, he walked down the shaded path toward the dormitory complex, when from afar he spotted his roommate Lin Yuan bounding toward him like a startled firecracker, arms windmilling, face flushed crimson. "Brother Chuan, holy hell, something huge just happened." Lin Yuan skidded to a halt inches from Zhu Xuanchuan, hands braced on his knees, chest heaving, eyes wide as saucers. "Saw a ghost." Zhu Xuanchuan slapped his shoulder. "Worse than ghosts." Lin Yuan seized his arm, fingers trembling. "Remember that graduate student building next door? The one recently purchased?" "Yeah, what about it?" "The mistress has arrived." Lin Yuan swallowed hard, voice cracking with excitement. "A convoy of over a dozen Maybachs. They've completely blocked the south gate. And campus security didn't intervene. They stood at attention." So Lin Yuan yanked at Zhu Xuanchuan's sleeve. "You've got to see it. It's like something from the movies." "And the mistress herself? What about her?" A strange, unsettling jolt tightened Zhu Xuanchuan's chest. "She's insanely young and stunning. Looks exactly our age, yet carries this otherworldly aura." Lin Yuan's saliva flew as he raved. "If I ever landed a woman like that, I'd die happy." "Brother Chuan, do you think with my looks and charisma she might fall for me?" Glancing at Zhu Xuanchuan's unfairly handsome face, he sighed. "Okay, maybe I'm slightly less dazzling, but I'm still a rising star." Lin Yuan dragged Zhu Xuanchuan as they sprinted up to the 6th floor. Upon pushing open the door to dorm 621, Lin Yuan dashed straight to the balcony, half of his body leaning over the railing. "Chuan Gu, look, look." Zhu Xuanchuan strolled over leisurely. The campus at dusk was ablaze with red from the evening glow. The light fell on the freshly renovated graduate student dormitory across the way, its exterior illuminated by a stylish, warm-colored light strip. But what truly shocked was the convoy below. 6 pure black Rolls-Royce Phantoms were lined up end-to-end, completely blocking the tree-lined avenue leading from the south gate to the dormitory area. Guarding the center was a pure white custom long version Maybach Pullman. The car measured over 6.5 meters in length, gleaming white. The dozen or so security guards from the school's security department not only did not disperse the crowd, but instead stood neatly on the perimeter, raising a warning line. Surrounded by layers of students, hundreds of them raised their phones as if at a concert. "That car, I checked, it costs at least 20 million after options. You can't buy it with money, you need a special purchase quota." Lin Yuan swallowed hard, his eyes turning red. "What a scene! Did a prince from Dubai come to exchange with our school?" Zhu Xuanchuan remained silent. He pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, bit it, and bent down to light it. The commotion downstairs continued. The doors of the Phantoms opened in unison. A line of foreign female attendants and butlers in dark gray high-end uniforms streamed out. They wore white gloves and carried identical Hermes custom travel cases, like a production line moving into the building. "Hey, look at those cases." Lin Yuan pinched Zhu Xinchuan's arm. "Just taking one out would be enough for my living expenses for 4 years of college." "What does the lady of the house do? Did they strike oil at home?" Zhu Xinchuan replied, casually exhaling a puff of smoke. "Maybe she's a rich second generation. Buying a whole building and decorating it like this makes her a rich second generation." "Chuan Gu, do you have a misunderstanding about the rich second generation?" The car door remained closed. Dozens of bodyguards dressed in black suits, wearing earpieces, quickly dispersed, opening black long umbrellas. The black umbrellas fit together seamlessly, extending from the car door all the way to the entrance of the apartment, forming an impenetrable black corridor. The students gathered all stood on tiptoe, their necks stretched long, unable to see a single strand of hair. "Damn, it's so tightly covered. I still want to see which goddess it is." Lin Yuan pounded the railing, his face full of regret. Zhu Xinchuan, holding the cigarette, leaned on the balcony railing. The evening breeze blew, causing his t-shirt to cling to his body, outlining the subtle contours of his muscles. Suddenly, he felt a piercing gaze. It was an aggressive, penetrating gaze that cut through the crowd. His hand holding the cigarette froze as his eyes followed the feeling down. In the extremely narrow gap where the bodyguards' black umbrellas met, the window of the Maybach's back seat was rolled down halfway. Due to the angle, those below could not see inside. But standing on the sixth-floor balcony, Zhu Xinchuan could just see through that angle, catching a glimpse of the interior of the car. Inside the dimly lit car, only the lower half of a face and a long swan-like neck were visible. The woman slightly tilted her head back, her chin curving exquisitely, her full red lips carrying a hint of nonchalance. She did not look ahead or around, her gaze precisely locking onto Zhu Xinchuan on the sixth-floor balcony. Then a hand reached out from the half-open car window. The hand was dazzlingly white with a wrist as snowy as jade, adorned with a pair of translucent black lace gloves. The lace pattern clung to her delicate skin, exuding a sense of alluring restraint that left one parched. She gently waved twice in the direction of the sixth floor. Very slowly, very gracefully, like a queen surveying her territory, having spotted her beloved prey. Zhu Xinchuan's throat bobbed. Ash fell on the back of his hand, burning him slightly, snapping him back to reality. The black umbrellas quickly folded, and the car window rose. That figure vanished entirely within the black corridor. She went in. She went in. Lin Yuan shouted beside him. Chuan Gu, did you see that hand? That glove? Amazing. This rich lady must be an extraordinary beauty. Did she just wave at us? Was she looking at me? Zhu Xinchuan dismissed it. You're thinking too much. She's probably swatting flies. His phone vibrated in his pocket. He pulled it out. A new message popped up on WeChat. Sender, Sweetheart Strawberry. Chuan Gu, you look even more handsome smoking on the balcony than in the videos. The message ended with a strawberry emoji. Zhu Xinchuan glanced at the screen, a corner of his mouth twitching. He typed back, quite a scene here. Didn't you say her family was into small business? A quick reply came. Yeah, just a bit of a construction business. They just casually bought this building. The renovation was a bit rushed. It's barely livable. Barely livable. An 8,000 yuan Italian bathtub, an aerial garden, a temperature-controlled swimming pool. That's what they call barely livable. What doesn't Chuan Gu like it? Sweetheart Strawberry sent another message. I like it, but it's a bit expensive. My money is your money. Once I get settled in, take a shower, I'll come over to find you. Remember to leave the door open for me. I want to try your sing. Zhu Xinchuan immediately envisioned that pair of hands wearing black lace gloves. If those hands were pressed against his rickety wooden bed, that scene. He quickly dismissed the thought. Don't come. It's inconvenient in the boys' dormitory. Zhu Xinchuan firmly refused. What a joke. Su Muching was still waiting for him at the hotel, and Zhang Yao was still at the club. If she dropped by again, the earth would explode tonight. Inconvenient. It was quite convenient when Su Muching came over last night. The moment that message popped up, Zhu Xinchuan's back bristled with sweat. She knows that Su Muching was here last night. What on earth is this woman? A system of heavenly eyes. Before Zhu Xinchuan could think of how to respond, another message arrived. Be good, wait for me. I brought you a gift. Zhu Xinchuan shoved the phone back into his pocket. He rubbed his temples, feeling that the evening's air was not only noisy, but also somewhat deadly. He couldn't stay on the balcony anymore. He had to hurry back inside to think of a strategy. At the very least, he needed to keep Lin Yuan, this big mouth, occupied to prevent any inappropriate incidents from happening that night. Old Lin, aren't you going to stay overnight at the internet cafe tonight? Zhu Xinchuan turned and walked back into the dormitory. Not going. With this level of wealthy lady living next door, what game should I play? I want to guard the balcony. Maybe I can mix in and get familiar. Lin Yuan held onto the railing tightly, not letting go. You can keep watch. Let's see if the bodyguards will treat you like a pervert and snipe you with a telescope. Zhu Xinchuan stepped through the sliding door of the balcony and entered the dormitory. The lights were off in the dorm, and the dusk's afterglow slanted in through the window, casting long shadows of the items in the room. Zhu Xinchuan walked to his desk, preparing to grab his water cup. Then his footsteps abruptly halted. There was someone sitting in the chair in front of his desk. With long hair cascading down, wearing a white t-shirt paired with a floral skirt. Facing away from the balcony light, her expression was not visible, but he was too familiar with that silhouette. Shen Tianqi. She must have come in at some point, quietly sitting in his chair. In front of her on the desk lay a delivery envelope from SF Express. The seal had already been torn open. In Shun Tianxi's hand were 3 exquisitely designed hard cards with dark golden borders. They were concert tickets. The top ticket had several very conspicuous large characters printed on it: Su Muching National Tour Concert, Kyoto Station. A line of small print below read VVIP exclusive seating area, row 1, seats 1, 2, and 3. Zhu Xinchuan's breath instantly caught. That scamming fool Su Muching. It's also my fault. Why didn't I check the desk as soon as I walked in? Tian. Zhu Xinchuan opened his mouth, his voice dry. Shen Tianqi did not turn around. She pinched the tickets between her 2 fingers, examining them closely in the remaining light from the window. Chuan Gu. Her voice was soft, sweet, yet laced with a hint of chilling silence. I remember you once said you hated chasing stars the most. Shen Tianqi slowly turned her chair to face him. Against the light, her pure and sweet face bore. Her eyes, usually crescent-shaped, now resembled 2 bottomless wells. She lifted her hand and shook the tickets in the air. Su Muching. Top idol. National first love. Shun Tianxi's gaze shifted from the tickets to Zhu Xinchuan's face, her voice becoming softer, as if reciting a poem. This morning the whole internet was buzzing about her being in a relationship. It was trending first. She stood up and walked step by step to stand in front of Zhu Xinchuan. The hem of her floral skirt brushed against his knees. She tilted her face up, her eyes were misty but held a sharpness like a needle. Who do you think is so lucky to be dating a beauty like Su Muching? Shun Tianxi's index finger pressed against Zhu Xinchuan's chest, slowly tracing down, gliding over his Adam's apple, stopping at the spot covered by a band-aid. Chuangu was your hotel. Comfortable last night. Zhu Xinchuan looked into her eyes, his mind racing. At this point, any explanation of "it was my roommates" would no longer work. He took a deep breath and grasped Shun Tianxi's hand resting on his collarbone. Tian, let me explain. Shin Tianxi did not pull away, instead she leaned into his embrace, her cheek pressed against his chest. Her voice remained sweet, yet carried a sickeningly intense feeling. I'm listening. But if you lie to me. Her hand slid down from his chest to wrap around his waist, pressing lightly on the soft flesh at his side through the fabric. I have a gun. She whispered near his ear. I'll steal it out then. Bang. Zhu Xinchuan's cold sweat instantly poured out. Shun Tianxi's fingers pinched the soft flesh at Zhu Xinchuan's waist, gradually tightening. There was no hint of laughter in her crescent-shaped eyes, only an unfathomable cold light. I will steal it out, and then... Bang. Zhu Xinchuan's back was instantly covered in a layer of cold sweat. This girl who usually smiled sweetly was now utterly crazy. Playing mind games with the daughters of the Tianmin military district could easily lead to a concussion. Yet his mind raced faster than a sports car engine. The 3 VVIP tickets sent by Su Muching had become the biggest ticking time bomb. At this moment, any stutter or hesitation would be keenly detected by Shin Tianxi. Zhu Xinchuan quickly grasped Shun Tianxi's hand resting on his collarbone and pulled her into his arms. Shun Tianxi let out a soft gasp, her entire body falling into his embrace. He instinctively wrapped his arms around her waist, pressing her tightly against his chest. Tian, your imagination is too vivid. It would be a pity not to become a screenwriter. Zhu Xinchuan sighed, his tone carrying 3 parts helplessness and 7 parts indulgence. A head peeked out from the balcony door. Lin Yuan had initially wanted to admire the rich lattice Maybach next door, but when he heard the unusual commotion in the dormitory and turned to look, he froze in place. Zhu Xinchuan shot Lin Yuan an extremely fierce glare. Old Lin, Zhu Xinchuan raised his voice by 8 degrees. Why did you casually throw the ticket your cousin sent you onto my desk? Lin Yuan was stunned for half a second. I already told you, even though your cousin's family is the organizer and can get VVIP tickets to Su Muching's concert, this ticket is too valuable. Zhu Xinchuan continued, his expression unchanged. I originally wanted to borrow flowers to present to the Buddha to surprise Tian tonight by taking her to see it. But she found it out ahead of time, and now the surprise is ruined. At that moment, Lin Yuan's mind evolved from that of a primitive man to a modern person. Brother Chuan was going through a tribulation. He was stuffing a detonator into his own hands. Ouch. It's my fault. Lin Yuan slapped his thigh, instantly turning on the acting skills, rushing in with a heartbroken expression. My cousin just sent it over from the same city. I was just in a hurry to see the rich lady next door, so I casually put it on your desk. Lin Yuan clasped his hands together towards Shun Tianxi's sister-in-law. You must not misunderstand. This ticket is absolutely clean. Brother Chuan begged me all day yesterday to take you to the concert. He almost recognized me as his father. Shun Tianxi's suspicious gaze darted back and forth between Lin Yuan and Zhu Xinchuan. Lin Yuan, quick-witted, immediately walked to the dormitory door. Just then the other 2 roommates returned from ball practice, pushing the door to enter. What are you doing coming in? You're stinking of sweat and bothering my sister-in-law. Lin Yuan pushed them out the door and quickly closed it. Go. Let's go to the internet cafe, my treat. Tonight the dormitory is reserved for Brother Chuan. No one is allowed to come back. With a click, the door was locked from the outside. Footsteps quickly faded away and the corridor returned to silence. The dormitory became completely quiet. The twilight light filtered through the curtain seams, stretching the shadows of the 2. Shin Tianxi did not break free from Zhu Xinchuan's embrace. Her body relaxed, leaning against him, yet her watery eyes still fixed on him unwaveringly. Lin Yuan's cousin. She looked up, her expression extremely innocent, her tone as soft as cotton candy. So Brother Chuan was also discussing matters with this organizer's cousin at the hotel the other night. Is the girl in the trending photo from yesterday morning wearing your shirt and showing off her long legs? Her legs must look very beautiful. This move was too lethal. The girl's intuition was frighteningly accurate. Zhu Xinchuan couldn't guarantee that Shun Tianxi didn't know anything. Faced with such a trap, explaining would only be seen as a cover-up, and covering up would become the truth. He absolutely couldn't follow her logic to prove himself innocent. Zhu Xinchuan simply refused to respond. He suddenly bent down, his hands slipping under Shun Tianxi's legs and back, lifting her up in a horizontal embrace. "Aunt!" Shen Tianxi exclaimed, her feet leaving the ground. The hem of her floral dress slid up, revealing a large portion of her fair and well-proportioned legs. Instinctively, she wrapped her arms around Zhu Xinchuan's neck, interrupting her originally strong probing. Zhu Xinchuan held her and walked directly to his single bed, tossing her onto it. The bed creaked heavily. Before Shen Tianxi could sit up, Zhu Xinchuan had already leaned over her. His masculine body radiated a strong sense of pressure, firmly trapping her between his arms. His face was less than 10 centimeters from hers, his breathing heavy, his gaze deep, as if he wanted to devour her. "Shen Tianxi." Zhu Xinchuan's voice was low, carrying an undeniable dominance. "Your jealousy isn't even enough to dip in the dumplings from the second canteen. Am I usually too gentle with you, allowing you the leisure to think such nonsense?" Shen Tianxi was stared down by such an aggressive gaze, her heart skipped a beat. The slightest bit of pride ingrained in her as a military district daughter instantly crumbled in the face of absolute male hormones and unreasonable dominance. Deep down, she was actually a top-tier romantic, most susceptible to this. "I don't." She turned her head, not daring to look into his eyes, her cheeks turning red at a visible speed. "I was just asking, why are you being so fierce?" "I'm not being fierce with you." Zhu Xinchuan held her chin, turning her face to force her to meet his gaze. "They'll say it only once, listen carefully." Zhu Xinchuan stared into her eyes, enunciating each word. "You are my Zhu Xinchuan's woman. Can't you feel where you stand in my heart?" He leaned down, his nose nearly touching hers. "Those trending topics, those tickets, that shirt, I don't care at all. I only care that you are lying on my bed right now." Zhu Xinchuan's voice had grown hoarse. "You aren't allowed to go anywhere tonight, just stay here with me. If you keep thinking wildly, it'll take action to leave you with no energy to think about anything else." These words struck right at Shun Tianxi's vulnerabilities. As long as Zhu Xinchuan lowered his posture and declared his claim with the strongest attitude, her defenses crumbled instantly without a trace. "Brother Chuan." Shun Tianxi's eyes turned red again. This time she was embarrassed, but also moved. With flushed cheeks, she closed her eyes, her hands obediently wrapping around Zhu Xinchuan's neck, her voice soft like spring water. "Okay. Tian will listen to Brother Chuan. As long as you have me in your heart, I am willing to do anything." She slightly puffed out her chest, actively accommodating his pressure. Zhu Xinchuan leaned down and kissed her lips. They were very soft, carrying a hint of strawberry sweetness. Shun Tianxi clumsily responded, her hands tightening around the back of his neck, her nails gently scratching his skin. Her breathing quickly became rapid, tiny whimpers escaping her throat. In the narrow boys' dormitory, the air seemed to ignite. Zhu Xinchuan's palm slid down from her cheek, following the graceful swan neck, gliding over her collarbone. That small mole appeared particularly alluring in the twilight light. His hand continued downward, covering her delicate waist. The fabric of her floral dress was extremely thin. He could even feel the heat of her skin. The curve of her waist was full and firm, with an excellent tactile sensation. His fingers lightly flicked, slipping into the edge of her skirt. Shun Tianxi trembled all over her legs, instinctively tangling together. "Brother Chuan, don't do it here." She closed her eyes, her eyelashes trembling violently, her voice carrying a slight sob and extreme temptation. "The dormitory isn't soundproof. Someone will hear. And it's my first time. Did you not just say you were willing to do anything?" Zhu Xinchuan bit her earlobe, chuckling softly. "You're so bad." Shun Tianxi whimpered, yet she didn't push his hand away. Instead, she buried her face deeper into his neck, allowing him to do as he pleased. The atmosphere of extreme tension reached its peak at that moment. Zhu Xinchuan's rationality was being eroded by madness. Jiang Yao's club, Su Muqing's hotel, Gu Qinghan's warning, all were thrown out of his mind. At this moment, he only wanted to completely conquer this sweet, yet dangerous girl in his arms on the narrow single bed. Just as Zhu Xinchuan was about to make his next move, his fingers had already found the hidden zipper on the side of Shun Tianxi's skirt. Click! Suddenly the sound of a key entering the lock came from outside. Following that, the dormitory door was pushed open with a bang. "Zhu Xinchuan, are you in there? Why are you locking the door?" Aunt Zhang, the dorm manager, shouted loudly, shattering the seductive atmosphere in the dormitory. Zhu Xinchuan reacted extremely quickly. He almost instinctively grabbed the thin blanket beside him and threw it over Shun Tianxi, covering her up tightly. At the same time, he quickly turned to sit up, facing away from the door, using his broad back to block the situation on the bed. Aunt Zhang stood at the door holding that shiny spare key. But what made Zhu Xinchuan's scalp tingle was not Aunt Zhang. It was the group of people standing behind her. Dean Li from the literature department was dressed sharply, sweating profusely, rubbing his hands. Several directors from the academic affairs office stood in 2 rows in the corridor, each with a solemn expression. The wooden door of the dormitory was suddenly pushed open by Aunt Zhang, the old hinges creaking in protest. Zhu Sunchuan sat on the edge of the single bed, his broad back firmly blocking the bulging quilt behind him. His breathing remained steady and a hint of impatience flickered across his face, as if disturbed from an afternoon. But inside the quilt, his right hand pressed against the corner, fingers gently pinching at Shun Tianzai's soft waist as he lowered his head and quickly said in a voice only the two could hear, "Don't move and definitely don't make a sound. The reputation of a girl is paramount. Even if the sky falls today, I'll take it for you. You just hide well." Inside the quilt, it was pitch black. Shun Tian, she originally frozen in fear, immediately relaxed her body upon hearing these words. She bit down hard on her lower lip, her eyes warm with unshed tears, her small hands tightly gripping the hem of Zhu Sunchuan's t-shirt beneath the quilt. At this moment, she felt no fear of being reprimanded, only a deep appreciation that he isn't afraid of even the school leaders for my sake. In her eyes, Zhu Sunchuan instantly became a revered figure of devotion. The people outside had no time to notice Zhu Sunchuan's single bed. Aunt Zhang stepped back with the keys while Dean Li of the School of Literature squeezed into the narrow boys' dormitory, rubbing his hands and sweating profusely. Behind him, several directors from the Academic Affairs Office formed two lines in the corridor, all wearing solemn expressions, not daring to breathe. "You must be Zhu Sunchuan, right?" Dean Li pulled out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his forehead, his tone excessively polite. Zhu Sunchuan did not rise, still sitting steadily on the bed's edge, pressing down the quilt. "That's me. Is the dean looking for me for something?" Before Dean Li could speak, rhythmic sounds of high heels echoed down the corridor. Tap, tap, tap. The crowd automatically parted. Even Lin Yuan, who had been pushed out at the end of the corridor, held his breath, his eyes wide. A woman walked in. Her haute couture white dress was tailored to fit her figure perfectly, with a slender waist leading down to astonishing curves. Her long hair was styled into soft waves casually draped over her shoulders. Her face was lightly made up, her full lips and eyes exuded a nonchalance that suggested familiarity with the elite. Her hands, adorned with black semi-transparent lace gloves, rested gracefully in front of her. The lace pattern clung to her delicate skin, radiating an intensely alluring contrast. She stopped right in front of Zhu Sunchuan, the air in the dormitory instantly filled with a faint scent of high-end perfume. Dean Li bent slightly, his smile deepening the wrinkles on his face. "Miss Xia, this is the Zhu Sunchuan you were looking for." Miss Xia Wanning did not even glance at Dean Li. Her gaze passed over Zhu Sunchuan's shoulder, pausing for half a second on the bulging quilt behind him. A hint of amusement flashed in her eyes. Then she raised her hand and slowly removed the black lace glove from her right hand. The movement was exceedingly graceful, revealing her flawless pale hand and long fingers. She handed the glove to the female steward behind her, extending her jade-like hand, a charming smile gracing her lips. "Nice to meet you, Brother Chuan. I am Sweetheart Strawberry. My real name is Xia Wanning. You are even more handsome than in the photos." Her melodious voice echoed in the dormitory. Xia Wanning did not care how many eyes were on her. She took a step forward, leaning and unabashedly wrapping her arm around Zhu Sunchuan's. The fabric of her French white dress was extremely thin, and the curve of her ample chest naturally pressed against Zhu Sunchuan's arm. Warm, soft, and irresistibly elastic. "I moved over so far, and on the first day you just leave me standing in this cramped and shabby dormitory." Xia Wanning tilted her head slightly, her watery eyes fixed on him, her tone carrying a playful reproach. "Come, let's go for a walk." Inside the quilt, Shin Tian, she heard this voice and tightened her grip on Zhu Sunchuan's shirt even more. She could sense the woman's assertiveness. Zhu Sunchuan's mind quickly assessed the situation. As long as he remained here, these people would not leave, and Shin Tian, she could be exposed at any moment. Going with Xia Wan-ing was the only solution. He patted Shin Tianzai's hand gently under the quilt, offering reassurance with a couple of squeezes. Then he stood up, allowing Xia Wan-ing to link her arm with his. "All right, since Miss Xia is here, how can I, as the host, not accompany you?" Zhu Sunchuan spoke lightly, his face showing no trace of panic from being caught. Dean Li let out a sigh of relief and immediately turned around, waving his hand disperse. "Move aside, don't block Miss Xia's way." A group of school leaders came quickly and left just as swiftly, retreating to the sides of the corridor. No one dared to glance at that single bed again. Zhu Sunchuan walked out of the dormitory door linked with Xia Wanning. Just before exiting, he caught a glimpse of Aunt Zhang still standing by the door. With a calm expression, he discreetly pulled out an unopened pack of cigarettes from his pocket and slipped it into Aunt Zhang's apron pocket, winking at her. The footsteps in the corridor quickly faded away. The dormitory fell silent once more. Aunt Zhang was left behind, feeling in her pocket for the cigarettes and glancing at the bulging quilt on the bed. Within the quilt, Shin Tian, she was drenched in sweat, finally unable to resist pulling back the corner of the quilt to peek out. Her small face was flushed, hair disheveled, resembling a frightened quail, as she looked at Aunt Zhang, preparing to stammer an explanation. Aunt Zhang not only did not take a disciplinary note, but instead smiled and waved her hand. "Oh, Anne understands. You young beauties and handsome boys in love, you just love a bit of thrill. This kid Zhu is quite responsible. Just now he firmly protected you. Aunt Zhang said as she retreated. Beauty should have some privileges in love. Hurry up and tidy up to go back. Don't let anyone see. He'll close the door for you. With a click the door closed. Shin Tian, she sat on the bed, her eyes already red again. She covered her burning cheeks with both hands, but her lips couldn't help but rise uncontrollably. Even the dorm manager was appeased by him. He remained calm and unflustered to protect her, even going as far as to interact with that seemingly difficult young lady. Brother Chuan is so handsome. Shin Tian, she fell onto her pillow, clutching Zhu Sun Chuan's thin quilt, inhaling the lingering scent of hormones, her mind filled with pink bubbles. On the other side at the south gate, Zhu Sun Chuan followed Xia Waning into the luxurious custom-made Maybach Pullman. As the door closed, the noise from outside was instantly muted. The interior of the car was extremely spacious, with a starry sky ceiling emitting a soft glow. The air was filled with the scent of top-grade white tea, subtle, yet incredibly enticing. The privacy partition between the front and back seats slowly rose, completely isolating the driving area. The cabin transformed into an absolutely private space belonging solely to the two of them. As soon as she settled in, Xia Waning kicked off her high heels. She wasn't wearing traditional flesh-colored or black stockings, but rather a pair of sheer white stockings that exuded a pure sensuality. The edges of the stockings were adorned with delicate lace, snugly sitting just above her calves, highlighting her legs as slender, straight, and dazzlingly white. Rather than sitting in her designated spot, she leaned her body against Zhu Sun Chuan like a supple beauty, snake directly nestling into his embrace. The scent of white tea mixed with her warm body filled Zhu Sun Chuan's senses. Brother Chuan, Xia Waning tilted her face upwards, her red lips slightly parted, her alluring eyes shimmering with a dangerous light. Which little wild cat was hidden in the quilt just now? Zhu Sun Chuan's heart skipped a beat. Indeed, he couldn't hide anything from a woman of her caliber. Yet he remained unfazed, casually wrapping his arm around Xia Wanying's slender waist. Her skin felt smooth and soft to the touch. What wild cat? Zhu Sun Chuan smirked, his expression relaxed. That was just my newly purchased silicone pillow from online shopping. I was worried about sleeping alone on a single bed, afraid of feeling lonely. Silicone pillow. Xia Waning was momentarily taken aback. Yes, but since you've moved in next door, I'll just toss the pillow when I get back. If I feel lonely in the future, I'll just come over to find you. Zhu Sun Chuan's fingers lightly brushed against her waist. Xia Waning let out a giggle, her laughter causing her floral white dress to ripple at her chest. Men's words are deceitful. Your ability to spin tall tales is just as charming as when you chat online. She extended her delicate finger, gently tapping Zhu Sun Chuan's nose, clearly not believing him, but too lazy to call him out. For a woman at the top of the pyramid, a man's past doesn't matter. What mattered most was that this man was currently in whose car. The Maybach smoothly drove out of the campus tree-lined path. The warm yellow ambient lights in the cabin cast a tempting sheen over Xia Wanying's snow-white skin. She shifted slightly, lifting her long legs wrapped in white stockings without reservation, directly draping them over Zhu Sun Chuan's thigh. The hem of her French white dress slid down with gravity, revealing her plump thighs and the thrilling edge of her territory. The sensation of the white stockings was incredibly delicate. Her toes curled slightly beneath the fabric of the stockings. Xia Wanying's body pressed almost entirely against Zhu Sun Chuan, her red lips drawing close to his ear, exhaling softly. Brother Chuan, I'm hungry. Her voice was drawn out and soft, carrying a magnetism that made one's bones feel weak. I want to eat dinner with you. The Maybach Pullman ascended along the winding mountain road. Inside the cabin, the scent of premium white tea wafted through the air. Xia Wanqing leaned against Zhu Xinchuan, her long legs casually draped over his knees. Her calves, encased in white stockings, exhibited astonishing elasticity and a delicate texture, with a circle of exquisite lace trim tightly gripping her fair skin. She slightly tilted her body, causing the neckline of her French white dress to sag. What do you want to eat? Zhu Xinchuan's palm supported her lower back, his fingers gently trailing down her spine through the thin. Xia Wanqing shivered slightly, a layer of dreamy moisture glistening in her eyes. She tilted her face up, her red lips parting slightly as she exhaled a warm breath. As long as you're with me, I can eat anything. Just looking at you is enough to satisfy me. The car came to a smooth halt. This was a top-tier private estate halfway up the mountain in Kyoto. The Cloud Summit Restaurant. There was no sign no walk-in customers were accepted, and an extremely strict membership recommendation system was enforced where only those with assets exceeding 1 billion had the qualification to enter. The car door was opened by a foreign bodyguard. Zhu Xinchuan exited first, then turned back. Xia Wanqing naturally extended her hand, adorned with black lace gloves, resting it in his palm as she elegantly stepped out of the car. At the entrance of the estate, 2 rows of waiters in tailcoats stood upright. At the front stood a plump, middle-aged man, the owner of this top restaurant. At this moment, the owner, who was accustomed to seeing Kyoto's elite, was slightly bent over holding a finely crafted pure gold wash basin with both hands. Floating in the basin were several fresh rose petals and sliced lime. "Miss Ya, you have arrived. Everything has been prepared as per your instructions." The owner lowered his posture to its lowest, a flattering smile plastered on his face with beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Xiao Wanqing didn't even spare him a glance. She removed her black lace gloves and casually handed them to the female housekeeper behind her, then plunged her hands into the pure gold basin to wash. The housekeeper immediately offered a warm silk towel. Throughout the entire process, she remained silent, exuding an absolute coldness that came from being steeped in the pinnacle of the social hierarchy since childhood. "Brother Chuan, wash your hands." She turned to Zhu Xinchuan, her previous aloofness instantly vanishing, her eyes filled with a spring-like tenderness. Zhu Xinchuan smiled, mimicking her to wash his hands. The spectacle was indeed grand. Any ordinary person standing here would feel weak-kneed just from the sight of the owner bowing so deeply. The two, guided by the owner himself, walked into the panoramic glass private room on the top floor of the restaurant. Beneath them lay the dazzling night view of Kyoto, a sea of lights stretching as far as the eye could see. On the elongated French dining table, custom-scented candles flickered, casting dancing shadows. Once seated, the owner respectfully presented the gilded menu with both hands. "Miss Xia, tonight's menu." "No need to look." Xiao Wanqing leaned back against the chair, her long white silk legs elegantly crossed. "Just bring out the bluefin tuna belly you airlifted, the thickest piece you have. White truffles, shaved by weight, paired with your signature A5 grade Kobe beef. As for the wine, fetch that bottle of Romanicani stored at the back of your cellar." The owner nodded repeatedly. All right, I will prepare it for you right away." Zhu Xinchuan sat opposite her, quietly calculating the bill in his mind. Just these few dishes and that bottle of wine were worth 10 years of an ordinary worker's salary. Within 10 minutes, the dishes were served in succession. During this time, several business moguls dining in other private rooms heard that Miss Xia had arrived and came over with their wine glasses to toast. "Miss Xia, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Wang from Tianhe Building Materials." A Mediterranean man in a suit bent slightly to raise his glass. "Just put that down. Tonight, I only want to see important people." Xiao Wanqing did not even lift her glass, her gaze fixed on the window, her tone icy. The Mediterranean man, far from being offended, put down his glass, as if granted amnesty, complimented her a couple of times, and retreated with his tail between his legs. As he left, he furtively cast a reverent glance at Zhu Xinchuan, secretly speculating about the background of the young man who could have Miss Xia accompany him. The door to the private room closed again. All outsiders exited. The moment the door shut, the high and mighty queenly aura around Xiao Wanqing instantly collapsed. She stood up directly from her chair, walked over to Zhu Xinchuan's side, pulled out a chair, and forcefully squeezed into his embrace. "Those old men are so annoying, disturbing our meal." Xiao Wanqing pouted in complaint. As she leaned forward, Zhu Xinchuan's gaze naturally crossed the deep valley between them, catching a glimpse of the full curvature within. Xiao Wanqing picked up the knife and fork, beginning to cut into the top-grade Kobe beef on her plate. She usually never did such service work, her movements somewhat awkward, the clinking of the cutlery against the porcelain plate producing faint sounds. After considerable effort, she managed to cut a piece of beef of suitable size, speared it with her fork, and carefully brought it to Zhu Xinchuan's mouth. "Brother Chuan, open your mouth." She tilted her face up, her enticing eyes filled with anticipation, like a little girl eagerly waiting for her parents to reward her for a perfect score. This contrast was overwhelming. Zhu Xinchuan took a bite of the beef, the texture melting in his mouth, the juices bursting forth. But he didn't focus on the meat. Instead, he stared into her eyes. "Why are you suddenly being so nice to me?" Zhu Xinchuan chewed, his tone laced with mockery. "Because you deserve it." Xiao Wanqing's fingers restlessly traced circles on his chest. "And I missed you. I knew you were preparing for the college entrance examination, so I didn't disturb you, just waiting for you." As she said this, she bit her lip, a hint of grievance in her tone. A bit of black pepper sauce accidentally smeared the corner of Xiao Wanqing's mouth. Zhu Xinchuan pulled out a napkin, gently helping her wipe it away. His fingers intentionally or unintentionally brushed against her soft red lips, lingering for a second on her lower lip, gently pressing down. "So obedient, you're even more well-behaved than when we chat online," Zhu Xinchuan praised. Such a simple compliment instantly flushed Xiao Wanqing's face to her ears. Her eyes sparkled with joy as she wrapped her arms around Zhu Xinchuan's neck, planting a heavy kiss on his chin. "As long as Brother Chuan likes it. In the future, he'll cut it for you every day." She leaned close to his ear, her voice soft and alluring. "By the way, were you dissatisfied with the environment back in the dormitory?" "Well, it's all right, the boys' dorms are like that. But wasn't it a bit excessive for you to buy that building?" Zhu Xinchuan's palm covered her leg, wrapped in white silk, gently squeezing the lace trim. "Actually, I hadn't planned on buying that building." Xiao Wanqing allowed his caresses, her body soft like water, her tone extremely casual. My dad initially wanted to donate a national-level laboratory to Kyoto University. I found it troublesome, so I directly bought a bit of shares in the school and became a board member. Conveniently, I had them allocate that vacant dormitory building to me. This way I can see you anytime. Just a casual purchase of a few shares, and she became a board member. Zhu Xinchuan's hand froze. He knew Xia Wanqing was wealthy, but buying shares in the highest institution of learning in China was not merely a matter of wealth, it represented an incredibly terrifying network of power. Miss Xia, this small business of yours is quite substantial, Zhu Xinchuan chuckled. In the future, no one at Kyoto University will dare to touch you. Anyone who dares to make you uncomfortable, I'll have them pack their things and leave. Xia Wanqing raised her chin, her tone domineering, then softened, resting her chin on his shoulder, rubbing against him. Including your advisor named Gu Qinghan, and that specially appointed professor surnamed Fu. I don't like the way they look at you. Zhu Xinchuan felt a tightness in his heart. This woman's radar was sharper than a military-grade detector. The atmosphere was thick with intimacy, the candlelight casting a warm glow. Xia Wanqing's breathing grew more rapid, her hand sliding down the edge of Zhu Xinchuan's belt. Brother Chuan, are you full? If you're full, let's eat something else. Her voice trembled, her gaze dreamy, her long white legs tightly entwining his waist. Just at that critical moment. Buzz. Zhu Xinchuan's phone vibrated in his pocket. It was probably Jiang Yao urging him. He checked the time. It was already 7:30 in the evening. Less than half an hour remained until the time agreed upon with Jiang Yao at the top of the club. If he didn't go with Jiang family's young lattice delicate temperament, she might very well bring a few cars of people to flatten this mountaintop restaurant. Zhu Xinchuan's rationality instantly returned. He discreetly pressed down on Xia Wanqing's mischievous hand and leaned in to peck her lips. I'll go to the restroom, and then we can eat slowly. He patted her waist. Xia Wanqing let out a slight hum of dissatisfaction, but obediently released her hand, adjusting her slightly disheveled neckline. Then hurry back, I'll be waiting for you. Zhu Xinchuan stood up, pushed open the heavy wooden door of the private room, and quickly walked toward the restroom at the end of the corridor. Inside the stall, he immediately took out his phone. A WeChat message from Jiang Yao popped up on the screen. There were no words, just a photo. In the dim light, on the bright red velvet bed, a long and well-proportioned leg was visible. The photo was not fully revealed, only capturing from above the knee to the thigh. The hem of the black high-slit qipao was casually thrown aside, creating a striking visual contrast between her snow-white skin and the black fabric. Cold water from the restroom faucet sluiced over his fingers. Zhu Xinchuan stared at himself in the mirror, his mind filled with Jiang Yao's provocative photo of a black high-slit cheongsam and a bare leg. Less than 10 minutes, and you're done. Coming from that frail, butterfly-neferring, sickly young lady, it was no flirtation at all. It was a death knell. He pulled a paper towel and methodically dried his hands, composed his expression, then pushed open the door and strode back toward the panoramic glass private room. He slid back into his chair. Zhu Xinchuan did not reach for his cutlery. Instead, he leaned against the backrest, let out a faint sigh, and allowed his brow to knot. Across from him, Xia Wanqing immediately halted mid-slice of the Kobe beef. She tossed the silver knife and fork onto the porcelain plate, the metal clinking crisply. The air of casual indifference that had cloaked the wealthy heiress moments before evaporated, her eyes tightened with sudden anxiety. She rose at once, the long legs sheathed in white stockings, striding over to press against Zhu Xinchuan's side. What's wrong? Xia Wanqing straddled his lap, without hesitation, the hem of her French-style white dress riding up as the lace stocking edge brushed his casual trousers. She cupped his face with both hands, worry radiating from her eyes. Is the food not to your taste? Or did those old men just now upset you? They'll have them shut this place down immediately. Zhu Xinchuan felt his heart stutter. This was the way of a top-tier wealthy woman, no questions asked, smash the stall first. He took her soft, boneless little hand in his and covered her warm palm with his own, his thumb gently tracing the tender skin along the back of her hand. It's not about the food. This restaurant is fine. Zhu Xinchuan sighed, meeting the moist depths of her eyes. My counselor Gu Qinghan just sent me a death sentence. Xia Wanqing blinked in surprise. Gu Qinghan. That old miss from the Gu family who never married. Zhu Xinchuan was taken aback. You actually know my counselor? Not really know her. Only heard of her. They say the Gu family is a scholarly household. Her grandfather is such a high official, and yet a scholarly household. Pooh. Xia Wanqing puckered her lips in disdain. Zhu Xinchuan had not expected Gu to have another identity. It seemed that whatever her role, she was someone he could not afford to provoke. Zhu Xinchuan offered an awkward smile. Let's not talk about her grandfather. Listen to my problem first. I skipped one of her classes earlier. Zhu Xinchuan lied without shame, his face calm. She told me to come to the literature department office right now to talk alone and to reevaluate my scholarship and records. That woman is always stern and impartial. Xia Wanqing's expression darkened instantly. She rose from his lap. The voluptuous rise of her chest trembled with agitation. How dare she? Xia Weiniang sneered, her tone laced with contempt born of superiority. She's just a lousy counselor threatening you with your file. Brother Chuan, don't go. I know her younger sister. I'll call her. Here's a secret, she's a societalizer, but she fears her sister, haha. As she spoke, she reached for the phone in her bag. Zhu Xuanchuan quickly pressed a hand to her waist. The flesh beneath the silk was firm and yielding. With a slight grip, he tugged her back into his embrace. Weiniang, don't be dramatic. Zhu Zunchuan's voice dropped, threaded with a firmness that brooked no argument. Xia Weiniang paused, looking up at him. I know you worry about me. He looked straight into her eyes, his tone slowing. But I worked hard to get into Jingdu University on my own. I want to spend these 4 years in peace to taste the life of an ordinary university student. If you buy a building today or found a college tomorrow, the whole of Jingdu will know Zhu Xuanchuan is sponsored by you. He pinched the tip of her pert nose and smiled wickedly. I do enjoy the easy life, but I still want to earn my keep and support you myself. Let me handle this. Leave me a little of the man's pride, will you? His words accomplished 2 things at once. They satisfied Xia Weiniang's fierce protectiveness, while naturally preserving his dignity as a man. Xia Weiniang's eyes went warm. No matter how domineering she was by nature, such language disarmed her completely. She obediently pressed her face back into Zhu Zunchuan's chest, rubbing her head against him. Then promise me you won't suffer any injustice. Her voice was soft and clingy. If she dares to say a single harsh word to you, you must tell me. Don't worry. Zhu Xuanchuan patted her back. I won't let myself be wronged. They did not resume their meal. The owner personally accompanied them downstairs, more deferential than to a visiting dignitary. The rear door of the Maybach Pullman closed. A dark partition rose between the front and rear seats. The cabin was left with only the warm glow of a star-ceiling light and the aroma of refined white tea. No sooner had the car started than Xia Weiniang could no longer contain herself. She vaulted over the broad center console and flung herself into Zhu Zunchuan's arms. Her high heels had somehow been kicked off. The white stocking legs were splayed over either side of his body, knees pressing the leather seat. Xia Weiniang looped her hands around his neck and lowered to capture his lips. It was an aggressive yet inexperienced kiss. Her tongue carried the mellow residue of top-shelf red wine and brazenly invaded Zhu Zunchuan's territory. Brother Chuan, this is my first kiss. Zhu Zunchuan's breath snagged. His hand slid instinctively to support her. The Maybach glided steadily along the mountain road. Each subtle bump pressed their bodies into closer, more intimate friction. The lace edge of her white stockings constantly brushed against his casual trousers, an excruciating teasing sensation. Xia Weiniang's body softened, her heated warmth radiating through their clothes. Her hand had begun to roam down his chest. Zhu Xuanchuan seized the mischievous hand. If this continued, things would go awry. Weiniang. He suppressed the heat in his chest, leaning his breath across her earlobe. If you keep rubbing like this, we really might cross a line. Xia Weiniang shivered, her cheeks flushing crimson. She bit her lower lip and shot him a coquettish reproach. Nasty. You want it too. She stopped her advances and obediently rested on his chest, listening to his steady, strong heartbeat. Let's prepare properly. I don't want this to be careless. Zhu Xuanchuan rubbed her taut waist and offered reassurance. You insisted, no cheating. Half an hour later, the Maybach came to a smooth stop beside the tree-lined avenue outside Jingdu University's south gate. The door opened, and the early autumn night breeze swept through the cabin, dissipating some of the lingering heat. Zhu Xuanchuan ready to step out when Xia Weiniang tugged his sleeve. She leaned forward and gently fixed the collar that had been tousled moments before. In doing so, her gaze unobstructedly traveled over the hollow beneath his collarbone. There, a plaster with slightly lifting edges clung to his skin, and at the exposed edge, a faint, suggestive dark red bruise showed through. Her fingers paused for half a second as she smoothed his collar. She said nothing. The amber in her eyes betrayed no hint of emotion as she returned the fabric to order. Go. Be careful with that old woman, and come back to the dorm early and rest. Xia Weiniang looked up and offered a flawless, sweet smile. Okay. Zhu Xuanchuan bowed and pressed a kiss to her forehead. He stepped out, closed the door, and watched the white Maybach slip into the night, flanked by a cluster of black phantoms, before exhaling a long, hoarse breath. He did not walk toward the university gate. Instead, he melted into the shadows on the other side. The night wind was sharp. Zhu Xuanchuan drew his phone and checked the time. The private club stood only a 3-minute walk from the school. Down a quiet lane planted with plane trees, a black building of minimalist facade, yet unmistakable luxurious air, came into view. There was no sign, only a heavy brass door. As he approached, 2 burly men in black suits with Bluetooth earpieces, each nearly 1.9 meters tall, stepped forward to block his way. Zhu Xuanchuan expressionlessly produced a matte black metal card from his pocket. The surface bore no pattern save an understated dark gold character Jiang in the lower right corner. The guards' faces changed the instant they saw the black card. They snapped to attention and bowed. The great door slid open without a sound. Zhu Xianchuan strode into a gilded private elevator, swiped his card, and pressed the top floor button. Ding! At the top, the elevator doors eased apart. Two guards of equal towering stature, their suits straining against muscle, flanked him instantly. Without a word, the men gloved in black leather clasped his arms like iron pincers, pinning him fast on either side. Mr. Zhu. The left guard's voice was cold and mechanical. The young miss has been waiting a long time. Her temper is poor. Please come with us. Two bodyguards, each standing at about 6 feet, 3 inches tall, gripped Zhu Xianchuan's arms tightly like iron pincers. There were no casual greetings in the elevator lobby, no courteous gestures to guide him. The two of them marched forward, escorting him through a corridor adorned with thick wool carpets. The walls on either side displayed medieval cold weapons, and a chilling atmosphere of murderous intent hung in the air on the top floor. They reached the double door made of fragrant wood at the end of the corridor. The bodyguard on the left released his grip and stepped forward to push the door open. The bodyguard on the right forcefully shoved Zhu Xianchuan from behind, propelling him into the room. Bang! The heavy door closed behind him with a resounding sound, the locks click echoing sharply in the silence. It was a top-tier luxury suite occupying at least 300 square meters. The main light in the room was off. The only sources of illumination were the dazzling neon lights from the panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows and a few wall lamps beside the wine cabinet, casting a dim red glow. The air was filled with the rich aroma of premium red wine intermingled with an aggressively floral scent of rose perfume. Zhu Xianchuan stood at the entrance, rubbing his sore arms that had been pinched by the bodyguards, his gaze sweeping across the dimly lit living room. In front of the panoramic windows stood a woman. She had her back to him, wearing a winered silk qipao. The fabric clung tightly to her figure, accentuating her exaggeratedly perfect waist-to-hip ratio. The qipao featured a high slit, and as she stood, her right leg revealed large swathes of dazzlingly white skin, creating a striking visual contrast against the winered silk. She held a goblet in her hand with a small amount of scarlet wine remaining at the bottom. "You are 9 minutes late," Jiang Yao's voice echoed in the dim suite. Gone was the usual soft and pampered tone. Her voice was as cold as a blade tempered in ice. Without turning around, she gently flicked her wrist the red wine, leaving trails of blood-red tears on the glass wall. There was a bit of traffic on the way. Zhu Xianchuan's tone remained steady as he took 2 steps forward. Miss Jiang's bodyguards are quite diligent, though they do have a strong grip. Upon hearing his footsteps, Jiang Yao turned around. Her breathtakingly beautiful face bore no expression, the malice in her eyes nearly overflowing. She was barefoot, her feet as delicate as snow, stepping on the deep gray long-haired carpet. Smash! She suddenly raised her hand and brought the crystal goblet down hard on the nearby wooden bar. Glass shards scattered everywhere, and the scarlet wine dripped steadily down the counter. Jiang Yao stepped onto the edges of the broken glass, slowly advancing towards Zhu Xianchuan. She walked slowly, the hem of her winered qipao swaying with her movements, her fair thighs appearing and disappearing in the dim light. She stopped right in front of Zhu Xianchuan. The distance between them was less than half a meter. She tilted her chin up slightly, her nostrils flaring as a hint of extreme danger flashed across her stunningly beautiful face. "Traffic," Jiang Yao scoffed coldly. She suddenly reached out her hand, her long, red-painted nails directly pressing against Zhu Xianchuan's chest, sliding down his shirt's fabric bit by bit until they stopped just above his belt buckle. Can traffic cause the scent of white tea? Her nails dug into Zhu Xianchuan's abdominal muscles through the fabric, her gaze locked fiercely onto his eyes. "Brother Chuan, which woman's car were you stuck in for those 10 minutes? This scent of white tea is quite high-end. Is it that the woman has longer legs than me, or is she more beautiful?" The air instantly froze. Jiang Yao's controlling nature and her delicate, yet twisted demeanor erupted at that moment. If Zhu Xianchuan dared to say a single wrong word, the 2 bodyguards outside would rush in at any moment. Zhu Xianchuan lowered his gaze, looking at the red nail pressing against his waist. He did not retreat, not even altering the rhythm of his breathing. In the next second, Zhu Xianchuan suddenly stepped forward. Ignoring the threat of Jiang Yao's nails, he seized her delicate waist with his right hand. The sensation of silk against skin was warm and smooth, and with a powerful motion, he pulled Jiang Yao forward. Jiang Yao, taken by surprise at his retaliation, let out a cry and stumbled backward. Zhu Xianchuan pressed forward relentlessly, driving her back until she was against the massive wooden wine cabinet. Bang! Jiang Yao's back slammed heavily against the glass door of the cabinet. Before she could react, Zhu Xianchuan's tall figure was already pressed tightly against her. His left hand rested on the glass of the wine cabinet beside Jiang Yao's ear, while his right hand firmly gripped her waist, pinning their bodies together without any gaps. The curves hidden beneath the qipao aligned perfectly with his casual pants. "You are insane." Jiang Yao widened her eyes, pushing against Zhu Xianchuan's chest with all her might, trying to shove him away. "I am not insane." Zhu Xianchuan lowered his head, his nose nearly touching hers, his voice deep And are you a dog? You can even smell the brand of the perfume. It must be that of some classmate, right? With so many people in the classroom, it's no surprise you caught a whiff of it. He threw out an excuse, not allowing her a moment to ponder. Don't speak to me in that accusatory tone as if I were a criminal. I didn't come all this way just to listen to your tantrum. Zhu Xinchuan's gaze was deep as a well, forcefully pressing down the malice swirling in Zhang Yao's eyes. You? Zhang Yao opened her mouth, momentarily stunned by the overwhelming sense of male dominance. Throughout her life, everyone around her had always been submissive, but only Zhu Xinchuan dared to confront her in such a commanding tone. Her hands remained on Zhu Xinchuan's chest, but the strength to resist had entirely vanished. Biting her full red lips, she gazed at Zhu Xinchuan's face, now so close. Suddenly, the layer of cold ruthlessness in her eyes shattered, turning into a pool of aggrieved tears. You are scaring me. Zhang Yao's voice instantly softened, laced with a thick nasal tone and unmistakable fragility. She gave up, resisting, wrapping her arms around Zhu Xinchuan's neck and burying her face deeply into his neck. Her hot breaths brushed against his neck and her body trembled slightly. Do you know what I went through today, eh? Zhang Yao's voice was hoarse, muffled in his clothing. In order to meet you tonight, I had a huge argument with that old man at my house this afternoon. Zhu Xinchuan's fingers paused at her waist. The head of the Jiang family, Jiang Ting. The man nicknamed the King of Hell in the Northern Territory, controlling half of the gray area in Kyoto. The old man sent someone to investigate your background. He said you are just a poor student not worthy of me, and even wanted to confine me, planning to cause trouble for you at school. Zhang Yao's fingers dug tightly into the back of Zhu Xinchuan's neck, as if afraid that if she let go he would vanish. In front of several of his subordinates, I smashed an antique vase. I told him that whoever dared to touch a single hair on you, I would set fire to the entire Jiang family's premises. She lifted her head, her eyes red as she looked at Zhu Xinchuan. I could give up my life, and yet you come here smelling of another woman and scold me. How could I not be angry? At that moment, Zhang Yao bore no trace of the imposing aura of a gangster's daughter. She was just a little girl feeling completely abandoned and extremely insecure for the one she loved. She displayed all her thorns to others while only revealing her soft underbelly to him. Zhu Xinchuan looked at her reddened eyes, and the irritation that had been stirred by her inquiries vanished at once. Yet another lovesick fool. When their feelings erupted, they truly tugged at one's heartstrings. He sighed. His left hand, which had been propped up against the wine cabinet, withdrew, and his thumb gently wiped away the moisture at the corner of her eye. Silly girl. Zhu Xinchuan's voice softened completely. His right hand entered the astonishingly high slit of the qipao without hesitation. His fingers brushed against her cool, delicate thigh skin. Zhang Yao shivered all over, instinctively tightening her legs, yet she did not push his hand away. Since you went through so much for me, why didn't you just say it directly earlier? Zhu Xinchuan's palm rested on the edge of her thigh, slowly gliding upward, feeling the astonishing elasticity and firmness. He lowered his head, his lips brushing against her earlobe, his voice imbued with an alluring magnetism and a hint of mischief. On the old man's side, if the sky falls, I will hold it up. But tonight here it's my turn to serve you. I guarantee you will forget all your worries. Warm breath flowed into Zhang Yao's body, and her ears instantly flushed crimson. The defenses of her body collapsed entirely under that sweet talk and reckless touch. Your mouth will eventually deceive someone to death. Zhang Yao playfully complained, her body naturally leaning into Zhu Xinchuan's embrace. She tilted her head back, closed her eyes, preparing to welcome the long-awaited kiss. Zhu Xinchuan lowered his head, about to capture her plump red lips. Suddenly, click, a faint metallic spring sound echoed between their closely entwined bodies. Zhu Xinchuan froze momentarily. He lowered his head. Zhang Yao had somehow drawn out the silver butterfly knife she never parted with from behind her. One of her hands limply wrapped around his neck. The other hand grasped the knife handle. The cold blade traced down Zhu Xinchuan's abdominal muscles. Finally, the handle tapped gently against the metal buckle of his belt, producing a crisp ding sound. Zhang Yao opened her eyes. A glimmer of sickly sweet light reignited in her watery gaze. Biting her red lips, she teased the edge of the belt buckle with the knife tip, smiling alluringly, yet dangerously. Serve me. All right. Zhang Yao whispered into his ear. But if your service tonight doesn't satisfy me, or if I find out you're still thinking about other women. The butterfly knife spun half a circle on the belt buckle, the blade pressing against the belt. This thing doesn't discriminate, you know. Zhu Xinchuan lowered his head and glanced at the coldly gleaming silver blade. Miss Jiang, if this knife had been off by another 2 inches, your happiness for the rest of your life would rely entirely on non-fu batteries. Zhu Xinchuan's tone was lazy, a teasing smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Zhang Yao froze for a moment, realizing the suggestive implications in his words, her ears instantly reddening. Rogue, she scolded through clenched teeth, her grip on the knife involuntarily loosening slightly. Just that half a second of distraction. Zhu Zunchuan's left hand darted out, his fingers expertly pinching her wrist joint, while his thumb applied pressure on an acupoint. Jiang Yao felt a sharp pain in her wrist as the butterfly knife slipped from her grasp. Zhu Zunchuan's right hand deftly caught the knife handle midair, his fingers performing a beautiful flourish before snapping the blade closed with a crisp sound. He casually flicked his wrist, sending the butterfly knife arcing through the air, landing perfectly in the depths of a leather sofa a few meters away. Before Jiang Yao could regain her senses, Zhu Xiuquan had already bent down, sliding his arms beneath her knees and around her back to lift her effortlessly. "Aunt!" Jiang Yao exclaimed, her legs dangling in the air. Zhu Xiuquan strode to the center of the room, where a large velvet round bed awaited, and let her go. Jiang Yao sank into the soft mattress. The hem of her winered silk cheongsam flew up, due to the momentum pooling around her thighs, exposing her two long fair legs under the dim wall light. She supported herself with her hands, her long hair in disarray, her gaze shifting from shock to a heated, dreamy state. The possessiveness of a daughter from the underworld transformed into a woman's instinct in that moment. She actively lifted her right leg, her delicate foot wrapping around Zhu Zunchuan's waist, pulling him towards herself. The buttons of her cheongsam's collar came undone, revealing a vast expanse of skin and deep curves that shimmered alluringly in the light. "Brother Chuan." Jiang Yao breathed heavily, her red lips slightly parted, waiting for the storm to arrive. Zhu Xiuquan knelt on one knee at the edge of the bed, his hands hovering near her ears. He gazed at her coldly beautiful face, his eyes trailing down to her long, slender legs. He did not unbuckle his belt, nor did he attempt to tear off her clothing. Today he had to control his emotions. Jiang Yao had 3 reasons not to sleep: 1 Jiang family's precious gem, 2 Jiang family's precious gem, 3 Jiang family's precious gem. If the little head were to control the big head now, it would be easy to be overwhelmed. He had to remain calm. Playing is one thing, but don't joke about her identity as Miss Jiang. Zhu Xiuquan straightened up, extricating himself from her embrace. He turned and walked into the spacious bathroom of the suite. Jiang Yao lay on the bed, the muscles on the inside of her thighs tensing up. She bit her lip, thinking Zhu Xiuquan was preparing to take a shower. Half a minute later, Zhu Xiuquan emerged, still wearing that white t-shirt and casual pants, holding a warm towel he had taken from the smart temperature control rack. He returned to the bedside, reaching out to grasp Jiang Yao's delicate ankle. Jiang Yao trembled instinctively, wanting to retract her leg. "What are you doing?" Her voice held a hint of annoyance at being left hanging. "Don't move," Zhu Xiuquan set his tone, leaving no room for argument. He flattened her calf, taking the steaming towel and laying it over her taut calf. The warm sensation seeped into her muscles along the texture of her skin. Jiang Yao let out a soft groan, the tension in her toes instantly relaxing. That afternoon, she had been confronting her elder at the Jiang family mansion, standing toe-to-toe with a group of hall masters for several hours. Later, she had been waiting for him in 8-centimeter high heels in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows. Her calf muscles were already sore and fatigued. Zhu Zunchuan's hands, separated by the warm towel, pressed down on her calf. His thumbs found the acupoints, kneading with just the right amount of pressure. His hands were large and dry, radiating a reassuring warmth. The fabric of her silk cheongsam rubbed against her thighs with his movements. Jiang Yao's eyes widened. She was prepared to face an intense possession, yet instead she was met with an incredibly soothing therapy. "You?" She opened her mouth, but as Zhu Xiuquan pressed down on a particularly sore spot, a sweet, sultry sound escaped her lips. "Mum." Upon hearing this sound, Jiang Yao's face flushed crimson. Zhu Xiuquan smirked. "You argued with your elder this afternoon and stood for a long time, didn't you? Your calf muscles must be all stiff." He moved the towel away, his fingers making direct contact with her smooth, delicate skin. His palm pressed against her calf, slowly kneading from the bottom up. "You, the young lady of the Jiang family, have a fierce temper and a wild nature. You often smash antique vases," Zhu Xiuquan said as he continued to knead, "but girls shouldn't always talk about violence and killing." Jiang Yao lowered her hands, biting her lip as she looked at him. "When I met that girl named Dark Knight Rose online in high school, she wasn't this violent." Zhu Zunchuan's hands kept moving, naturally grasping one of her feet. His thumb pressed against the Yongquan acupoint on the sole. "Back then, this person would send me 99 messages every night asking me how to solve the math problems from the first year of high school. And because I didn't reply while playing games, she sent 3 crying emojis." Jiang Yao's face was so red it could bleed. "Don't mention things from the past. That name was one I came up with in middle school. It's quite good, very domineering yet cute." Zhu Xiuquan chuckled lightly. "I like your kind of overbearing nature mixed with a touch of foolishness." "But Yao Yao." He changed his address. Jiang Yao's heart skipped a beat. "When faced with challenges, leave it to me to handle. I was very touched that you confronted your father today for my sake." Zhu Xiuquan laid her legs flat, pulling the blanket over her exposed skin. "But I care about you even more. As my woman, you only need to enjoy life beautifully without getting involved in the schemes of those old foxes. Do you understand? Jiang Yao's eyes quickly turned red. She had grown up in a treacherous underworld family accustomed to the greed and schemes of men. The men surrounding her were all either intimidated by her background or enticed by her beauty and the Jiang family's power. But Zhu Xuanchuan was different. In the face of something so easily within reach, he chose restraint. Instead of seizing her when she was most vulnerable and defensive, he offered her the comfort and care she needed. The facade of a sickly sweet persona was completely shattered by this pure tenderness. Jiang Yao suddenly sat up and threw herself into Zhu Zhenchuan's embrace, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist, her cheek pressed against his chest. "You're such a bastard," she said, rubbing her tears on his clothes, her voice soft and sticky. "You've made me cry. How will you make it up to me?" Zhu Xuanchuan held her shoulders, reclining on the wide round bed. "They'll give myself to you." He pulled the blanket up, wrapping both of them inside. Jiang Yao no longer made any rash moves. She kicked off her bothersome high heels, snuggling into Zhu Zhenchuan's embrace, using his arm as a pillow. One long leg casually draped over his waist. The room was utterly silent. The scent of rose perfume in the air gradually gave way to a warm sense of tranquility. Jiang Yao curled up in this safe embrace, closed her eyes, and her breathing quickly became steady and deep. She would never let go for the rest of her life. Zhu Xinchuan sat on the edge of the bed, looking down at the sleeping Jiang Yao. The young lady from the underworld who had threatened him with a butterfly knife last night for a physical castration now resembled a plush cat, with its claws retracted, half of her face buried in a velvet pillow, breathing softly. He reached out and gently tucked her fair, exposed thigh back under the covers, pulling the blanket tightly around her. Gazing at the extravagant surroundings of the room, Zhu Xinchuan sighed. The system rewarded him with a cash withdrawal of 1 billion, and he thought he had finally reached the pinnacle of his life. Now looking at the group of ex-girlfriends around him, the granddaughter of a military district vice commander, the underworld princess, controlling the underground order of Kyoto, a professor from Jing University, with an incredible background, and a wealthy heiress who casually bought shares of Jing University. Did this system give me the wrong version? For others, 1 billion makes them a tycoon, but for me it's barely enough to escape poverty in Kyoto. Zhu Xinchuan rubbed his sore lower back and quickly finished washing up. He picked up his phone and left a WeChat message for Jiang Yao saying, "There's an early class at school. I'll come to see you tonight," before pushing the door open and leaving. He took a taxi back to Jing University. Just as he arrived at the entrance of the dormitory area, Zhu Zhenchuan's footsteps came to a halt. In the morning light, a brand new Lamborghini Revuelto Big Bull was parked by the roadside, its flashy scissored doors raised high. But more eye-catching than the supercar was Xiao Weining leaning against the car door. Today she wore an extremely form-fitting white golf outfit. The upper half consisted of a snug sleeveless polo shirt, and the thin fabric outlined her full and upright bust in a breathtaking manner. The lower half was a white pleated skirt that barely reached the top of her thighs. What was most striking were the knee-high white sports socks on her legs. The socks with red and blue stripes at the cuffs clung tightly to her fair and delicate legs, accentuating an alluring curve. The absolute territory was blindingly white in the morning light. Taking advantage of Xiao Weining's inattention, he quickly slipped into the entrance of the dormitory building, pretending to have just run downstairs. "Brother Chuan." Xiao Weining's sharp eyes spotted Zhu Xinchuan. She ran over in her white golf shoes, making a light tap-tap-tap sound. Without any airs of a young lady, she darted straight into Zhu Zhenchuan's arms like a cheerful white dove, filling his embrace with a refreshing scent of white tea. "You really made it down in 5 minutes, huh?" Xiao Weining tilted her head back, pouting her red lips, holding a thermal bag in her hand. "Here, I brought you crab roast sandwiches and hot milk still warm." Zhu Xinchuan took the paper bag, his gaze following her long neck down to her straight legs wrapped in white sock. "Dressed like this so early in the morning, aren't you afraid of causing a traffic jam here?" Zhu Xinchuan teased as he took a bite of the sandwich. Xiao Weining glanced down at her skirt, boldly edged closer, pressing her chest directly against Zhu Zhenchuan. "Does it look good? I picked this outfit especially to accompany you to play ball. Just for your eyes only." Zhu Xinchuan swallowed his milk, the corners of his mouth curling into a mischievous smile. "It looks good, but there's too little fabric. This skirt is so short that squatting must be a struggle. Are you going to play ball or pick a fight?" "You're so annoying." Xiao Weining blushed lightly, punching his chest with her delicate fist. "You eat your food, get in the car quickly." "I booked a court." The two of them climbed into the Lamborghini. The V12 engine roared deafeningly, and the sports car transformed into a white flash, speeding out of the campus. 40 minutes later, the car arrived at the Royal Golf and Equestrian Club located in the northern suburbs of Kyoto. A faint scent of fresh grass lingered in the air. This club implemented an extremely strict membership system requiring not only 100 billion capital verification, but also recommendations from 3 or more top members. As the Lamborghini came to a stop at the club's entrance, the lobby manager, accompanied by 8 waiters in tailcoats, was already waiting at the steps. The manager hurried forward and personally opened the car door, bending at a 90-degree angle. "Monsieur, good morning. Your exclusive golf bag has been delivered to the first green. The course is fully booked for you this morning." Xia Weining put on her sunglasses, tilting her chin slightly, regaining her nonchalant, noble elegance. She linked arms with Zhu Xinchuan. "Let's go, brother Chuan." The manager secretly took a glance at Zhu. Seeing this young man dressed in an ordinary white t-shirt and casual pants who could make the usually aloof young lady of the Xia family willingly link arms, the manager felt a surge of shock, lowering his head even further. At the first green, the view was exceptionally vast, with the artificial lake shimmering under the sunlight. Xia Weining received a specially designed carbon fiber golf club from the caddy and put on a pure white leather golf glove. She walked to the tee, her legs slightly apart. This movement caused the white pleated skirt to tighten, lifting the hem, slightly revealing a glimpse of pure white safety shorts underneath. She leaned forward, her waist forming an exaggeratedly soft curve, her pert peach-shaped backside jutting out behind her. Zhu Xinchuan stood behind, watching the rounded curve and the absolute territory defined by the white socks, his eyelids twitching. This girl was simply a walking generator. Bang! Xia Weining twisted her waist and swung the club. Her action was standard and extremely aesthetic. The white golf ball traced a long parabolic arc in the air, landing steadily on the green grass. 30 yh. Xia Weining turned around excitedly, threw down her club, and ran over to hug Zhu Xinchuan's arm, shaking it. "Brother Chuan, look. Was my shot good?" "Your waist power was well utilized." Zhu Xinchuan casually pinched her firm lower back. "But your base wasn't steady enough. Ooh, just now, when you swung, your left leg trembled a bit." "Hey, you're just nitpicking me. If you're so good, why don't you show me?" Xia Weining pouted playfully. Just as they were flirting, a sharp sound of applause suddenly came from nearby. Clap, clap, clap. A young man dressed in custom golf attire with slicked back hair approached. 2 bodyguards followed behind him, twirling a golf club in their hands. The man's gaze openly swept up and down Xia Weining's pleated skirt and white socks, his eyes glinting with a greedy lewdness. "Miss Xia, your skills have improved again," the man said as he approached, speaking to himself and completely ignoring Zhu Xinchuan beside her. Xia Weining's smile instantly vanished. She released Zhu Xinchuan's arm, took a half step back, and spoke coldly. "Young Master Zhao, I remember I booked the first green today. How did you get in?" Young Master Zhao shrugged, smiling frivolously. "My dad just acquired a small stake in this club. I heard Miss Xia was here, so I came to say hello. We're all in the same circle, just playing together, right?" Finally, he turned his gaze to Zhu Xinchuan, sizing him up in his casual outfit that revealed no brand, sneering disdainfully. "Miss Xia, changing your taste. Why bring a caddy to play golf? That outfit barely costs 200, doesn't it? You usually don't lack pocket money. Aren't you embarrassed to bring out such a little boy?" These words were spoken extremely rudely, clearly intended to provoke and belittle. In their circle, wealth and background were the only tickets to entry. Xia Weining's expression instantly froze. She was about to erupt, when Zhu Xinchuan suddenly reached out and placed a hand on her shoulder. "Don't rush," he said calmly, his voice utterly devoid of anger. He strode forward until he stood less than half a meter from the Zhao young master. Though their heights were nearly identical, Zhu Xinchuan's effortless poise somehow overshadowed the other man entirely. "You're the Zhao young master, correct?" Zhu Xinchuan's gaze swept over the golf club in the young man's hand. "That club is a limited edition, tailor-made, carbon fiber shaft, titanium club head. A full set wouldn't cost less than 1 or 2 million yuan." The Zhao young master tilted his chin upward with a disdainful snort. "At least this caddy has some discernment. So, you want to touch it?" Zhu Xinchuan smiled. He didn't reply. Instead, he turned and walked to Xia Weining's golf bag, selecting not the finest club, but simply plucking the most ordinary 7-iron at random. He stepped onto the tee box. No stance adjustment. No wind speed calculation. Not even a glance toward the target. Holding the club by its base in a single hand, like gripping a fire poker, he fixed his eyes on the Zhao young master. "Your club may be expensive," Zhu Xinchuan said, and with a sudden sharp flick of his wrist, "Schwat." A piercing whistle cut through the air. The 7-iron sliced across the sky in a razor-sharp afterimage, striking the white golf ball with flawless precision. The ball shot forward like a bullet, skimming the turf at breakneck speed, then traced an uncanny, unervingly low arc through the air, soaring over the bunker and vaulting across the water hazard. Dang! A crisp, ringing impact echoed from the green, 150 yards away. The ball struck the flagstick heat-in and dropped straight into the cup. A perfect hole-in-one, clean, hollow, and absolute. Silence swallowed the entire first green. Only the whisper of wind rustling across the grass broke the stillness. Xia Weining's amber eyes widened, her lips parted slightly, her face a portrait of stunned disbelief. The Zhao young master's smile froze rigid as porcelain. A seasoned golfer himself, he knew full well 150 yards, single-handed, blind strike, with a standard 7-iron, achieving an eagle. It defied reason. Was this even humanly possible? Zhu Xuanchuan casually tossed the club back into the caddy's arms and brushed dust from his palms. He returned to stand before the Zhao young master, his gaze icy, his tone detached. No matter how costly your club, if it fails to sink the ball, it's nothing more than scrap metal. His eyes locked onto the other man. And if your mouth is as incompetent as your swing, I suggest you keep it shut, or you'll only foul the air around my girlfriend. Those words struck like a stinging slap, leaving the Zhao young master's face instantly flushed deep crimson. He, the scion of the prestigious Zhao family of Jingdu, had he ever before been so publicly humiliated by a penniless young man clad in a 200 yuan street market t-shirt? Who the hell do you think you are? Enraged and mortified, the Zhao young master hurled his club to the ground and jabbed a finger at Zhu Xuanchuan's nose, then bellowed toward the distant security booth, "Manager Liu, where the hell are you? Get over here, now." A squad of black uniformed security personnel sprinted toward them. Their supervisor arrived drenched in sweat. The Zhao young master pointed furiously at Zhu Xuanchuan and raged, "Throw this arrogant pretty boy out, immediately. Do you have any idea who my father is? How dare you play tough in front of me?" Manager Liu approached with 6 burly guards, each gripping rubber batons, their heavy footsteps crushing the manicured grass. Such a display stood jarringly out of place amid the refined elegance of the golf club. "Young Master Zhao, what's happened?" Manager Liu wiped his brow, his eyes narrowing coldly at Zhu Xuanchuan. The Zhao young master jabbed his finger again, his jowls trembling with fury. This man provoked trouble here and insulted a club shareholder. "Manager Liu, do you consider our security fees paid for nothing? Break his legs. I'll take full responsibility." Manager Liu appraised Zhu Xuanchuan once more. Faded white t-shirt, ordinary casual trousers. Aside from a face unfairly handsome, he radiated nothing but background extra. "Sir, please cooperate and accompany us," Manager Liu said coldly, his right hand already resting on the walkie-talkie at his belt. Zhu Xuanchuan didn't move. He even took a leisurely glance down at the grass stains on his sneakers and remarked offhandedly, "Young Master Zhao, your father holds shares in this club, not ownership. Are you certain you wish to stage this spectacle in broad daylight?" "I am the rule here," the Zhao young master snarled, a cruel grin twisting his lips. "In this place, if I say you kneel, you will kneel." The security team had already formed a half circle around him. Xiao Weining, who had stood half a step behind Zhu Xuanchuan all along, slowly removed her sunglasses. Her amber eyes no longer held the soft warmth they showed Zhu Xuanchuan, replaced instead by a chilling absolute stillness that seemed to freeze the very air. She stepped forward, placing herself squarely before him. Sunlight glinted off the curve where her white sock met her calf, a zone of untouchable authority, radiant and forbidding. "You want him to kneel, eh?" Her voice was quiet, but every guard instinctively halted mid-motion. The Zhao young master scoffed, "Xiao Weining, I advise you not to interfere. To risk a rift with the Zhao family over some pretty boy, hardly worth it. Your family wields great influence in Jingdu, but here, friends, open doors. Picking a fight with the Zhao family over a nobody, that's just foolish labor with no reward. Don't do it." Xiao Weining ignored his rant entirely. From her Chanel clutch, she withdrew a custom-made phone, and her fingers flew across the screen. "Uncle Wang." As the call connected, her tone remained as placid as if ordering afternoon tea. "You have 5 minutes. First, I am acquiring full ownership of this Royal Golf Club. Second, remove Zhao Trading, currently holding 15% equity, and forcibly repurchase their stake at triple market value. Send the contract directly to their legal department. Third, terminate Zhao Trading's supply chain access to all infrastructure projects under the Xia family umbrella." The Zhao young master stared, then burst into raucous, incredulous laughter. "Full acquisition. Kick me out. Xiao Weining, have you played so much golf your brain's gone round and hollow? Do you know this club's market valuation? My father is the second largest shareholder. On what authority do you?" Manager Liu and the surrounding guards exchanged skeptical glances. To them, this stunningly beautiful woman must have watched too many elite drama series. Zhu Xuanchuan stood behind her, slipping his arms around her slender waist, resting his chin on her shoulder, inhaling the cool, refined scent of white tea. "Weining, spending so much effort on trash like him, isn't it wasteful?" He nibbled gently at her earlobe, murmuring with a low, amused laugh. Xiao Weining instinctively drew her neck inward, the regal aura nearly faltering. She nestled deeper into his embrace, her voice soft and husky. "Not at all. He looked up my skirt just now and threatened to break your legs. If he doesn't go bankrupt, I won't sleep tonight." Zhu Xuanchuan silently whistled in admiration. This wasn't a sweet strawberry at all. She was a black mamba, elegant, lethal, and fiercely thorned. Seconds ticked by. At the 4th minute, the Zhao young master's phone began vibrating violently in his pocket. He initially dismissed it, until he saw the caller ID flash Dad. A cold dread settled in his chest. The moment he answered, even without speakerphone, the hysterical roar from the other end carried clearly across the tee box. Zhao Xiaojing, what fool did you provoke outside? In 3 minutes, every one of our supply chains has been severed. The Xia family just activated the forced buyout clause, and the banks are demanding immediate repayment. Our legal team says if we refuse to sign, they'll file a hostile lawsuit to bury us alive. You good for nothing. Get on your knees and beg for mercy. The Zhao young master's face transformed in under 10 seconds, from crimson to ashen, then finally to the lifeless gray of utter ruin. The cue in his hand slipped and hit the top of his foot, yet he couldn't even feel the pain. A near-manic voice came from the club's general manager through the intercom. Supervisor Liu immediately pulled back the security. Treat Miss Xia and Mr. Zhu as if they were your own father. The club had just changed ownership. The sole owner now was Miss Xia. Do you understand? The sole owner. Supervisor Liu's legs went weak and the rubber baton in his hand fell to the ground. Without a word, he deeply bowed to Xia Weining and Zhu Xinchuan, bending lower than the lobby manager had earlier. President Xia. Mr. Zhu. I was blind to your greatness. Please forgive my ignorance. Xia Weining didn't look at him, only coldly uttering a single word, get lost. Supervisor Liu felt as if he had received a great pardon, swiftly running away with the security guards, leaving behind only the dazed young Master Zhao. He looked at Zhu Xinchuan. Just moments ago, he had mocked the other man as a caddy clad in $2 street. Now the other man's hand was sliding naturally into the hem of Xia Weining's pleated skirt, rubbing wantonly at the junction of her white socks and thigh. And that Xia family heiress who could decide his family's fate with a single word was blushing profusely, hugging the man's neck with a voice so sweet it could drip with honey. Brother Chuan, there are so many people watching. Young Master Zhao finally lost it. He bent his knee and fell to the grass with a thud, crawling forward a couple of steps, his voice choked with tears. Miss Xia, Brother Zhu. Lord Zhu, I was wrong. I spoke out of turn. I deserve to die. Young Master Zhao slapped his own face hard twice, instantly swelling it up like a bun. Please tell the Xia family not to cut the supply chain. That's my father's lifeline. Zhu Xinchuan stopped rubbing the white socks, turning to look at young Master Zhao kneeling and bowing on the ground, his eyes flashing with indifference. Weining, what do you think? Zhu Xinchuan asked. Xia Weining turned her head, the chill in her eyes still palpable. How do you want to handle this? To make him disappear from Kyoto is just a word from me. Young Master Zhao was terrified, banging his head against the grass repeatedly. Zhu Xinchuan gently stroked Xia Weining's hair, casually saying, forget it, let him roll out of my sight. It's not worth losing my enthusiasm for the game over someone like him. As for your family's business, handle it as you should. Don't let my presence disrupt the rules. Xia Weining's eyes lit up, and she took the opportunity to peck his chin. Brother Chuan, you're so generous. I love how you hold no grudges. She turned to young Master Zhao, her tone switching back to a high-frequency cold mode. Since the contract is signed, there's no reason to withdraw it. Get lost, don't let me see you again. Yes. Yes. Thank you, Lord Zhu. Thank you, Miss Xia. Young Master Zhao scrambled away, and calm returned to the tea box. Xia Weining transformed back into that clingy little kitten. She tossed away the cue and hung her entire body on Zhu Xinchuan, her long legs and white socks occasionally brushing against his trousers. Brother Chuan, did I scare you just now? Zhu Xinchuan laughed. I was amazed by your 5-minute full acquisition CEO style. Director Xia, you're so domineering. If this goes on, he'll really become a kept man at school. A kept man should enjoy it while it's hot. Xia Weining chuckled, pulling Zhu Xinchuan towards the golf cart. Come on, I was quite active just now, and I'm hungry. Let's go have lunch. I've ordered the freshest air-freight Wagyu. Lunch was served in a private restaurant inside the club. Xia Weining sat on Zhu Xinchuan's lap, peeling Australian lobster for him, while talking non-stop about her business ventures around Kyoto over the past few years. Zhu Xinchuan listened in a daze, his attention fully on Xia Weining's swaying little feet. The white sports socks wrapped around her delicate ankles, the toes playfully tapping against the polished floor. This meal was filled with ambiguous undertones, and Zhu Xinchuan profoundly experienced what it meant to be in the gentle hometown of a top socialite. It was 3 in the afternoon. The Lamborghini Revuelto parked again along the tree-lined path of Kyoto University. How about staying at my... Xia Weining wrapped her arms around his neck, refusing to let go, her fair face leaning in for a kiss. I bought new pajamas. White lace, you'll definitely love them. Zhu Xinchuan pecked her lips, helplessly saying, Director Xia, I am here to study, not to become a son-in-law. It's daytime. If my classmates see this, my pure college student image will be ruined. It's better for it to be ruined, so those little vixens won't keep eyeing you. Xia Weining huffed in dissatisfaction, but eventually let go obediently. Remember to send me a video tonight. I want to check up on you. Watching the Lamborghini roar away, Zhu Xinchuan turned around and rubbed his temples. This morning he had played golf and engaged in capital operations, feeling even more exhausted than running 5 kilometers. As soon as he entered the dormitory building, his phone vibrated in his pocket. Zhu Xinchuan's heart skipped a beat. Based on experience, such moments never meant anything good. He pulled out his phone. Shen Tianqi had sent a photo. The image showed a delicate thermos next to a clean white porcelain bowl. Shen Tianqi, Brother Chuan, are you back at the dorm? My grandfather specifically sent over free-range chicken from Jinmen. I simmered it for 4 hours, and it's not greasy at all. I'm waiting for you at the entrance of 621. If you don't come back, you can't have dinner. Pout. Zhu Xinchuan put his phone away, standing behind the French parasol tree at the dormitory entrance, taking a deep breath. Just coming down from Xia Weining's Lamborghini, he felt like a walking high-risk explosive. He raised his arm and sniffed his sleeve. Very good. After blowing in the wind on the golf course, the high-end white tea fragrance on Xia Weining had mostly dissipated, leaving only the fresh scent of the putting green grass. Confirming there was nothing wrong, he put on a calm expression and stepped into the boys' dormitory. Just as he reached the corner of the stairs on the 3rd floor, Zhu Xinchuan stopped. Shen Tianqi was standing there. She wore a pure white French spaghetti strap dress that reached just above her knees, exposing 2 slender fair calves. On her feet were a pair of minimalist white strappy sandals, her 10 toes round and pink, like peeled water chestnuts, gently tapping on the terrazzo floor. She held a pink double-layer thermos, quietly standing there, pure, as if she had stepped out from the cover of a youth pain literature novel. Tian Tian. Zhu Xinchuan quickly walked up the steps, instinctively wrapping his arm around her slender waist. Why are you standing at the stairway waiting? Aren't you hot? Shen Tianqi did not respond. She raised her fair and sweet face, her petite nose fluttering, directly leaning against Zhu Xinchuan's chest, like a puppy guarding its food, sniffing along his collar shoulder all the way. Zhu Xinchuan remained calm inside, allowing her to inspect. There's no scent of perfume. Shen Tianqi looked up, a glint of satisfaction flashing in her crescent-shaped eyes, but soon her brows furrowed, pouting her pink lips. But why is there a grassy smell? Your nose is too talented not to go to the police dog unit in Jinmen for further training. Zhu Xinchuan pinched her soft cheek, feeling the excellent texture. I have no classes this afternoon, and my instructor wants me to submit a reflective essay on the sorrow of death. Right. In the dormitory, Lin Yuan and the others were too noisy playing games, so I went to the north playground to study. I lay on the grass for a while, probably getting some grass stains. Lying came naturally with flawless logic. So you went to study. Shen Tianxi's expression changed from gloomy to sunny in an instant, her eyes filled with admiration for her boyfriend's ambition. She lifted the thermos, shaking it like a treasure. My grandfather specifically had someone send over mountain chicken from Jinmen. I simmered it on low heat for 4 hours, skimming off the layer of floating oil. Come have a taste. The two sat down on the balcony bench at the end of the floor. Shen Tianqi opened the lid of the thermos. A rich and fragrant aroma of chicken soup instantly wafted out. At the bottom were chicken drumsticks that had been cooked until the meat fell off the bone, with a golden clear broth on top, floating with a few red dates and goji berries. Brother Chuan, open your mouth. Shen Tianqi took out a silver spoon from her side pocket, scooped up a spoonful of hot soup, blew on it carefully, and then offered it to Zhu Xinchuan's lips. Zhu Xinchuan swallowed it in one gulp. It was indeed fresh. But what was more concerning was the attitude of the girl beside him. The granddaughter of the deputy commander of the Jinmen military district was usually pampered by all the rich young masters in her circle. Yet now she wore a little white dress, sitting on the balcony of the boys' dormitory, eagerly feeding him chicken soup. The worth of this bowl of soft rice was simply dizzying. Is it good? Shen Tianqi blinked her eyes. Even the freshest chicken soup can't compare to our Tianxi's culinary skills. Zhu Xinchuan swallowed the chicken, meat, his left hand naturally sliding to her waist, gently pressing against her warm and smooth back along the hollow design of her dress. His fingers lightly stroked along her spine. Shen Tianqi shivered all over her cheeks, turning a visible shade of red. She did not shy away, but instead leaned even closer to Zhu Xinchuan, her voice soft enough to weave silk. If you like it, I'll make it for you every day from now on. By the way, Brother Chuan. Shen Tianqi fed him a chicken leg, while tilting her small face up, her eyes sparkling. Next Wednesday is the school's welcome party. The cultural department in the courtyard contacted me yesterday, asking me to prepare a performance. Oh, our Tianqi can perform. Zhu Xinchuan casually interjected his hand, not stopping, slowly sliding down her waist to a dangerously sensitive area. Don't move around. We're in the corridor. Shen Tianqi shyly pressed down on his hand, but did not use much strength. Biting her lip, there was a hint of pride and excitement in her eyes. I've been practicing piano since I was a child. I even chose a song with special significance, and I'll perform and sing it myself. Don't ask what song it is in advance. Oh, I want to give you a big surprise on stage. All right, then I'll eagerly await it. If my Tianqi performs well, I'll give you a big reward tonight. Zhu Xuanchuan intentionally emphasized the words reward. Shun Tianxi immediately understood the implication behind his words, her face flushing fiercely. She playfully stuffed a piece of chicken into Zhu Zunchuan's mouth to silence him. Just eat your meat. Row. The afternoon sun dappled over the two of them. A gentle breeze blew past, and Shun Tianxi's hair brushed against Zhu Zunchuan's cheek, carrying a faint scent of orange shampoo. This sweet, youthful tug-of-war made Zhu Zunchuan's tense nerves relax for the first time in days. Buzz. Suddenly his phone in his pocket vibrated violently, breaking the tranquility. Zhu Xuanchuan pulled out his phone. The screen lit up, displaying a WeChat message prominently in the center of the lock screen. Sender Gu Qinghan. There were no extra pleasantries, no preamble, just a brief 13 words that sent a chill down the spine. At 3 o'clock sharp, office 1 minute late, all points deducted as usual. Zhu Xuanchuan glanced at the time displayed at the top of his phone. It was 2:48. Walking from the boys' dormitory to the College of Arts office building normally took 10 minutes at a regular pace. Zhu Zunchuan's mind instantly shifted into a state of alert. What's wrong? Who's looking for you? Shun Tianxi noticed the subtle change in his expression and leaned in to see his phone screen. Zhu Xuanchuan calmly locked the screen and tucked the phone back into his pocket. He lifted the thermos and gulped down the remaining chicken soup. It's my instructor. Zhu Xuanchuan pulled out a tissue to wipe his mouth, his tone filled with utter resignation. Gu Laosher has obsessive-compulsive disorder. If she has something to discuss, you must arrive on time. This woman is always so stern as she's really hard to please. Hearing it was about studying, and knowing it was that cold-faced mentor Gu Qinghan who instilled fear in all students, Shun Tianxi immediately dispelled her doubts. She obediently tidied up the thermos and spoon. Then you should hurry. Gu Laosher is so strict, being late will definitely get you scolded. Shun Tianxi stood up, not forgetting to straighten his slightly wrinkled collar. I'll go back to the dorm to change my clothes. I still need to go to the piano room for rehearsal in the afternoon. Hard work for our star. Zhu Xuanchuan planted a heavy kiss on her forehead. Message me after rehearsal, and I'll take you out to dinner tonight. After comforting Shun Tianxi and watching her walk toward the girls' dormitory area, Zhu Zunchuan's gentle expression instantly vanished. He turned around, lengthened his stride, and hurried toward the College of Arts building. Walking along the tree-lined path, Zhu Xuanchuan reflected on his recent experiences, unable to help but harbor resentment in his heart. He felt like a fire extinguisher wedged in a tight spot. Having just soothed the wild and unruly heiress, he now had to placate the pure and affectionate campus beauty. And now he had to face that potentially explosive, aloof female mentor. But for some reason, when he thought of Gu Qinghan's stunning face, always framed by silver-rimmed glasses, and as cold as frost, along with the astonishing curves hidden beneath her rigid professional attire, a hint of secret anticipation and restlessness unexpectedly surged within Zhu Xuanchuan. 2:58. Zhu Xuanchuan hurriedly stepped onto the second-floor corridor of the College of Arts. Usually, to avoid suspicion, Gu Qinghan kept the office door wide open whenever there were male students present. Even the blinds would be pulled all the way up. But today, Zhu Xuanchuan approached the door, peering through the small glass window. The heavy gray blinds were drawn tightly, not allowing a sliver of sunlight to pass through. He glanced at his watch. 2:59 and 50 seconds. He raised his hand, curling his knuckles. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Gu Qinghan's voice came from inside. The tone was extremely cold, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, yet it seemed to lower the temperature of the air by several degrees. Zhu Xuanchuan pressed down the doorknob and stepped inside. As the door opened, light from the corridor poured into the dim room. Gu Qinghan sat behind a large mahogany desk. Today she was not wearing her usual rigid gray suit. The upper half was a high-quality silk white shirt with the top two buttons undone, revealing a deep neckline that was subtly visible in the dim light. The lower half was a fitted black pencil skirt. She had her legs crossed, slightly leaning back against the leather chair. Her long legs, tightly wrapped in ultra-thin black stockings, glimmered enticingly under the desk. The texture of the black stockings was exquisite, hugging her well-proportioned calves, revealing a hint of healthy skin tone. What made Zhu Zunchuan's heart skip a beat was her hands. In her delicate hands, she held the bamboo ruler that symbolized the authority of the counselor. The edges of the ruler lightly tapped against her palm. Slap, slap. The rhythmic sound echoed in the silent office. Gu Qinghan lifted her eye. Behind her silver-rimmed glasses, her cold phoenix-like eyes locked onto Zhu Xuanchuan. The air in the office solidified for a full 5 seconds. Gu Qinghan's ruler came to a halt. Her red lips parted slightly, uttering 4 words. Lock the door. In the quiet office, the clear sound of the metal lock clicking open echoed sharply. Zhu Xuanchuan released the doorknob, slowly turning around. The heavy gray blinds were pulled tightly shut. The cool air from the air conditioning blew powerfully, filling the air with a rich scent of citrus perfume. Gu Qinghan sat behind the large mahogany desk. She was not wearing her usual rigid suit. The upper half was a high-quality silk white shirt with the top two buttons undone, accentuating her well-defined collarbone. The lower half was a fitted black pencil skirt. She had her legs crossed, slightly leaning back against the leather chair. Her long legs, tightly wrapped in ultra-thin black stockings, glimmered enticingly in the dim light beneath the desk. "Gu Laoshi," Zhu Xuanchuan said with his hands in his pockets, taking 2 steps forward, his tone casual. "It's broad daylight, yet you've drawn the blinds tight and locked the door. If a passing student sees this, my reputation as a clean-cut male college student will be ruined." "Clean-cut?" Gu Qinghan scoffed coldly, pushing up her silver-rimmed glasses with a slender finger. She picked up the bamboo ruler from the desk and tapped it twice in her palm. "You didn't come home last night. I heard you went to see your cousin again. This morning you were sitting in a Lamborghini going to the suburbs to play golf, and at noon, you were down at the dormitory drinking chicken soup made from mountain chicken." Gu Qinghan's sharp eyes fixed on him, her voice icy enough to freeze. "Zhu Xuanchuan, your extracurricular life is quite rich. With such abundant energy, is it possible that getting into Jing University is too much of a compromise for you?" Zhu Xuanchuan inwardly grumbled about how this woman's intelligence network was more outrageous than the masses. How long has it been since the golf club and the dormitory incident? She even knew about the mountain chicken. He walked to the desk, placing both hands on its edge. Zhu Xuanchuan raised the corner of his mouth in a mischievous smile, unperturbed. "Didn't you ask me to be your research assistant every noon? I thought it would be beneficial to gain more experience in society to serve you better." Gu Qinghan stood up. The fitted pencil skirt instantly accentuated her alluring curves. She stepped in her high heels, circled the desk, and walked directly to Zhu Xuanchuan. The distance between them was less than half a meter. She raised her hand, the cool edge of the bamboo ruler, gently lifting Zhu Xuanchuan's chin. Gu Qinghan slightly tilted her head, looking at him through her glasses. Her gaze suppressed a strong mix of bitterness and dissatisfaction. "Put away your sweet-talking skills." Her tone was stern, yet the end of her sentence trembled slightly. "I don't care how reckless you were before or how many cousins you have outside. But in my class and my office, you can only look at me and think of me." This bitterness was sharper than Shangxi aged vin. This was no mere admonition from a counselor. It was clearly the main consort asserting her dominance. Zhu Zunchuan's gaze deepened. He did not retreat, but suddenly stepped forward. His thigh pressed directly against Gu Qinghan's body. Surprised that he dared to retaliate, she gasped, and her lower back hit the edge of the desk with no room to retreat. Her legs gave way, and she fell back into the large leather swivel chair. Zhu Xuanchuan pressed closer. He leaned down, placing his hands on the leather armrests on either side of the chair. His towering figure completely trapped Gu Qinghan in a confined space. Their faces were less than 10 centimeters apart. The scent of citrus mixed with the masculine fragrance filled Gu Qinghan's breath. What do you want?" Gu Qinghan's voice finally lost its rhythm, the usually aloof mentor facade. Zhu Xuanchuan said nothing, merely lowered his head to look at her. In the shadow beneath the desk, Zhu Zunchuan's right knee pushed forward. His calf, through the thin fabric of his casual pants, brushed directly against Gu Qinghan's calf clad in black stockings. The extremely thin black stockings clung to her delicate skin, exuding an astonishingly smooth texture. Zhu Zunchuan's calf gently rubbed up and down, feeling the firm flesh beneath that silky layer. Gu Qinghan's entire body stiffened. Her breath instantly froze, and the pale skin of her face flushed with a deep crimson. "Zhu Xuanchuan, you are being unreasonable." She bit her lower lip, her voice soft enough to draw out a thread, and even the hand holding the ruler trembled. She wanted to pull her leg back, but Zhu Zunchuan's leg firmly pinned her knee, leaving her utterly unable to move. "Teacher Gu." Zhu Xuanchuan lowered his head, his lips almost touching her ear, his voice deep and husky. "You just said to reserve all my energy for you. So I want to ask, can I get a perfect score for my work as a research assistant?" The warm breath drifted into her ear. Gu Qinghan could hardly bear such audacious teasing. Under the desk, Zhu Zunchuan's leg pressed closer, the texture of the edge of the stocking transmitting an incredibly clear sensation through the fabric of his pants. They were both wildly testing that forbidden boundary. Slap! The bamboo ruler in Gu Qinghan's hand slipped from her grip and fell onto the wooden floor. She gripped the leather armrests tightly, her chest rising and falling violently with rapid breaths. At that moment, when reason was on the verge of completely collapsing, clear footsteps and conversation suddenly echoed from the corridor outside the door. "Dean Lee, this approval document for the welcome party needs Teacher Gus' signature. Is she in the office?" "The blinds are drawn, so she's probably resting inside." "Knock on the door and ask." The footsteps grew closer, finally stopping outside the door. Gu Qinghan seemed to awaken from a dream. She suddenly reached out and forcefully pushed Zhu Zunchuan's chest. Flustered, she stood up, quickly smoothing out the wrinkled hem of her white shirt and the tight pencil skirt. Zhu Xuanchuan straightened up, stepping back 2 paces. He bent down to pick up the fallen bamboo ruler and gently placed it on the large mahogany desk. Gu Qinghan took a deep breath forcibly, suppressing the redness on her face and the softness in her eyes. She turned around, pulling out a blue folder from the neatly stacked academic materials on the desk, and stiffly handed it to Zhu Xuanchuan. Next Wednesday is the school's opening ceremony. Gu Qinghan forced herself to remain calm, but her gaze dared not meet his eyes. I've assigned you the task of coordinating with the invited guests. Please verify the guest list and itinerary. This is part of your duties as a research assistant. No excuses. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock at the door. Gu Qinghan shot Zhu Xuanchuan a glare, signaling him to hurry, and opened the door. Zhu Xuanchuan took the blue folder, a mischievous smile playing at the corner of his mouth. He turned and walked to the door, unlocking the metal bolt and opening the door. Dean Li and a young administrative staff member outside paused for a moment. Zhu Xuanchuan, you're here too? Dean Li asked. Yes, Teacher Gu was assigning me the coordination tasks for the opening ceremony. Just finished the discussion. I was about to leave. Zhu Xuanchuan raised the folder in his hand and strode past Dean Li, exiting the office. Dean Li peeked into the office. Gu Qinghan sat upright in her leather chair, looking down at her lesson plan. Aside from her slightly flushed complexion, she appeared completely normal. Zhu Xuanchuan walked down the stairs. Upon reaching the corner on the first floor, he stopped. Recalling the intense sensation of the black stockings from under the desk earlier, he couldn't help but rub his fingers together. The feeling of jealousy from the aloof female mentor was indeed quite potent. He casually opened the blue folder, his gaze sweeping over the first page. It clearly listed the invited guests for next week's opening ceremony in bold letters along with their badge. 1. Xia Weining, Honorary Director of Kyoto University, President of Dinghe Construction Group. 2. Su Muqing, Top Domestic Female Singer, Campus Image Ambassador. 3. Jiang Ting, Chairman of Jiang Group and Kyoto Honorary Alumnus, note to be represented by his eldest daughter Jiang Yao. 4. Fu Xinghe, Specially Invited Professor of the School of Literature at Kyoto University, Invited Speaker. 5. Shun Jinshan, Deputy Commander of the Tianjin Military District, Honorary Sponsor of the school, note to be represented by his granddaughter Shen Tianxi, to present flowers. Zhu Zunchuan's gaze was fixated on the printed paper. His pupils trembled violently. 5 names. 5 nuclear bombs capable of destroying the world. Next Wednesday. Same time, same place, same stage. Capital heiresses, entertainment industry superstars, underworld princesses, cold, white moonlight, sickly campus beauties. All are set to converge at this opening ceremony. Zhu Xuanchuan closed the folder and looked up at the clear blue sky outside. He felt he might not need to attend school the day after tomorrow. Stepping out of the College of Literature building into early autumn sunlight, Zhu Xuanchuan could feel not a shred of warmth. He stood by the flower bed, staring down at the folder in his hands as a dull ache throbbed at his temples. Xia Weining, Su Muqing, Jiang Yao, Fu Xinghe, Shen Tianxi. Those 5 names appearing together on the invitation list for next Wednesday's opening ceremony amounted to a bespoke act of terror. Any one of them could set Jingdu abuzz. If all 5 took the stage together and then discovered that their mutual ex was sitting in the audience handling the coordination. He could already see the scene: Xia Weining waving stacks of cash as she tried to buy the whole school, Jiang Yao producing a butterfly knife and pressing it to his waist, Fu Xinghe declaiming love letters from the stage, Shen Tianxi weeping as she begged her grandfather to mobilize forces, and finally Gu Qinghan pushing up his spectacles to mark him with a serious demerit. This isn't an opening ceremony, it's my 7th-day memorial. Zhu Xuanchuan sighed. Yet the memory of his calf brushing through fabric against that whisper-thin black stocking beneath Gu Qinghan's desk made his fingers involuntarily rub together. The taste of being envied by a cool, aloof female tutor was, he had to admit, intoxicating. If one must die beneath a peony, one might as well be a dashing ghost. He would take each step as it came. Having steadied himself, Zhu Xuanchuan strode back toward the men's dormitory block. He pushed open the wooden door of dorm 621. The room was alive. The 2 roommates who had been absent earlier were both there, Zhao Dehai and Sun Hao, now fixed like guardian statues, eyes glued to their computer screens. Zhao Dehai was a burly northeasterner about 185 meters tall and bordering on 200 gene, commonly called Lao Zhao. Sun Hao was the archetypal engineering type, skinny as a reed, thick-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, nicknamed Mouse. Their fingers hammered the keys like lunatics, the mice clicking furiously, faces flushed red. Fatso, you'll click sparks out of that mouse, one of them jeered. Zhu Xuanchuan casually closed the door, pulled out his chair, and sat down, teasing. What are you watching? Some foreign action flick? So invested. Brother Chuan, don't mess with us. Lives are at stake. Lao Zhao did not look back, his eyes bulged like copper bells. Su Muqing, the nation's sweetheart, Su Muqing. She was holding the opening night of her national tour at the Jingdu Sports Center next week, and tickets went on sale at 3:30 this afternoon. With my single-handed 20 years of bachelorhood reflexes, Lao Zhao howled, I couldn't even get near the stands. Mouse clawed at his hair in panic. The server crashed. 50,000 tickets gone in 3 seconds. My ticket-snatching script failed. Lao Zhao slapped his thigh and wailed, I checked the ticketing site. Scalpers have gone insane. A Tuthasanda Thunder Dread Yuan floor seat is now being flipped to 31,000. There's no market-only price. Those profiteering dogs are bleeding us dry. Zhu Xiuquan took the water cup from the table and drank a sip without saying a word. Su Muching had reached this level of fame already. You two spare me. The balcony sliding door opened, and Lin Yuan walked in a toothpick between his lips. He had been smoking outside and had overheard their complaints. Lin Yuan came up behind them, patted Lao Zhao's solid shoulder, and wore an expression of affectionate reproach. Such small horizons, he said. Lao Zhao and Mouse both turned bewildered. What horizons? Lao Zhao glanced at Lin Yuan, then followed his gaze to Zhu Xiuquan, who was sitting in a chair drinking water. Lin Yuan walked to Zhu Zunchuan's desk, hands on his hips, chin lifted, as if the sky were beneath him. Make way. Let the Godfather take a look. Zhu Xiuquan shot him a glance and mock-scolded, Stop jinxing me. Lin Yuan ignored him, opened Zhu's drawer, and carefully produced a same-city courier envelope. He turned the envelope over and 3 hard cards with dark gold borders, exquisitely designed, slid onto the Open your eyes and take a good look. Lin Yuan pointed at the desk. Lao Zhao and Mouse leaned in. Su Muching National Tour, Jingdu Station. Lao Zhao read aloud. Mouse's gaze snapped to the small print, and he split his words in astonishment. Holy, VVIP privileged seating area. Row 1 seats, 21, 22, 23. That's front and center. The dormitory fell silent for a full 3 seconds. Then Lao Zhao's 200 frame erupted into an earth-shaking roar. He lunged and clung to Zhu Zunchuan's thigh. Brother Chuan, you're my true brother. No, you're my father. Tears threatened to spill. These tickets, even if scalpers sell them for 100,000 each, would still be impossible to get. Where did you get them? Mouse, equally rapturous and incoherent, grabbed Zhu's shoulder. Brother Chuan, concealment and depth. Do you have relatives in the organizing committee? Or is your family secretly in mining? Watching his dorm mates go mad, Zhu Xiuquan felt helpless. Fine, let go. You're going to pull my pants off. Zhu Xiuquan gave Lao Zhao a kick. A friend gave them to me. But there are only 3 tickets. How do we split 3? Mouse pushed up his glasses, suddenly alert. Lin Yuan clicked his tongue. Isn't it obvious? Brother Chuan takes 1. He was downstairs a moment ago drinking the chicken soup personally stewed by our college belle Shintianchi. The second is obviously for his sister-in-law. As for the third, Lin Yuan deliberately dragged the tail of the sentence and winked at Lao Zhao and Mouse. The two immediately understood that this was a manipulative ploy to set them at odds. There were 4 people in dorm 621. If Zhu and Shun used 2 tickets, only 1 remained, but Lao Zhao's eyes spun, and he began to bargain, pounding Zhu's leg. Brother Chuan, won't your leg be sore? They'll carry your month of smelly socks. Mouse would not be outdone. He began kneading Zhu's shoulders. Brother Chuan, I'll write your Maoist theory paper for the entire second half of the semester. We'll guarantee a 0% similarity rate. Lin Yuan snapped. You two have no scruples. I dug these tickets up. Watching his 3 roommates nearly tear each other apart over concert seats, Zhu rubbed his temples. After all, he was now a billionaire magnate. Since they were all dorm brothers, he could not bring himself to take 1 ticket and leave the others moldering in the room. Enough fighting. Zhu Xiuquan interrupted, tapping the tabletop twice. We're brothers in this dorm. If we're going, we go together. 2 tickets. They'll find a way. Lao Zhao's eyes widened. Really? This is VVIP front row. These can't be bought with money alone. You need celestial connections. You can still get more. I said if I can get it, then I can get it. You all wait for me here. The ordinary tickets for Su Muching's event have already skyrocketed to over 5,000, while the VVIP section is simply unavailable. This is quite a dilemma. Even with money, I can't spend it. Buying a regular ticket for my roommate is fine, but compared to that, it feels lacking. Zhu Xiuquan stood up, took his phone, pushed open the balcony door, and firmly closed the sliding door. The September evening breeze brushed against his face, carrying away a hint of heat. Zhu Xiuquan leaned against the balcony railing and lit a cigarette. He opened WeChat and found that familiar profile picture in the pinned list, a chubby orange cat with the note "Big Orange is precious." This girl had been deleted by him yesterday, and after adding him back with a new account, she sent over a dozen messages. He had been too busy dealing with Jiang Yao and Xiao Weining to reply much. If it weren't for his dorm brothers, he truly wouldn't want to provoke this popular little wildcat who had just transformed in the hotel penthouse. Zhu Xiuquan took a puff of smoke and typed with 1 hand. What are you doing? 3 simple words with no preamble. This was a classic pickup line from the Playboy's vocabulary, offensive or defensive. After sending it, Zhu Xiuquan held the cigarette and stared at the screen. Less than 3 seconds later, a prompt appeared at the top of the screen. The other party is speaking. Immediately after, there was a ding. A voice message arrived. Zhu Xiuquan lightly tapped, bringing the phone's earpiece to his ear. Su Muching's voice came through the earpiece. Her voice lacked the clarity of the stage, instead carrying a huskiness that suggested she had just woken up. What was even more lethal was the sweetness in her tone, a charm that struck directly at the heart. "Brother Chuan, you finally took the initiative to contact me." She seemed to be turning over in her bed, her voice muffled, laced with an enticing texture. "I just woke up in the hotel. Yesterday's rehearsal was exhausting. It was so cold sleeping alone without you." The voice message paused, then a soft, enticing gasp followed. "Did you miss me? What do you want? Just tell me, as long as I have it. They'll give it to you." The voice message ended. Zhu Xinchuan's fingers holding the cigarette trembled slightly, a small piece of ash falling onto his slippers. Was this girl hinting at something? This was not a hint, this was a clear indication. Zhu Xinchuan held the cigarette, the sultry whisper still swirling in his mind. He chuckled softly, extinguishing the cigarette, but against the railing, and pressed the voice key with one hand. "Your voice is already hoarse, yet you still tease." Zhu Xinchuan's tone was lazy. "Get some rest, don't mess around." As soon as he sent the message, the screen immediately showed the other party is typing. In less than 2 seconds, an original photo was sent over. Zhu Xinchuan opened it. The background of the photo featured the king-size bed in the Victoria Hotel penthouse. Su Muching had clearly just taken a shower, wearing a loose, oversized white shirt which happened to be Zhu Xinchuan's. The hem barely covered her thighs. Her 2 long, fair legs were casually crossed on the dark gray sheets, the muscle lines firm and beautiful. Most enticing were her bare feet, the arches taut, 10 delicate toes playfully curling with a coat of transparent polish glistening under the warm hotel lights. Below the photo was a message: "The shirt still carries your scent. I don't care if you don't come to see me today, I'll go on strike during rehearsal tomorrow." When the nation's first love acted spoiled, it was simply lethal. Zhu Xinchuan rubbed his brow and replied, "Stop messing around, let's talk business. Leave me 2 tickets for your concert in Kyoto. They need to be good seats, preferably connected to the previous 3 tickets." This time the other party didn't send a voice message, but called directly. Zhu Xinchuan answered and pressed the phone to his ear. "Who are you bringing to watch?" Su Muching's voice was soft and clingy with an undeniable hint of jealousy. "I already gave you 3 tickets, isn't that enough? I don't care if the front row is reserved for you. You're not allowed to bring any other women under my nose. I'm taking a couple of my dorm mates." Zhu Xinchuan casually made up a story. "They can't get tickets and are dying in the dorm. 2 tickets, is there any problem?" A burst of cheerful laughter came from the other end. "You scared me, I thought you were bringing another girl." Su Muching sighed in relief, her tone suddenly very generous. "Dorm mates, right? No problem. The central area of the front row wasn't originally for sale. It was reserved for my studio's family tickets and investor gifts. I'll let Sister Song know and send you the electronic codes for seats 24 and 25 in row 1 on a few tens of thousands per ticket, which are being scalped to sky-high prices outside." Yet to her it felt as easy as buying 2 skewers of starch sausage from a roadside stall. "Okay, thank you, dear. Take care of your voice during rehearsal. Don't drink cold water." Zhu Xinchuan gave a reminder. "Will you come to see me tomorrow?" Su Muching immediately seized the opportunity, her voice dropped extremely low. "I'm still in this suite. I bought a new outfit. Check the time." Zhu Xinchuan decisively hung up. This girl was getting more and more indulgent. If they continued chatting, she wouldn't need to return to the dorm tonight. 2 electronic invitations with dynamic anti-counterfeiting QR codes were sent over. Zhu Xinchuan pushed open the glass door of the balcony and walked into the dorm. Lao Zhao and Mouse were still staring blankly at the computer screen, their expressions more mournful than during a funeral. The ticket sales interface on Demai was still showing sold out, while the prices in the scalper group in the bottom right corner had already risen to 11,000 per ticket. "All right, stop wailing." Zhu Xinchuan pulled out a chair and sat down, casually tossing his phone on the table. "The tickets are sorted. Row 1 seats 24 and 25, the electronic codes have been sent over. Just swipe your ID to enter." The dorm fell silent for 2 seconds. Lao Zhao suddenly turned his head, his 200-pound body creaking the chair. He stared with bulging eyes at Zhu Xinchuan. "Brother Chuan, don't joke. You secured those tickets, which are practically priceless, just by making a phone call." Mouse pushed his thick glasses up the bridge of his nose, looking skeptical. "Brother Chuan, did you look for scalpers at the seafood market? I'm telling you, those that require payment before sending codes are 99% scams. The picture you sent might have been photoshopped." "Exactly, Brother Chuan." Lao Zhao lamented. "Even though we want to see Su Muching, we can't let you be 100,000. Oh, wouldn't it be better to save it for a hotel room with your girlfriend?" Seeing his 2 roommates' anxious expressions of "Brother, you've been scammed," Zhu Xinchuan couldn't help but laugh. He offered no explanation, only raised his water glass and took a sip. Lin Yuan, who had remained silent beside him, could contain himself no longer. He spat out the toothpick lodged between his teeth, strode forward with long, purposeful steps, and landed a sharp slap on the back of each man's head. First Lao Zhao's, then Housy's. "You two, thick-skulled as mountain hogs who can't digest fine grain. Lin Yuan scowled in exasperated disappointment, jabbing a finger at the 3 physical tickets lying on the table and at Zhu Xuanchuan's phone. Say you're blind, and yet you still draw breath. Do you even know how these tickets were obtained? Lao Zhao rubbed the back of his head. Didn't Brother Chuan secure them at great expense? Great expense? Your great-grandfather's fortune. Lin Yuan lowered his voice, but the thrill trembling beneath it was unmistakable. Leaning in close, he whispered conspiratorially, the night before last, just before dorm inspection, a girl, wearing a surgical mask and a baseball cap, came to our dormitory looking for Brother Chuan. You remember that, don't you? Both men shook their heads. That evening they'd just returned from basketball, and Lin Yuan had intercepted them at the door, dragging them off to spend the night at an internet cafe. She removed her mask right here, in this very room, sat down on Brother Chuan's single bed. Lin Yuan swallowed hard, his fingers trembled visibly. That face. I'd recognize it even if she turned to ash. Su Maching, the nation's beloved first love in the flesh. She came personally to see Brother Chuan. In person, she's even more radiant than online, utterly enchanting. Silence fell, absolute suffocating silence. Lao Zhao and Haozi froze, expressions locked in stunned disbelief. Their brains overheated, CPU temperature spiking past 90 degrees. What did you just say? Lao Zhao stammered, tongue-tied. Still not grasping it. Lin Yuan slammed his palm onto the table. These aren't scalper tickets. They're family passes gifted personally by the superstar Su Maching herself. That call Brother Chuan just made. It went straight to Su Maching, the real living, breathing icon. Lao Zhao and Haozi slowly, stiffly turned their gaze toward Zhu Xuanchuan. Zhu Xuanchuan leaned back in his chair, idly spinning a lighter between his fingers, neither confirming nor denying. Yet that serene, world-weary nonchalance radiated from him like an aura. Divine, unassailable, impossible to look upon directly. The nation's first love spent the night in a male dormitory 2 nights ago. At noon today, the campus's legendary military district beauty fed him chicken soup, publicly, unreservedly. Their entire worldview shattered with a deafening silent crack. Thud. With zero hesitation, Lao Zhao, 200 pounds of pure mass, dropped to his knees before Zhu Xuanchuan. He seized Zhu's left leg in a desperate embrace, tears streaming down his face. Father, he bellowed, voice raw with theatrical fervor. Zhao Dahai has never bowed to anyone, until this very moment. From now on, you are my true father. I'll hand you toilet paper when you defecate in the dorm. I'll stand guard when you court women. Haozi, half a beat slower but fiercely survival-driven, immediately slid forward on his knees, gripping Zhu Xuanchuan's right leg with both hands, and flung his glasses to the floor with a sharp clatter. Brother Chuan, you're not merely a king of romance. You're Poseidon himself, sovereign of the seas. Haozi trembled uncontrollably. Accept me as your disciple. I ask for nothing, not even a fraction of your mastery. Just let me trail behind you and inhale the faintest wisp of your celestial qi. Zhu Xuanchuan, utterly disarmed by their absurd devotion, could only shake his head in wry amusement. Enough, get up, both of you. He delivered a light kick to each. You're about to yank my trousers off. The tickets are yours, just don't cause trouble. And regarding Su Maching, what's been said inside this door stays inside. Not a word beyond it. Not a syllable, we swear on our lives. They vowed fervently, gingerly saving the digital ticket code to their phones, as if handling sacred relics, terrified of accidental deletion. After the commotion settled, quiet finally returned. Lao Zhao and Haozi were already scouring the web for glow sticks and fan apparel. Lin Yuan headed off to shower. Zhu Xuanchuan picked up his wash basin and towel, stepping into the communal washroom. Cold water gushed from the faucet. He cupped it in his palms and splashed his face, then lifted his gaze to the mirror before him. A face of arresting, almost dangerous beauty, sharp sculpted lines, eyes deep and inscrutable. His gaze drifted downward, taking in his own reflection. A cotton t-shirt, its collar faded from countless washes, gray athletic pants worn thin at the knees, 2 years old, and on his feet, and Tas sneakers priced at 300 yuan. The textbook uniform of the impecunious university student. Until recently, he'd never minded. It was said that even sackcloth looked handsome on him. But this afternoon, fragments of memory resurfaced. Xia Weining's Lamborghini Aventador roaring to a halt at the roadside, Jiang Yao's opulent Weinard silk Cheongsam at the penthouse lounge of an exclusive private club, and the Patek Philippe she'd casually gifted, the Zhao young master crushed beneath acquisition bids numbering in the hundreds of millions at the Royal Golf Club. Next Wednesday, the opening ceremony. Xia Weining, Jiang Yao, Su Maching, Fu Xinghe, Shun Tianxi, and ever-watchful Gu Qinghan ready to strike at any moment. 5 women, each reigning supreme atop the pinnacle of her respective domain, would converge upon a single stage. If he stood among them clad in this 200 or 300 yuan ensemble, even with nerves of tempered steel, he would be utterly eclipsed by the sheer cataclysmic intensity of that legendary battlefield of hearts. A man's confidence springs not only from his face, but from the substance that matches its brilliance. Zhu Xuanchuan wiped the water from his face, then rested his palm lightly upon the sink's cold porcelain surface. In his mind's eye, a long dormant interface flickered into view. Emotional value system, current available balance 100,000 CNY. An exact sum of 10 billion yuan, sitting untouched in his personal offshore account overseas. This 10 billion will turn to worthless paper if left idle any longer. Zhu Xuanchuan murmured softly, a cold razor-thin smile curling at the edge of his lips. Tomorrow is the weekend. Time to visit China World Trade Center and reveal the true scale of a divine magnate's power. Saturday morning. Only Lin Yuan snored in the dormitory. Lao Zhao and Haozi had bolted at dawn, tickets in hand, to scour the internet for concert tips and VIP etiquette. Zhu Xuanchuan swung his legs off the bed and kicked the bedpost beside Lin Yuan's bunk. Rise and shine. Escort your revered father on a shopping expedition. Lin Yuan sat up, tousled hair sticking up in every direction, dazedly asking, what are we stocking up on? Buns from the second canteen. Clothes, Zhu Xuanchuan replied, pulling on his faded white t-shirt. Next Wednesday's opening ceremony loomed. Xiao Weining, Su Maching, Jiang Yao, Fu Xinghe, and Gu Qinghan would all gather in one hall. To greet those 5 formidable women in attire worth barely 200 yuan wouldn't be humility. It would be public humiliation. The 10 billion yuan foundation of his confidence was long overdue for daylight. After washing up, the two descended the stairs and exited the south gate of Jingdu University. Lin Yuan fumbled for his phone, scanning the street for shared bikes. Zhu Xuanchuan ignored him entirely, walking straight to the curb. He reached into his pocket, withdrew a set of car keys, and pressed the unlock button. Beep beep. A sleek, jet-black Porsche Panamera blinked its hazard lights in response. Its aerodynamic silhouette gleamed with a cold, liquid metallic luster beneath the morning sun. Lin Yuan's phone slipped from his grasp and clattered onto the pavement. Holy! He swallowed hard, finger trembling as he pointed at the Panamera. Brother Chuan, you're driving a Panamera now? Spill it. Did that stunning neighbor buy it for you? If I were living off someone else's wealth, I'd at least drive a Ferrari. Zhu Xuanchuan opened the driver's door, slid in, and started the engine. Get in. I'll show you what true magnificence looks like. Lin Yuan picked up his phone and tumbled into the passenger seat, feeling the genuine leather of the chair, excited like a fool. The V8 engine roared. Half an hour later, the Panamera smoothly entered the VIP basement of the top shopping center in Kyoto. The elevator went straight to the atrium on the first floor. Zhu Xuanchuan with Lin Yuan, whose calves were cramping, headed straight for the Brunello Cucinelli menswear. This brand is known as the King of Kashmir, with no prominent logos on the clothing, emphasizing an old money style and ultimate quality. Any cashmere sweater starts from 5 figures. Entering the store, a faint scent of high-end wood incense lingered in the air. The store manager, Su Man, approached in black stilettos. She wore an extremely fitted dark gray suit dress, the hem barely covering a third of her thighs. Her long and straight legs were wrapped in thin black stockings. The white silk shirt underneath was tightly fitted, the curve of her chest breathtaking. Su Man's gaze was sharp. At first glance, she thought Zhu Xuanchuan was a student who had entered the wrong door. But as her gaze moved down, it landed on the Patek Philippe Nautilus on Zhu Xuanchuan's wrist, worth 12 million. Her pupils suddenly contracted. Looking again at Zhu Xuanchuan, who exuded an unshakable calmness despite the situation. A true wealthy individual. As for Lin Yuan, who couldn't even walk properly, he was merely a follower. Good morning, sir. Is there a familiar sales associate to assist you? Su Man smiled sweetly, her voice infused with a professionally trained allure. It's my first time here. Just select a couple of seasonal outfits. Zhu Xuanchuan walked to the lounge area and sat down on the leather sofa. Lin Yuan perched on the edge, too nervous to look at the unpriced clothing. Su Man turned to brew tea. She returned with a bone china teacup and bent down to present it. This action was one she had performed countless times, executed with utmost precision. Her upper body lowered, the neckline of her silk shirt naturally fell open. 2 curvaceous mounds of white and the edge of black lace suddenly entered Zhu Xuanchuan's line of sight. A hint of Bulgari Darjeeling tea perfume wafted through the air, mixed with the mature scent of a woman extremely alluring. Sir, would you like some tea? Su Man's eyes sparkled, her lashes fluttering, her gaze so captivating it felt tangible. Zhu Xuanchuan took the teacup, his index finger inadvertently brushing against her cool fingertips. Su Man's finger trembled slightly, her legs feeling weak. Instead of retreating, she lightly grazed the back of Zhu Xuanchuan's hand as she leaned in. He pointed at the display rack. That small lambskin jacket, that ash gray cashmere turtleneck, and the dark blue casual pants next to it. Let me try those in my size. Sure, please wait a moment. Su Man immediately went to fetch the clothes, guiding Zhu Xuanchuan into the spacious VIP fitting room. She did not step out but followed him inside. The fitting room door closed. Zhu Xianchuan took off his old t-shirt, revealing his well-defined abs and broad, firm chest. The air filled with a surge of male hormones, and Su Man stood nearby, her gaze suddenly heating up, her breath completely losing its rhythm. She had seen countless wealthy, balding old men and plump, rich second-generation heirs, but she had never encountered a young man with both extraordinary wealth and stunning looks like the one before her. She approached with the ash-gray cashmere sweater, standing on her tiptoes, gently helping Zhu Xianchuan put it on. The proximity was too close. Su Man's fullness nearly pressed against Zhu Zunchuan's chest. She could even feel his strong heartbeat. "Your physique is truly impressive, sir. You must go to the gym regularly." Su Man adjusted his collar, her alabaster fingers intentionally brushing over Zhu Zunchuan's Adam's apple. Zhu Xianchuan lowered his head, his gaze penetrating into that profound cleft. "It's all right. Do you usually help clients dress so closely?" Su Man's cheeks flushed red. She tilted her head back, exhaling like an orchid. "How could that be? I only serve the top-tier VIPs. This outfit fits you as if it were tailored for you. It's perfect." Having changed into the full outfit, Zhu Xianchuan pushed open the fitting room door and stepped out. Lin Yuan, holding a cup of water, looked up and was completely stunned. The cup paused midair. The deep space gray lambskin jacket had an unbeatable texture, while the ash-gray cashmere turtleneck accentuated his broad shoulders and narrow waist to perfection. There was no exaggerated logo, yet it exuded an air of expensive restraint that made one hesitant to look directly at it. The male college student, dressed in 200 yuan, was completely gone. Standing before him was entirely a scion of a wealthy family, carrying the weight of 3 generations of wealth, nonchalant and carefree. "Chuan Gu." Lin Yuan swallowed hard. "If you told me now that you are the illegitimate son of a trillion-yuan tycoon, I would believe you. Your aura is absolutely overwhelming." Su Man stepped out, holding a specially made calfskin belt. She walked directly to Zhu Xianchuan and knelt on one knee on the carpet. With both hands, she wrapped around Zhu Zunchuan's waist, threading the belt through the loops of his pants. In this position, she tilted her face upward, the action causing her neckline to open even wider. That line of pure whiteness was unveiled entirely before Zhu Zunchuan's eyes. "Sir, your charm has brought this season's main collection to life." Su Man's voice was soft, her fingertips deliberately pressing gently against Zhu Zunchuan's taut abdomen while fastening the belt buckle. "These 3 outfits plus those 2 pairs of shoes, please wrap them up." Zhu Xianchuan looked down at her. "Sure." Su Man's voice rose a pitch in excitement. They approached the cash register. Su Man printed a long receipt. Lin Yuan leaned in to glance at the bottom number. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands. 786,000. Lin Yuan's legs went weak, and he clung desperately to the edge of the cash register to avoid collapsing. Buying a few seasonal clothes cost the down payment for a whole apartment. Zhu Zunchuan's expression remained unchanged. He pulled out a pure black bank card from his wallet, appearing unremarkable. He pinched the card between his index and middle fingers and casually pushed it over. "No password, just swipe it." Su Man accepted the black card with both hands, greedily rubbing her fingers over the edge of the card. She lowered her head to swipe the card, quietly pulling a fragrant business card from her suit pocket, handing it along with the POS receipt back to Zhu Xianchuan. Su Man held the jet black bank card in both hands and courteously returned it to Zhu Xianchuan as he reached out to accept it. With a bold, deliberate motion, Su Man's index finger lacquered a vivid crimson, lightly traced across Zhu Zunchuan's palm, the nail skimming his skin and sending a delicious, tingling thrill through him. She tilted her face upward, her eyes, edged with precise eyeliner, were full of unabashed suggestion. She deliberately leaned forward, the taut silk blouse parting at the buttons to reveal a dangerous crease of pale, profound sight that filled Zhu Zunchuan's view. The boutique's refined, woody aroma mingled with the heady scent of mature femininity, intoxicating and irresistible as she addressed him as Mr. Zhu. Su Man's voice trembled with saccharine warmth as she explained that the garments required exquisite tailoring. Her private number was on the back of the card, and if anything were uncomfortable after he wore them, he should message her on WeChat. No matter how late, she said, she could provide private home fittings and alterations. Coupled with the faint friction of her legs wrapped in black stockings, her meaning was unmistakable to any grown man. Zhu Xianchuan remained composed. He slipped the black card and the business card into his pocket with casual ease, a playful curve lifting one corner of his mouth, and acknowledged her with a polite nod. The salesgirls who had moments before sneered at his old clothes now felt a surge of instant bitter regret. A tall, short-haired salesgirl with an innocent face could no longer contain herself. Carrying a cup of freshly brewed coffee, she stepped forward and, under the pretense of handing it over, deliberately brushed her hip against Zhu Zunchuan's thigh. In a voice that sent gooseflesh along his arm, she urged him to have some hot coffee to soothe his throat, and at the same time slipped a folded perfume blotter into the pocket of his lambskin jacket. Zhu Xiuquan received the coffee, without glancing at the flirtatious girl, instead turning his head toward Lin Yuan and signaling that it was time to go. Lin Yuan stood dazed as if his soul had left his body. 786,000. The sum was more than the paper offerings his ancestors had burned over generations. He had watched Zhu Xiuquan swipe the card without blinking and seen the normally haughty boutique manager, who usually looked down on others, clinging to him like a cat in heat. Lin Yuan's legs went weak. He snatched the heavy shopping bags from Zhu Zunchuan's hands and insisted he would carry them. How could such menial work be done by him personally, he declared. From now on, do not call me by my name, call me Wang Kai. I, Lin Yuan, will be your most loyal hound. Point, and I will obey. Watching his roommate's shameless sycophancy, Zhu Xiuquan could not help but laugh and scold him to go away and stop embarrassing him. They turned and headed for the boutique's doors. In the instant, Lin Yuan worshipped with feverish eyes a mechanical chime that had been silent for some time, rang crisply in Zhu Zunchuan's mind. A system prompt sounded. A high concentration of adoration had been detected from Lin Yuan's Su Man and the surrounding crowd, and the emotion conversion threshold had been met. The system announced that the emotion value system had been upgraded into the worship system. Zhu Xiuquan paused. He had assumed the system would retire after rewarding him 1 billion in cash, but it evidently contained an advanced form. His consciousness sank into the system interface. Beneath the drab monetary figures and new gilded module had appeared the worship mall. The worship points balance in the upper right corner leapt wildly, 50, 38, 10, and within seconds surged past the 500 mark. Zhu Xiuquan opened them all. The wares were dazzling and organized into 3 main categories. Skill specializations included God tier driving mastery, 500 points mastery of mixed martial arts, 800 points absolute pitch, and vocal proficiency, 600 points. Intelligence resources listed a celebrity dirt scanner, 100 points, targeted corporate equity infiltration card, 200 points, private surveillance data extraction, 500 points per use. Special consumables offered a basic physical enhancement elixir, 100 points mass alcohol tolerance capsules, 50 points, and a love luck hazard avoidance radar, 3000 points. Zhu Zunchuan's gaze locked immediately on the basic physical enhancement elixir. The product description was simple: comprehensively improve the host's constitution, enhance explosive power, endurance, and recovery speed, particularly bolster lumbar and kidney function and stamina, dispelling fatigue. Next Wednesday's opening ceremony would gather 5 formidable women beneath the same roof. There was Xia Weiniang's wildness, Jiang Yao's sickly fragility, Shun Taiang's relentless clinging, Su Yuqing's insatiable demands, and Gu Qinghan's predatory watchfulness. Without a strong back, he feared he might not even make it through the gates of the literature faculty. He silently commanded an exchange for 2 basic physical enhancement elixirs. Ding! 200 worship points were deducted, and the exchange succeeded. The elixir took effect automatically. In an instant, a warm current rose from his spine and swept through his limbs. Zhu Xiuquan felt the exhaustion accrued over days of juggling attention from several women dissolve. A flame of strength ignited deep in his lower abdomen. His breath lengthened and strengthened, and the lines of his muscles looked fuller and firmer beneath the impeccably tailored cashmere. Even his sight and hearing sharpened. They stepped out of the Brunello Cucinelli counter into the bustling mall atrium. Dressed in an outfit that neared 800,000, Zhu Zunchuan's entire bearing seemed reborn. The lambskin jacket's deep gray harmonized with his austere features. The seasoning of old money and a rakish princeling's nonchalance made him the instant focal point. Young women passing by kept stealing glances. Some socialites shopping together stopped pretending to take selfies while their cameras were actually trained on him. Whispers rippled through the crowd. That man was impossibly handsome. Such presence. Was he a celebrity? Look at that aura and that face. Unbelievable. Someone asserted he must be the scion of a vast fortune, while another sighed that having such a handsome, wealthy, and strong boyfriend would be pure bliss. The murmurs reached their ears. Lin Yuan walked behind with his chest pushed forward, convinced he too basked in the reflected glow and moving with a new swagger. The vanity and exaltation of standing in the spotlight and being adored could easily unmoor a person, but Zhu Xiuquan knew clearly this was only the beginning. It was the upgraded worship mall that truly secured his dominance. They took the private elevator straight down to the VIP underground garage. The black Porsche Panamera flashed its hazard lights. Lin Yuan, obsequious to the end, gingerly placed the shopping bags into the trunk and hurried to open the passenger door. Fully immersed in his role as the fawning steward, Lin Yuan smiled and cautioned his benefactor to mind the head as he climbed in. Zhu Xiuquan paid no heed to Lin Yuan's antics and slid into the driver's seat. As soon as he closed the door, the phone on the console began to vibrate incessantly. The screen lit up with a long string of unread voice message notifications on WeChat, all from Su Muqing. Zhu Xiuquan raised an eyebrow. Wasn't she supposed to be filming a new music video today? Why was she sending a barrage of voice messages at midday? He tapped the first one, and the car speakers played it aloud. He had expected Su Muqing's usual sweet coquettish cooing, but what filled the car instead was a chaotic, disjointed cacophony. Her breath trembled as she spoke, "Brother Chuan, where are you? I'm so scared." The system automatically played the second longer message. "My MV can't continue," she sobbed on the verge of collapse. "Several investors suddenly decided to pull out in concert," she said, "my album is going to be shelved." Silence fell inside the Palamara. Lin Yuan sat in the passenger seat. A moment ago he had been as excited as a monkey, but seeing Zhu Zunchuan's face darken, he quieted instantly. Su Muqing's voice trembled with sobs, that fragile, forced composure, like a rusty, blunt knife that tore at the very heart of Zhu Xuanchuan. He did not hesitate. His fingertips swept the screen, and he dialed. It rang 7 or 8 times before someone picked up. "Brother Chuan," Su Muqing whispered, her voice small, the microphone clearly pressed to her hand, as if she were hiding in some corner. She sniffed and forced a sweet, strained laugh. "Are you out of class?" "I'm fine. I was just tired earlier. I was only being a little spoiled, so please don't. Stop playing that wolfish act with me." Zhu Xuanchuan cut her off. His voice was low and contained a sharp, unquestionable edge. "Speak plainly. What happened?" "You told me because you cannot bear it alone," he added. A second of silence passed on the line, then her suppressed sobs finally collapsed into tears. She was never some all-sides polished career woman. At heart, she remained the wildcat Zhu Xuanchuan had spoiled during their online romance, utterly dependent on him. "They are withdrawing investment and halting filming." Su Muqing choked, her voice hoarse. "Because last night outside the set trailer I threw myself into your arms, and a paparazzo photographed the silhouette of you in a white shirt. This morning the trend blew up." Zhu Xuanchuan frowned. He had barely looked at his phone. Lin Yuan, considerate, pulled out his own and frantically opened the Weibo trending page, then handed it to Zhu Xuanchuan. The top 3 trending entries were all stamped with the scandalous mark of exposure. The headline screamed that Su Muqing was suspected of cohabiting, that her patron's identity had been exposed, and that investors accused her of breaching moral conduct, threatening to axe her new album. The comment section was a toxic miasma of haters and rival brigades driving the narrative. "The company told me to release a statement saying the person I hugged was my cousin and to publicly refute your identity," Su Muqing sobbed. "I refuse. Why should they make you a human shield? You're still in school. If this is exposed, your life will be ruined." She would rather see her nascent career destroyed and bear the rage of 1,000 tongues than grit her teeth and give Zhu Xuanchuan up an act of devotion so painfully selfless it hurt to witness. "The largest investor, Mr. Wang of Xinghua Entertainment, personally came to the set today," she said, her voice. Before she could finish, a loud bang erupted in the background like a dressing room door kicked open. Assistant Song's sharp, anxious voice rose clearly. "Mr. Wang, please do not go too far. Muqing is only 20. She is in love, not selling herself. That so-called yacht apology dinner she absolutely will not attend." A greasy, arrogant male voice shot back with coarse fury, cursing and deriding them all. "What saintly act are you putting on? Wearing a man's oversized shirt up on the hotel roof and pretending to be a virgin in front of me. If you do not cough up the 30 million in breach penalties or obediently go to the yacht tonight and entertain a few big bosses, I will smash this set to pieces. I will make sure Su Muqing never rises in this circle again." "What are you doing? Don't touch Muqing," Assistant Song cried. Sounds of a chaotic scuffle came through the line. "Brother Chuan, don't come for my sake," Su Muqing pleaded in panic, clutching the phone. "They are numerous and well-backed. Don't come." "Ah?" The line went dead as the phone was roughly snatched away, and a busy tone replaced her voice. Zhu Xuanchuan drew a long breath. His hand on the wheel had gone white at the knuckles from its tight grip, radiating a cold, lethal calm. He had seen people courting death, but never those so brazen as to dig in on the head of the god of death. Lin Yuan swallowed, feeling the temperature in the car drop to an icy point. "Did something happen?" "Buckle up," Zhu Xuanchuan said without waste. He ripped off the nearly 100,000 ash-gray cashmere turtleneck to reveal a stark, sensual throat. His gaze turned instantly as cold as frost. With one foot, he slammed the accelerator to the floor. The Palamara became a black beast roused to fury. Its V8 twin-turbo roared like thunder, tires screeching in the underground garage as it tore toward the suburban film base. Outside the window, the capital's busy streets blurred into streaks of light. Zhu Xuanchuan kept his left hand on the wheel, his right resting on the armrest. His face was terrifyingly calm, and the coldness in his eyes could make anyone shiver on a sweltering day. Only last night, Su Muqing had been clinging to his neck on the hotel bed, crying that only the smell of him made her feel alive. Her long, pale legs had trembled with the first knowledge of intimacy, her eyes reddened with emotion. She had given him everything. Her first kiss, her body, without reservation. Now a bloated, leering swine dared to point at her and tell her to go to a yacht and entertain those men. Zhu Xuanchuan tapped open the system panel. A few hundred adulation points remained in the upper right corner. After upgrading in the mall, he had skimmed the item list, and his gaze fixed on a high-tier passive aura in the special skills section. Perfect aura. Upon activation, the host's presence will exude absolute dominance. Immune to low-level provocation, each gesture carries the oppressive bearing of a top tycoon's heir. Price, 300 adulation points. Redeem, he murmured inwardly. Ding, 300 adulation points were deducted, and the exchange succeeded. The perfect aura loaded and took effect. In an instant, he felt a subtle but profound metamorphosis in his bearing. If earlier clad in that 800,000 outfit, he had looked like a rakish scion, now he was the true arbiter of life and death, someone who treated money as dross. That bone-deep indifference and majesty made Lin Yuan, sitting in the passenger seat, feel an almost shameful impulse to kneel. A 40-minute drive was compressed into 20. The suburban film base area see a closed set. A piercing screech of brakes split the air. With that ear-splitting screech, the Palamara performed a wildly aggressive drift, leaving 2 deep black tire marks on the asphalt as it halted arrogantly at the set's perimeter line. Zhu Xuanchuan pushed the door open and stepped out with long, straight legs. His new deep space gray lambskin jacket gleamed with a refined matte under the sun. One hand slipped into his trouser pocket as he coldly scanned past the perimeter at the set. The scene before him made his pupils contract. The peach blossom grove set, once built with delicate poetic artistry, lay shattered and strewn about. 5 or 6 men in black suits, sleazy and menacing, were using baseball bats to tear down Su Muqing's favorite artificial peach tree with brutal force. Petals littered the ground, stained with mud. In the ruins stood Su Muqing in a richly detailed pale pink costume. Her hair was slightly disheveled, and a silver hairpin dangled precariously. Her eyes were red, and she bit her lower lip. Assistant Song, shielding her from behind. A bloated, balding, middle-aged man, cigar clenched, pointed at her and hurled vicious insults. "You brazen whore," he spat. "You refuse a toast, and then take the penalty drink. Do you really think a few mediocre songs and 1 award make you the nation's sweetheart? Today I put it plainly, either pay 30 million in breach fees and get out of show business, or clean yourself up and wait in the room for me tonight." Zhu Xinchuan casually slipped one hand into his pocket and took long strides, directly crossing the warning line marked restricted area for the crew. 2 security personnel stationed at the periphery immediately stepped forward to block him. "What do you think you're doing? The set is entirely closed off. Unauthorized personnel are forbidden." Before he could finish, Zhu Xinchuan slightly tilted his head, his gaze sweeping over the faces of the 2 security guards. His eyes held no flicker of emotion, only an extreme indifference, as if he were looking down from high above, considering all beings as mere grass. The 2 guards met his gaze and felt an invisible pressure descend upon them, their knees going weak in an instant. The words that followed choked in their throats, and the 2 instinctively stepped aside, clearing a wide passage. Lin Yuan emerged from the front passenger seat, holding several shopping bags emblazoned with the dark pattern of Brunello Cucinelli. He looked at Zhu Xinchuan, who radiated an overwhelming aura, unconsciously puffing out his chest, adopting a swagger reminiscent of a royal steward. In the center of the set, the originally beautiful peach blossom forest set lay in ruins. Artificial branches were broken on the ground, and pink petals mixed with the dirt. Wang Jianya, sporting a receding hairline and a belly as round as a balloon, gripped a thick cigar in hand. "What are you pretending to be, a pure and innocent jade girl?" Wang Jianya spat a mouthful of thick phlegm on the ground, pointing angrily ahead. "Don't you know your status forbids you from dating? And hugging so tightly the photos are flying all over the internet. You've turned this project into a money-losing venture, and I'm letting you go on the yacht tonight for drinks to apologize. That's already elevating you." Her hair was disheveled, and a silver hairpin had fallen to the side, biting her lower lip, tightly drawing blood, with red-rimmed eyes, yet an extremely stubborn gaze. Assistant Song Jia opened her arms to block in front, bending over, drenched in sweat, smiling apologetically. "Mr. Wang Mucheng is still young and doesn't understand. You are magnanimous. Our studio will compensate for the breach of contract, even if we have to sell everything. Get lost. I've already given you Sister Xie's face, otherwise I would directly make you pay." Wang Jianya impatiently pushed Song Jia aside, his fat hand reaching directly for Su Mucheng's exposed shoulder. "Today you're going whether you want to or not." Song Jia couldn't stop him. A Sister Xie, the head of the gang, was not present, and Su Mucheng despairingly closed her eyes. The anticipated touch never came. A large bony hand suddenly reached out, gripping Wang Jianya's fat wrist tightly. Without any unnecessary words, the hand forcefully twisted downward. The sound of dislocated bones was excruciatingly loud in the quiet set. Wang Jianya let out a piercing scream, his fat face contorting grotesquely as he fell to his knees before Su Mucheng, overwhelmed by that sudden and unstoppable force. Zhu Xinchuan released his grip. He pulled out a pure white handkerchief from his cashmere sweater pocket, leisurely wiping the fingertip that had just touched Wang Jianya, then lightly tossed the handkerchief onto Wang Jianya's pale face. The 4 bodyguards in black suits finally reacted just as they were about to rush forward. Zhu Xinchuan raised his eyes. His cold, sharp gaze swept across like a blade. The perfect aura halo combined with the muscle pressure from a basic physical enhancement drug caused the 4 bodyguards who had long been accustomed to the nightlife to stop in their tracks, a chill creeping into their hearts, and none dared to take a step closer. The entire set was deathly silent. Zhu Xinchuan ignored everyone. He took off the deep space gray lambskin jacket worth over 100,000 and gently wrapped it around Su Mucheng's trembling body. The jacket still carried the warmth of a man and a pleasant scent. Su Mucheng opened her eyes. In her line of sight was the profile she had missed for a whole year. The defenses she had held up until now instantly crumbled. Whatever modesty of a top idol and dignity of a national crush, all were cast aside. She rushed forward without a second thought, wrapping her arms tightly around Zhu Xinchuan's waist, burying her face deep in his luxurious cashmere sweater. Brother Chuan. Her suppressed sobs burst forth, hot tears quickly soaking the precious fabric. Zhu Xinchuan knelt on one knee, his large hand cradling the back of her head, fingers intertwining in her disheveled long hair, gently stroking along her spine. I'm late. His voice was low, imbued with a unique warmth and indulgence. Su Mucheng shook her head desperately. Her chest rose and fell violently, her entire being softening into a puddle pressed tightly against Zhu Xinchuan's solid chest, greedily drawing the ultimate sense of security that this man provided. They bullied me. The album is about to flop, and now I have to accompany them for drinks. Her voice was filled with grievance, thick with nasal tones. Zhu Xinchuan paused. He lifted his head, glancing at the fallen flowers scattered on the ground and the surrounding crowd. It's better not to be a star. Zhu Xinchuan's arms tightened suddenly, pulling her fully into his embrace, his chin resting on the top of her head. From now on, I will take care of you. Whoever dares to bully you, I'll make him search for his teeth on the ground. This unreasonable, overbearing protection made Su Mucheng feel a jolt throughout her body, even her toes curled up. She felt that as long as this man was around, even if the sky were to fall, it would be firmly supported by his shoulders. Just as the two were tightly embracing each other, Wang Jianya, holding his dislocated wrists, staggered to his feet with the help of his bodyguards. He was sweating profusely from the pain, and his already ugly face became even more twisted. Who the hell are you, you wild brat? Wang Jianya gritted his teeth, pointing at Zhu Xinchuan, cursing. You came here to be a hero and save the beauty. How dare you meddle in the affairs of Xinghue Entertainment? You should go to the capital and ask about my name, Wang Jianya. Zhu Xinchuan released Su Mucheng from his embrace. He stood up firmly, blocking the girl behind him. Gone was the tenderness he had shown to Su Mucheng. Zhu Xinchuan's face instantly turned frosty. He slipped his hands back into his pockets, looking down at Wang Jianya. Xinghue Entertainment. Zhu Xinchuan's lips curled into an extremely mocking arc, his tone nonchalant. Never heard of it. What kind of third-rate troupe is that? Xinghue Entertainment was somewhat famous, being one of the main sponsors of Wang Jianya was thoroughly enraged by this contempt. He had always held the power of life and death over various female stars. When had he ever been so ignored? He fixed his gaze on Zhu Xinchuan's outfit, which was hard to identify, but clearly expensive, convinced in his heart that this was just an arrogant, rich second generation who didn't know his place. You haven't even grown all your hair yet, and you dare to come here to interrupt my business. Wang Jianya spat a mouthful of blood-tainted saliva. This little BTCH is unprofessional, messing around with relationships outside, causing my project to come to a complete halt. I let her go on the yacht for drinks as an apology. That was giving her face. Zhu Xinchuan's eyes grew completely cold. He took a step forward. The overwhelming pressure caused Wang Jianya to involuntarily take a half step back. Did you just want to touch her with that hand? Zhu Xinchuan's voice was very light. So what if I touched her? Wang Jianya shouted, trying to sound fierce. This MV is a key project. I have to withdraw my investment before her reputation goes south. Zhu Xinchuan interrupted him. With your meager investment, you dare to shout in front of my girl? Then a powerful slap landed directly on Wang Jianya's face. Wang Jianya's face contorted in rage and disbelief, his flabby flesh shaking violently. All right, such big words. Since you want to stand up for her, then show me some real money. He suddenly extended his good left hand, gesturing a number, his eyes filled with provocation. This MV has a funding gap of 10 million. If you can take it out right now, I'll immediately kneel and call you grandpa, then take my people and leave. Wang Jianya sneered. If you can't take it out, neither of you will leave this set today. Everyone in the crew held their breath, their gazes all fixed on Zhu Xinchuan. 10 million in cash, not just a young man still in college, but even many CEOs of listed companies would find it hard to gather such a vast amount of liquid funds in just a few minutes. Zhu Xinchuan did not even glance at Wang Jianye's distorted face. He reached out and gently tightened the sheepskin jacket draped over Su Muqing's shoulders. Su Muqing looked up, her eyes red. She grasped the hem of Zhu Xinchuan's clothes with her delicate hands, her voice trembling. "Brother Chuan, don't pay attention to him. Let's call the police." Zhu Xinchuan patted the back of her hand. He turned and locked his gaze on the middle-aged man cowering behind the camera, his eyes piercing through the scattered peach blossom props on the ground. "Are you the director?" Zhu Xinchuan's voice was low, his tone extremely flat. The director trembled all over, nearly losing his baseball cap. He swallowed hard and stood up straight, nodding shakily. "Give me the crew's public account." The director was stunned. He instinctively turned to glance at Wang Jianye, who was still clutching his dislocated wrist and gasping for breath and dared not speak. Zhu Xinchuan took half a step forward. The perfect aura was fully activated. An absolute pressure from a superior being enveloped the room. The director's legs went weak, his psychological defenses crumbling instantly. He waved to the crew's finance staff hiding in the back. "Quick! Bring the cash register and the public account." The finance staff was a round-faced girl who had just graduated, frightened as she hurried over with a wireless POS machine. Wang Jianye sneered from the side. "Pretend. Keep pretending. Do you think 10 million is some sort of ghost money from Tianyi Bank? Today I want to see how you plan to pay." Zhu Xinchuan had no time for nonsense. He reached into his pocket with one hand, pinching out a pure black metal card. The card's surface bore no intricate patterns, only a gold-embossed image of a centurion. He casually tossed the card onto the POS machine held by the finance girl. "Swipe for 10 million. No password." The finance girl trembled at the sight of the legendary black gold card, almost dropping the machine. In a flurry, she entered the amount of 10 million, then gently swiped the card in the side sensor area. The machine began to connect. Wang Jianye's flabby face was still shaking, his gaze fixed on that small machine. Beep. A long transaction slip was ejected from the top of the machine. Immediately after, the finance girl's work phone in her pocket emitted an exceptionally crisp voice notification. This sound was amplified countless times in the dead silence of the film set. "Your public account ending in 4588 has received an interbank transfer of RMB 100,000. Current available balance." The entire place fell silent. The wind rustled through the dilapidated peach blossom grove, stirring up a few pink artificial petals. Wang Jianye's sinister smile completely froze. His mouth slightly agape, he could not utter a sound from his throat. He actually produced 10 million. Not a blink, not a heartbeat, not even a phone call made. This level of cash flow mobilization ability, the terrifying financial strength it represented, could crush 10 Xinhui entertainment companies. Zhu Xinchuan withdrew the black gold card and returned it to his pocket. He turned his head, looking down at Wang Jianye from above. "Let's skip the grandfatherly talk. Ooh, I can't afford to lose face like that." Zhu Xinchuan's hands were shoved deep into the pockets of his casual pants, his tone icy. "Take your withdrawal contract and settle accounts with the finance department. From now on, I will cover all expenses for this crew." Wang Jianye's forehead was dripping with cold sweat trickling down his balding head. Who exactly are you?" He clutched his dislocated wrist, his voice dry. "You are not worthy to know who I am." Zhu Xinchuan stepped forward, patting Wang Jianye's flabby face. "Take your people and scram. If I see you making a scene in front of my girl again, I'll make sure you can only eat liquid food with a straw for the rest of." In truth, Zhu Xinchuan really wanted to tear down Xinhui Entertainment, but he only had money, no power or influence. He couldn't possibly go looking for a few ants. If it were known that he was helping Su Muqing, the first to be torn apart would definitely be him. Wang Jianye's legs went weak, nearly collapsing to the ground. Having navigated the business world for many years, he knew he had encountered a true powerhouse. "Go! Hurry up!" Wang Jianye scrambled away, assisted by several bodyguards in black suits, escaping the set's security line without looking back. Lin Yuan stood on the outskirts, watching Wang Jianye flee in disgrace, trembling with excitement. He shouted with all his might, "Father-in-law is mighty." This voice shattered the silence of the film set. The system panel in Zhu Xinchuan's mind was going crazy with notifications. Ding! High concentration of worship detected, source entire crew. Worship value 100. Worship value 200. Worship value 150. The number on the top right corner skyrocketed, breaking through the 3,000 mark. Among the crowd, Sister Song, who had been on guard, was now utterly shocked. She had always thought Zhu Xinchuan was just a handsome poor college student who would affect Su Muqing's career. Every time she saw Su Muqing secretly messaging him, she would earnestly advise Su Muqing to see reality and not be fooled by a pretty face. But now, 10 million in cash was thrown down right before her. This was no pretty boy, this was clearly a colossal towering figure. Sister Song's expression changed faster than flipping a page. She sprinted forward in her high heels, her face overflowing with flattery and respect. "Young Master Zhu." Sister Song bent low, nervously rubbing her hands in front of her. I truly owe you one for earlier. With you protecting Mooching, that's her fortune accumulated over several lifetimes. I have long seen that you are not an ordinary person. Zhu Xinchuan shot her a cold glance. The person I have my eyes on was almost taken away by you to accompany drinks on a yacht. Zhu Xinchuan's tone was devoid of emotion. Is this how you conduct yourself as an assistant? Why haven't I seen her manager? Sister Song's face turned pale with fear as she bowed repeatedly. You are absolutely right, young Master Zhu. It's my fault for not being able to stop that bastard. From now on, I will guard much and closely. Anyone in the crew who dares to give her a hard time, I'll be the first to fight back. Sister Xia has been very busy lately working on a play. She cares deeply for Mooching, you can ask her. Zhu Xinchuan ignored her further and turned to look at Su Muching. Su Muching remained standing in place. The oversized sheepskin jacket draped over her only made her look even more delicate and pitiful. But the gaze she directed at Zhu Xinchuan had completely changed. If before in the hotel her feelings for Zhu Xinchuan were remnants of an online romance and the thrill of forbidden fruit, now her eyes were filled solely with an overwhelming admiration and affection. This man had descended from the heavens during her most desperate and helpless time. In the most domineering and unmatched manner, he had completely crushed the filth that attempted to taint her. Su Muching disregarded the dozens of pairs of eyes from the crew watching her. She lifted the ornate hem of her skirt, stepping in her embroidered shoes, and directly leapt into Zhu Xinchuan's embrace. Her fair arms tightly wrapped around his neck, her legs slightly raised. Brother Chuan. She tilted her charming face upward, her eyes brimming with affection. You were so handsome just now that my legs went weak. Zhu Xinchuan chuckled lightly, effortlessly wrapping one arm around her slender waist, his fingers gently stroking the thin layer of her gauzy skirt. It seems I lost out on a deal by paying 10 million just for a compliment. Zhu Xinchuan leaned down, his nose almost touching hers. Are you planning to just thank me verbally? Su Muching's cheeks flushed with two deep shades of red reaching all the way to her ears. She bit her lower lip, her eyes glistening. Her small hand trailed down Zhu Xinchuan's chest, sliding down until she gently tugged at the edge of his belt, her fingers curling around it. There are too many people here. Su Muching's voice was soft and clingy, carrying an endearing innocence that made one's bones go soft, murmuring in a volume only the two of them could hear. Brother Chuan, shall we go to my private caravan? He'll lock the door, and however you want me to thank you, I will do it. The once noisy crowd on set suddenly dispersed completely. Assistant Sister Song exhibited remarkable foresight. She immediately drove away the onlookers from the crew and personally set up a barrier. Even the crew members within a 10-meter radius of the RV were cleared out. Su Muching grasped Zhu Xinchuan's hand and hurried towards the luxurious black Mercedes-Benz Sprinter parked in the shade of the trees. They got into the car and closed the door. Click! The sound of the metal lock engaging echoed in the cabin. The heavy soundproof door of the RV completely severed the external prying eyes and noise. Inside the cabin, a dim yellow private ambience light was on. The air conditioning was set to a comfortable level. A sweet scent of orange perfume and the unique fragrance of a girl lingered in the air. As Zhu Xinchuan just settled onto the spacious leather sofa, Su Muching eagerly turned around. She didn't care where the 10 million came from. In her eyes, this man could descend from the heavens during her most helpless moments, shielding her from all the dirt and bullying, and that was enough. It's so hot, Su Muching murmured softly. She reached behind her back and unzipped her dress without hesitation. The complex, heavy, and fitted pink ancient costume slipped to the floor. Su Muching let out a long breath. Underneath, she wore an extremely fitted pure white silk camisole. The lower half consisted of white tight safety shorts. A large expanse of snowy white skin directly caught Zhu Xinchuan's gaze. The silk fabric was incredibly thin, closely hugging her delicate skin, outlining her slender waist and full curves. Most striking were her legs. Without the long skirts covered, two flawless straight legs glimmered with a dazzling creamy sheen under the dim cabin light. Su Muching bent down, her fair fingers hooking the slightly warm embroidered shoes, and with a casual flick the shoes landed on the carpet with a soft thud. She stood barefoot on the soft wool carpet, her 10 toes rounded and exuding a healthy pink hue, stepping closer to Zhu Xinchuan. Why aren't you speaking? Do you think I don't look good without that ethereal dress? Su Muching bit her lower lip, her usually pure and innocent image in front of the camera completely vanished, replaced by a seductive demeanor, her gaze filled with an overwhelming attachment. Zhu Xinchuan's gaze swept from bottom to top. This girl had an exceptionally good body proportion. Her legs were practically unreasonable, and under the silk fabric attempting cleavage was vaguely visible. If you walked out in that outfit, those extras outside would probably line up to go to the emergency room for a blood transfusion. Zhu Xinchuan leaned back against the leather sofa, his arms spread across the edges, his tone carrying a hint of playfulness. The nation's first love wears this in private. Su Muching let out a light huff. She stepped forward, placing her hands on Zhu Xinchuan's broad shoulders, lifting one leg in an extremely bold and flirtatious manner, straddling his thigh. Her two snowy thighs were wrapped around Zhu Xinchuan's waist. The warmth of her body transmitted clearly through the thin fabric of his dark, gray casual pants. The nation's first love is for the fans and outsiders to see. Su Muching wrapped her arms around his neck, her luscious red lips inching closer, her breath sweet like orange. But everything about me, even my hair, belongs to you, Brother Chuan. Her nose almost touched Zhu Xinchuan's, her peach blossom eyes shimmering with affection. My big financier, having spent 10 million, how do you want me to repay you tonight? Zhu Xinchuan's large palm naturally lifted, resting firmly on her delicate waist. The beginner's physical enhancement potion not only enhanced strength and endurance, but also heightened his sensitivity. He could clearly feel the tight and delicate texture of the girl's abdomen through the thin silk camisole, as well as the slight trembling of her muscles due to nervousness and excitement. So eager to compensate me. Just as Zhu Xinchuan's words fell, Su Muching's already flushed cheeks instantly turned a stunning shade of blush. Instead of pulling away, she softened her waist and pressed directly against Zhu Xinchuan's broad chest. The ultra-thin silk felt incredibly soft, and the marvelous sensation came through without any barriers. I have nothing left but myself. Su Muching pouted, her red lips, her eyes shimmering with allure, her voice carrying a hint of childish desperation. If you think 10 million is too much for just me, then every penny I earn in the future will be yours to manage. You can take it or leave it. This declaration from a girl with a brain clouded by love, combined with her stunning figure adored by millions of otaku online, had the power to shatter any man's rationality. Zhu Xinchuan's eyes darkened. Without any hesitation, his palm pressed down on the girl's delicate waist, pulling her into his embrace. Leaning down, he precisely sealed her luscious red lips. Su Muching let out a sweet moan. She awkwardly opened her mouth clumsily and earnestly responding to the man's demands. Her long white legs tightly wrapped around Zhu Xinchuan's waist. Her hands gripped the collar of Zhu Xinchuan's custom shirt tightly, her fingers turning white from the pressure. The originally low air conditioning in the cabin lost its effect amidst the rapidly rising body temperature and hormones. Zhu Xinchuan's lips traveled along her plump lips, gliding over her exquisite chin, landing on her slender swan-like neck, completely unguarded. Heavy breaths sprayed against her delicate skin. Su Muching trembled all over, tilting her head back, eyes closed, letting out an unbearable gasp. She was naturally inexperienced and possessed an inherent attachment to this man. At this moment, enveloped by Zhu Xinchuan's powerful aura, she felt like a puddle of spring water, lacking the strength to sit up straight, surrendering completely to his whims. Zhu Xinchuan's large hand slowly moved along the edge of the silk strap on her shoulder. Ding! Detected extreme infatuation and admiration. Source: Su Muching. Admiration points 200. Admiration points 300. The system notifications echoed wildly in his mind. Brother Chuan. Su Muching bit her lip, her voice soft and sweet, almost dripping with honey, a hint of flushed emotion blooming in her eyes. Don't do it here. There are so many people outside. Let's go to the room instead. The RV door is locked. Zhu Xinchuan hooked his finger around the thin white silk strap. Didn't you just say that you could repay me however you wanted? Su Muching fell completely silent, burying her burning face deep in Zhu Xinchuan's neck, her breathing quickened, silently consenting to everything that was about to happen. Zhu Xinchuan's finger pressed down slightly, causing the silk strap to slide down the curve of the girl's rounded shoulder. A breathtaking expanse of snowy white was about to be completely exposed under the dim ambience light. Squeak! Bang! Just at this critical moment, a sharp screech of tires and a violent brake sound pierced through the RV's soundproof door. The noise was deafening, shaking the cabin's glass with a buzzing sound. This wasn't just one car. Judging by the noise, a convoy had brazenly ignored the perimeter's barricade, coming to a rough halt in the middle of the set. Immediately following, chaotic shouts and the sounds of heavy objects hitting the ground resonated from outside. What's going on? This is a restricted area for the crew. No unauthorized personnel allowed. Get out of the way. After a few piercing screams, the obstructive voices outside vanished completely. Inside the RV, Zhu Xinchuan's fingers gripping the strap suddenly froze. His keen hearing caught the crisp, rhythmic sound of high heels clicking against the ground approaching the RV step. Then a cold, arrogant voice emanating an overwhelming sense of superiority rang clearly from outside the RV. Bring me the person in charge of the film city. The crew members outside had long been silenced in fear. The voice was extremely impatient, letting out a cold hum. If they don't show up within 3 minutes, this film city can be flattened tomorrow. Zhu Xinchuan's back broke out in a cold sweat. The enchanting images in his mind shattered. That familiar voice belonged to Xiao Weiniang. This domineering manner of treating money like paper, this arrogant tone. Who else could it be but the wealthy heiress Xiao Weiniang, who could buy the Royal Golf Club for tens of millions and casually claim she would sever someone's supply chain. Why would this lady suddenly show up at the suburban film city? Su Muqing, still confused, straddled Zhu Zinchuan's lap, completely unaware of what was happening outside. She pouted in dissatisfaction at Zhu Zinchuan's sudden halt, leaning closer and trying to burrow into his embrace. Brother Chuan, why did you stop? Zhu Xinchuan quickly covered Su Muqing's mouth, pressing her against his chest. His gaze fixed intensely on the RV door, which could be forcibly breached from the outside, at any moment, his heart racing. What does this woman suddenly come to the outskirts of the film city for? Su Muqing, straddling Zhu Zinchuan's lap, was completely oblivious to the impending crisis. She was in a state of intense emotion, pouting her red lips in dissatisfaction as she noticed Zhu Zinchuan's movements had halted. She actively swayed her slender waist, her ample bosom brushing against Zhu Zinchuan's chest through the sheer silk fabric without restraint. Brother Chuan. Su Muqing exhaled softly, her voice dripping with sweet, playful charm as her hands moved to unfasten the collar of Zhu Zinchuan's cashmere sweater. Zhu Xianchuan was quick to react. His large hand shot out to cover Su Muqing's little mouth that was about. With his other hand, he wrapped around her delicate waist and with a forceful push flipped her over from his lap, pinning her firmly onto the wide leather sofa bed in the RV. The movement was rapid. Su Muqing's white silk camisole, which had already slipped halfway down, was pulled down to her elbows. A large expanse of her fair skin was suddenly exposed under the dim yellow ambient lights. She was pinned down by the weight of the man. Su Muqing's eyes widened in shock. Instead of being scared, she thought this was some kind of secret room stimulation game, invented by Zhu Xianchuan. A layer of flirtatious springtime shimmer appeared in her watery eyes. She obediently relaxed her body, a fine sheen of sweat forming on her nose, and even playfully extended her tongue, gently licking Zhu Zinchuan's palm that was covering her mouth. The warm sensation came from his palm. Zhu Xianchuan took a deep breath. This dangerous enchantress had no idea that the sky outside was about to collapse. He knelt on one leg, forcefully restraining Su Muqing's restless fair legs, completely suppressing her. Then Zhu Xianchuan leaned down, tilting his head toward the car window, using 2 fingers to gently part the blackout blinds, creating a narrow gap. The scene outside came into view. 6 pure black Rolls-Royce Phantoms were arranged in a fan-shaped ceiling off all exits of the set. A dozen bodyguards wearing sunglasses opened massive black umbrellas, blocking the surrounding extras from. Xia Weining, wearing a pair of red-soled stilettos, stood less than 3 meters from the RV. Today she was dressed in an extremely fitted high-end black professional skirt suit. The waist design accentuated her serpentine figure, and below the body-hugging skirt, her long straight legs were wrapped in Balenciaga's signature black stockings. Under the sunlight, the taut edges of the black stockings exuded an astonishing allure and temptation. Yet at this moment, no one dared to look at those legs. The chief director of the production team, sweating profusely, was sprinting towards her with several assistant directors. When he reached Xia Weining, his legs had already weakened, bending at the waist almost to the ground. Xia, Director Xia, why are you personally here at the film city? The director's voice trembled. I invested 60% of the land in the second phase of the film city just to check on my property. Do I need to report to you? Xia Weining removed her Prada sunglasses, with one hand, her amber eyes coldly scanning the chaotic peach blossom forest set. My lips parted slightly, my tone exceedingly impatient. I just heard on the road that fatty Wang Jianye from Xinghua Entertainment came here to cause trouble for the investment withdrawal and even wanted to exploit the female actors. Who gave him the audacity to run wild in my territory? Director Xia, please calm down. The director, terrified, wiped the cold sweat running down his chin. Wang Jianye has already been chased away. A mysterious young tycoon just now directly swiped a 10 million black gold card, filling Xinghua Entertainment's funding gap entirely. President Wang. No, Wang Jianye's wrist was broken by that tycoon. Xia Weining raised an eyebrow. A 10 million black gold card. She scoffed, her proud chin lifting slightly. In the Kyoto circle, does anyone still dare to overshadow me, Xia Weining? I specifically made this trip to kick Xinghua Entertainment out of the game. The director swallowed hard, not daring to respond. Inside the RV, Zhu Xianchuan watched this scene through the gap in the blinds, his lips twitching uncontrollably. This was not an inspection of the construction site. This was entirely a goddess of death descending. Worse still, the position where Xia Weining stood allowed her to clearly see the situation on the side of the RV. If she took 2 more steps forward and opened the door, she would see the female star he had just kept with the black gold card pressed on the sofa bed by that so-called mysterious tycoon, in her words. Zhu Xianchuan lowered his head. Su Muqing beneath him heard the mention of Xinghua Entertainment and 10 million outside, her eyes sparkling. She tightly gripped Zhu Zinchuan's shoulders, thinking that the outside capital was cleaning up for Zhu Xianchuan. Filled with admiration, she puffed up her ample bosom, pressing against the man's chest through the silk fabric, making a soft cooing sound signaling Zhu Xuanchuan to let go so she could kiss him. Don't move. Zhu Xuanchuan lowered his voice, warning her close to her ear. Su Mucheng blinked her eyes in grievance, the blush at the corners of her eyes deepening. Outside the car, Xiao Weining's demeanor suddenly changed. She casually tossed her sunglasses to the bodyguard behind her, and a hint of uncontainable excitement and urgency appeared on her previously frosty face. All right, we can have the finance department follow up on the funding later. Xiao Weining waved off the director, her eyes scanning the set. By the way, where is my little treasure Mucheng? I heard she's shooting an MV here, and I just sent 100,000 yuan in support through the fan club group yesterday. I heard her pink ancient costume today is absolutely stunning, and I specifically brought a Leica camera to take some private shots. As soon as she finished speaking, the entire set fell into silence. The director was stunned, and the surrounding bodyguards all looked down at their toes. Inside the RV, Zhu Xuanchuan nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. After all this female president of Dinghe Construction, who often talked about acquiring clubs and threatening to sever supply chains, turned out to be a diehard fan of Su Mucheng, the top supporter. This contrast was simply absurd to the extreme. Director Xia. The director wiped his sweat. Miss Mucheng was a bit startled and has already gone back to rest. She walked to the front of the RV, only a step away from the door. Inside the RV, Zhu Zunchuan's heartbeat instantly skyrocketed. He released the hand covering Su Mucheng's mouth, quickly pulled up the fallen silk strap from her shoulder, and grabbed a blanket from the side to cover her. Be good, something's wrong, don't make a sound. Zhu Xuanchuan moved quickly, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Although Su Mucheng was innocent, she sensed the tense atmosphere outside. She obediently nodded, covering her mouth with both hands, curling up under the blanket like a frightened little rabbit. Outside the RV, Xiao Weining did not immediately pull open the door. She seemed to think of something and took out her phone from her Hermes Birkin bag. All right, too bad, I'll come find Mucheng. Xiao Weining tidied her hair in front of the phone screen and put on a sweet yet clingy smile again. I almost forgot to check on my troublesome dead ghost with excitement just now. Her fingertips lightly tapped the screen. A video call was initiated. 1 second later, buzz, buzz, buzz. A series of extremely intense, muffled, and penetrating phone vibrations suddenly echoed in the silent, enclosed RV. The source of the sound was indeed from the pocket of Zhu Zunchuan's leisure pants. Zhu Zunchuan's breath beneath him. Su Mucheng felt the intense vibration pressing against her thigh. This strange frequency made her, who was innocent, yet had mischievous thoughts, mistakenly believe that Zhu Xuanchuan had something indescribable and electric in his pocket. Her fair cheeks instantly flushed red, her eyes filled with shyness and moisture, and even boldly reached out her small hand, attempting to dig into Zhu Zunchuan's pocket. The intense vibration of the phone resonated throughout the confined space of the RV. The sound was pressed against Zhu Zunchuan's dark gray casual pants, its frequency urgent. Outside the vehicle, Xiao Weining's high heels suddenly stopped right outside the black metal door of the RV. Only a few centimeters of cabin partition separated Zhu Xuanchuan and Su Mucheng from the outside. Zhu Zunchuan's muscles instantly tensed. Su Mucheng, sitting on his lap, remained unaware of the impending crisis. Her fair cheeks were flushed with excitement, her red lips slightly parted, and her watery eyes were full of charm. She even twisted her delicate waist and tightened her long pale legs, trying to reach for the wildly vibrating pocket of Zhu Xuanchuan. Without hesitation, Zhu Xuanchuan reached out with his left hand, firmly gripping Su Mucheng's slender. He swiftly grabbed a gray cashmere blanket from the back of the nearby sofa, twisting his wrist to cover Su Mucheng from head to toe with the blanket. Suddenly plunged into darkness, Su Mucheng let out a soft sound of confusion. Zhu Xuanchuan covered her mouth with the blanket and leaned closer to her ear, lowering his voice to the bare minimum. Don't make a sound, there are paparazzi. This statement carried a heavy weight. As a top celebrity, Su Mucheng had an instinctive fear of the word paparazzi. She immediately shrank her neck obediently, her whole body softly resting on Zhu Zunchuan's chest, even her breathing slowed. Zhu Xuanchuan freed his right hand and quickly pulled out his phone. On the screen, Xiao Weining's video call request was flashing frantically. His finger ruthlessly pressed the red reject button, cutting off the video call instantly. Outside the RV, Xiao Weining held up her phone, staring at the screen that displayed the other party has declined, her amber eyes narrowing. She stepped forward in her red-soled high heels, her delicate fingers already gripping the metal handle of the RV door. With a strong pull, the door would surely swing open. Just a split second before Xiao Weining could pull the door, Zhu Xuanchuan tapped the screen and proactively dialed a voice call. Beep. The call connected instantly. Zhu Xuanchuan took a deep breath, quickly adjusting his tone. He lazily leaned against the leather sofa, his throat rolling as he emitted a deep, hoarse voice laced with sleepiness. Hello, Weining. Why are you video calling me in the middle of the day? I just fell asleep. Xiao Weiniang's fingers gripping the door handle froze. Standing in the sunlight, her voice was cold, yet undeniably scrutinizing. What are you sleeping for in broad daylight? Also, why did you hang up on my video call just now? Zhu Xuanchuan rubbed his forehead, his tone completely natural, yet tinged with a hint of helplessness. Lin Yuan, that guy was snoring while sleeping. He was sprawled out on the bottom bunk, wearing only a pair of shorts. If I answered your video call, would you want to see his hairy legs, or the stinky socks thrown all over our dorm? Xiao Weiniang's doubts eased slightly. She had a cleanliness obsession, and just thinking about the male dormitory environment made her feel nauseous. Are you really in the dorm? I find that hard to believe. Xiao Weiniang still showed no intention of leaving the door, her gaze fixed on the layer of black privacy glass. Zhu Xuanchuan remained unfazed, one hand embracing Su Muching beneath the blanket, while he continued to fabricate excuses. Really, the new semester has started, it's very busy. Why would I not rest in the dorm? This explanation was somewhat forced. Xiao Weiniang let out a soft hum just as she was about to speak. At that moment, Su Muching, hidden beneath the cashmere blanket, felt unbearably hot. The RV was only running weak air conditioning, and she was wearing only an extremely thin pure white silk camisole and a pair of safety shorts. Having been pressed down by Zhu Xuanchuan earlier, the camisole had slipped down to her elbows. She felt breathless, her chest rising and falling violently, unable to resist, lightly twisting her body. This unsuspecting twist caused her smooth, delicate inner thighs to brush against the taut muscles of Zhu Xuanchuan's thigh. That extremely slippery and soft sensation, combined with her own state of arousal, caused a slight involuntary sound to escape her throat. The sound was soft, yet it rang out clearly in the silent RV. Through the phone's microphone, the sound was transmitted unreservedly to Xiao Weiniang's ears. Outside, Xiao Weiniang's expression suddenly turned icy. Zhu Xuanchuan. Her voice was so cold it could shatter even through the RV door. One could feel the murderous intent. Why is there a woman's voice on your side? Where are you? A deadly crisis descended in an instant. Zhu Xuanchuan could even hear the sound of Xiao Weiniang tightening her grip on the door handle again. There was no time for extra thought. Zhu Xuanchuan's left hand slipped directly along the edge of the thin blanket. His palm moved upward, gliding over Su Muching's smooth long calf, brushing past her thigh, stopping directly at her delicate side waist. That was the most sensitive area of soft flesh on her body. Zhu Xuanchuan's thumb and index finger pinched without mercy, yet the result was counterproductive. Su Muching cried out in pain, accompanied by an overwhelming electric sensation, her whole body jolting. The soft cry could no longer be suppressed, transforming into a seductive gasp. An extremely ambiguous sound was transmitted through the waves. Xiao Weiniang's fingers clenched tightly, her tone exploding. Zhu Xuanchuan, what on earth are you doing? Zhu Xuanchuan, instead of panicking, lowered his voice and directly yelled into the phone with an extremely irritable tone. Old Zhao, damn you. Watching Japanese movies with the curtains drawn in broad daylight, can't you wear headphones? I'm on a call, are you trying to disgust me on purpose? He cursed with full vigor, and after finishing sighed into the phone, his tone suddenly turning extremely weary and disdainful. Just listen to this. These single dogs are hopeless. The whole dormitory is filled with hormones with nowhere to vent, and they play this stuff every day in the dorm. Weiniang, I really can't stand this terrible dormitory anymore. Outside the RV, Xiao Weiniang first froze, then a brilliant smile bloomed on her previously icy face. She released the door handle and swept a hand through her curly hair. Turns out it was her roommate watching that kind of thing. She thought, how could Zhu Xuanchuan possibly be with another woman at this time? She still believed that Zhu Xuanchuan only loved one person. The male dormitory is really disgusting. Xiao Weiniang pouted, her tone becoming clingy again. You be honest, don't go along with it. If you get too pent up, you can always come find me in the next building. This blatant hint was enough to drive any man crazy. Got it. Hurry and handle your business. Zhu Xuanchuan replied calmly. All right, they'll take care of things here and then leave. The day after tomorrow is your school's opening ceremony, and I'm a special guest. The call ended. The busy tone sounded. Zhu Xuanchuan leaned back against the leather sofa, hearing the crisp sound of high heels outside once again. Immediately after, the sound of bodyguards opening the car door echoed. A convoy of more than 10 black cars left the filming location in a grand manner. The sense of pressure completely dissipated. Zhu Xuanchuan let out a long breath, releasing the pent-up air. He reached out to pull off the gray cashmere blanket draped over him and tossed it aside. His back was already soaked with cold sweat, sticking tightly to the high-end gray cashmere sweater. The blanket was lifted. Su Muching was greeted by the light again. She was drenched in sweat, her meticulously styled hair, now slightly disheveled, sticking to her fair cheeks. The pure white silk camisole had completely fulfilled its mission, slipping down to her delicate waist. Large swathes of stunningly white skin, a deep neckline, and beautifully defined collarbones were fully displayed under the warm, dim light. She gasped heavily, her chest rising and falling violently. Brother Chuan, have the paparazzi left? Su Muqing's eyes were misty, and instead of fear there was a flush of extreme excitement. She extended her fair arm, wrapping it around Zhu Zhenchuan's neck again. The sensation of being covered by the blanket had ignited a thrill within her. This forbidden thrill made her body even softer. They've left. Zhu Xuanchuan lowered his gaze, his eyes unabashedly sweeping over the area where the camisole had slid. Just now you pinched me there. So naughty. Su Muqing bit her lower lip, her voice soft and sticky. She actively arched her waist, pressing closely against Zhu Zhenchuan's chest, her long legs once again wrapping around his waist. Once the convoy of Xia Weiying had completely departed from the film studio, Zhu Zhenchuan's tense back finally relaxed slightly. He reached out and yanked off the cashmere blanket draped over the two of them, tossing it aside carelessly. After seeing the light of day again, Su Muqing gasped for breath, tiny beads of sweat glistening on the tip of her nose, while a few strands of hair damp, with sweat stuck messily to her fair and delicate cheeks. The pure white silk camisole barely hanging on her slender waist was completely askew, revealing large swathes of breathtakingly white skin and deep valleys that swayed under the dim glow of the ambient lights, causing dizziness. She was completely unaware that they were only a door away from a potential explosion, mistakenly thinking that the paparazzi outside the crew had been chased away. Have the paparazzi left? Su Muqing's water-like peach blossom eyes sparkled with excitement, showing no signs of fear. Instead, she took advantage of her position, straddling Zhu Zhenchuan's lap, wrapping around him like an octopus once more. Her smooth white legs tightly encircled his waist, her soft fullness unabashedly pressed against his dark gray cashmere sweater. Brother Chuan, now that no one is disturbing us. She exhaled softly, her voice dripping with sweetness as her luscious red lips leaned toward Zhu Zhenchuan's neck. Zhu Xuanchuan reacted quickly, gripping her delicate chin to halt her escalating actions. Don't cause Zhu Zhenchuan's Adam's apple bobbed as he suppressed the wicked fire ignited within him by this enchanting woman. With his other hand, he pulled up the slipping silk shoulder strap, deftly returning it to her rounded shoulder, obscuring the sight that was quite enticing. This RV, no matter how soundproof, is still in the middle of the set. Do you really want to make headlines tomorrow for crew car shock? Su Muqing, pinched by the chin, pouted her red lips in a slightly aggrieved manner and blinked, saying, so what if we do? At worst, I'll retire and let you support me. Are you sure? Zhu Xuanchuan gave her a playful tap on her soft skin, saying, call your assistant, have the car leave the film city, and head to the hotel. Su Muqing, totally infatuated, found no room for resistance in front of this man. She obediently nodded, adjusted her clothing, and took out her phone to call Sister Song. 5 minutes later, a highly confidential black luxury vehicle quietly entered the back gate of the set. Assistant Sister Song was driving. Throughout the journey, she gripped the steering wheel tightly with both hands, her eyes fixed on the road ahead, not daring to glance at the rearview mirror. The privacy partition in the back seat had already been raised. In the back seat of the vehicle, Su Muqing was like a boneless figure nestled in Zhu Zhenchuan's embrace, her hands wrapped around his waist, as she greedily inhaled the refreshing scent of his cologne and the intoxicating aroma of his hormones. The car smoothly entered the exclusive VIP passage of the Victoria Hotel. Zhu Xuanchuan held Su Muqing as they took the direct elevator back to the top-floor suite. Ding! The door to the room swung open. Zhu Xuanchuan casually tossed his jacket onto the sofa in the foyer, walked to the large bar, opened a bottle of chilled Evian water, and took a couple of swigs, attempting to suppress the fiery excitement from the day's thrilling events. First, he upgraded the clothing system, then he single-handedly stormed the set, spending millions, and finally, he played a heart-pounding game with Xia Weiying through a door in the RV. Even her rock-solid waist needed a break. As soon as Su Muqing entered, not even changing her shoes, she mysteriously approached with her hands behind her back. Brother Chuan, you sit on the sofa and rest for a bit, don't peek. She tiptoed and quickly pecked a kiss at the corner of Zhu Zhenchuan's lips, leaving a hint of sweet orange fragrance before turning and darting into the spacious main bathroom. Before long, the sound of water trickling came from behind the frosted glass door. Zhu Xuanchuan leaned back on the leather sofa, his gaze sweeping across the luxurious decor of the suite as he pondered the functions of the upgraded system. The sound of water ceased. The doorknob of the main bathroom made a soft sound. The door did not fully open, but cautiously pushed ajar a gap of several centimeters. Warm, dim light spilled into the living room through the gap. Soon after, a small foot clad in pure black over-thinny stockings timidly emerged. The extremely thin fabric tightly wrapped around her slender calf, the cuff constricting her thigh, accentuating the already fair and delicate skin with a subtly enticing softness. The visual impact brought by this absolute territory was far more lethal than direct nudity. Zhu Xuanchuan set down the water bottle in his hand, his deep gaze instantly locking onto the door gap. The bathroom door was slowly pushed open. Su Muching bit her lip, her hands behind her back, her head bowed as she walked out. She had surprisingly changed into an extremely form-fitting traditional Japanese-style black silk JK uniform. The upper half was a pure white short-sleeved sailor-style shirt with a dark red plaid bow tie at the collar. The shirt was clearly a size too small, tightly constraining her ample and proud bosom, the buttons seemingly ready to burst open at any moment. The lower half was a deep gray pleated skirt that just covered her hips. The hem of the skirt swayed slightly as she moved. Her well-proportioned legs, tightly wrapped in black over-thinny stockings, glimmered under the warm hotel lighting. She was the nation's pure and flawless first love, elevated to unattainable heights on stage. Yet at this moment in this private suite, she was dressed in an outfit that made hearts race, clumsily yet passionately seeking the favor of the man in front of her. You? Zhu Zhenchuan's Adam's apple rolled violently. Where did you get this outfit? Su Muching blushed, stopping less than half a meter away from him. She held the hem of her pleated skirt with both hands, swaying slightly, her watery peach blossom eyes lifting to reveal unabashed anticipation. I ordered it online beforehand. Su Muching's voice was soft, carrying a hint of shy tremor. The internet says that you guys can't resist this kind of contrast. Is it pretty? Zhu Zhenchuan's breath hitched. Not only was it irresistible, but it also struck precisely at the man's Achilles heel. If the fans outside saw this outfit that you're wearing. Zhu Xianchuan leaned back, his gaze turning intensely predatory. The Weibo servers would surely crack. Su Muching's lips curled into a charming smile as she took a half step forward, standing directly between Zhu Zhenchuan's spread legs. The fans will never get a chance to see me dressed like this. Boldly she extended her delicate fingers, lightly hooking the edge of Zhu Zhenchuan's high-neck cashmere sweater. I wear this outfit. Only for you, brother Chuan, and only for you to touch. This straightforward invitation, combined with her extremely alluring uniformed figure, was enough to make Zhu Xianchuan lose control. If he could still endure, then the beginner physical enhancement potion he redeemed today would have been fed to the dogs. His large hand shot out suddenly, directly gripping her slim waist, pulling her heavily into his embrace. Su Muching let out a surprised cry, losing her balance, and landing squarely on Zhu Zhenchuan's strong thigh, the pleated skirt flipping up as a result. The sensation of the absolute territory transmitted through the high-end cashmere fabric was astonishingly hot. Zhu Xianchuan held her chin with one hand, forcing her to lift her face, a blend of purity and charm, as he leaned down and kissed her fiercely. Their lips met, the sweet orange fragrance instantly filling the air. Su Muching responded passionately, her hands tightly wrapping around Zhu Zhenchuan's neck, her legs clad in black stockings, stirring restlessly. Outside the large floor-to-ceiling windows was the dazzling night scene of Kyoto. Inside, the sofa was completely lost in ecstasy. Brother Chuan. The next day, the morning sunlight streamed through the gaps of the floor-to-ceiling windows of the Victoria Hotel, casting its glow on the disheveled bed. Su Muching curled up like a lazy kitten in Zhu Zhenchuan's embrace. The wrinkled sailor shirt from last night was carelessly tossed on the carpet, with a black stocking half hanging from the edge of the bed. She slept soundly, with traces of unshed tears at the corners of her eyes and a satisfied blush on her cheeks. Ding-ling-ling, ding-ling-ling. The shrill sound of the default alarm on the mobile phone suddenly erupted from. Zhu Xianchuan frowned, instinctively reaching out to turn off the screen. He opened his eyes, still feeling a bit dazed. Last night, emboldened by the enhancement from the system's potion, he had tormented the unsuspecting little wildcat in his arms until she pleaded for mercy, only settling down in the early hours of the morning. His gaze focused on the phone screen. His previously blurry eyes suddenly became incredibly clear. The screen clearly displayed the time, 8:15. Below it was an unread WeChat message from his roommate Lin Yuan, sent 10 minutes ago. Chuan Gu, where are you? The introduction to modern literature class started 10 minutes ago. Gu Qinghan has already taken attendance. You've been called. Hurry back. Save yourself. Zhu Xianchuan felt a cold sweat break out on his back. The introduction to modern literature class at Kyoto University, a first-year course. The class started promptly at 8 o'clock in the morning. The woman at the podium, Gu Qinghan, was not only his advisor, but also his online ex-girlfriend, Qingfeng Mingyue, and she was notorious in the entire College of Arts for her disdain for tardiness. He had missed the first session of the early 8 o'clock class by a whole 15 minutes. What was worse, he was still covered in Su Muching's sweet orange-scented perfume and several unmistakable lipstick marks. Zhu Xianchuan sat up abruptly, looking at the person beside him, who was still sound asleep, then glanced at the chaos around him with his temples throbbing. It's over. Gu Qinghan's bamboo ruler was likely to come down on his face this time. At the Faculty of Arts, Kyoto University, in a lecture hall. Creak. The heavy back door was pushed open from the outside, making a slightly jarring scraping sound. The classroom, which had only been quiet with the sound of chalk writing, instantly fell into silence. Over 100 pairs of eyes turned in unison towards the back door. Zhu Xuanchuan stood at the door, one hand tucked into the pocket of his deep gray lambskin jacket, his posture tall and upright. Last night, he had been kept awake by that reckless little wildcat Su mooching until the early hours. This morning, he hadn't even had time for breakfast before he threw on this expensive outfit worth hundreds of thousands and rushed back to school in a taxi, only to arrive a full 20 minutes late. At the lectern, the sound of the lecture abruptly ceased. Gu Qinghan turned around holding a half piece of chalk in her hand. Today she wore an extremely fitted dark blue professional suit, paired with a pure white silk shirt. The cut of the suit jacket tightly accentuated her slender waist, while the black pencil skirt barely rested 5 centimeters above her knees. Below her well-proportioned long legs were tightly wrapped in extremely thin sheer black stockings, and she wore a pair of black stiletto heels. Cold, austere, and aloof, yet possessing a deadly allure that could ignite the conquest desires of any man. Through her thin silver-rimmed glasses, Gu Qinghan's gaze locked coldly onto Zhu Xuanchuan. Her voice was soft, but carried a strong penetrating power and undeniable authority echoing throughout the large lecture hall. How many classes have you skipped since the semester started? In all my time at Kyoto University, you were the first to be so lax in my class. Lin Yuan in the front row shrank his neck and frantically gestured to Zhu Xuanchuan, his expression seeming to say, "Adoptive father, you better watch out." This tigress came in with a dark face this morning. Not far from Lin Yuan, Shen Tianqi also turned her head. Today she wore a pure white knitted cardigan and had her hair tied in a high ponytail, looking as pure as a lily that had just been touched by dew. Her beautiful peach blossom eyes darted around Zhu Xuanchuan, clearly filled with curiosity and suspicion. Being stared at by 2 possessive women at the same time was enough to make any normal guy's legs go weak. But Zhu Xuanchuan remained unfazed. He casually closed the back door and walked down the aisle with a calm demeanor. "Instructor, there is a reason for this." "What reason?" Gu Qinghan, through the half piece of chalk on the desk, picked up a nearby bamboo stick, and the sound of her high heels clicking against the wooden floor echoed sharply. She narrowed her eyes slightly, her tone laced with sharpness. "Did you stay up late studying in the library last night? Or perhaps, did you spend the night somewhere else and got tired?" When these words were said, the entire class couldn't detect anything wrong, thinking the instructor was sarcastically criticizing a student for skipping class to have fun. But Zhu Xuanchuan understood very well the woman's underlying jealousy. She was openly questioning him, using her position as an instructor to pry into which bed he had slept in last night. Zhu Xuanchuan paused in the middle of the aisle in the lecture hall. He stared directly into Gu Qinghan's frosty eyes, a faint, elusive smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Instructor Gu, please see clearly." Zhu Xuanchuan's throat moved slightly, his voice deep, yet carrying a hint of laid-back mischief. "I was indeed researching a subject last night. The entire process of that subject was physically demanding. I was pursuing knowledge, and this morning I simply couldn't get up." The female students in the class began to whisper to each other, their faces filled with confusion. What does this even mean? When did introduction to modern literature become a physical activity? The male students, however, understood perfectly and marveled at Zhu Xuanchuan's audacity to flirt in front of the imposing female instructor. Seated in the front row, Shen Tianqi blinked, feeling that there was something more to Zhu Xuanchuan's words. However, as a pure school beauty who had not yet experienced such matters, her mind couldn't process it at the moment. But Gu Qinghan at the lectern had somewhat grasped the underlying meaning. She was a mature woman and had also been Zhu Xuanchuan's ex-girlfriend, whom he had been pulling at extremes online for a year. Although she hadn't experienced such things herself, she had heard colleagues talk about them and had come across such anecdotes online. As Zhu Xuanchuan threw out his words, her chest tightly wrapped in the silk shirt suddenly heaved heavily. This bastard, skipping her class and now daring to tease her in front of more than 100 people with such. A visible blush crept up to Gu Qinghan's ears, but she held on to her cold facade, gripping the bamboo stick tightly, her knuckles turning a bit white. "Good, very good." Gu Qinghan chuckled coldly, pointing to the empty space at the back of the classroom with her teaching stick. "Since you student Zhu are so dedicated to research, you can stand at the back to listen to today's class. And take some time to reflect on where your physical strength should truly be utilized." "Yes, instructor." Zhu Xuanchuan complied readily, turning around to walk to the last row against the wall, crossing his arms with an attitude of arrogance. The class passed under Gu Qinghan's extremely low pressure. Ding ling ling. The bell finally rang for the end of class. The entire class felt as if they had been granted amnesty, hurriedly packing their books to escape this icy cave. Gu Qinghan stood at the lectern, organizing her lesson plan, yet her lowered gaze was still fixed on the figure at the back of the classroom through her peripheral vision. Just as Zhu Xuanchuan was about to turn and slip out the back door, a delightful scent of peaches wafted over. Shen Tianqi approached him at a quick pace, holding a bottle of warm milk. "Brother Chuan." Shen Tianqi tilted her delicate face upwards, handing him the milk, her voice sweet enough to draw strings. You must not have eaten this morning. Drink something warm to fill your stomach. You really care about me. Zhu Xuanchuan smiled as he took the milk, reaching out to ruffle her hair. Just then Shun Tianqi suddenly stepped half a step closer. The distance between them shrank to less than 10 centimeters, and Shun Tianxi's pert little nose almost brushed against the collar of Zhu Zunchuan's high-neck cashmere sweater. She leaned in like an extremely perceptive little cat, carefully sniffing along Zhu Zunchuan's neck, and Zhu Zunchuan's eyelids twitched slightly. Although he had taken a shower in the hotel's main bathroom, that morning the fragrance of the sweet orange perfume, which belonged exclusively to the top idol, Su Muqing, still lingered on his clothes. Brother Chuan. Shun Tianqi lifted her head, her peach blossom eyes narrowing slightly, the sweetness in her tone diminishing by half, replaced by an extremely dangerous curiosity. Did you change your perfume? This scent is a bit sweet, not something a boy would use. And your outfit? Shun Tianqi was a well-bred young lady, the granddaughter of the deputy commander of the Tianjin military region, so her discernment was naturally not low. Although she couldn't recognize the brand of this clothing, which had no logo, the fabric's quality and the cut of the cashmere sweater were unmistakably valuable at first glance. I saw this outfit on sale yesterday and bought it casually. Zhu Xuanchuan remained unfazed as he casually told a lie. He had no choice but to deceive until the storm broke. He had to cover up as much as possible. Some might ask, what if the storm breaks? Then he could only brace himself and face it. Shun Tianqi didn't dwell on this question. Her gaze followed Zhu Xuanchuan's sexy Adam's apple downward. He had intentionally pulled the collar of his high-neck cashmere sweater up high today. However, when he reached out to grab the milk earlier, the fabric had shifted and the collar inevitably slid down half. On that half-inch of skin, there was a glaring, faint, dark red mark. Shun Tianxi's gaze instantly locked onto it, and her pupils constricted sharply. Brother Chuan, why is there a red mark on your neck? Shun Tianxi's voice tightened as one hand reached out, wanting to pull open the collar to see clearly. In a moment of crisis, Zhu Xuanchuan swiftly grasped Shun Tianxi's wrist, with his other hand pulling her halfway into his embrace. It's nothing. Zhu Xuanchuan lowered his head, his warm breath brushing against Shun Tianxi's ear, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness and affection. I didn't close the window while sleeping last night, and the autumn mosquitoes were too fierce, chasing me and biting me. I scratched it a couple of times, and it turned red. Why are you so jealous? He said, extending his right hand to gently pinch her fair cheek. This series of actions flowed smoothly, combined with Zhu Zunchuan's strikingly handsome face and steady aura, causing Shun Tianxi's previously raised defenses to crumble by half instantly. At her core, she was a level 10 romantic, and being hugged and pinched by Zhu Xuanchuan made her cheeks instantly flush, her previous doubts scattered to the winds. Who is jealous? Shun Tianqi pouted, allowing him to pinch her cheek, her watery eyes filled with affection. Just remember to light some mosquito repellent next time you sleep. If you get bitten too badly, I will feel heartbroken. The two were oblivious to their surroundings, snuggling in the back row of the classroom. This scene was completely captured in Gu Qinghan's eyes from the podium. Her breath quickened instantly. Her ample chest heaved violently with anger, the buttons of her silk blouse nearly bursting. Last night, she had stayed out all night. This morning, she was late for class. Just now, he had even teased her in front of the whole class. Now, right in front of her, he was hugging and cuddling with the beauty of the literature department, touching each other's faces. A fierce sense of possessiveness called protecting food surged madly through Gu Qinghan's limbs. A crisp sound rang out from the podium. The piece of chalk that Gu Qinghan had been holding was crushed into powder by her hand, white dust covering her slender fingers. The sound was not loud, but in the nearly empty classroom it echoed with great penetrative force. Zhu Xuanchuan paused and turned his head. He saw Gu Qinghan with a cold expression casually taking out a wet tissue and leisurely wiping the chalk dust off her fingertips. She didn't even glance at Shun Tianqi, her icy gaze piercing straight through Zhu Xuanchuan. Zhu Xuanchuan. Gu Qinghan's voice was icy, laced with suppressed fury. Take your book and come to my office immediately. Without waiting for a response, she didn't even grab her lesson plan, turning on her heel and striding out of the classroom in her high heels, her back radiating an aura that could slay gods and Buddhas. Shun Tianqi was startled by the sudden drop in atmospheric pressure and tugged at Zhu Zunchuan's shirt corner with concern. Brother Chuan, teacher Gu seems really angry. Are you going to be okay? It's fine, I'm just going to accept some criticism. Zhu Xuanchuan patted her hand, downing the warm milk in his bottle in one go, and casually shoved the empty bottle back into her hand. You head back to the dorm first, and he'll take you out for a nice meal at noon. After soothing the school beauty, Zhu Xuanchuan strode down the hallway towards the counselor's office. He understood Gu Qinghan too well. The colder her exterior, the more fervent the fire burning within her. He arrived at the redwood door marked counselor's office. Zhu Xuanchuan didn't knock, simply twisting the doorknob and stepping inside. The office lights were dim, with only a few rays of autumn sunlight filtering through the window. The blinds were pulled tightly shut. Just as Zhu Xianchuan turned to close the door, a crisp click echoed in the silent room as the locked tongue snapped into place. Before he could turn around to see the situation inside, a gust of sharp wind carrying the scent of high-end perfume rushed towards him. A body radiating an astonishing warmth and soft touch crashed directly into his embrace. Immediately after, Gu Qinghan's eyes behind her silver-rimmed glasses sparkled astonishingly in the dim. She extended her long fair hand and forcefully grasped the collar of Zhu Zhenchuan's high-neck cashmere sweater, unleashing a tremendous strength that was completely at odds with her aloof appearance. Bang! Zhu Zhenchuan's tall figure was forcibly pressed against the hard redwood door. Gu Qinghan pressed against him, her long legs wrapped in black stockings wedged tightly between Zhu Zhenchuan's legs, her knee pushing upward with a punitive intent. She tilted her head back, her nose almost touching Zhu Zhenchuan's chin, her voice dripping with a pathological possessiveness that sent shivers down one's spine. Speak. Where exactly were you studying that physically taxing profound knowledge last night? On which little... Bang! The hard redwood door slammed against Zhu Zhenchuan's back, producing a muffled sound. The counselor's office with its tightly drawn blinds was dimly lit. The faint aroma of Bulgari tea belonging to Gu Qinghan mingled with her rapid breathing, enveloping Zhu Xianchuan completely. Gu Qinghan was entirely pressed against Zhu Xianchuan. Her long legs tightly wrapped in sheer black stockings forcefully squeezed between Zhu Zhenchuan's legs, her knees pressing against the inner thigh with a sense of punishment and confinement. This was an extremely dangerous and aggressive posture. Gu Qinghan tilted her head back. Her usually cold and aloof face was now flushed with a stunning hue of anger and jealousy. She clutched the collar of Zhu Zhenchuan's high-neck cashmere sweater, the veins on the back of her hand becoming prominent. I'm asking you. Gu Qinghan gritted her teeth, her voice trembling. Where exactly were you researching that physically demanding esoteric knowledge last night on which little vixen's bed? I'm not asking for the third time. Zhu Xianchuan lowered his head, his gaze crossing over her delicate silver-rimmed glasses, directly colliding with the white fabric of her collar that rose and fell with her heavy breaths. The buttons of her silk shirt were tightly fastened, and the outline of the black lace underneath was faintly visible. The formidable woman was indeed striking. Teacher Gu, Zhu Xianchuan did not struggle. Instead, the corner of his mouth curled into a relaxed arc, his Adam's apple bobbing. This is an office, and students could pass by at any moment. With you posing like this, ready to devour me, I'm just a vigorous male university student. If things get out of hand, how would we even explain it? This provocative teasing became the final straw that broke Gu Qinghan's rationality. Zhu Xianchuan, you bastard. Gu Qinghan's eyes instantly reddened. She abruptly released her grip, snatched off the silver-rimmed glasses that she used to disguise her maturity and aloofness, and threw them harshly onto the nearby leather sofa. Without the glasses, her originally sharp peach blossom eyes were now filled with tears. The high and mighty icy mentor's facade was completely shattered, revealing a little woman who felt abandoned, neglected, and filled with grievances. Do you think I'm joking with you? Gu Qinghan took a half step back, her voice laced with suppressed sobs. Do you know how I've been living this past year? Do you know why I left a good position in the ministry to come to Jing University as a mere counselor? My mother was adamantly against me becoming a teacher. Zhu Zhenchuan's smile gradually faded, and he stood up straight. Gu Qinghan trembled as she pointed at his chest, tears sliding down her cheeks without warning. You know, 3 years ago my dad died in a car accident. I locked myself in an empty house for 3 whole months, not saying a word. The doctor said I was severely depressed. While crying, Gu Qinghan continued her accusation in broken phrases. At that time you appeared, sending me 60-second voice messages every night on WeChat. You told me those painfully awkward jokes, sang off-key songs like Sunny Day, and reassured me that the world wasn't that bad, saying if I wanted to hide away, you'd be my air raid shelter. This recollection brutally tore open the past, causing Zhu Zhenchuan's heart to tighten. He had always thought that their online relationship after binding the system was merely a mutual exchange of emotional value, never realizing that he was Gu Qinghan's only lifeline in her moment of despair. I listened to your words. You casually remarked that you liked teachers who wore glasses and thought they were intellectual. I abandoned my original plans to get into Jing University, donned this dull suit, and put on these damned glasses. Gu Qinghan grew more distraught as she spoke, covering her face with her hands, her shoulders shaking violently. I waited every day for you to get into Jing University and come find me. But what happened? You uninstalled all the apps and vanished completely. Now that you finally came, how do you treat me every day? I deliberately kept a stern face just to catch your attention. Why won't you even look at me more than once? Gu Qinghan suddenly dropped her hands, staring at him with teary eyes, her voice hoarse. Zhu Xianchuan, you are a complete liar. I hate you so much. After cursing, Gu Qinghan seemed to be drained of all her strength, her body slumping against the door. At that moment, a strong arm reached out and firmly wrapped around her slender waist. Zhu Xianchuan did not offer any defense. He pulled the weeping woman into his embrace with force, his arms tightening around her, locking her securely against his sturdy chest. Let go of me. Don't touch me. Go find your good sisters. Gu Qinghan stiffened the moment she was hugged, then erupted in fierce struggles. She balled her small fists indiscriminately, pounding Zhu Zhenchuan's back and shoulders. Zhu Xinchuan let her hit him, not loosening his grip, but instead slightly lowering his head, burying his chin in her hair that carried the scent of tea. I'm sorry, Qinghan. Zhu Zhenchuan's voice was deep and rich, shedding his usual nonchalance and imbued with an undeniable dominance and deep affection. In the past, I was a jerk. I thought too simply. But now that I'm here, I will be your air raid shelter for life. The word Qinghan instantaneously shattered all of Gu Qinghan's defenses. Her punching fists gradually lost strength, eventually transforming into arms that tightly wrapped around Zhu Zhenchuan's sturdy waist. Gu Qinghan buried her face in Zhu Zhenchuan's expensive cashmere sweater, sobbing loudly, releasing all the grievances, fears, and longings of the past year. Zhu Zhenchuan's large palm rhythmically and gently stroked her back along the lines of her suit jacket. Feeling the woman's trembling body from her crying in his arms, his gaze deepened. After a long while, Gu Qinghan's cries gradually turned into soft sobs. Zhu Xinchuan cupped her fair and delicate face, using his rough thumb to gently wipe away the tears at the corners of her eyes. If you keep crying, your makeup will be ruined. Zhu Zhenchuan's lips curled into a playful smile again, his fingers pinching her smooth cheek. Teacher Gu, you're usually as cold as an iceberg, but now you're crying like a little kitten. If the boys in your class see this contrast, they will probably line up to register at the counselor's office. Shut up. Gu Qinghan blushed, her voice thick with nasal tones as she pouted, trying to turn her head away from his hand. Zhu Xinchuan didn't give her a chance to evade. He held the back of Gu Qinghan's head with one hand, suddenly leaning down to seal her cool, plump lips. Gu Qinghan's eyes widened in shock. She had never expected Zhu Xinchuan to be so direct, her mind going blank in an instant. It was an intensely aggressive kiss. Zhu Xinchuan pushed straight in without hindrance, claiming the sweetness and oxygen from her mouth. Gu Qinghan, already weak from crying, was completely enveloped by Zhu Zhenchuan's breath, her legs turning to jelly. If it weren't for Zhu Zhenchuan's strong hold on her waist, she would have already slipped onto the carpet. It took Gu Qinghan only half a minute to go from inexperienced to responsive. Her hands, which once wielded a pointer against Zhu Xinchuan, now clung tightly to his clothes, surrendering completely to the authority of this man. The battlefield had unknowingly shifted. Zhu Xinchuan half held Gu Qinghan, taking a few steps to the spacious mahogany desk. He lifted her effortlessly and placed her on the edge of the hard desk. A black stiletto shoe slipped from Gu Qinghan's fair foot, thumping onto the thick wool carpet. Gu Qinghan sat on the desk's edge, her legs dangling in the air. The tight black pencil skirt rolled up slightly due to the large movement, revealing a shocking mark of black silk at the top of her thighs. Zhu Xinchuan stood between her legs, leaning forward and completely trapping her in the narrow space between himself and the desk. The kiss came to an end. As they parted, a hint of ambiguous silver thread was drawn between them. Gu Qinghan leaned on the desk, breathing heavily, her full chest rising and falling dramatically. Her meticulously styled long hair fell down, draping over her shoulders. The pure white silk shirt had its top two buttons undone during the tussle. A large expanse of snowy skin and a deep dark abyss were unabashedly exposed to the air, swaying with her breath, exuding a deadly mature charm. You scoundrel. Gu Qinghan's gaze was hazy, her lips ravaged, and a deep crimson, her voice soft as a babbling brook. If I weren't a scoundrel, how could I possibly capture the lofty Gu teacher? Zhu Xinchuan chuckled softly, his distinct fingers slowly gliding up Gu Qinghan's slender calf. His fingertips brushed against the thin layer of black silk, bringing a tingling sensation that made her scalp tingle. Gu Qinghan shuddered, instinctively wanting to close her legs, but Zhu Xinchuan forcefully blocked her. Don't touch. It's inappropriate in the office. Gu Qinghan bit her lower lip, her rationality gradually returning. She glanced around the office environment, her lesson plans, her computer. This was the counselor's office, where people could come at any time. Counselor. Zhu Zhenchuan's hand lingered on her thigh's outer side, gently rubbing through the fabric, his tone laced with temptation. This desk is too hard, it must be uncomfortable for you. Right across from us is the Victoria Hotel. How about we get a room? I can properly report to you about my ideological work this past year. Gu Qinghan's face flushed crimson, nearly bleeding. She raised her hand and weakly punched Zhu Zhenchuan's chest. Shameless. Who would go to a hotel with you? Though she cursed, she did not push Zhu Xinchuan away, and even her gaze carried a hint of shy reluctance. She raised her hands to straighten Zhu Zhenchuan's slightly disheveled cashmere sweater collar. The distance between them was less than 3 centimeters, their breaths intermingling. The atmosphere had reached a peak, just shy of breaking through that final barrier. Zhu Xinchuan gazed at the exquisite mature woman before him, the fire within him reignited. He lowered his head, preparing to continue their unfinished business. Just then, knock, knock, knock. A sudden knocking sound echoed outside the quiet office. Gu Qinghan's entire body stiffened as if struck by electricity, the desire in her eyes retreating, instantly replaced by extreme panic. Before Gu Qinghan could speak, a sweet female voice came from outside the door. Teacher Gu, are you in there? It's Shun Tianqi. Is Zhu Xuanchuan with you? Why hasn't he returned for so long? Has something happened? Gu Qinghan trembled all over. The desire in her eyes faded like the receding tide, replaced by overwhelming panic. She let out a short, suppressed gasp from her throat, abruptly pushing against Zhu Zunchuan's chest, lowering her head to look at her body. The top 3 buttons of her white silk shirt had completely come undone, exposing a large expanse of shocking snowy skin to the air. The black lace edges rose and fell violently with her rapid breathing. The tight black pencil skirt was rolled up to the top of her thighs, and the sheer black silk had been wrinkled into distinct folds. Worse yet, her right foot stiletto had somehow fallen onto the carpet. Gu Qinghan frantically reached out to grab the edge of her shirt, trying to button it up, but her fingers trembled like sifted flour, unable to find the buttonholes. She was usually aloof and reserved. How could she have experienced being trapped in an office, nearly caught in the act? Her mind was completely blank. Zhu Xuanchuan frowned slightly. He had no time to panic. His large hand shot out, firmly pressing down on Gu Qinghan's trembling hands. Don't move. Take a deep breath. Zhu Xuanchuan spoke in a very low voice, exuding a strong calmness. His long fingers deftly twisted each of the small pearl buttons. His fingertips inevitably brushed against Gu Qinghan's soft, delicate skin. Gu Qinghan shivered all over, biting her lower lip tightly, allowing this man to take control of the situation. 3 seconds. All the buttons were back in place. Zhu Zunchuan's hands glided down her slender waist, smoothing out her pencil skirt, effortlessly flattening the wrinkles in the black silk. Then he raised his right hand, his rough thumb unabashedly pressing against Gu Qinghan's luscious red lips. Gu Qinghan winced in pain, glaring at him in anger. Your lipstick has crossed the line. I'm just explaining, in a low voice. Zhu Xuanchuan continued, casually kicking the black stiletto hidden under the desk into the shadow. Put your shoes on. Put on your glasses. Gu Qinghan, as if awakening from a dream, hurriedly hopped on one leg to the back of the desk, putting on her high heels, grabbing the silver glasses from the sofa, and placing them on her nose. She took 2 deep breaths, straightened her back in the spacious boss chair, forcibly suppressing the guilt that threatened to surface. But the flush on her cheeks, stirred by passion, would not fade away anytime soon. Confirming that Gu Qinghan had regained the facade of the icy mentor, Zhu Xuanchuan turned around and opened the mahogany door of the office. The sunlight from the corridor poured in. Shun Tianqi stood at the door in a pure white dress, her hands clasped behind her back, looking charmingly innocent. Her high ponytail framed her face, which was the epitome of purity, adorned with a sweet smile. Brother Chuan, you are indeed here. Shun Tianqi looked up, her peach blossom eyes curving into crescents. Yet her gaze did not linger on Zhu Zunchuan's face for more than a second, directly bypassing the man's shoulder, precisely landing on Gu Qinghan behind the desk. The gazes of the 2 stunning women collided silently in the air. A hint of vigilance flashed in Shun Tianxi's eyes. This counselor's figure was nothing short of exquisite. Even in a rigid professional outfit, her inherent mature charm was something this naive college girl could not hope to compare. Meanwhile, Gu Qinghan behind the desk coldly watched the girl outside through her glasses. She was still vexed that this girl had come at the worst possible moment, especially when she was on the verge of melting, naturally not inclined to show any good face. Shun Tianqi, do you have business with me? Gu Qinghan's voice was icy, regaining the kind of authority that kept others at bay. Shun Tianqi walked into the office without a hint of hesitation. She held a blue folder in her hands, smiling brightly as she approached the desk. Teacher Gu, I am here to submit the report for the arts department of the welcome party. Shun Tianqi handed over the folder with both hands, her tone sweet and faultless. After submitting the report, she did not immediately leave, but stood before the desk, her gaze naturally sweeping across the surface. The desk was very tidy. There were only a few teaching materials and a computer. However, Shun Tianxi's gaze fixed upon Gu Qinghan's face. Teacher Gu, she tilted her head slightly, her tone revealing just the right amount of concern. Why is your face so red? And your eyes are red too, with tears. Did Chuan Gu make you angry just now? As soon as these words were spoken, the air in the office froze for a moment. The sharp words pierced like a soft knife, hitting right where it hurt. This girl not only observed meticulously, but also bluntly pointed out the situation, appearing to care for the teacher, while actually probing into what had just transpired in this closed office. Gu Qinghan's hands hidden beneath the desk clenched tightly. This girl called him Chuan Gu, so naturally, clearly staking her claim. Zhu Zunchuan's attitude towards skipping class is extremely poor. I just severely reprimanded him. Gu Qinghan adjusted his glasses on the bridge of his nose, his tone unwavering. As a counselor, seeing a student so unmotivated, I can't help but feel a sense of disappointment. Since you've submitted the report, you can take him away. Don't let him obstruct my view here. This statement was flawless. Zhu Xuanchuan seized the opportunity and directly wrapped his arm around Shun Taiyang's slender shoulders, leading her out the door. Let's go. The instructor was furious and scolded me for half an hour. My ears are nearly calloused. I'm hungry, let's go eat in the cafeteria. Zhu Xuanchuan spoke in a relaxed tone. Shun Tianqi obediently leaned against Zhu Xuanchuan, but just before they exited, she suddenly stopped and glanced back. Thank you for your hard work, Teacher Gu. Shun Tianqi smiled sweetly, but you should take care of your health. I heard you breathing heavily while I was standing outside the door. The weather is getting cold, so don't catch a cold. Gu Qinghan's breath caught, and his chest heaved violently. Zhu Zunchuan's eyes twitched. Without waiting for Gu Qinghan to react, he half-embraced Shun Tianqi and swiftly pulled her out of the office, shutting the door behind them. Bang! The mahogany door closed. Zhu Xuanchuan walked down the bright corridor of the College of Arts, already sweating lightly on his back. This battlefield was 10 times more thrilling than facing that pregnant investor on set. These women were sharper and more ruthless than the last. Shun Tianqi linked her arm with Zhu Zunchuan's, and they walked side by side towards the cafeteria. The autumn sun bathed the girl's white dress. Shun Tianqi suddenly looked up, her peach blossom eyes fixated on Zhu Zunchuan's profile. Chuan Gu, were you really just being scolded in the office? Shun Taiyang's tone was still sweet, but the hint of possessiveness in her eyes was unmistakable. Zhu Xuanchuan did not slow his pace. What else could it be? Zhu Xuanchuan smirked, pinching her fair cheek. You know Teacher Gu's temper. She was holding a ruler in her hand. If you hadn't knocked on the door to save me, I suspect I wouldn't have escaped this beating today. My sweet Tianqi is the best to me. Shun Taiyang's doubts eased a bit as he pinched her cheek. Deep down, she was still that extremely dependent girl in love, easily soothed by a few sweet words. Of course, Shun Tianqi proudly lifted her chin. As soon as I heard her scolding you, I rushed in to save you. If she bullies you again, just tell me, and I'll have my grandfather come to school to talk to her. It's not every day that a daughter of a military district vice commander can exert such influence over a college counselor. The two arrived at the cafeteria. It was mealtime, and the place was bustling with noise. Zhu Xuanchuan ordered 2 braised pork rib meals at the counter. Just as he sat down by the window, Shun Tianqi eagerly picked up a piece of rib, blew on it to cool it down, and held it to Zhu Zunchuan's mouth. Shun Tianqi opened her mouth, signaling him to eat. Zhu Xuanchuan opened his mouth to accept it, savoring the flavor. Just as they were being affectionate, an exaggerated shout echoed from the entrance of the cafeteria. Whoa, Chuan Gu, foster father. You're famous. You've completely blown up. Lin Yuan rushed over like a whirlwind, holding a stainless steel bowl in one hand and a phone in the other. He sat down opposite Zhu Xuanchuan, panting, and shoved the phone screen right into Zhu Zunchuan's face. What are you so shocked about? Zhu Xuanchuan pushed the phone away with a look of disdain. Lin Yuan, his face flushed with excitement, lowered his voice and shouted, the campus forum has exploded. Someone started a voting poll for the new student campus heartthrob. Guess what? Lin Yuan swallowed, pointing at the leaderboard on the screen. Based solely on looks, you're ranked 4th. But someone posted your photo driving a Palamara along with your high-end outfit on the forum. The more Lin Yuan spoke, the more excited he became. Now, considering overall wealth, temperament, and looks, you've decisively topped the Jing University Comprehensive Strength Heartthrob list with overwhelming votes. The comments below are all girls shouting hubby. Even the senior girls in their 3rd and 4th years are inquiring about your WeChat. The cafeteria was buzzing with chatter. Lin Yuan shoved the phone right into Zhu Zunchuan's face. The screen displayed a photo taken at the film set. In the photo, Zhu Xuanchuan wore a deep space gray leather jacket from Brunello Cucinelli, one hand in the pocket of his casual pants, standing sideways. The sunlight perfectly illuminated his sharply contoured profile, his aloof expression conveying a sense of superiority, as if looking down on the masses, paired with the top-tier luxury attire that screamed old money, amplifying his aura to its peak. The title of the post was highly provocative. In 1 minute, I want all the information on this exceptional rich student. Below, the comments had already stacked up to thousands of layers. Hubby, this is my husband whom I've never met. Ladies, draw your swords. I call dibs on this man. Don't dream, the outfit I know is top luxury BC, costing at least 7 or 800,000. Which wealthy heir is living out a life experience here? Lin Yuan's face was red with excitement. Foster father, you are now the dream of 9 billion girls at Jing University. On the comprehensive strength heartthrob list, you have left the previous finance major Li Chunju in the dust. Zhu Xuanchuan casually swiped open his phone screen, picked up his chopsticks, and deftly placed a piece of braised pork rib into Shun Taiyang's bowl across from him. Stay low-key, bro, is just a legend. Zhu Xuanchuan spoke in a relaxed tone. Shun Tianqi had been gazing dreamily at Zhu Xuanchuan, supporting her chin in her hands. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, she glanced at the photo and then at the flood of comments calling him husband. Her watery peach blossom eyes instantly narrowed. Pouting her lips, she poked at her rice with her chopsticks. Brother Chuan, your peach blossoms are blooming too vigorously, aren't they, eh? Shun Tianx's voice was tinged with jealousy, carrying a strong sense of crisis. Just changing outfits can attract so many admirers. If you wore formal attire, the school gates would be trampled down. Zhu Xuanchuan gently pinched Shun Tianx's fair cheek. Doesn't this just prove that my Tianqi has good taste, keeping potential stocks in hand ahead of time? With that pinch, Shun Tianx's love-struck mentality suddenly took over. Her cheeks flushed, and the earlier jealousy dissipated by half. As soon as the words fell, a strong scent of Chanel No. 5 wafted through the cafeteria corridor. A girl in a form-fitting camisole mini dress complete with exquisite makeup approached their table carrying 2 cups of milk tea and wearing high heels. This was Su Man, a junior from the School of Arts renowned as a social butterfly, changing boyfriends faster than changing outfits. Junior. Su Man tossed her wavy hair and bent down deliberately, her cleavage peeking just above the strap's edge. Congratulations on topping the campus heartthrob list. She purred, her voice overly sweet. Senior, let me treat you to milk tea. Add me on WeChat, shall we? Hundreds of eyes suddenly focused on them. Such public declarations in the cafeteria never lacked an audience. Shun Tianqi, sitting opposite, immediately halted her chopsticks. She remained silent, but the air around her seemed to freeze. The granddaughter of the deputy commander of the Tianjin military district was certainly not to be trifled with. Shun Tianqi lifted her head, her originally affectionate peach blossom eyes now seemingly encased in ice, coldly staring at Su Man. Senior. Shun Tianx's voice was crisp, showing no signs of timidity. Your perfume is suffocating me. Su Man's expression stiffened, her smile faltering. Just as she was about to retort, a harsh male voice interrupted from nearby. Oh, is this how you start breathing hard? Dressed in knockoff high-end attire, renting a car for a few photos, he truly thought of himself as a prince of the capital. Li Chuanju, the former campus heartthrob from the senior finance department, swaggered over with 3 lackeys. Li Chunzu's family owned several factories, and he often bullied others in the department, driving a Porsche 718 and never lacking for admirers. Today, suddenly being pushed off his pedestal by a freshman and becoming the laughingstock of the school ignited an intense jealousy and rage within him. Li Chunju approached the table and unceremoniously pulled out a chair to sit down. He deliberately placed his left hand on the stainless steel table, rolling up his sleeve to reveal a glimmering Rolex Submariner. Junior, you need to invest some real effort in wooing girls. Li Chunju scoffed, his gaze shamelessly roaming over Shun Tianqi and Su Man. Today's girls have never seen the world. They get spun around by a poor student with a few fake photos. Let me show you what true power looks like today. He flicked his wrist, making the Submariner glint under the cafeteria. Rolex Submariner bought at a premium for 18000. Li Chunju looked at Zhu Xuanchuan with a face full of superiority. Can your outfit, which cost just 300 yuan from a discount site, even buy me a watch strap? The surrounding chatter gradually grew louder. Some clueless students began to eye Zhu Xuanchuan with suspicion. After all, for a college student to wear clothes worth 7 or 800,000 seemed fantastical. In comparison, Li Chuanju, a rich second generation flaunting a watch worth over 100,000, seemed more convincing. Su Man hesitated a bit, pausing with her milk tea in midair, and subtly took a step back. Shun Tianqi furrowed her brows and slammed her chopsticks down on the table. She had seen Zhu Xuanchuan crush others' wrists with one hand and assert his dominance before the entire school, knowing how much confidence her man possessed. No way would a petty clown like this be allowed to dictate terms. Who do you think you are? Shun Tianqi was about to explode. A wide, warm hand gently pressed down on her fair thigh under the table. Zhu Xuanchuan remained still. He didn't even stand up or glance at Li Chunju. Zhu Xuanchuan leisurely swallowed the rice in his mouth, pulled out 2 napkins, and elegantly wiped the corners of his mouth. As he raised his hand to wipe his mouth, the sleeve of his dark, gray turtleneck cashmere sweater slid down half an inch, revealing a watch with a porthole-like dial, emitting a dark blue glow naturally exposed to the air. There were no flashy diamonds, yet it exuded an air of old money tempered by the passage of time. It was the Patek Philippe Nautilus that Jiang Yao had personally placed on his wrist. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan, as a competent wealth enhancer, was extremely perceptive. He sneered and directly took out a black car key with a shield emblem from his pocket, slamming it heavily on the stainless steel table. Porsche 718. Do you dare flaunt that piece of junk worth 6 or 70,000? Lin Yuan pointed at Li Chunzu's nose, scolding him vigorously. Look closely at this key for a Panamera executive long version. How many of your pathetic 718s can it buy? Li Chuanju, who had been arrogantly waiting to see Zhu Xuanchuan embarrass himself, had his smile freeze upon seeing the watch on Zhu Zunchuan's wrist. Li Chuanju, a rich second generation who often mingled in supercar clubs and luxury watch circles, naturally had some insight. Is that Patek Philippe 5990140G001 fully diamond-studded? Li Chunju swallowed hard, his voice instantly changing tone, his eyes nearly popping out. This is a discontinued model. The market price has soared to 20 million. He glanced at the dark watch dial, then at the Panamera key on the table, and finally fixed his gaze on Zhu Zunchuan's logo-free, yet exquisitely textured lambskin jacket. Not a single thread was out of place, the stitching perfect to the extreme. Cold sweat immediately broke out on Li Chunzu's forehead, trickling down his temples. This was no poor student wearing knockoffs to show off. This was clearly a true heir from a top financial conglomerate incognito. His Rolex Submariner worth 180 was utterly ridiculous and comical compared to this million-level Nautilus. Sorry, I mistook you for someone else. Li Chunzu's face turned as pale as paper. He abruptly stood up, the chair scraping loudly against the floor. Not even daring to utter polite words, he lowered his head, and along with several equally terrified lackeys, slinked through the crowd and fled the cafeteria like a defeated dog. Su Man, holding the milk tea, blushed even more, for she knew this junior was a true rich man, and she had ding. Extreme shock emotions detected. Source: cafeteria onlookers. Worship value 30. Worship value 40. Worship value 100. After 2 seconds of silence, a wave of uncontrollable screams erupted. A $2 million watch. Help. His gesture of wiping his mouth is so cool. This is the true embodiment of a wealthy man. He doesn't even bother to talk to those nouveau riche. Zhu Xiuquan ignored the fervor around him. He picked up Shun Taiang's milk tea from the table and leisurely took a sip. What's wrong? Lost in thought. Don't you recognize me? Zhu Xiuquan put down the milk tea and looked at Shun Tianqi across from him. Shun Tianqi stared at him blankly. Oh, it's nothing. I was just thinking about something important. Deep down, she didn't care how much Zhu Xiuquan had. Even if he were a penniless pauper, she was confident her family could support him for a lifetime. But that casual yet dominating presence that crushed everyone else was simply too charming. The relaxed control he exuded struck right at her romantic heart. Yet an unprecedented sense of crisis surged through Shun Tianqi's heart like a tide. Even eating in the cafeteria had senior girls coming to fawn over him. The campus forum was filled with women calling him hubby, and even the counselor was flirting with him in the office. This pond is way too crowded. She had to speed up her pace. If this continued like boiling a frog in warm water, this juicy piece of meat would eventually be taken away by outside wild foxes. She wanted everyone to know that Zhu Xiuquan bore her Shun Taiang's label. After they finished their meal, Zhu Xiuquan conveniently took the troubled Shun Tianqi back to the girls' dormitory. Later that night, Zhu Xiuquan had just finished showering in the dorm, lying on his single bed wrapped in a towel. The system's notification sound continued to ring sporadically as the admiration from all the girls in school continuously transformed into worship value. Suddenly the phone screen lit up. A new message popped up on WeChat from Little Milk Candy Shun Tianqi. Zhu Xiuquan casually clicked it open. His heart skipped a beat. The screen displayed a photo. A highly provocative full-body shot taken in front of a fitting mirror. In the photo, Shun Taiang's pure, flawless face glowed with an enticing pink. But she was wearing an extremely thin, pure black lace tank top. The delicate straps seemed like they could snap at any moment. A large expanse of snow-white, tender skin, deep ravines, and a waist that could be held in a single hand were fully displayed in front of the camera. Most killer was the clash between this ultimate purity and extreme seductiveness, the contrast enough to shatter any man's rationality. Then a 60-second voice message popped up. Zhu Xiuquan opened the voice message and brought the phone to his brother Chuan. Shun Taiang's voice was soft and sweet, laced with a deliberately lowered breathiness and shyness. Tomorrow is the weekend. I want to take some artistic photos to post on Douyin to gain followers. I've already booked a room on the top floor of the Victoria Hotel next door. Can you come help me? Shoot. The voice message paused for 2 seconds. A faint sound of fabric rubbing could be heard from the other side. I bought several outfits. There's a nurse outfit and a cat-eared girl outfit, but I can't reach the zipper on my back. Can you help me, please? Saturday morning, Kyoto Victoria Hotel. In room 8806, a high-end themed suite on the top floor. Zhu Xiuquan swiped his card and pushed the door open. What greeted his eyes was a dimly lit, suggestive ambience. The wool carpet was strewn with deep red rose petals that stretched all the way to the bedroom. The air was thick with an incredibly rich and sweet peach aroma. Zhu Xiuquan tucked one hand into his casual pants pocket and walked leisurely over the petals into the living room. He sat on the large dark red leather sofa, legs crossed, his gaze landing on the closed bathroom door. Warm light seeped through the crack of the door, and the sound of water could be heard dripping inside. Last night, this girl had sent photos and voice messages on WeChat, her concealed sourness and Yandere vibe practically oozing through the screen. Today's setup was clearly a meticulously arranged Hongmen banquet. The sound of water stopped. 3 minutes later, the frosted glass bathroom door opened a crack. A foot clad in black semi-transparent stockings peeked out. Then Shun Tianqi stepped into Zhu Zhenchuan's line of sight. Zhu Zhenchuan's breath caught in his throat. This girl completely shattered the image of the pure, flawless school beauty he was used to. She wore an extremely daring pure black lace nightgown. The nightgown had very little fabric with fine straps digging into her snow-white rounded shoulders. The neckline was cut extremely low, exposing large swathes of breathtakingly smooth skin and an incredibly deep cleavage unreservedly revealed in the warm light. The hem of the nightgown barely covered her thighs. Below, a pair of tight black semi-transparent stockings graced her legs. The tops of the stockings were adorned with a black lace cat motif, and the middle of her thighs was accentuated by an incredibly enticing plumpness. Her long black hair cascaded over her shoulders, and atop her head, she wore a fluffy black cat ear head. This ultimate pure face combined with such an extremely vulgar and provocative outfit created a visual impact that could almost obliterate any normal man's rationality. Shun Tianqi held two high-stemmed glasses filled with red wine. Her fair cheeks were flushed to the point of almost bleeding, and even her delicate earlobes had taken on a rosy hue. But she held on to the pride and Yandera aura belonging to the granddaughter of the vice commander of the Tianjin military district, stepping in slightly disordered strides toward Zhu Xuanchuan. Zhu Xuanchuan leaned back against the sofa, his deep gaze unapologetically sweeping from her cat-eared head down to her slender waist, finally resting on her well-proportioned long legs encased in black stockings. "Brother Chuan." Shun Tianqi spoke, her voice trembling slightly from extreme nervousness, yet intentionally lowered, carrying a tone of feigned authority. "You were 3 minutes late." She didn't pass the wine glass over. Instead, she boldly lifted one long leg clad in black stockings, daringly straddling Zhu Zhenchuan's legs. A strong wave of peach-scented air swept over him. Shun Tianqi took an extremely ambiguous and aggressively suggestive posture, forcefully sitting on Zhu Zhenchuan's sturdy thigh. The insides of her snow-white thighs pressed tightly against the fabric of Zhu Zhenchuan's casual pants. She looked down at Zhu Xuanchuan, raising one glass of red wine to his lips while her other hand awkwardly curled around his neck. "Tell me." Shun Tianqi bit her lower lip, her peach blossom eyes narrowing slightly, revealing a hint of feigned danger. "Who was the big orange that messaged you yesterday? Who are those women on the campus forum calling you hubby today? And what about Teacher Gu, who always calls you to her office and locks the door?" Her chest rose and fell violently, the neckline of her nightgown swaying up and down with her breath. "Besides me, how many good sisters are hidden in your fish pond?" Shun Tianqi leaned in closer with each word, her red lips nearly brushing against Zhu Zhenchuan's nose. "If you don't come clean, don't even think about drinking this glass of wine. My grandfather listens to me. I can directly tie you back to Jin Min and lock you in my room, leaving you nowhere to go but to look at me alone." This unreasonable statement, combined with her enticing outfit of black stockings and cat ears, was incredibly impactful. She thought of herself as the top predator in this game, freely toying with her prey. But she had no idea that in Zhu Zhenchuan's eyes her fierce facade was merely a delectable treat presented right before him. "Are you getting jealous already?" Zhu Zhenchuan's lips curled into a nonchalant, wicked smile. He did not drink the glass of wine. With a swift motion, he reached out with his left hand, snatching the goblet from Shun Tianxi's grasp and casually tossing it onto the carpet beside them. The wine spilled out, staining a rose petal red. At the same time, his right hand moved with precision, firmly grasping her slender waist. The powerful strength brought on by the primary physical enhancement potion erupted instantly. "Oh." Shun Tianqi had yet to react, only feeling the world spin around her. Zhu Xinchuan exerted force with his arm wrapping around her waist and performing an extremely domineering role. The two of them fell heavily onto the exceptionally large and soft thematic round bed behind the sofa. The momentum shifted instantly. Shun Tianqi found herself sinking into the soft mattress, her black skirt flipped up, exposing her fair thighs and the lace edges of her stockings. Zhu Zhenchuan's tall figure pressed down on her, with a formidable aura of male hormones perfectly pinning her beneath him. He lifted her two delicate wrists above her head with one hand and pressed them firmly against the pillow. An absolute suppression of size. An overwhelming aura. Shun Tianxi's facade of a sickly sweet girl crumbled in an instant under Zhu Zhenchuan's aggressive and profound gaze. "Tie me back to Jin Min." Zhu Xinchuan looked down at her, his rough thumb pressing heavily against her tender red lips, smudging her lipstick. "Miss Shun is so proactive. Have you thought about how this will end?" Feeling the astonishing heat and muscle contours pressing down on her, Shun Tianxi's defenses completely. She gazed at Zhu Zhenchuan's handsome face, so close to hers, her eyes suddenly reddening, without warning, large tears streaming down her cheeks and splashing onto the white pillowcase. "I'm scared." Shun Tianxi's previously assertive voice disappeared, entirely replaced by a thick sob and extreme grievance. "Brother Chuan, I'm really so scared." She stopped struggling, instead allowing Zhu Xinchuan to hold her wrist, pressing her chest against his solid torso. You're so dazzling, so many people are watching you. Yesterday in the cafeteria, those senior sisters looked at you as if they wanted to devour you. And that teacher Gu, her gaze wasn't looking at a student at all. While crying, Shun Tianxi choked out intermittently, I've never lacked for anything in my life. As long as I wanted it, my grandfather would get it for me. But only with you I always feel like I can't hold on to you. I'm afraid that one day when I wake up you'll be taken away by those prettier, more resourceful women. This is the true inner confession of the daughter of a military district family. She possessed a family background that few could aspire to, yet in front of Zhu Xinchuan, a man who suddenly entered her life, without seeking her family's wealth, she felt as small as a girl plagued by insecurity. She was willing to take off her white dress and wear such vulgar clothing just to bind this man with her body completely. Zhu Xinchuan looked at Shun Tianxi, who was crying like a rain-soaked pear blossom, and the lust in his eyes faded, slightly replaced by a hint of pity. He released Shun Tianxi's wrist, cupping her tear-streaked face with both hands. Zhu Xinchuan lowered his head and his warm lips brushed against the corner of her eye, gently kissing away her bitter tears. Fool. Zhu Xinchuan's voice was deep and rich, stripped of its usual playfulness, carrying an undeniable dominance. Even if the heavens and earth change, you are still mine. What others can't take away, I won't leave either. Hearing this, Shun Tianxi's heart trembled violently. An overwhelming sense of security instantly filled her love-stricken mind. Brother Chuan. Shun Tianxi broke into a smile through her tears, extending her fair arms to tightly wrap around Zhu Xinchuan's neck. She tilted her head up, presenting her plump, enticingly soft red lips. This was a kiss imbued with a desperate, allure-nothing resolve. Shun Tianxi responded to Zhu Xinchuan's demand with clumsy, yet fervent enthusiasm. She awkwardly imitated the scenes from movies, her tongue cautiously exploring, only to be immediately countered by Zhu Xinchuan, who pressed forward unrelentingly. The scent of peach blossom and the rich aroma of red wine intertwined wildly between their lips. Zhu Xinchuan's large hand slid down her delicate spine. His fingertips brushed against the sheer black lace fabric, skillfully undoing the slender shoulder strap. Her round, fair shoulders were completely exposed to the air. Shun Tianxi let out an unbearable soft moan, her body instinctively responding to the man's movements. Her long legs, clad in black stockings, tightly wrapped around Zhu Xinchuan's waist, fearing even the slightest chance of him escaping. The temperature in the room skyrocketed. Zhu Xinchuan's fingers ventured beneath the hem of her skirt. The skin beneath his palm was smooth and soft, radiating the astonishing warmth of a young girl. Shun Tianxi trembled all over, gripping the fabric of Zhu Xinchuan's shirt tightly, her knuckles turning a delicate pink from the effort. One article of clothing after another was carelessly discarded onto the carpet strewn with rose petals. The black lace strap slipped down. Shun Tianxi's face turned so red that even her neck was flushed with a stunning hue. She dared not meet Zhu Xinchuan's aggressive gaze, yet she made no effort to evade it. Just as Zhu Xinchuan's fingers slowly moved down about to undo the last black lace button, Shun Tianxi suddenly shyly closed her eyes. Her long eyelashes trembled violently. Using the last of her strength, she clung tightly to Zhu Xinchuan's neck, burying her burning cheeks into his neck. Brother Chuan. Shun Tianxi's voice was sweet and soft, almost dripping with water, laced with a hint of extreme nervousness. You have to be gentle, Im. Afraid it will hurt. Brother Chuan. Shun Tianxi's voice was soft and sweet, laced with a hint of intense nervousness. Zhu Xinchuan chuckled at Shun Tianxi's shy demeanor. To learn to drive, you first have to pass the first theoretical exam. Zhu Xinchuan's broad palm gently caressed her slender back, his tone carrying a playful nonchalance. Miss Shun is so clever, paying for a few more lessons won't hurt. With that, his long fingers expertly pinched the hidden clasp of the pure black lace nightgown at her back. He gave it a gentle tug. The gossamer fabric lost its support and quietly slid down her smooth shoulder. Shun Tianxi was on the verge of panic. She squeezed her eyes shut tightly, her long eyelashes trembling violently, not daring to meet Zhu Xinchuan's intensely predatory gaze. Her hands gripped the white bedsheet beneath her tightly, her toes curling involuntarily. Her well-proportioned long legs, wrapped in black cat lace semi-transparent stockings, were tense straight. Due to nervousness, the edges of the stockings creating a soft indentation in her creamy thigh. Zhu Xinchuan showed no signs of impatience. He leaned down, his warm lips brushing against her smooth forehead, trailing down the bridge of her pert nose, and finally tenderly captured her two luscious red lips. Unlike the previous aggressive kiss, this one was filled with patience and reassurance. Feeling the man's gentleness, Shun Tianxi's tensed body softened slightly. She tentatively extended her pale arms, wrapping them around Zhu Xinchuan's neck once more. The temperature in the room soared rapidly, the sweet scent of peach incense mingling with their interwoven breaths, creating an intoxicating blend. Zhu Xinchuan's fingers slowly trailed down her slender waist, igniting waves of shivering sparks wherever he touched. Accompanied by an uncontrollable cry of pain, Shun Tianxi suddenly tilted her head back. The black cat ear headband on her head fell to the side of the pillow. Two streams of clear tears quietly slipped down her eye corners, landing amidst her disheveled hair. She bit her lower lip hard, her slender fingers gripping Zhu Zunchuan's broad back, even leaving shallow red marks on his firm muscles. Is everything okay? Zhu Xuanchuan gazed into her eyes, gently wiping away the tears from her corners with his thumb, leaning down to kiss her cheeks. Take a deep breath, relax a bit. If you don't want to continue, I can stop. Shen Tianxi's eyes brimmed with tears, yet she shook her head resolutely. In that moment, her inherent fragile stubbornness took the upper hand. She clung tightly to Zhu Xuanchuan, fearing he might truly step back, her voice trembling, yet laced with a desperate attachment. I won't. Don't leave me. I'm fine. Zhu Zunchuan's heart was struck in its softest spot. He lowered his head, sealing all the pain within a lingering kiss. Under Zhu Zunchuan's unwavering patience and guidance, the pain gradually faded. Shen Tianxi, this naive little kitten, would soon pay a heavy price for her initiative. All her pride, aloofness, and the demeanor of a military district heiress were utterly shattered, replaced by a desperate craving and attachment. Brother Chuan, don't leave me. Never look at other women. Only me. Time had already moved. The afterglow of the sunset streamed through the gaps in the thick curtains, casting a dark golden light spot on the carpet. Shun Tianxi resembled a cat that had eaten and drunk enough, utterly lazy. She lacked the strength to even lift a finger, allowing Zhu Xuanchuan to pull over the blanket and cover them both. She lay on her side, listening to the steady and strong heartbeat of the man, her white finger unconsciously drawing circles on Zhu Zunchuan's hard chest. Brother Chuan. Shun Tianxi spoke, her voice hoarse from earlier fervor, yet imbued with an indescribable sweetness and contentment. Does it still hurt? Zhu Xuanchuan leaned against the headboard, one arm wrapped around her smooth shoulder, his fingers playing absent-mindedly with her fallen locks. It doesn't hurt anymore. Shun Tianxi blushed proudly, lifting her small chin, her peach blossom eyes glistening as they stared at him. I'm now truly yours. From the inside out, even a single hair has your label. As she spoke, she suddenly leaned in and bit down hard on Zhu Zunchuan's collarbone. She didn't bite too hard, leaving only a shallow imprint. If you dare to lie to me in the future, or if you flirt with other women and abandon me. Shun Tianxi narrowed her eyes, her tone half joking, yet half serious, brimming with a fierce determination. I'll personally call my grandfather. I'll have him send the guard battalion over, driving military vehicles straight to your dorm to catch you. I'll have you tied up in the basement of my room in the Tianjin military district, feeding you only boiled cabbage every day, so you can't go anywhere. This sweetly wrapped threat was enough to send chills down the spine of any man. The granddaughter of the deputy commander of the Tianjin military district was not joking. Zhu Zunchuan's eyes twitched slightly. He knew all too well the destructive power of this young lady. If she found out that just before this he had been with the popular star Su Muching in another suite of the same hotel, she would probably pull a gun on the spot. Yet he showed no signs of panic, instead chuckling lightly as he reached out to pinch Shun Tianxi's pert nose. So fierce. Feeding you only boiled cabbage, not even a bit of meat. Zhu Xuanchuan feigned a look of grievance, sighing, at least let me have some sweet and sour ribs. Shen Tianxi, having her nose pinched, spoke in a muffled voice. No. A cheating man doesn't deserve meat. All right, we'll listen to Miss Shen. Zhu Xuanchuan released his grip, planting a peck on her lips, his tone exceedingly indulgent. To avoid being taken away by the guard battalion, I'll take you to the most authentic private restaurant in the southern city tomorrow for sweet and sour ribs. How does that sound? This promise of a meal immediately soothed the ticking time bomb that could explode at any moment into a well-behaved little cat. You said it, no reneging. Shun Tianxi felt an immense emotional satisfaction and sense of security. She nestled into Zhu Xuanchuan's embrace, seeking the most comfortable position, and happily closed her eyes. After a long day of turmoil, her strength had long been depleted. In less than 2 minutes, even breaths began to fill the quiet room. Zhu Xuanchuan gazed at the sleeping beauty in his arms, letting out a long breath. He glanced at the dark red marks not far away. This damned battlefield was just the beginning. Xia Weining Jiang Yao Su Muqing Gu Qinghan Fu Xinghe, and on top of that the armed Shen Tianxi in his arms. At this moment, he was walking a tightrope between 6 barrels of gunpowder. A night without conversation. The next morning, the daylight outside had brightened significantly. Shun Tianxi maintained the same position from last night, snugly nestled in Zhu Zunchuan's arms, sleeping soundly. Zhu Xuanchuan carefully withdrew his arm that had gone numb beneath her and cautiously pulled back the covers, getting out of bed. He stepped barefoot onto the thick wool carpet, bending down to pick up the scattered clothes. Just as he slipped on a pair of dark gray leisure pants. Buzz! 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 The phone that had been carelessly tossed into the pocket of the jacket on the sofa suddenly erupted in a series of intense vibrations. In the quiet morning, this sound was particularly jarring. Zhu Xianchuan furrowed his brows, fearing to wake the sleeping Shen Tianqi. He hurried over in a few strides and grabbed his phone, silencing the screen. He turned to glance at the large bed. Shen Tianqi merely frowned, turned over, and continued sleeping. Zhu Xianchuan sighed in relief and looked down at his phone screen. It was a good thing he didn't look, for once he did, a chill instantly surged at the back of his neck. On the lock screen, 3 unread WeChat messages appeared, all sent at the same time, as if they had coordinated their timing. Gu Qinghan weekend assignment. Send me the list of guests and the MC script for the opening ceremony by 9 a.m. Don't play dead. Fu Xinghe, did you sleep well last night? I've finished the calligraphy copy of Rhapsody on the Goddess of the Luo River. Come pick it up today. Jiang Yao, Dark Night Rose, you good for nothing. Where have you vanished? If you don't show up soon, I'll bring my people and demolish your dormitory. 3 women, 3 distinct styles, burst onto the locked screen almost simultaneously. Behind them, Shen Tianqi rolled over on the wide, rumpled circular bed. Half her delicate face was buried in the pillow. The blanket slipped away, revealing her smooth shoulders and back. Zhu Xianchuan stepped lightly, slipped into the spacious master bathroom, and locked the frosted glass door. The art of the serial charmer, unflinching composure, even as mountains crumble before one's eyes. First, neutralize the most volatile threat. He tapped open Jiang Yao's chat window. A black market heiress's patience is measured in seconds. Zhu Xianchuan didn't type. Instead, he strode to the half-length mirror above the sink, lifted the hem of his charcoal gray turtleneck sweater with one hand, and casually bit down on the fabric. His physique, refined by the primary physical enhancement serum, was nothing short of sculpted perfection. 8 defined abdominal muscles, a razor-straight linea alba vanishing beneath the waistband of his casual trousers, radiating raw, untamed masculinity. Click. He snapped a photo and sent it instantly. Then followed with a voice message. His voice, deliberately lowered, thick with morning huskiness and languid charm, was training legs at the gym last night. Exhausted, overslept. Be good. Put the knife down. This afternoon I'll take you to the club for French cuisine and let you inspect my homework. Instantly the screen displayed typing. Within 3 seconds an emoji popped up, a Pomeranian's face drenched in crimson hearts, cheeks blazing red. Jiang Yao, good boy. 3 p.m. sharp. Be 1 minute late and I'll cut you. One-handled. Next he switched to Fu Xinghe's interface. Sending abs photos to this icy high-ranking, white moonlight would be professional suicide. With her, only spiritual resonance would suffice. Zhu Xianchuan paused thoughtfully, then his long fingers danced across the keyboard. Xinghe, I've kept your handwriting etched in my memory, more beautiful than any calligraphy model. Got drafted last minute by our academic advisor. Can't leave. See you at tomorrow's rehearsal for the opening ceremony. Neither deferential nor dismissive, just poised, leaving room to maneuver, and quietly shifting blame onto Gu Qinghan. 1 minute later. Fu Xinghe understood. Don't overexert yourself. Second secured. Last, the haughty, frostbitten academic advisor. Zhu Xianchuan retrieved yesterday's spreadsheet from Lin Yuan's WeChat file assistant and forwarded it directly to Gu Qinghan. Then he typed a line dripping with audacious provocation. The guest list is finalized, Professor Gu. By the way, that lipstick you wore in your office yesterday tasted sweet. I haven't had enough. Next time try peach nectar. I prefer that flavor. He tapped send. Zhu Xianchuan could already picture Gu Qinghan, sitting alone in her apartment, adjusting her silver-rimmed glasses, blushing furiously, whispering under her breath, "You incorrigible rogue." A flawless high-stakes maneuver, completed in under 3 minutes. Click. He twisted the bathroom doorknob. Just as he stepped back toward the bed, the duvet stirred. Shen Tianqi rubbed her drowsy peach blossom eyes and slowly sat up. Her sheer black lace camisole had vanished without a trace. Dawn light pierced the gap in the curtains, gilding her luminous porcelain white body. Below her collarbones, several faint crimson marks stood out boldly. Brother Chuan. Her voice was hoarse, nasal, tender with the haze of waking. She squinted at the phone in Zhu Xianchuan's hand. Who are you texting so early? That uniquely obsessive vigilance, sharp as ever, even half asleep. Zhu Xianchuan's expression remained unruffled. He tossed the phone onto the nightstand. That brat Lin Yuan, he said, walking over and sitting on the edge of the bed. Asking if I'd bring him meat buns from the cafeteria? He never wakes up this early, must have flipped overnight. Boys' dorm is so boring. Shen Tianqi pouted, lowering her guard completely. She lunged forward, wrapping her arms around his neck and clinging to him, her astonishing softness pressing fully against his charcoal gray cashmere sweater. What time is it? She closed her eyes and rubbed her cheek against his neck. 8:30. Zhu Xianchuan's broad palm cradled her slender waist, his thumb brushed idly along the smooth curve of her spine. I need to head back to the dorm to change. Tomorrow's opening ceremony. Our advisor insisted we rehearse stage positioning today. Leaving so soon. Shen Tianqi pouted, tightening her legs around him. I wanted you to hold me and let me sleep a little longer. I'll keep you company later. Zhu Xuanchuan tilted his head and gently captured her delicate earlobe between his lips, sucking it softly. Shun Tianxi shivered violently, half her body melted into tingling numbness. She loosened her grip, retreated into the covers, blushing fiercely, leaving only her dewy, glistening eyes visible. Promise me, you'll treat me to sweet and sour spare ribs at noon. No breaking your word. Even the celestial emperor himself couldn't stop me from feeding Miss Shun her ribs. Zhu Xuanchuan ruffled her hair, picked up the car keys from the nightstand, and strode out of the suite. The door clicked shut behind him. His gentle smile vanished instantly. He exhaled deeply, releasing a heavy, weary breath. This life. His kidneys held up fine, but his brain was running on fumes. 30 minutes later. Room 621, male dormitory, Jing University. Zhu Xuanchuan pushed the door open. Lao Zhao and Haozi were absent. Only Lin Yuan sat hunched over his desk, scratching his head while frantically editing a document on his laptop screen. Dad, you're finally back. Hearing the door, Lin Yuan swiveled around like a drowning man spotting land, dark circles heavy beneath his eyes. What's wrong? Zhu Xuanchuan walked to his wardrobe, opened the door, and began searching for clean clothes. The academic affairs office has gone berserk. Lin Yuan yanked at his hair in despair. Out of nowhere this morning, they've decided to reassign seating for tomorrow's opening ceremony guests. They just printed the final version of seating arrangement for distinguished guests at freshman welcome opening ceremony, and now they're ordering me as a student union officer to verify it immediately. Zhu Xuanchuan paused mid-motion. Seating arrangement. Yes. Lin Yuan grabbed an A4 sheet from his desk and turned to hand it over. Dad, please check. Did they get the order right for these bigwigs? Dean Lee specifically warned us. These are living deities we can't afford to offend. One misstep in placement, and our College of Literature will pay dearly. Zhu Xuanchuan picked up the glass water tumbler on the desk, unscrewed the lid, and took a slow sip. He accepted the A4 sheet with casual indifference. His gaze swept downward. Front row VIP zone seating arrangement. Seat 01, Meng Wanqing, Vice President, Jing University. Seat 02, Shun Tianxi, Military District Representative, Special Guest for Flower Presentation. Seat 03, Xia Weining, CEO, Dinghe Group, Honorary Board Member, Jing University. Seat 04, Su Muching, Top-Tier Female Singer, Campus Image Ambassador, Special Opening Performer. Seat 05, Zhu Xuanchuan, Freshman Representative, standing by adjacent to VIP Zone. Seat 06, Jiang Yao, Representative, Jiang Group. Seat 07, Gu Qinghan, Outstanding Academic Advisor, College of Literature, Lead Coordinator. Seat 08, Fu Xinghe, Distinguished Visiting Professor. Zhu Xuanchuan's eyes locked rigidly onto the list. Seat 02, Shun Tianxi. Seat 03, Xia Weining. Seat 04, Su Muching. Seat 05, himself. Seat 06, Jiang Yao. Seat 07, Gu Qinghan. Seat 08, Fu Xinghe. All 8 seats aligned in a single row. 5 peerless heiresses, each capable of blowing a crater through all of Beijing, packed into the front row. Worst of all, Seat 05, Zhu Xuanchuan's, was flanked left by top-tier singer Su Muching and billionaire heiress Xia Weining, and right by black market princess Jiang Yao and ice-gold advisor Gu Qinghan. Fu Xinghe and Shun Tianxi, seated nearby, needed only to turn their heads slightly to observe every move on this side. Was this truly an opening ceremony? It was a custom-built execution platform for Zhu Xuanchuan alone. Clang! Zhu Xuanchuan's hand went slack. The glass tumbler shattered on the terrazzo floor. Warm water splashed Lin Yuan's pant leg. Holy hell! Dad, what happened? Did you slip? Lin Yuan leapt up, scrambling for tissues. Zhu Xuanchuan stared at the paper, his eyelids twitching wildly, his Adam's apple bobbing violently. Wang Kai. Huh. Do I still have time to book a luxury mausoleum? What the hell? Foster father, what nonsense are you talking about? What graveyard? Lin Yuan was startled and hurriedly grabbed 2 tissues to squat down and wipe his pants, casually sweeping the glass shards on the ground aside. Zhu Xuanchuan had no time to pay attention to him. His gaze was fixed on the ranking list, feeling his blood pressure skyrocketing at an alarming rate. On one side were Shun Tianxi, Xia Weining, and Su Muching. On the other side were Jiang Yao, Fu Xinghe, and Gu Qinghan. Did this group of academic leaders not consult the birth charts when arranging seats? They were putting him directly on the grill. Brother Chuan, what are you dazed about while staring at the list? Lin Yuan finished wiping his pants and leaned over, mysteriously pointing at the name at the top of the list, lowering his voice. Did you see it? Seat 01, Meng Wanqing. Zhu Xuanchuan didn't even lift his eyelids. Who is this goddess? You don't know? Our university's executive vice president, who just started less than half a year ago. Lin Yuan's eyes sparkled. I heard she's just over 30 and is a top-notch beauty. Her background is unfathomable. The entire board of trustees has to look to her for guidance. She usually operates in the shadows, but unexpectedly, she personally attended the opening ceremony this time. If he could strike up a conversation with her, his 4 years of college would be smooth sailing. Zhu Xinchuan swallowed hard. Vice president. Right now, he had no thoughts to spare for any vice president. Let alone smooth sailing. If he could just walk out of the main hall tomorrow, he would go burn incense at the temple. Six girlfriends with vastly different personalities and powerful backgrounds sat on either side of him. If he said one wrong thing, or if any woman shot him a strange look, this hellish scene would explode on the spot. Enough, stop lusting after me. Zhu Xinchuan forcibly suppressed the chaos in his heart, taking a deep breath. What time do we gather tomorrow morning? Gather at the main hall at 7:30, and the event starts at 8 sharp. Got it. Zhu Xinchuan opened the wardrobe. Since he couldn't avoid it, he had to face it head-on. At least he could not lose in terms of momentum. The next morning, Zhu Xinchuan finished washing up and took out the set of high-end suit he bought at Brunello Cucinelli worth $780,000. The navy blue pique lapel suit was tailored to fit his perfect inverted triangle figure, which had been enhanced by a system transformation. Underneath was a pure black silk shirt casually unbuttoned at the collar without a tie, exuding an effortless aura of elegance and luxury. On his wrist, the Patek Philippe Nautilus, a gift from Jiang Yao worth $20 million, emitted a deep blue glow. He stood in front of the mirror, adjusting his cuff. The man in the mirror stood tall with a profound aura reminiscent of a true heir from a century-old wealthy foster father. Lin Yuan stared in awe, swallowing hard. If you wear this outfit, the girls in the main hall today will probably ovulate. Zhu Xinchuan ignored his lewd comment, picked up his phone, and with a sense of tragic determination, pushed open the dormitory door. The autumn morning breeze was a bit cool, but it couldn't dissipate the heat in his heart. The walk from the boys' dormitory to the main hall took 10 minutes. During these 10 minutes, Zhu Xinchuan's mind was racing, simulating countless potential scenarios of disaster. If Sum Yukin came over and called him Brother Chuan, Shun Tianxi would definitely pull a gun on the spot. If Gu Qinghan used her position as a teacher to pressure him, Jiang Yao's butterfly knife would surely fly over. As for Fu Xinghe, that cold and aloof beauty only needed to utter, "The Milky Way is not as good as you," to shatter the jealousy of the other four. An inescapable deadlock. Buzz, the phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. Zhu Xinchuan's heart skipped a beat as he took out his phone. 2 WeChat messages popped up on the lock screen. Dark Knight Rose, Jiang Yao, honey, I'm so mad. I don't know what got into my dad today, or he locked me at home and stationed 10 bodyguards at the door. I can't attend today's ceremony. Please help me ask the school for leave. He'll come find you tomorrow. Then the second message popped up immediately. Sweetheart Strawberry Xia Weining, you rascal, an urgent situation has come up with the project in Europe and I'm on my way to the airport now. I can't see you shine at the opening ceremony. They'll bring you a gift when I return. You are not allowed to flirt while I'm away or I'll buy my way into the university and kick you out. Zhu Xinchuan stared at the 2 pieces of text on the screen. He froze for a full 5 seconds. Who? A breath of stagnant air in his chest was heavily exhaled. Thank you, dark forces. Thank you, wicked capitalists. Old Jiang Ting is truly a great person. The project in Europe blowing up at this time is simply perfect. With the 2 most uncontrollable and powerful, sickly sweet killers absent at the same time, the difficulty of this hellish scene instantly dropped from hell level to hard level. 6-2 for a left. Shen Tianxi had just been fed yesterday, so she was likely still in a state of extreme foolishness due to infatuation and easy to handle. Gu Qinghan was a counselor and had to maintain decorum and dignity in public. As long as he did not provoke her, the icy beauty would definitely not erupt. As for Fu Xinghe, she inherently had a non-confrontational and aloof personality, confident that he would return on his own. Sum Yukin couldn't be too overt for the sake of her career. Steady. This move was so steady that he could even celebrate with champagne in advance. Zhu Xinchuan put away his phone, and his previously heavy footsteps instantly became light. Along with that sense of going to die, it quickly transformed into a calmness of having everything under control. At 7:45 in the morning, Kyoto University Main Hall. This grand building, which could accommodate 5,000 people, was now packed to capacity. Freshmen, various department counselors, and academic leaders filled the entire venue. Due to the dim lighting in the front rows of the hall, only the spotlight on stage swept back and forth, creating an extremely noisy atmosphere. Zhu Xinchuan strode into the venue along the VIP passage. He activated the perfect aura halo in the system. At the moment he appeared at the entrance, the previously noisy venue seemed to have been paused. A spotlight inadvertently swept across his position. The navy blue high-end suit shimmered under the light. His upright posture, deep features composed stride, along with that extremely eye-catching $1 million watch on his wrist, instantly captivated the attention of the entire audience. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted into deafening screams and gasps. What the hell? Who is that? A freshman or some celebrity standing on stage? This is the top campus heartthrob who crushed Li Chunju in the comprehensive rankings. Oh my, he looks 100 times more lethal in formal attire than in photos. So handsome. This aura, I believe he's the heir of the capital circle. Quick, take a picture. I want to use him as my wallpaper. In his mind, the system's notification sounded like firecrackers exploding. In just a matter of seconds, his admiration value soared by over 5,000 points. Zhu Zunchuan's expression remained unchanged as he confidently walked toward the core VIP area in the front row with one hand in his pants pocket. He did not look at the fervent gazes around him, silently grateful for the boost from his tailored suit and the system's support. He arrived at seat number 05, gracefully unbuttoning his suit and taking a seat. Currently, a few seats around him were still empty. Brother Chuan, you're amazing. Lin Yuan, standing nearby as a logistics officer, leaned over and gave a thumbs up. Your entrance completely overshadowed those seasoned seniors from the 4th year. Zhu Xuanchuan ignored him, his attention completely focused on the few women who were about to arrive. It was precisely 8 o'clock. The side door of the grand auditorium opened and a fragrant aroma of cold, refreshing tea wafted in first. Gu Qinghan entered wearing an extremely fitted dark gray women's suit paired with a pure white silk shirt and black stiletto heels. Holding a walkie-talkie and a schedule, the cool and aloof aura of the counselor was fully unleashed. She walked to seat number 08, but did not sit down immediately. Instead, her gaze, precise and focused, landed on Zhu Xuanchuan across 2 empty seats. Through her silver-rimmed glasses, Gu Qinghan's eyes paused for 2 seconds on his dark blue suit and slightly open collar. A fleeting flash of hidden surprise and pride crossed her frosty face, which quickly turned into a Zhu Xuanchuan smirked slightly, silently mouthing, "Teacher Gu, you look beautiful today." Gu Qinghan's ears turned slightly red as she turned away and took her seat at number 08. Immediately after, a delicate sandalwood fragrance with a scholarly aura approached. Fu Xinghe, the 27-year-old distinguished professor, wore a custom-made pure white kippa-style long dress. Her long hair was elegantly pinned up with a simple wooden hairpin, exuding a clear and ethereal grace, as if she were the goddess of the Luo River stepping out of a painting. She sat down at seat number 07. Turning her head, she looked past the empty seat number 06 toward Zhu Xuanchuan. "The suit fits you very well." Fu Xing's voice was soft but clear enough for Zhu Xuanchuan to hear. "However, I still prefer the scent of ink from the letter you left at 16. At these words, Gu Qinghan on the right immediately turned her head, the sound of her stiletto heels echoing on the carpet. The 2 women, separated by Fu Xinghe, exchanged glances that sparked an unspoken tension in the air. Zhu Zunchuan's eye twitched slightly, and he dared not respond. The atmosphere on his right was already beginning to heat up. Just then, an incredibly sweet and rich scent of peaches wafted in from the left. "Brother Chuan." Shen Tianqi wore a custom white puffy dress today, adorned with a delicate diamond headband, making her look like a precious princess stepped out of a fairy tale. Ignoring the occasion entirely, she lifted her skirt and ran straight to seat number 02. Just as she was about to sit down, she eagerly skipped over the empty seat 03 and looked at Zhu Xuanchuan. "Brother Chuan, you look so handsome today." The love and possessiveness in Shun Tianxi's eyes seemed ready to overflow, her voice sweet as syrup. "I still want to eat ribs for lunch." Zhu Xuanchuan nodded and smiled. Gu Qinghan at seat number 08 nearly crushed her walkie-talkie in her grip. Fu Xinghe at seat number 07 took a sip of her mineral water with a half-smile on her face. The convergence of the 3 women's auras made the air around Zhu Xuanchuan feel extremely thin. Before he could catch his breath, the entire venue erupted in a wave of applause, even more intense than when he had entered. Su Muching, the top star, the living Su Muching. Accompanied by an overwhelming scent of sweet orange perfume, Su Muching entered the venue escorted by several bodyguards through the VIP passage. Today she wore an incredibly alluring silver performance outfit, a super short skirt, paired with knee-high boots, showcasing her proud long legs to perfection. As she took off her sunglasses, her face, innocent yet alluring, ignited the entire venue. Su Muching walked to seat number 04, glancing at the empty seat number 03, and then at Zhu Xuanchuan and seat number 05. Su Muching did not sit down immediately. With boldness, she used the excuse of adjusting her skirt to lean slightly closer to Zhu Zunchuan's ear. "Brother Chuan," Su Muching whispered, her tone laced with a hint of seduction, "I haven't washed that outfit from last night yet." This suggestive remark, which only the 2 of them could understand, sent a shiver down Zhu Zunchuan's spine. Su Muching straightened up, a triumphant smile gracing her lips as she elegantly took her seat at number 0. Thus, Shen Tianqi at 02, Su Muching at 04, Zhu Xuanchuan at 05, Gu Qinghan at 07, and Fu Xinghe at 08 formed a circle of uniquely different, captivating fragrances that tightly surrounded him. The air conditioning in the grand auditorium was set to a comfortable level, but Zhu Zunchuan's back had already begun to sweat lightly. just when he thought he could endure this opening ceremony by remaining silent. Shun Tianqi, seated at number 02, had just finished adjusting her princess dress. She heard a rustling sound from the nearby seat number 04 and caught a whiff of that familiar sweet orange perfume. Shun Tianqi paused. She suddenly turned her head, her gaze locking onto Su Muqing's strikingly beautiful face across the empty seat number 03. Su Muqing seemed to sense the attention as well and turned her head in response. The delicate granddaughter of the vice commander of the military district and the reigning top star of the entertainment industry. Their gazes collided heavily without any obstruction on the left side of Zhu Xuanchuan. The noise of the grand auditorium seemed to be forcibly extracted at that moment. In the air, a tense atmosphere was ignited. Zhu Xuanchuan, caught in the middle, closed his eyes. Let it be over. Zhu Xuanchuan sat stiffly in seat 05. To his left, Shun Tianqi was slowly turning her neck. There was only an empty seat between position 02 and position 04, and the line of sight was unobstructed. The fragrance of peach from Shun Tianqi clashed wildly with the sweet orange scent of Su Muqing in the cold air from the auditorium's air conditioning blew past, causing the hem of Shun Tianxi's white puffy dress to sway slightly, revealing a large expanse of her fair and dazzling thighs. She stared intently at Su Muqing, her peach blossom eyes widening. Su Muqing also turned her head. The alluring curves wrapped in the silver performance outfit tightened instantly, her long legs crossed under the short skirt, meeting Shun Tianxi's gaze heated. Zhu Xinchuan's back muscles tensed completely. His mind raced as he calculated whether it would be better to feign a heart attack if the two women started pulling each other's hair, or to collapse and foam at the mouth for a more natural reaction. Shun Tianxi's red lips parted slightly, her chest heaving violently. She recognized this woman as the star who had been trending on Weibo for her rumored relationship with Zhu Xinchuan yesterday. Zhu Xinchuan swallowed hard, preparing to insist, "Tianqi, you must listen to me." "Oh my God." Shun Tianqi suddenly let out a scream, stifled to the extreme, effectively cutting Zhu Xinchuan's words off. She covered her mouth tightly with both hands, her eyes instantly sparkling with countless little stars. You are Su Muqing, the real Su Muqing." Zhu Xinchuan was stunned. All the prepared words got stuck in his throat. Shun Tianqi completely ignored Zhu Xinchuan and lifted her skirt, moving to sit in the originally vacant seat 03 that belonged to Xiao Wenying. Now she was right next to Su Muqing. "I absolutely love your new song. I bought 100 copies of your digital album to support sales." Shun Tianxi's cheeks flushed with excitement, showing no trace of the delicate daughter of a military district, completely embodying a fervent fan. Su Muqing, having navigated the entertainment industry, had a soft and adorable personality. Seeing this overly beautiful college student not only harboring no hostility, but instead being her diehard fan, she immediately revealed her signature sweet smile. "Really, thank you for your support." Su Muqing extended her delicate little hand, taking Shun Tianxi's hand. "You look so beautiful. How is your skin so good it's like you can squeeze water out of it?" The friendship between women sometimes only requires a precise compliment to establish. "Not at all, Sister Muqing, you are the one who is beautiful. You are even thinner and more beautiful in person than on TV." Shun Tianqi, whose hand was held by her idol, was so happy that she felt faint, calling her sister sweetly. "Tianqi, your dress must be haute couture, right? The cut is simply wonderful." Su Muqing took the opportunity to draw closer. The two top beauties leaned towards each other across the armrest of the seat. The white princess dress and the silver performance outfit brushed against each other. Two pairs of fair polished legs alongside two pairs of long slim legs clad in shiny stockings created the most eye-catching scenery in the front row. They chatted about sunscreen to lipstick shades, from haute couture bags to girl group dances. Zhu Xinchuan sat in seat 05, feeling completely numb. He thought to himself that the thought process of women was indeed not something that could be understood with the logic of carbon-based life forms. Just a second ago, he thought a third world war was about to break out, and the next moment these two were practically ready to become best friends. They had become close friends, thanks to the wretched capitalist Xiao Wenying. If she hadn't suddenly gone on a business trip to Europe and freed up seat 03, Shun Tianqi would have had no space to get so close to Su Muqing. With the crisis averted, Zhu Xinchuan completely relaxed, leaning back in the genuine leather chair to enjoy the benefits of a crowd. While Su Muqing chatted with Shun Tianqi, her body intentionally leaned slightly to the right. The delightful soft curve occasionally brushed against Zhu Xinchuan's left arm. A wonderfully sweet orange scent wafted directly into his nose. What was worse, Su Muqing's left hand, which was not holding Shun Tianxi's, quietly dangled over the edge of the seat. Her slender fingers, hidden by the skirt, accurately found their way to the side of Zhu Xinchuan's thigh. With her fingertips brushing against the fabric of his dark blue suit pants, she teasingly drew circles, then slowly hooked Zhu Xinchuan's pinky finger, filled with playful intent. Zhu Xinchuan felt the daring flirtation of a top star under the table to his left, while hearing the sweet laughter of the delicate campus beauty beside him, feeling as if he were floating on air. This was the treatment a sea king should have. It was settled today was going to be a complete win, just as Zhu Xinchuan felt pleased with himself. To his right, a strong, oppressive aroma of cold tea approached without warning. Zhu Xinchuan turned his head. Gu Qinghan, dressed in a deep gray women's suit and holding a black walkie-talkie, was striding towards the originally vacant seat 06 that belonged to Jiang Yao. With a cold face, Gu Qinghan turned and took her seat. The bodycon skirt rode up as she sat, revealing a large expanse of her well-proportioned thighs wrapped in very thin black stockings. She casually crossed her legs, the black stockings reflecting a breathtaking matte quality in the dim light of the auditorium. "Teacher Gu." Zhu Xinchuan spoke in a low voice, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. "The view here is good, convenient for overseeing the discipline in the waiting area." Gu Qinghan stared at the stage ahead, not giving Zhu Xinchuan even a glance, her voice cold enough to freeze. She adjusted the silver-rimmed glasses on her nose, her peripheral vision glancing at the two women on her left who were engrossed in conversation, practically leaning into Zhu Xinchuan. The pure white silk shirt on her chest heaved dramatically with her rapid breathing. This is the venue for the opening ceremony, not a market. Some students should pay attention to their impact and not speak loudly. Gu Qinghan asserted her authority as an instructor, her voice cold. Shen Tianqi, to her left, turned to glance at Gu Qinghan. Now, with her idol backing her, she was full of confidence, not only calming down, but deliberately hugging Su Muqing's arm, mumbling softly, "Sister Muqing, our school's teachers are so strict they won't even allow us to talk." Su Muqing subtly withdrew her hand that had hooked Zhu Xinchuan's pinky, giving Gu Qinghan a sweet smile to show her respect. Sitting in seat 08, Fu Xinghe leisurely twisted open a bottle of mineral water. Dressed in an elegant national-style qipao, she exuded an ethereal charm, her clear eyes glancing back and forth between Gu Qinghan and Zhu Xinchuan. Teacher Gu is truly dedicated. Fu Xinghe took a sip of water, her tone calm, yet sharp, even choosing to sit beside the students for close guidance. If one didn't know better, they might think Teacher Gu had some special favoritism towards this new student representative. This casual remark struck right at Gu Qinghan's sore spot. Gu Qinghan turned her head coldly, looking at Fu Xinghe through her glasses. Professor Fu is not any less devoted. Usually you don't step outside your door for research, yet today you are leisurely sitting in the front row with a freshman. The two women exchanged barbs, each word sharp yet devoid of profanity, yet it felt like a battle of swords. Zhu Xinchuan, caught in the middle, felt sweat bead on his forehead again. Just as he had finished thanking the nefarious Jiang Yao for vacating seat 06, this vacant seat had turned into the front line of Gu Qinghan's attack. The left side's friend group had just calmed down, and now the two usually aloof women on the right were at each other's throats again. "Thank you for your hard work, instructor. Professor Fu, thank you for your hard work. Once on stage, I will definitely perform well and not embarrass either of you teachers." Zhu Xinchuan quickly turned his head, smiling widely to mediate, attempting to suppress the rising tension. Gu Qinghan did not respond. Her sharp peach blossom eyes fixed on the open collar of Zhu Xinchuan's shirt, sweeping over his face, adorned with a flattering smile. Just when Zhu Xinchuan thought he had passed through unnoticed, under the table in the front row of the auditorium, in the shadow of a dead angle, Gu Qinghan's raised right leg quietly descended. Her slender ankle, clad in sheer black stockings, shifted slightly. The sharply pointed black high heel precisely pressed against the inner side of Zhu Xinchuan's right thigh. Without any hesitation, the shoes tipped through the fabric of his dark blue suit pants, ruthlessly and unmercifully ground down. Hiss! A sharp pain shot straight to his brain. Zhu Xinchuan gasped, his smile completely frozen on his face, hands gripping the armrests of the chair tightly, the veins on the back of his hands bulging. "Zhu, why does your face look so unwell?" Gu Qinghan stared straight ahead, a cold smile curling at the corner of her mouth, the high heel under the table not loosening, but instead increasing in pressure, grinding slowly. "Did you perhaps injure your leg from delving too deeply into your studies last night?" A sharp pain shot up the inner thigh, striking directly at his mind. Zhu Xinchuan gasped, the polite smile on his face freezing instantly. He gripped the armrests of the chair tightly, the veins on the back of his hands bulging. Gu Qinghan's action, no, her kick, was truly ruthless. The stiletto heel of her shoe was sharp enough to pierce wood, mercilessly grinding against the most vulnerable flesh. "Teacher Gu." Zhu Xinchuan's forehead beaded with sweat as he turned to look at the cold, stunning side profile, lowering his voice. "I spent last night revising the book of songs. I had no time to delve into other studies. Your assessment method is rather too harsh." Though he softened his words, Zhu Xinchuan's actions were extremely forceful. To his left, Su Muqing was still discussing eyeshadow palettes with Shen Tianqi, their defenses firm. Zhu Xinchuan did not hesitate to free his right hand, using the cover of his navy suit's hem to stealthily reach under the dimly lit table. It was exceedingly precise. He firmly grasped the slender ankle tightly wrapped in sheer black stockings. The touch was slick taut and radiated an astonishing warmth. Gu Qinghan, who had been sitting upright, suddenly trembled, her back straightening instantly. Clearly, she hadn't expected Zhu Xinchuan to dare to make such a bold move in front of everyone in the first row of the grand hall. Zhu Xinchuan did not give her a chance to react. His rough thumb pressed directly on the bony part of her ankle, lightly rubbing it with a hint of punitive intention, then shamelessly sliding an inch up her calf along the sheer stockings. An indescribable tingling sensation shot from her leg to her heart. Gu Qinghan's ears instantly flushed crimson. Her right leg, resting on Zhu Xinchuan's thigh, lost all strength and was easily pushed aside by him. With the crisis averted, Zhu Xinchuan was just about to catch his breath. Suddenly, Fu Xinghe, seated in position 08, moved. This elegantly aloof visiting professor opened the book resting on her thigh, her head never lifting, her cold voice cutting sharply through the noise of the grand hall, each word like a knife. The Book of Songs, the Southern Call, plums fall. Plums fall indeed 7 times. Seek me, commoners, until their auspiciousness. Fu Xinghe slowly closed the book and turned her head. A pair of eyes as clear as autumn water bypassed Zhu Xinchuan and landed squarely on Gu Qinghan, her tone devoid of warmth. Plums that fall to the ground are left with only 30%. Even the greenest fruit on the tree should know that the flowering period has passed. Teacher Gu, being relatively inexperienced, should understand the ebb and flow. Picking unripe fruit will yield no sweetness. Scholars curse without a single profane word. It was as if she wanted to point directly at Gu Qinghan's nose, scolding, "You, a mere counselor with your lowly status, should withdraw from this competition. You cannot handle this man." Zhu Xinchuan's eyelids twitched violently. Gu Qinghan was not one to suffer losses easily. She attempted to withdraw her foot, but couldn't. Taking advantage of the heat, she extended her fair fingers to push up her silver-rimmed glasses. "Professor Fu, your knowledge of classical literature is profound. However, I personally prefer the Chusi." Gu Qinghan slightly parted her red lips, letting out a cold laugh. In the end, it's just the decay of flora and fauna, fearing the Bowtai's decline. She deliberately scanned Fu Xing's elegant qipao, her tone filled with mockery. "No matter how high your academic status as a visiting professor, how deep your realm, you cannot escape the passage of time. Some things cannot be forged purely through rote learning. Youth is the best capital. A direct strike to the heart. A blade that pierced Fu Xing's sore spot, being just 2 years older at 27. Fu Xing's grip on the mineral water bottle tightened suddenly. The coolness on her face could no longer be maintained, a hint of anger surfacing. There is no hierarchy in learning. The capable are the teachers. Teacher Gus' vulgar educational philosophy is hardly worthy of high praise. Fu Xinghe set down the water bottle, her voice entirely cold. "Zhu Xinchuan." Gu Qinghan, unwilling to back down, turned her head simultaneously. "Student Zhu." The two women spoke in unison, their gazes like tangible swords piercing Zhu Xinchuan's face. "Which teacher do you think is right?" The atmosphere was suffocating. To the left, her friend was still discussing which lip color was most attractive. To the right, they had already drawn their swords, each strike hitting home. This was not just a life-or-death question. Answering even one character incorrectly would turn this grand hall into Zhu Xinchuan's burial ground. He released Gu Qinghan's ankle, retracting his right hand, fingers interlocked on the table. His mind raced, the systems exchange of classical studies specialization erupting at this moment. He cleared his throat, leaning back slightly, displaying a composure and depth beyond his years, meeting the gazes of the two women with calmness. "I dare not rashly judge the teachings of both esteemed teachers." Zhu Xinchuan's voice was warm and rich, his pace neither hurried nor slow. "However, as the doctrine of the mean states, all things grow together without harm, and the Tao walks hand in hand without contradiction." He directly met Fu Xing's gaze, a sincere smile tugging at his lips. "Whether the Book of Songs or the Chusi, both are the wisdom of our predecessors. Professor Fu, like the goddess of the Luo, possesses an ethereal elegance. Your teachings are like mountains and flowing water, inspiring students to aspire for greatness." Next, he turned to Gu Qinghan, his gaze softening. "While Teacher Gu, like the proud plum enduring the cold, is unique and unmatched. Your words and actions shine like a bright lamp in the night, practical and genuine. Both of you are treasures on my path of learning. If I must choose between this spring orchid and autumn chrysanthemum, would that not be a cliché betraying this fragrant hall of books?" An exquisitely smooth and graceful response. Not only praising Fu Xing's elegance and purity, but also affirming Gu Qinghan's practical wisdom, while simultaneously delivering a top-notch sugar-coated shell bomb wrapped in classical literature. Fu Xinghe was taken aback. The anger in her eyes quickly faded, replaced by a hint of surprise and deep admiration. She hadn't expected Zhu Xinchuan to not only catch this extremely tricky challenge, but also to respond flawlessly with such profound depth. The boy who could only write love letters at 16 had truly grown up. Although Gu Qinghan still maintained a stern face outwardly, the rising and falling of her chest beneath the pure white silk shirt had noticeably calmed down. That phrase, "the proud plum enduring the cold," had hit her soft spot with precision. Just as Gu Qinghan was preparing to assert her authority as a counselor and scold him again, Zhu Xinchuan's right hand had already crossed over the wide armrest of the chair, domineeringly covering her left hand resting on her thigh under the dim light. His fingers firmly squeezed into her delicate finger gaps, their fingers interlocked. His rough fingertips gently kneaded her hands back in a comforting manner. Gu Qinghan trembled as if electrified. The glimmering eyes behind her silver-rimmed glasses glistened with moisture, and she glanced around in a fluster, shooting Zhu Xinchuan a fierce glare. But ultimately that hand only struggled symbolically for a moment before allowing the man to hold tightly, unwilling to pull away. The right flank's defense was forcibly stabilized. Zhu Xinchuan let out a long breath of turbid air. His shirt was soaked with cold sweat. This first row was truly not meant for humans. Just as Zhu Xinchuan was about to lean back against the chair for a moment of rest. Bang! A muffled sound echoed as the grand hall's lights suddenly went out. Two extremely blinding spotlight beams shone from the back, precisely converging in the center of the wide stage. The originally noisy venue of 5,000 fell silent, as if their throats had been gripped. The gray-haired old principal, dressed in a crisp Zhongshan suit, walked briskly to the standing microphone. "Dear teachers and new students, welcome to Kyoto University." A thunderous applause erupted throughout the hall. The old principal raised both hands, pressing them down. His powerful voice resonated through every corner of the venue via top-notch sound equipment. "Before we officially commence today's opening ceremony, I would like to solemnly introduce a new colleague. From today onwards, she will serve as the executive vice president overseeing all academic affairs and reforms at our school." The old principal stepped back half a step, making way for the center of the stage, announcing loudly, "Now let us welcome Ms. Meng walking to the stage for her speech," with the warmest applause. Bang! The last few overhead lights flickered and died. The grand auditorium sank into profound velvety darkness. Two high-intensity spotlights projected from the control room on the second floor converged upon the wooden stage, forging a blinding, radiant circle of light at its center. Tap, tap, tap. The measured, unhurried rhythm of stiletto heels striking solid hardwood echoed from behind the curtain. Each step calibrated with unnerving precision, radiating the quiet, unassailable authority of one who commands without speaking. 5,000 souls held their breath. A figure draped in winered silk glided slowly into the luminous circle. No rigid conventional business suit. No tightly coiffed chignon. The woman on stage was in her early 30s. She wore an exquisitely tailored winered velvet suit. Jacket left unbuttoned, revealing beneath it a sleek black silk camisole. The suit's cut clung like a second skin, cinching sharply at her slender waist. Below, a matching form-fitting pencil skirt fell just above the knee, framing a delicate stretch of lush calf, sheathed in sheer flesh-toned stockings. Waves of chestnut hair tumbled loosely over one shoulder. Crimson lips. Peach blossom eyes. A charm meticulously honed by time itself. Gone was the raw, fragile innocence of a woman in her early 20s, replaced instead by the luscious, sun-ripened allure of a perfectly matured white peach, graceful, dignified, yet weaving intoxicating sensuality into every gesture, every glance. In the auditorium, the soft, involuntary gulps of male throats rose like distant waves. In the front row VIP section, Gu Qinghan adjusted her silver-rimmed glasses at seat 07. She was renowned for her aloof, ascetic elegance, the archetypal ice-cold corporate goddess. Yet now, gazing upon the woman on stage, whose mastery of mature femininity fused seamlessly with effortless sovereign poise, Gu Qinghan straightened her spine, instinctively bracing against an invisible pressure. At seat 08, Fu Xinghe set down her bottled water. Her ethereal crystalline gaze swept once over Meng Wanqing's voluptuous silhouette, then dipped to her own understated slender Cheongsam. On the left, Shen Tianxi and Su Muqing ceased their hushed exchange about handbags and lifted their heads in unison. And in seat 05, Zhu Xinchuan had been lounging comfortably, savoring the subtle, teasing proximity of Su Muqing's thigh to his left, and with his right hand still gently gripping Gu Qinghan's cool fingers beneath the broad armrest. The instant his eyes traced the spotlight to her face, a thunderclap detonated deep within Zhu Xinchuan's mind. His right hand resting on the armrest's edge convulsed, muscles snapping taut in violent spasm. HSS. Gu Qinghan winced, her fingers stinging, frowning as she turned ready to reprimand. But she froze. Zhu Xinchuan's expression had utterly shattered. That face, unshaken by Li Chuanzhu's provocations, unmoved before multi-million-dollar luxury cars, was now locked in rigid tension, throat bobbing violently, eyes wide, with the raw, gut-wrenching shock of seeing a ghost. Zhu Xuanchuan jerked his right hand back as if electrocuted, forcing himself upright with brittle composure. Cold sweat instantly soaked through his inner layer, a pure black silk shirt. It was 3 years ago. Zhu Xuanchuan had just bound the emotion value system. Penniless and raw, he practiced delivering emotional resonance to earn cash, casting wide nets across dating apps. His first successful match was a woman named Wan Wan, her IP registered in Beijing. She candidly admitted being 10 years his senior, working within the state system, burdened by immense pressure, occasionally logging online to unwind. An eager novice, Zhu Xuanchuan fired off clumsy, cliched love lines, desperate to inflate his emotion value. He was swiftly dismantled, outmaneuvered with surgical precision. Little brother, flattering a woman isn't done this way. I miss you is too barren, too hollow. Say instead, today I passed a florist, saw a bouquet, and thought it paled beside even a fraction of your grace. So I didn't buy it. I only wanted to tell you. In person. Kid, never lay all your cards on the table. That's called feigned retreat, luring her closer by pulling away. Whatever she sends tonight, don't reply, not a single word. Tomorrow morning, bring her hot soy milk and wait downstairs. For 6 full months, Zhu Xuanchuan not only failed to harvest a single coin of emotion value from her, he was relentlessly schooled, keyboard-bound under her exacting tutelage. From decoding feminine psychology to navigating high-stakes emotional triangulation to mastering the artful push and pull of suggestive language, she was a living, breathing textbook of seductive mastery. Zhu Xuanchuan still remembered that sultry summer night. Video call, live screen glowing. She'd just stepped from the shower, reclining half languidly on a leather sofa in a dangerously alluring winered velvet slip dress, swirling a glass of red wine. Her presence exploded across the screen, flooding the 16-year-old boy's senses. Watching his crimson-faced, flustered reflection, she laughed, soft, rich, unrestrained, and deliberately tugged her strap downward just a fraction. Little wolfhound, do you truly want to bite your elder sister? Then study hard. Get into Beijing University. I'll teach you knowledge no textbook holds. Later, she cited a job reassignment to a high-level post, deeming further online contact impractical. They parted amicably. Zhu Xuanchuan descended the mountain, his apprenticeship complete. Armed with her battle-tested strategies, he dominated the realm of online romance. Countless entanglements culminating in 7 elite former girlfriends, and withdrew 10 billion yuan in earnings. Now seated in the grand auditorium, Zhu Xuanchuan's breath grew ragged, labored. My mentor, the one who taught me how to cast bait, now standing before me on this podium. Deputy President wielding absolute authority. Worst of all, I've used her very techniques to seduce every counselor and specially appointed professor under her command. This opening ceremony wasn't an execution ground. It was the ancestral master descending the mountain to subdue her own rogue disciple. On stage, Meng Wanqing rested one hand lightly on the solid oak edge of the lectern, no script in sight. With the other, she effortlessly brushed aside a stray wave of chestnut hair curling beside her ear. Colleagues, new students, I am Meng Wanqing. Her voice, amplified by world-class acoustics, unfurled, languid, bone-melting, edged with a whisper of husky warmth, like a silken feather drifting, precisely, irresistibly, across the heartstrings of every man in the hall. Thunderous applause erupted instantly. Meng Wanqing's crimson lips parted slightly, even as she recited standard bureaucratic discourse on academic reform, on scholarly integrity. Those words emerging from such vivid, luscious lips acquired an innate magnetic charm. Her command over the room's rhythm was terrifyingly absolute. With just a few sentences, she effortlessly quelled the earlier stirrings caused by the female guests seated in the front row. Zhu Xuanchuan dared not lift his gaze toward the spotlight. He could only pray, prayed desperately, that over these 3 years his features had matured, his aura transformed, that the grainy, low-resolution video of his 16-year-old self would render him utterly unrecognizable to this ancestral master. Over the next 4 years, Meng Wanqing's address neared its close. Her gaze began at the rear balcony and swept forward tier by tier. It traversed the entire hall, then settled, light as dandelion fluff, upon the core VIP section in the front row. It lingered for half a second on Shan Tianqi's princess gown, then drifted past Su Muqing's performance outfit. It paused, briefly, on Gu Qinghan's charcoal gray suit, then glided over Fu Xinghe's refined Cheongsam. Finally, those peach blossom eyes, capable of dissecting every manipulation, piercing straight to the marrow of any man's soul, locked with uncanny precision onto Zhu Xuanchuan in seat 05. Their eyes met. Zhu Xuanchuan's heart seized, tight, cold, absolute. Meng Wanqing's lips curved into a smile both knowing and deeply, deliciously teasing. Before 5,000 witnesses, her right eyebrow, long, elegant, lifted almost imperceptibly half an inch upward, a private, provocative signature gesture. The very same she'd used again and again during those video calls whenever she delighted in watching him flush crimson with flustered embarrassment. The spotlight in the grand auditorium was glaringly bright. Zhu Xinchuan sat in seat 05, feeling somewhat uneasy. On stage, Meng Wanqing retracted a raised eyebrow gesture that only the two of them understood. Her gaze was calm as she elegantly surveyed the 5,000 new students in the audience. Kyoto University is a century-old institution rich in heritage and embracing of diversity. Meng Wanqing spoke into the microphone, her voice languid, yet magnetic, reverberating throughout the entire venue. The audience was silent. All the boys' gazes were glued to her burgundy velvet suit and the deep V silk top underneath. Cold sweat trickled down Zhu Xinchuan's spine. He knew this woman too well. At the age of 16, she had worn a burgundy nightgown, leaving him utterly flustered through the screen. His now refined fishing techniques, every move and pause in his speech were all thanks to this Wanqing. He looked the part, seated in the front row, flanked by a sweet girl on his left and a domineering beauty on his right, thinking he was in control of the situation. Little did he know, in Meng Wanqing's eyes, he was nothing more than a monkey dancing naked. University is a brand new beginning. You are in the prime of your youth, filled with boundless passion. As Meng Wanqing spoke the words youth and passion, her gaze remained unwavering, piercing directly into the front row and landing precisely on Zhu Xinchuan's face. The auditorium was dimly lit, with only the center stage bright as day. Zhu Xinchuan watched closely. At the moment she uttered those two words, her rosy tongue flicked out quickly to lick her full lower lip. A wave of extremely secretive and audacious heat exploded at the solemn podium. Zhu Xinchuan's breath caught in his throat. His heart was pounding wildly in his chest. This was public teasing. In front of 5,000 faculty and students, the esteemed vice president was crushing him with such an expression that could only be understood implicitly. Zhu Xinchuan swallowed hard. His palms were sweaty. He dared not meet Meng Wanqing's gaze and could only lower his eyes to focus on her shapely calves encased in sheer flesh-colored stockings. But this action not only failed to calm him down, but made things worse. During these 4 years, I hope everyone will not work in isolation. You should go out more, communicate more, and collide ideas. Meng Wanqing's voice became richer, laced with a hint of an almost imperceptible smile. Especially for the new students of our College of Arts, you must engage in deep exchanges with outstanding representatives and mentors from various fields. As she emphasized deep exchanges, she enunciated each word clearly, her peach blossom eyes slightly squinting, her gaze piercing through Zhu Xinchuan and directly targeting his heart. This woman definitely saw him holding Gu Qinghan's hand under the table. She also saw right through the unclear distance between him and the sweet girl on his left, Su Muqing and Shin Tianxi. Zhu Xinchuan felt as if his blood pressure was about to explode. Just then, a very subtle sound of fabric rubbing came from his right. Gu Qinghan was seated in position 06, her deep gray bodycon skirt hugging a long leg clad in delicate black stockings, quietly reaching out. This time she didn't use the tip of a high heel. Instead, her calf, wrapped in black silk, directly pressed against the edge of Zhu Xinchuan's casual trousers. She rubbed slowly and forcefully along the seam of his pants. Soft, firm, silky. Zhu Xinchuan felt a tingle run through his scalp. He turned his head. Gu Qinghan maintained her poised posture. The silver-framed glasses reflected the stage lights. But on her stunningly beautiful cold face, there was an unmistakable chill of discontent. Zhu Xinchuan, Gu Qinghan, didn't even look at him. Her red lips moved slightly, her voice low enough for only the two of them to hear. Why does the vice president on stage keep staring at you? The woman's intuition was terrifyingly acute. In a crowd of 5,000, with just a slight pause and shift of gaze from Meng Wanqing, Gu Qinghan, the cold beauty, precisely sensed the unusual, ambiguous atmosphere in the air. Instructor, you are overreacting to jealousy. Zhu Xinchuan fumbled, speaking softly. The person on stage is the vice president. As a freshman, how could I possibly catch her eye? Perhaps it's just that my outfit is too eye-catching and reflecting light at her. Is that so? Gu Qinghan snorted coldly. Under the table, that leg in black silk suddenly exerted force, sliding up his calf to rest directly above his knee. The kneecap pressed against the side of Zhu Xinchuan's thigh, carrying a distinct sense of interrogation. On one side, Su Muqing had just withdrawn her hand from touching him, while on the other, Gu Qinghan began her under-table sanctions. Meanwhile, on stage, there was a master who could verbally chastise him at any moment. Zhu Xinchuan took a deep breath. He decisively extended his right hand, lowering his body. In the shadow of the table, he firmly pressed down on Gu Qinghan's troublesome leg wrapped in black silk. His palm was scorching hot, perfectly pressing against the surface of Gu Qinghan's thigh through the thin black material. His thumb directly pressed into the soft flesh on the inner side of her thigh, squeezing firmly. Gu Qinghan's body trembled suddenly. Her breathing instantly lost its rhythm. She had merely intended to warn Zhu Xinchuan to make him tone it down. Little did she know this audacious guy right under the vice president's nose and in front of thousands in the auditorium directly grabbed her. "Stop it." Zhu Xinchuan turned his face, lowering his voice, carrying a hint of undeniable authority. "You can scrutinize me later. If you touch me again, I won't care what the occasion is." The man's threat was extremely effective. Gu Qinghan's ears turned beet red instantly. She bit her lower lip and forcefully pulled her leg back. Her legs were tightly pressed together, hands resting on her knees, forcing a serious demeanor. But the violent rise and fall of her chest betrayed her flustered heart. Having dealt with Gu Qinghan, Zhu Xinchuan raised his head again. On stage, Meng Wanqing's speech was nearing its conclusion. She had completely observed the little movements Zhu Xinchuan made under the table. The smile in her peach blossom eyes deepened. "Finally, I wish everyone at Kyoto University the most unforgettable and thrilling 4 years of your life. Thank you all." With her words, Meng Wanqing took a step back. She clasped her hands over her abdomen and bowed deeply to the 5,000 in the audience. The neckline of her burgundy velvet suit was already open. As she bent down, the black deep V silk top could no longer bear the burden and fell forward. Under the spotlight, the angle revealed everything unreservedly to Zhu Xinchuan alone. An incredibly mature figure. An extremely exaggerated curve. Zhu Xinchuan sat right in the middle, his gaze able to take in all of it. He could even see the fullness accentuated by the edge of the silk fabric. It was aimed solely at him, perfectly capturing the angle. This woman was intentional. Absolutely intentional. In the grand auditorium, thunderous applause and cheers erupted as many boys in the back rows strained their necks, wildly clapping to release their inner excitement. Meng Wanqing straightened up and tidied her wavy hair. She walked down the wooden steps on the side of the stage gracefully, the sound of her high heels echoing with each step. According to the procedure, she should return to her designated VIP seat No. 01. She walked slowly down the aisle in front of the first row. As she passed by position No. 08, Fu Xinghe looked down at his chusi, not raising his head. She also passed by positions No. 07 and No. 06, where Gu Qinghan sat. Gu Qinghan adjusted his glasses and slightly bowed his head in respect. Finally, Meng Wanqing stood before position No. 05. She halted her steps. Zhu Zunchuan's heart instantly raced. Every hair on his body stood on end as Meng Wanqing looked down at him from above. They were too close. The rich and sophisticated scent of rose perfume wafted directly towards Zhu Xinchuan. She said nothing, only used her alluring peach blossom eyes to assess him from head to toe. Her gaze lingered for a moment on his open silk shirt collar and on the Patek Philippe Nautilus on his wrist. Meng Wanqing's lips curled into a stunning smile that mixed admiration and surprise. "This suit really suits you." Her voice was not loud, yet it distinctly reached Zhu Xinchuan and several women nearby. Having said that, she did not linger. Turning around in a swirl of Weinert afterimages, she walked towards seat No. 01 and elegantly took her seat. Zhu Xinchuan sat in his seat utterly drained. His back was soaked with sweat. To others, her remark, "It really suits you," might seem like a compliment from the vice principal to the new student representative. Yet for Zhu Xinchuan, it clearly meant, "Hey kid, you've grown up dressed up like this, and I almost didn't recognize you." He let out a long breath, releasing a cloud of frustration. Before he could wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, Gu Qinghan on his right position No. 06 and Su Muching on his left position No. 04 both turned their heads, fixing him with extremely peculiar looks. Even Shun Tianxi in position No. 02 stopped chatting with Su Muching and leaned over to look this way. "Your new outfit is quite flashy." Gu Qinghan coldly threw out a comment. Zhu Xinchuan observed quietly, tightly closing his mouth and saying nothing. The more he said, the more wrong it could go. Playing dead was the only way out. Fortunately, the host's voice broke the terrifying silence of this battlefield. "Thank you, Principal Meng, for the wonderful speech." The bright lights in the auditorium were completely extinguished. In its place, an incredibly dreamy pink-blue light filled the space. White smoke from dry ice surged from the corners of the stage. The dynamic and sweet music intro instantly ignited the atmosphere. Next, let's welcome our long-awaited campus ambassador for this year from Kyoto University, our special guest for the opening, Su Muching. "Oh, Muching, Muching." The screams of 5,000 students nearly broke the auditorium's dome. Glow sticks were lit en masse, gathering into a sea of stars. Su Muching, seated in position No. 04, stood up. She was wearing an incredibly dazzling silver performance outfit today. Beneath her super short skirt, her strikingly beautiful long legs glimmered under the pink-blue lights. The surrounding security personnel immediately stepped forward, ready to escort her onto the stage. The atmosphere in the auditorium was ignited to the maximum. The pink-blue spotlights wildly intertwined while dry ice spewed and white mist enveloped the wooden stage. Su Muching, seated in position No. 04, stood up. The sequins on her silver outfit sparkled under the lights. She slightly bent down to adjust her skirt, briefly shifting her center of gravity to the right. Her long, beautifully shaped legs wrapped in shiny sheer stockings brushed past Zhu Zunchuan's trousers almost imperceptibly. Zhu Xiuanchuan could even smell the suddenly intense scent of orange perfume. Su Muching didn't even glance at the security personnel urging her. She slightly turned her head and discreetly bit her delicate lower lip, her watery, peach blossom eyes swirling with deep and unbreakable affection. This action was quick, lasting less than half a second. Then she immediately returned to her pure and innocent demeanor, stepping to the rhythm as she walked towards the edge of the stage, surrounded by her bodyguards. "Oh, Muching is looking this way. Wife, look at me." The entire venue erupted. Especially the boys in the back row, their shouts seemed to threaten to tear the roof off. Zhu Xiuanchuan even caught his roommate Lin Yuan's fervent scream amidst the deafening noise. The lights suddenly dimmed, leaving only a bright spotlight shining at the center of the stage. Su Mucheng held the microphone, standing in the light. She did not bring any backup dancers, standing quietly, as if she were a fairy stepping out from the dark night. Her long, straight legs beneath the silver mini-skirt shone with dazzling brilliance under the spotlight. This song is called The Throb of the Heart. Su Muching brought her red lips close to the microphone, her voice carrying a grainy, magnetic huskiness dedicated to the one who forcefully pulled me out of the darkest abyss of my life. As soon as she finished speaking, the crowd erupted in thunderous screams. This was a public confession. The National First Love's premiere at the Kyoto University opening ceremony carried such explosive topics. Countless students frantically speculated about who this person could be. Gossip and rumors exploded in the minds of the 5,000 attendees. Only Zhu Xiuanchuan, sitting in position No. 05, rested his chin on one hand, a casual smile curling at the corners of his mouth. From the moment they met again at Kyoto University, Su Muching's love had blossomed wholeheartedly. In that moment, he had completely transformed into the only true god in the world of this top celebrity. "In that starless night, I thought I would fall forever. You brought a wild wind crashing through my locked heart." The melody of the song was deeply infectious, carrying the emotions of a girl moving from despair to rebirth. Su Muching did not look at the students in the back who were wildly waving glow sticks. Her gaze pierced through the mist on stage, crossing over the empty space in front of the first row, firmly and unwaveringly landing on Zhu Zunchuan's face in position No. 05. There was no concealment whatsoever. She shone brightly on stage, accepting the frenzied love of 5,000 people. Yet her eyes, every trembling note in her lyrics, were all sacrifices made for the man in the dark blue suit below. Zhu Zunchuan's heart raced twice. The feeling of being adored by a goddess revered by thousands who used every legal means to seek love only from him was incredibly overwhelming. It was utterly fatal. Inside his mind, the system's alert tone blared incessantly. Ding. Extreme adoration detected. Adoration points 200. Adoration points 500. Adoration points 1,000. The collective feverish adoration of all male students towards Su Muong, amplified by the system and fused with Su Muong's own profound 100% devotion to Zhu Zunchuan, coalesced into an overwhelmingly potent energy pool. Zhu Zunchuan watched the numbers wildly flicker across his retinal display, a quiet thrill humming beneath his calm exterior. This windfall was beyond lucrative. Brother Chuan, look." To his left, Shen Tianxi, seated in seat 03, suddenly whirled around, gripping Zhu Zunchuan's left arm with both hands and shaking it vigorously. Her beautiful peach blossom eyes sparkled with fanatical fervor, her cheeks burned crimson. "Big Sister Muong is looking at me. She just smiled at me. She must adore me." Shen Tianxi babbled incoherently, utterly lost in her idol worship fantasy, her obsessive tendencies momentarily forgotten. That line, "forcefully pulled me out," isn't it hinting at the power of fans? Oh my, she's so indulgent. Zhu Zunchuan swayed dizzily under her vigorous shaking, his eye twitching uncontrollably. This girl's mental circuitry was truly extraordinary. Su Muong had clearly sung that love song directly at him. Yet Shen Tianxi had effortlessly rewritten reality in her mind, transforming it into a private, devoted acknowledgement meant solely for her as a diehard fan. Zhu Zunchuan silently applauded Shen Tianxi's self-directed romantic narrative. Yes, she was. Suppressing a smile, he gently patted her hand with his right hand, his voice tender and soothing. "You purchased 100 digital albums. You're an ironclad fan. Of course she adores you." "I knew it." Overcome with bliss, Shen Tianxi nearly fainted, then turned back and waved her arms wildly once more. With effortless finesse, and without drawing a single drop of blood, Zhu Zunchuan had defused a potential battlefield crisis brewing on his left. He turned his head. To his right, Gu Qinghan reclined elegantly in seat 06, her figure sculpted by a deep gray suit. Her long legs clad in sheer black stockings crossed with refined poise. Adjusting her silver-rimmed glasses, she fixed a cool, piercing gaze upon Su Muong, radiant and dazzling on stage, then tilted her head slightly toward Zhu Sunchuan. Student Zhu Guqinghan murmured, her voice low and laced with unmistakable acidity. These lyrics, why do they sound so familiar? A wild, untamed wind, shattering sealed locks. She emphasized the word locks. Yesterday morning in the academic advisor's office, Zhu Sunchuan had locked the door himself and pinned her against it for a forceful kiss. Guqinghan's intuition was razor-sharp. She sensed, instinctively, that every lyric from that sly fox-like performer on stage was veiled commentary on Zhu Sunchuan. These are mass-produced lines by a professional lyricist, teacher Gu. You're overthinking it. Zhu Sunchuan remained perfectly composed, calmly raising his bottled water for a sip. In my heart, only your guidance is a true, untamable gale. Flattery. Guqinghan gave a frosty snort, though the taut line of her lips lifted almost imperceptibly by half a degree. Meanwhile, Fu Xinghe, seated in seat 08, held no interest in such boisterous pop music. She kept her head bowed, fingers turning the pages of Chu Ci, her aloof, crystalline aura starkly contrasting the arena's frenzied heat. Yet a closer look revealed her page-turning rhythm had doubled in speed. On stage, the final note faded. Dry mist gradually dispersed, light refocused, pooling like liquid gold. Su Muong held the microphone, her chest rising and falling rapidly from exertion. A fine sheen of sweat glistened on her forehead beneath the lights. She bowed deeply to the audience, whereupon screams erupted, uncontrolled and deafening. As Su Muong straightened, preparing her final poised stance, she glanced toward seat 05, her hands folded discreetly behind her back. Just as the crowd assumed, she was merely holding an elegant posture, her hidden hands concealed behind her, interlaced with practiced subtlety, fingers curling inward. She formed a flawless heart-shaped gesture, visible only from the first row's vantage point. Then with mischievous charm she winked, just once, with her right eye, directly at Zhu Sunchuan. A roar erupted. Male spectators in the rear, catching the wink, lost all composure, shouting Su Muong's name in delirious unison. Zhu Sunchuan sat motionless in his seat, his Adam's apple shifting faintly. This top-tier wildcat was growing bolder by the day. Ding. System adoration points have surpassed 30,000. As the system's emotionless mechanical chime echoed, Su Muong descended the stage steps at a light jog, flanked by 2 bodyguards. She did not head backstage to the green room. Instead, under the watchful eyes of 5,000 spectators, she strode confidently down the aisle along the front row and returned directly to her designated seat 04. The moment she settled into her seat, an intoxicating wave of sweet orange fragrance, mingled with the warm, intimate musk of youthful perspiration, washed over Zhu Sunchuan. Su Muong paid no heed to who might be watching. Emboldened by her stardom, she grew even more audacious, tilting her body sharply to the right until she nearly pressed herself against Zhu Sunchuan's left arm. Her silver miniskirt rode up as she sat, revealing the smooth, delicate skin of her upper thigh, fully exposed within Zhu Sunchuan's line of sight. Brother Chuan, she whispered, her voice still breathless from singing. Did you like it? I rewrote the lyrics last night, entirely for you. As she spoke, her hand, hidden beneath the table, grew restless again, gliding along the fabric of his dress trousers, tracing a slow, deliberate path toward his inner thigh. Zhu Sunchuan caught her wandering hand firmly in his left, then turned to meet her radiant, captivating gaze. His reply was low-edged with quiet warning, move again, and tonight I won't hesitate to guide you through some new exercises. Su Muong's cheeks flushed scarlet, she bit her lower lip frozen, but her eyes gleamed with triumphant cunning. Meanwhile, Shun Tianxi, still seated in seat 03, had just leaned forward, eager to request an autograph from her idol. At that instant, a ceremonial attendant in a crimson cheongsam approached, swiftly bearing an exquisitely crafted tray. Miss Shun, the attendant said, bowing slightly, her voice clear and crisp. The special tribute segment of today's opening ceremony begins shortly. The president has instructed you to proceed to the holding area now, to represent General Shun of the Jinmen military region in presenting flowers to our university's honored meritorious professor. Silence fell like a shroud over the first row. To the right, Guqinghan's hand froze mid-adjustment of her glasses. Fu Xinghe's fingers stilled on the page. Even Vice President Meng Wanqing, seated in seat 01, turned her head with quiet, penetrating focus. Jinmen military region. The Shun family. Representing General Shun. The implications were unmistakable. In Beijing itself, those few words carried crushing weight. Guqinghan and Fu Xinghe simultaneously shifted their gazes past Zhu Sunchuan, locking them unblinking onto Shun Tianxi, the seemingly guileless girl in her white princess dress. Military lineage. This was the very girl Zhu Sunchuan had publicly shielded in the cafeteria. The words representative of the Tianjin military district, Old Shun. resonated through the grand hall's top-notch sound system, causing the temperature in the front row to drop suddenly. Gu Qinghan, seated in position 07, paused mid-motion, adjusting her glasses. In seat 08, Fu Xinghe laid down the line-bound Chuxi he had been flipping through. Both of their gazes simultaneously passed over Zhu Xiuanchuan and locked onto the girl in the white princess dress. The Tianjin Military District. In this circle, these four words represented absolute authority and an unshakable background. Initially, Gu Qinghan and Fu Xinghe had thought she was merely a pretty freshman deceived by Zhu Zunchuan's flowery words, but now their eyes reflected a deep-seated wariness. Zhu Xiuanchuan sat in seat 05, observing the nose with the heart. His hands were obediently resting on the armrests, not daring to make any unnecessary movements. To his left was a popular singer who had just finished singing a love song, and to his right was a counselor ready to explode. Now the military district's young lady was about to take the stage. In this high-stakes situation, he had to time his breathing perfectly. Shen Tianqi stood up, smiled at Su Mukin beside her, and said, "Sister Mukin, I'm going on stage first. He'll be back to chat with you later." She lifted the hem of her white puffy dress, stepping towards the aisle in front of the first row. The moment she left Zhu Zunchuan's side, the delicate, clingy aura that surrounded Shen Tianqi completely retracted. She straightened her back and slightly raised her chin. The elegance and presence cultivated from years in the military district instantly enveloped her bright and charming face. Two etiquette ladies led the way. Shen Tianqi, stepping in crystal high heels, walked gracefully onto the stage. In the center stood a distinguished old professor with gray hair. Shen Tianqi approached, took the flowers handed to her by the etiquette lady, respectfully presented them to the old professor, and then stepped back, bowing deeply with perfect form. Her actions were flawless. The host handed her the microphone. Shen Tianqi turned to face the 5,000 teachers and students in the audience. The spotlight illuminated her fair, flawless shoulders, highlighting the depth and allure of her collarbone. "Dear teachers and fellow students, hello. I am Shen Tianqi." Her voice was clear and composed, showing no sign of nervousness in the grand setting. The eyes of the boys in the audience widened, having just experienced the visual impact of a top star. Now they were met with an exquisite school beauty radiating pure charm. Following the established protocol, Shen Tianqi delivered an official speech expressing gratitude to her teachers and hope for the future. After finishing, she was supposed to step down as per tradition. However, she did not move her feet. Her fingers tightened slightly around the microphone. Shen Tianxi's gaze swept over the vast sea of faces, unwaveringly locking onto position 05 in the front row. Her originally clear peach blossom eyes suddenly clouded with thick moisture. Aside from thanking the school, Shen Tianxi's red lips parted, her voice resonating through the microphone. "I want to use this stage to say something." The audience fell silent. Shen Tianqi stared directly at Zhu Xiuanchuan. A sweet and sticky smile, curving at the corners of her mouth. "Accompaniment is the longest confession of love. No matter how far the future may be, I will always be here." As her words settled, a wave of wailing erupted from the back of the auditorium. This was clearly a declaration of commitment. With the new semester just beginning, the most outstanding school beauty openly confessed during the opening ceremony, leaving many boys heartbroken. Whispers filled the audience as they speculated about who this person was and how they wanted to tear him apart. Zhu Xiuanchuan sat in the audience, receiving that scorching gaze with a helpless smile and a slight nod. When Shen Tianqi saw his response, her eyes crinkled in satisfaction as she adjusted her dress and walked down the side steps. The low pressure in the front row lingered. The host wiped the sweat from his forehead and continued with the program. "Next, we invite the representative of our university's distinguished professors, Professor Fu Xinghe, to come up and give a speech." Applause erupted once more, but compared to the earlier enthusiasm, there was an added sense of reverence. Fu Xinghe closed her book and stood up. The elegant white traditional dress clung to her exquisite figure. With no excessive accessories, she simply tied her long hair up with a wooden hairpin. As she walked down the aisle, the slit of her dress subtly revealed her gracefully sculpted calves. Her cool, aloof demeanor instantly subdued the restlessness in the audience. She didn't need to put on airs. The innate elegance of her privileged upbringing was enough to make anyone feel inferior. Fu Xinghe stepped onto the stage and approached the standing microphone. She held no notes. The way of university lies in enlightening virtue, in loving the people, and in reaching the utmost good. Fu Xinghe began to speak. Her voice, carrying a crisp texture, resonated on the solid wood floor. She quoted classics, discussing academic integrity and life philosophies, her pace measured and unhurried. The thousands of people below listened in utter silence, completely captivated by this chilling sense of authority. As her speech approached its conclusion, Fu Xinghe paused for 3 seconds. Her gaze, which had been level with the front, slowly lowered. It pierced through the air, landing squarely on Zhu Zunchuan's distinctly shaped face. The depths of her usually calm eyes suddenly unfurled layers of profound emotion. There is no end. Fu Xinghe leaned slightly closer to the microphone, her cold voice tinged with an exceptionally rare tremor, but life must have its destination. Across the vast starry river, it will eventually be reflected in a person's eyes. Some reunions are destined. Silence ensued. A deathly stillness enveloped the auditorium of 5,000 where even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Just as one top star had finished singing a love song, another school beauty had followed with a heartfelt confession. Now even the usually aloof and revered professor, considered untouchable by the male students, was reciting such nakedly romantic lines on stage. Moreover, it seemed that the gazes of these three women had all been fixed on the same direction. Click. A distinctly crisp sound echoed from the core VIP section of the first row. Zhu Zunchuan's heart raced. To the right, in position 06, Gu Qinghan's stunning face was completely shrouded in a layer of frost. Holding a black pen, she had just snapped the plastic barrel in half with her grip. Black ink oozed from the fracture, staining her fair fingertips. She did not look at the ink on her fingers. Beneath her deep gray fitted suit, her long legs clad in sheer black stockings abruptly shifted their crossed position. Her right leg forcefully crossed below the armrest of the chair, directly pressing against Zhu Zunchuan's left leg. The warm, slippery sensation traveled through the thin fabric. Gu Qinghan's black-stockinged calf pressed tightly against the side of Zhu Zunchuan's trousers, the tension in her muscles astonishingly strong. Gu Qinghan leaned slightly to the left. A heavy, sour aroma of cold tea wafted towards Zhu Xiuquan. She leaned into Zhu Zunchuan's ear, her voice low and deliberate, each word carefully enunciated. You, the gaze collector, seem quite busy. A singer serenades you, and a school beauty confesses to you. Gu Qinghan let out a cold laugh, her breath brushing against Zhu Zunchuan's ear. What now? Even Professor Fuss' starry river is reflected in your eyes. Should I clear a space for you now, so you can directly go up and kiss your star? Zhu Zunchuan's shirt clung completely to his back. He stared straight ahead, maintaining a rigid smile, his voice sounding extremely innocent. My eyes are completely clear. There are no star rivers here. Stop pretending with me. Gu Qinghan's long leg under the table pressed directly against Zhu Zunchuan's inner thigh. The way she looks at you could pull threads. How many people have you offended in the past? Zhu Zunchuan took a deep breath. At such times, explanations were just a cover. Confronting it head-on would lead to a miserable end. He completely ignored the various gazes on stage. His right hand suddenly dove into the dimness under the table, grasping Gu Qinghan's ink-stained hand. Gu Qinghan struggled slightly. Zhu Zunchuan did not let go. His thumb roughly rubbed the black ink on her fingertips, then slid up along the skin of her hand. She has her star rivers, but I only recognize my bright moon. Zhu Zunchuan turned his head and directly met the silver-framed glasses reflecting white light. His gaze exuded an extremely audacious aggression. Besides, no matter how beautiful the stars are, they can't compare to the black stockings on Teacher Gus' legs. Gu Qinghan's breath caught. You rogue. She bit her red lip, her cheeks instantly flushed. Let's go to your apartment tonight. He'll personally help you wash this ink off your hand. Zhu Zunchuan lowered his voice, his fingers directly pressing against the gaps of her fingers. If it doesn't come off, he'll compensate the instructor in another way. How about that? His words were filled with suggestive innuendos combined with Zhu Zunchuan's extremely forceful grip, which effectively suppressed a large part of Gu Qinghan's bitterness and anger. The black-stockinged leg pressing against Zhu Zunchuan's thigh instantly lost its strength, softly sticking there, unwilling to pull away. On stage, Fu Xing, he had finished her speech. Zhu Zunchuan breathed a sigh of relief. The pressure cooker of the Shura field had finally been securely sealed. Fu Xing, he wearing flat cloth shoes, walked slowly down the aisle at the front of the first row, preparing to return to her seat No. 08. Just as she was about to reach seat No. 05, the executive vice principal Meng Wanqing, who had been quietly watching the show, suddenly moved. She held a transparent glass cup filled with warm water. The hem of her winered velvet suit swayed enticingly with her movements. Meng Wanqing stood up, gracefully stepping out in one fluid motion to block the aisle, directly obstructing Fu Xing's path. Zhu Zunchuan's heart skipped a beat. Principal Meng Fu Xing, he halted, a trace of astonishment flashing in her cold eyes, her voice maintaining the poise befitting a distinguished professor. Meng Wanqing held the transparent glass cup with one hand, the rim imprinted with a striking winered lip. Her winered velvet suit jacket was open, the ample silhouette exuding a ripe peach-like allure under the aisle's lighting. Seat No. 1 over there is right in front of the air conditioning vent. The wind is too strong, giving me a bit of... Meng Wanqing's red lips slightly parted, her voice languid and soothing, carrying an undeniable pressure of authority. Professor Fu, I don't mind sitting next to you, right? Though she asked, I don't mind, right? Her steps did not stop. Tap, tap. The black pointed high heels stepped directly toward the empty seat No. 07. In the world of power, a higher rank could easily suppress others, especially someone in a position of real power like the executive vice principal. Fu Xinghe's brows furrowed slightly. She could clearly sense the aggressive rose perfume emanating from the woman before her forcefully dissipating her own subtle sandalwood fragrance. However, due to the occasion, she could only slightly shift to make way. Principal Meng, feel free. Meng Wanqing approached seat No. 07. In that moment, Gu Qinghan, sitting at seat No. 06, felt her entire back tense up. Just a second ago, Gu Qinghan's long leg clad in extremely thin black stockings had been aggressively pressed against Zhu Sunchuan's trousers under the table, interrogating him about Professor Fuss Star Rivers. A second later, feeling the suffocating rose perfume approaching, Gu Qinghan instinctively pulled her leg. She quickly adjusted the hem of her dark gray skirt, her hands neatly folded on her knees, her back straight, presenting the image of a compliant and obedient subordinate. Meng Wanqing elegantly took her seat. She showed no signs of awkwardness, placing the glass cup on the table. Then she leaned back against the chair, naturally crossing her long legs. The flesh-colored ultra-thin stockings tightly wrapped around her well-proportioned calves, glistening with an astonishingly smooth sheen under the light at the edge of the auditorium. The winered bodycon skirt slid up 2 inches along her thigh, accentuating an incredibly alluring mature curve. With her sitting down, the entire formation of the first row changed drastically. Seats No. 04 Su Mucheng No. 05 Zhu Sun Chuan No. 06 Gu Qinghan No. 07 Meng Wanqing and No. 08 Fu Xinghe. 3 top-tier, uniquely styled women now shared the same frame in this less than 3-meter confined space. In the air, the aromas of green tea, roses, and sandalwood intertwined wildly. Zhu Sunchuan sat in seat No. 05, his eyelids twitching. He had just been feeling pleased with himself for having dealt with the top influencer on his left and the advisor on his right. Now the legendary figure had directly entered the scene, even going so far as to forfeit the central position to forcefully insert herself into the battle on his right. Professor Gu Meng Wanqing crossed her legs without turning her head, her gaze slightly shifting to Gu Qinghan beside her. Your college's orientation work has been well done. Dealing with this batch of new students must be quite exhausting, right? Gu Qinghan's heart suddenly trembled. The woman's terrifying sixth sense went into overdrive at that. Meng Wanqing's words seemed to be merely a description of administrative tasks, yet every word seemed to hint that her ambiguous actions beneath the table had been seen clearly by others. Moreover, there was an air of condescending admonition in her tone. Rest assured, Principal Meng, I am not one to tolerate any nonsense. Gu Qinghan bit her lip, her voice laced with an inherent stubbornness. As long as the students are under my care, no one can escape. Is that so? Meng Wanqing let out a light, seductive laugh. In the next moment, she suddenly made a move. Instead of retracting her crossed legs, she leaned forward slightly to grab the orientation ceremony schedule on the table. The burgundy velvet coat opened wider with this motion, revealing a black deep V silk top that struggled to contain an exquisite and dazzling curve. She leaned past Gu Qinghan, her red lips dangerously close to Zhu Zunshen's right side. A rich and luxurious scent of rose perfume instantly enveloped him. Caught between the two, Gu Qinghan felt the overwhelming aura of the domineering older woman Meng Wanqing. She could even feel the vice principal's wavy hair brushing against her shoulder, yet she dared not breathe a word. At Jing University, the pressure from the executive vice principal was not something a small counselor like her could confront head-on. Meng Wanqing's alluring peach blossom face hovered less than 10 centimeters from Zhu Zunshen's ear. She did not glance at the schedule. Her fox-like eyes, as if they could drip water, fixed intently on Zhu Zunshen's gaze. Little Xuanchen. Meng Wanqing slightly parted her red lips, her voice low enough for only the three of them to hear. You've grown up. This suit looks much more appealing than when you were bare-chested in the videos. Boom. It felt as if a heavy bomb had been dropped in Zhu Zunshen's mind. Half of his body was instantly electrified by an overwhelming sensation. Videos. Bare-chested. This woman was simply a deadly enchantress. In such a setting, with the current top star to his left and the Ice Queen ex-girlfriend in the middle, she dared to flirt openly by bringing up intimate details from their online relationship 3 years ago. Zhu Zunshen's breath became heavy. He swallowed hard, forcibly suppressing the shock in his heart, and subtly leaned half an inch towards Meng Wanqing. Principal Meng, you flatter me. Zhu Xuanchen smirked with a lazy smile, lowering his voice to a frequency only the two of them could understand. After all, someone taught me back then to wear a good facade in public. But if the principal wants to see something without clothes, I wouldn't mind reporting on thought work to you privately tonight. Using her own tactics from back then, he turned the table on her. The smile in Meng Wanqing's peach blossom eyes deepened instantly. She did not respond, but secretly threw Zhu Xuanchen a flirtatious glance, then calmly leaned back against her chair. The entire exchange lasted less than 3 seconds. But Gu Qinghan, caught in the middle, felt like her lungs were about to explode. She couldn't grasp the meaning of video or bare-chested, but she was neither deaf nor blind. Little Xuanchen, a newly appointed executive vice principal, actually called a freshman with such an overly sweet and intimate term. Moreover, the nearly face-to-face distance and the flirtation in their gazes were clearly two very familiar veterans in an intense tug-of-war. Gu Qinghan's hands clenched tightly on her knees. Oh, you Zhu Xuanchen, what star school beauty, what distinguished professor, none of these were enough for you. You've become so bold as to reach toward school leaders now. Gu Qinghan gritted her teeth, her chest beneath the dark gray suit rising and falling violently. If it weren't for the occasion, she would have undoubtedly slammed the schedule in her hand right onto Zhu Xuanchen's handsome. But now, facing the fully unleashed aura of Meng Wanqing, she could only hold all her anger inside like a cat with its tail stepped on. Seated in position 08, Fu Xinghe also took in everything. Holding a beautifully bound chusi, a rare seriousness appeared on her usually elegant face. She initially thought it was just a competition with Gu Qinghan, the small counselor, but now a vice principal of a higher rank had parachuted into the situation. Although Fu Xinghe had a cold and uncompetitive temperament, the woman's territorial instinct made her feel an unprecedented threat from Meng Wanqing's alluring charm. Three top-tier seductresses, each with their own agenda, a current of tension swirling beneath the surface. The air in the front row had thickened to the point of almost solidifying. Just as Zhu Xuanchen was sweating under the pressure of this ice and fire atmosphere, suddenly a deep and passionate voice echoed from the speakers at the front of the auditorium. Dear teachers, and among this year's freshmen, there is a student who not only entered our College of Arts with an excellent score of 3rd in the province, but has also demonstrated exceptional overall qualities in just a few days since enrollment. Now let us give the warmest applause and invite our freshman representative from the College of Arts. Zhu Xuanchen, please come up to give a speech. Wow. The applause from the audience erupted like thunder. 5,000 pairs of eyes all turned towards position 05 in the front row. Zhu Xuanchen sat in his chair, taking a deep breath. He slowly stood up. The dark blue tailored suit shone with a rich texture under the spotlight. To his left, Su Muching in position 04 rested, her chin on her hand, her peach blossom eyes filled with fervor and infatuation, even unabashedly blowing him a kiss. To the left, Shen Tianxi in position 02 clenched her fists, her face flushed with excitement, silently cheering him on with a whisper of "Go, darling." To his right, Gu Qinghan adjusted her silver-rimmed glasses, her cold gaze emanating an extreme threat of "You're doomed." To the right, Meng Wanqing in position 07 held a glass cup, her red lips slightly pursed, the curve of her mouth filled with playful anticipation. To her right, Fu Xinghe in position 08 set down her book, her cool gaze as gentle as water, quietly watching him. 5 women. 5 distinctly different, yet equally lethal gazes. As the host's voice faded, thunderous applause erupted throughout the venue. Zhu Xuanchuan sat in seat 05, taking a deep breath. He fastened a button of his suit with one hand. The dark blue bespoke suit instantly tightened, conforming to his sharp triangular silhouette. He rose to his feet. To the left, Su Muching boldly whistled. To the right, Gu Qinghan snorted coldly, yet her body leaned half an inch towards him, betraying her true feelings. Zhu Xuanchuan ignored them and stepped onto the stage, treading the solid wooden stairs. The bright spotlight of the auditorium suddenly illuminated him. He held no notes and showed no signs of nervousness. Zhu Xuanchuan steadied the microphone with one hand, his perfect aura activated. An imposing presence steeped in the legacy of 3 generations of tycoons radiated from his upright figure. The Patek Philippe Nautilus on his wrist reflected a cold mechanical sheen under the lights. The audience of 5,000 fell silent in an instant. A boy in the back whispered, "Is this guy really a freshman? With that aura, I'd believe he was here to acquire Jingda." Zhu Xuanchuan scanned the audience, his gaze landing naturally on the front row. Just now, the speeches from several teachers and representatives were truly remarkable. They spoke about academics, about the future, about those hidden emotions. His voice was deep and magnetic, resonating through every corner via the top-notch sound system. But I believe that university is not just a place for knowledge, but a battleground for desires. With this opening, he directly upended all the bland official rhetoric. The audience gasped. Zhu Xuanchuan tucked one hand into his suit pocket and strolled across the stage. "I won't preach about sacrifice or serve you chicken soup. I stand here to convey just one thing." He paused, leaning slightly forward, his gaze piercing the audience. "You must possess the strength that matches your ambition, be it wealth, status, or the people by your side." In the front row, the reactions of the 5 women were starkly different. Su Muching, seated in seat 04, rested her chin on her hands. Her alluring curves were tightly accentuated under the silver performance outfit, and her legs, clad in shiny thigh-high stockings, excitedly intertwined. Her peach blossom eyes were filled with fervent admiration. This was the man who had worn her down last night, begging for mercy, yet today stood radiantly on stage. In seat 02, Shun Tianqi covered her mouth tightly with both hands. The neckline of her white princess dress heaved violently as she breathed rapidly. Expanses of fair skin glowed alluringly under the lights. She could think of only one thing: this is my husband. Even the king of heaven would be my husband. Gu Qinghan in seat 06 adjusted her silver glasses. Her deep gray suit hugged her curves tightly, her long black stockings forming a seamless line. She bit her red lips tightly, a fierce possessiveness flashing in her cold eyes. This boy, usually playful and smiling, now exuded a lethal charm from the stage that sent shivers down her spine. In seat 08, Fu Xinghe set down her chusi. The elegant qipao swayed slightly as her proportionate calves moved ever so slightly. In her calm eyes a spring of emotions began to stir. The 16-year-old boy had truly grown into a towering figure. Meanwhile, in seat 07, Omeng Wanqing held a glass of water, her burgundy velvet suit opened wide. The deep V-silk top under her attire caused a deep valley to quiver with her light laughter. Meng Wanqing stealthily extended her tongue, discreetly licking her red lips. "Little trickster, you're really becoming more to my taste," she whispered in a voice only she could hear, while Zhu Zunchuan's speech continued. He spoke entirely without notes, his rhythm rapid. Jokes and punchlines were thrown out densely. Often choice is more important than effort. But having a trump card that leaves others without options is the true path. Don't ask what the school can give you, ask how much leverage you can extract from these years. His words were provocative and extremely arrogant. Yet with his suit worth 78000 and a watch worth millions, he became incredibly persuasive. Finally, Zhu Xuanchuan leaned on the podium, a nonchalant smile playing on his lips. "Thank you for all the encounters tonight. Be it the past, the present, or the future." A double entendre as his gaze subtly swept across the faces of the 5 women in the front row. The girls in the audience went completely wild. The screams and whistles nearly threatened to lift the roof of the auditorium. "Husband, look at me. I want to bear your children." Zhu Xuanchuan stepped back half a step, elegantly bowing. In his mind, the system's emotionless mechanical voice blared loudly. Ding. Extreme, fervent admiration detected throughout the venue. Admiration points 1,000. Admiration points 2,000. Accumulated admiration points have surpassed 100,000. Stage 2 of the admiration shop officially opens. New additions: Advanced Physical Enhancement Business Mindset Matrix Absolute Weakness Insight Device. Zhu Xuanchuan felt secretly pleased. This act had been a massive profit. Yet he maintained the cold and composed demeanor of a scion from a wealthy family. He descended the stage, slowly treading the solid wooden steps. The aura faded. The screams still echoed in his ears. Zhu Xuanchuan approached seat 05. He undid a button of his suit and took his seat. Having just pulled off an earth-shattering act, the warmth of being the center of attention still lingered. But at the very moment his bottom touched the chair, the air in the front row suddenly froze. The countdown to the battlefield reached 0 and exploded. To the left, Shen Tianqi in seat 03 completely ignored the separation by Su Muching in the middle. She leaned over holding a bottle of Evian mineral water with the cap already unscrewed. "Husband, you were so handsome up there." Shen Tianxi's voice was sweet, completely indifferent to the occasion as she handed the water bottle to Zhu Zunchuan's lips. "You spoke so much, you must be thirsty. Have a sip. I just checked the temperature, it's not cold." This word husband was not loud, but at this distance the surrounding women heard it clearly. Su Muching thought nothing of it, assuming Shen Tianqi was like the other girls. After all, there had been quite a few who had called him husband earlier. But the others thought differently. To the right, Gu Qinghan's expression instantly darkened. Her slender legs, wrapped in black stockings, abruptly extended and forcefully stepped on Zhu Zunchuan's leather shoe under the table. The sharp heel mercilessly ground down. Then Gu Qinghan pulled out a tissue from her deep gray suit pocket, carrying the fragrance of cold tea. Leaning slightly to the left, her fitted skirt stretched to its limits. She completely ignored Shen Tianqi, turning her wrist and naturally pressing the tissue against Zhu Zunchuan's forehead. "Zhu, your performance was impressive," Gu Qinghan said, coolly, exuding the authority of an advisor, yet her actions were extremely intimate. "You're sweating profusely. At your age, you should know to wipe it off. Clean yourself up, don't catch a cold." One was feeding water, and the other was wiping sweat. To the left was the military district's young lady, and to the right was the icy advisor. Zhu Xuanchuan sat in the middle, the water bottle against his lips, the tissue on his forehead. Drinking was not an option, wiping was also not possible. But he hadn't had the chance to react. To his left in seat 04, Su Muching pouted in displeasure. She was a top-tier star, and only moments ago she had openly confessed to him on stage. Now she was being overshadowed by a freshman and an advisor. Su Muching said nothing. She slid down her chair and leaned against the broad backrest. Her long legs, clad in a silver mini-skirt, shot up suddenly. Her small feet, adorned with shiny thigh-high stockings, precisely slipped under Zhu Zunchuan's trouser leg, sliding up along his calf. They directly hooked onto the bend of Zhu Zunchuan's knee. Her toes traced circles on the most sensitive skin. At the same time, she turned her head, her watery peach blossom eyes looking at Zhu Xuanchuan with utmost grievance. Silently mouthing, "My legs are sore, help me massage them." One was at the table, and one was beneath it. Zhu Zunchuan's temples throbbed. The enhanced physical ability felt utterly unnecessary at this moment. All he wanted was a dose of anti-anxiety medication. Shun Tianx's body was half-turned across Su Muqing's front, her white princess dress accentuating a delicate curve that rose and fell with her breath. She held a bottle of Evian water, the opened cap pressed firmly against Zhu Zunchuan's lower lip. "Honey, just take a sip, it's really not cold." Shun Tianxi blinked, her watery peach blossom eyes, her gaze insistent. To the right, Gu Qinghan's tissue scented with a sharp note of tea was almost pressed against Zhu Zunchuan's forehead as she wiped. The cuff of a deep gray suit brushed against his nose. "Zhu, wipe away the sweat. If you catch a cold, how will you continue to shine tomorrow?" Gu Qinghan's voice was devoid of warmth. On the inner thigh, Su Muqing's foot adorned with shimmering legwear was creeping upward along the crease of his knee. Her toes audaciously pinched the fabric of his trousers, tugging repeatedly. The stiletto heel resting on his shoe intensified the pressure, yet Gu Qinghan remained steadfast beneath the table. Zhu Zunchuan's temples throbbed wildly. If he accepted the water, Shen Tianxi would be overjoyed, and Gu Qinghan would undoubtedly explode, but if Gu Laoshi wiped away the sweat, Shen Tianxi could cause a scene right then and there. This was not enjoying the benefits of being a favored one, it was as if they were ready to dismember him on the spot. Just at this critical moment, a crisp sound of glass colliding echoed. Meng Wanqing, seated at position 07, set down her water cup. Her winered velvet suit was unbuttoned, revealing a glimpse of her exquisite and fair skin, which swayed slightly. Leaning back, she elegantly clasped her hands in front of her, an overwhelming scent of roses overshadowing all other aromas. This Zhu classmate possesses outstanding temperament and remarkable eloquence. The insights shared on stage just now were truly unique. Meng Wanqing's voice was languid, carrying an absolute sense of superiority as her gaze swept across the room. Today's boys do indeed attract girls' interest. However, she deliberately paused for half a second. This is the front row. 5,000 pairs of eyes are watching from behind. The counselors and representatives from various departments should lead by example in maintaining discipline. Don't let the exuberance of the youth disrupt the order of the event. Every word suggested seduction, yet each sentence was a firm reprimand. This was not merely a teasing remark from an elder, but a direct admonishment from a superior. Gu Qinghan's body stiffened. The fingers gripping the tissue tightened instantly. She could bicker with a distinguished professor, but openly wiping sweat from a boy in front of the executive vice president was a matter of style, potentially serious. Though her family background was substantial, the other party had become a vice president at a young age, indicating a stronger background than her own, marking her second defeat. She quickly retracted her hand, pulling back the wayward black silk leg beneath the table, sitting up straight. "Principal Meng is absolutely right. If students do not understand the rules, I will enforce strict discipline when I return." Gu Qinghan replied, her voice steady though her ears were already flushed. Though Shen Tianxi had a strong background, she was still a freshman just entering the university. Under the intense gaze of Meng Wanqing's profound peach blossom eyes, the innate mature aura made her shrink back slightly. She pouted her red lips, reluctantly retracting the water bottle. Under the table, Su Muqing was also startled by the sudden authoritative pressure and quickly withdrew, her toes obediently retreating beneath her silver mini-skirt. The pressure vanished in an instant. Zhu Xuanchuan let out a breath. He turned his head, subtly casting a grateful glance towards seat 07. In the moment, he turned, Meng Wanqing's red lips curled slightly. As she lowered her head to adjust her suit collar, she charmingly and swiftly winked at Zhu Xuanchuan. Her seductive glance was captivating and enchanting. This was the epitome of an extraordinary woman. She didn't get jealous or cause a scene, as she could use her high status to smoothly clear obstacles when you found yourself in dire straits, while also providing you with an alluring response unbeknownst to everyone. Zhu Xuanchuan internally praised the remarkable skills of his esteemed ancestor. Soon the opening ceremony approached its conclusion amid a lively atmosphere. The old principal took the stage to give a speech again and subsequently announced the end of the meeting. The bright lights in the auditorium were turned on. The crowd began to surge outward. The front row became a disaster zone. As a top star, Su Muqing was immediately surrounded by leaders from various departments and enthusiastic junior girls asking for a photo as soon as she stood up. Shen Tianxi was also pulled by her fellow freshmen from the same department, bombarded with questions about the details of the earlier confession, unable to break free from the chatter. Gu Qinghan was about to turn to Zhu Xuanchuan to settle the earlier score, when Dean Li from the College of Literature approached quickly with a red-headed document in hand. "Xiaogu, please promptly organize the meeting notes from this afternoon." Dean Li directly assigned a work task. Fu Xinghe, on the other hand, was clearly displeased with the commotion. He picked up a bound copy of Chusi, casting a cold glance at Zhu Xiuquan before exiting alone through the side door. Taking advantage of the crowd's cover, Zhu Xiuquan adjusted the hem of his navy blue suit, with one hand smoothly slipping away from seat 05. He didn't use the main entrance. The thousands of girls there who harbored ill intentions towards him would surely block him until midnight. He circumvented the main stage, heading directly into the dark and secluded fire escape corridor at the back of the auditorium. The lighting here was dim. Typically, only cleaning staff would pass through. The air still carried a hint of stale. Having escaped the high-pressure battlefield, Zhu Xiuquan loosened his shirt collar, preparing to pull out his phone to message his roommate Lin Yuan as he passed a dark red wooden door without any markings. In the darkness, a wave of rose-scented perfume rushed toward him. Caught off guard, a Wynard silk shawl warm with body heat suddenly burst through the crack of the door. It expertly wrapped around Zhu Zhenchuan's neck. A surprising force transmitted from the other end of the shawl, pulling him in with a strong yet deft strength. Zhu Xiuquan stumbled, and before he knew it, he was yanked into the dark red wooden door. Bang! The door was swiftly locked from the inside. It was a storage room. The lights were off and the space was extremely cramped. You seem quite capable usually, but all those skills are used on the female teachers under me. Why were you afraid to even drink some water just now? Long time no see, my little boyfriend. Now, it's time to pay back all the assignments you owe me over the past 3 years, isn't it? In the narrow, dim storage room, the sounds of the bustling auditorium and the noise of moving sound equipment could still be heard from outside. In the dark storage room, the air was thick with the musty scent of dust, completely overshadowed by the overpowering fragrance of top-tier rose perfume emanating from Meng Wanqing. A Wynard silk shawl was wrapped around Zhu Zhenchuan's neck. Meng Wanqing was very close to him. The Wynard velvet suit was unbuttoned, and the extremely form-fitting black deep V silk inner layer could hardly contain her ample figure. Little wolf dog, weren't you quite eloquent on stage? Meng Wanqing's voice was languid and hoarse. That warm hand, teasingly sliding over Zhu Zhenchuan's taut abdominal muscles, was separated only by a dark blue suit shirt. Her calf, wrapped in sheer flesh-colored stockings, pressed firmly against Zhu Zhenchuan's knee. In the corridor outside the auditorium, hundreds and thousands of freshmen were dispersing, the sounds of footsteps, chatter, and the clattering of chairs separated only by a thin wooden door. The extreme noise outside intertwined with the claustrophobic madness inside. Zhu Zhenchuan's back pressed against the cold metal shelf as his throat rolled violently. Breathing became uncontrollably heavier. Sensing the man's change, Meng Wanqing had achieved her goal. A smug smile curled on her red lips. She slipped her fingers around the silk shawl, casually tidying her wavy long hair. All right, I'm not teasing you anymore. Meng Wanqing stepped back half a step, and the tantalizing sense of pressure instantly dissipated. She tugged the deep V inner layer up a bit, adjusted her skirt, and instantly returned to the lofty demeanor of the executive vice president. Sister just arrived at Jing University, and a pile of high-level meetings are waiting to be held. You can find a place to put out the anger from the past few days. I'll check your homework when I have time. She turned around, stepping on her high heels, reaching for the dark red doorknob. Did she really think this was a marketplace? Come and go as you please. Did she think of him as that pure high school student who blushed and was at a loss 3 years ago? No mercy for killing. Zhu Xiuquan gave a cold laugh. He took a sudden half step forward, his right hand reaching into the darkness, grasping Meng Wanqing's delicate wrist tightly. There was no tenderness. He forcefully yanked her back. Hey! Meng Wanqing let out a short gasp. Her high heels stumbled on the ground, causing her to uncontrollably fall backward. Bang! A dull thud. Zhu Xiuquan turned around and forcefully pressed Meng Wanqing against the dark red door panel. His hands firmly pinned her cheeks on either side, completely sealing off all her escape routes. An absolute masculine force suppressed her. In the darkness, Meng Wanqing's ever-composed fox-like eyes finally flickered with a hint of astonishment. Zhu Xiuquan, have you lost your mind? There are people outside. Her voice lowered, now tinged with a trace of genuine panic. With both hands against Zhu Zhenchuan's chest, she tried to push him away. But pushing against Zhu Zhenchuan's reinforced muscles felt like an ant trying to shake a tree. Outside are students and faculty under your command. So what? Zhu Xiuquan lowered his head, his nose nearly touching hers, his voice hoarse and deep. The times have changed, sister. The rules you taught me, I will use them all on you today. With that, Zhu Xiuquan no longer gave her any chance to speak. He lowered his head, accurately locking onto her Wynard lips, which carried a rich rose fragrance, and kissed her with sheer dominance. Meng Wanqing's eyes widened in shock. Zhu Zhenchuan's actions showed no hint of hesitation, only pure plunder. He forcibly pried open her mouth, driving deep inside, desperately seeking the air and moisture within. Their heated breaths intertwined. Meng Wanqing's hands, resting against his chest, instantly tightened around the dark blue fabric of his suit. She struggled a couple of times. But under the suffocating surge of masculine hormones, she who had long held a high position experienced the sensation of being forcibly conquered for the first time. This sensation surged straight from her spine to her brain. In less than 10 seconds, Meng Wanqing's defenses completely crumbled. Her grip on his suit gradually loosened, climbing up Zhu Zhenquan's shoulder, ultimately wrapping around his neck. Her body slumped against the door panel eagerly and wildly responding to this forbidden kiss. The temperature in the storage room rapidly skyrocketed. Zhu Zhenquan's palm slid down her waist, barely encircled, just touching the slippery edge of her flesh-colored. Buzz, 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 buzz. Both their phones abruptly vibrated crazily in the darkness. Outside the door in the corridor, just a board's width away, the anxious voice of the director of the Academic Affairs Office could be heard. "Where's Principal Meng? I just saw her heading towards the fire escape." Director, the board just called looking for Principal Meng. Seems to be about the funding approval for the new campus, and the tone was quite unfriendly. "Hurry up and find her. They are setting her up again." Footsteps paused outside the door. The doorknob was twisted forcefully from the outside, producing a clicking sound. Locked. Why did the cleaning staff lock the door during the day? The director of the Academic Affairs Office muttered. "Maybe they went to the parking lot. Oh, let's hurry and check over there." Footsteps gradually faded away. Just a door apart, Zhu Xinchuan and Meng Wanqing were pressed tightly together. Meng Wanqing was gasping heavily. Her chest rose and fell violently. The deep V silk inner layer was completely disheveled, large swathes of white skin glaringly illuminated in the darkness. The lingering spring essence in her eyes remained, but the frantic vibrations of her phone and the voices outside quickly pulled her back to reality. This internal power struggle among the school's upper echelons had evidently reached a critical stage. Meng Wanqing took a deep breath and pushed Zhu Zhenquan's chest away. Using the dim light from her phone screen, she swiftly tidied her inner layer, smoothing down her winered bodycon skirt, and tucked her disheveled wavy hair behind her ear. In just 5 seconds, the captivating yet dignified executive vice president was back in action. She turned around and placed her hand on the switch of the dark red door lock. She did not press it immediately. Meng Wanqing looked back, her peach blossom eyes alluringly fixed on Zhu Xinchuan. She extended a finger, gently lifting Zhu Zhenquan's chin, her red lips curving. "Your kissing technique has indeed improved, but this brute force is still not refined enough." Meng Wanqing lowered her voice, her breath brushing across his Adam's apple. "If you want to completely consume Sister Little Wolf Dog, you need to practice more." Click. The lock disengaged. Meng Wanqing opened the door a crack and slipped out. The corridor's light briefly illuminated her silhouette before quickly shutting off. Only the rich aroma of roses lingered in the air, along with the boldly left behind winered silk shawl on the ground. Zhu Xinchuan leaned against the shelf. Feeling the increasingly raging fire below, he gritted his teeth. "Which, sooner or later you'll see what true refinement looks like." He stuffed the silk shawl into his suit pocket, calmed his breathing for 3 minutes, and confirmed that most of the rose fragrance had dissipated before pushing open the storage room door. The corridor was already empty. He had just pulled out his phone, ready to call Lin Yuan for an update. The screen saw a WeChat message popped up. Sender Qingfeng Mingwei Gu Qinghan. The content was extremely brief, exuding a visibly cold, killing intent. "Get to my office within 3 minutes. If you're late, by even a second, it'll ensure that you become a ghost in this school for the next 4 years." Zhu Xinchuan stuffed the deep, rose-colored silk shawl fragrant with roses into the inner pocket of his suit. The wicked fire ignited by Meng Wanqing in the storage room still danced wildly in his lower abdomen. His body, enhanced by a primary physical enhancement potion, had little resistance to the allure of such. He loosened the tie of his dark blue bespoke suit, unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of his shirt, and strode towards the office of the Literature College counselor. He pushed the door open. The air conditioning in the office was set to maximum. Gu Qinghan sat behind a large wooden desk. She was still wearing the dark gray suit from the auditorium, every button of her white shirt meticulously fastened to the top. With silver-framed glasses perched on her nose, she emanated an aura of aloofness that warned others to keep their distance. Noticing Zhu Xinchuan enter, Gu Qinghan did not look up. She held a brand new black fountain pen in her hand, flipping through the student discipline assessment book on the desk. "You are late by 1 minute and 20 seconds. Gu Qinghan's voice was icy, the pen tip heavily scratching the paper. "Zhu Xinchuan, your attitude is even more arrogant than mine, now being the representative of the freshman class, topping the school's comprehensive strength rankings, stealing the spotlight. Why are you silent?" Gu Qinghan raised her head, her cold eyes filled with piercing chill behind the lenses. "Weren't you quite impressive in the auditorium just now? The military district's young lady brought you water, and a top celebrity rubbed against you. I saw you enjoying it. Why didn't you go report your thoughts to Principal Meng during your long absence?" Her jealousy had completely spilled over. The anger pent up since the opening ceremony finally burst forth through her role as a counselor. Zhu Xinchuan stood still, looking at her for 3 seconds. Then he turned around. Click. His long fingers pressed the door lock button, directly locking the office door. Gu Qinghan frowned, a sudden sense of foreboding rising in her heart. What are you doing? This is an office area. How can you lock the door in broad daylight? Zhu Xuanchuan ignored her. He walked straight to the floor-to-ceiling window, grasped the pull cord of the blinds, and yanked it hard. Whoosh! The wide blinds fell down instantly. The glaring afternoon sun was firmly blocked outside the window. The light in the office suddenly dimmed, with only a few faint mottled shadows filtering through the gaps in the slats. In the dim space, the official pressure typically associated with a director was instantly shattered, replaced by a suffocating sense of confinement and danger. Zhu Xuanchuan, pull the curtains back up. Gu Qinghan was completely flustered. She braced herself on the desk, standing up, brandishing the bamboo ruler toward him, her voice tense. Are you trying to rebel? Do you believe I will directly give you a major demerit? Zhu Xuanchuan turned around, stepping closer. The sound of his leather shoes thudding against the composite floor resonated. He approached the desk, pressing his hands against the solid wood surface, leaning forward. That exceedingly dominant masculine pheromone, mixed with the wicked fire he couldn't suppress, overwhelming Gu Qinghan. A major demerit. Zhu Xuanchuan raised an eyebrow, his tone unmistakably aggressive. Just now, in front of thousands, while you rubbed your thigh against mine under the table, did you ever think about giving me a major demerit? Shut up. Gu Qinghan's ears turned instantly red, that being her most secretive loss of composure now laid bare before him. She swung the bamboo ruler, intending to strike. Her wrist had just lifted half an inch. Zhu Xuanchuan suddenly exerted force, propping himself on the desk, with one hand, his long legs striding forward, directly crossing over the desk. He grasped Gu Qinghan's wrist, holding the ruler, while the other hand roughly clamped around her slender waist, forcefully pulling her into his embrace. Ah! Gu Qinghan gasped in surprise. Zhu Xuanchuan used the momentum to drag and hold her away from the swivel chair, turning around and pressing her firmly against the glass of the lowered blinds. The cold glass pressed against Gu Qinghan's back. In front was Zhu Zunchuan's heated, solid chest. There was no retreat. Zhu Xuanchuan, you are outrageous. Before Gu Qinghan could finish her sentence, Zhu Xuanchuan lowered his head, precisely capturing those cold and alluring red lips. Unlike any previous gentle probing, this kiss carried an absolute sense of pressure and a desire for conquest. He forcefully pried open her lips, plunging deep inside, sweeping away all the oxygen and the fragrance of tea in her mouth. Ugh! Get off! Let me go! Gu Qinghan struggled desperately. The free hand clenched into a soft fist, pounding against Zhu Zunchuan's shoulders and back. The deep gray suit was wrinkled from her efforts. But that little strength barely amounted to a tickle in front of the enhanced Zhu Xuanchuan. Zhu Zunchuan's large hand trailed along her waistline, the heat of his palm searing, firmly gripping her back through the silk shirt, pressing her tighter against himself. His other hand forcefully squeezed between her legs, pushing up her deep gray fitted skirt. The domineering kiss intertwined with the irresistible caresses. In less than half a minute, Gu Qinghan's resistance weakened. Her pounding fists gradually lost strength, fingers spread, gripping the collar of Zhu Zunchuan's suit jacket. Her breathing grew rapid and heavy, her body gradually softening into a puddle. Had it not been for Zhu Xuanchuan holding her up, she would have collapsed to the ground. Zhu Xuanchuan released her lips. Their noses touched the distance, close enough to hear the frantic beating of each other's hearts. If you keep using your authority as a counselor to pressure me, they'll handle you right here. Zhu Zunchuan's voice was hoarse and terrifying, his gaze fixated on her. Gu Qinghan gasped heavily. Her silver-framed glasses had been knocked askew, sliding down her high nose to the tip. Her originally meticulously styled long hair fell messily over her shoulders, and her usually aloof and icy face was now painted with a rosy blush, the corners of her eyes even glistening with a layer of watery sheen. The extreme contrast. This allure, stripped of its disguise by sheer power, was far more lethal than any deliberate seduction. You are just a scoundrel. A bastard. Gu Qinghan bit her swollen lower lip, her voice soft and trembling, devoid of any authority of a counselor. Her hands unconsciously wrapped around Zhu Zunchuan's neck. Zhu Xuanchuan chuckled lightly. He gripped Gu Qinghan's armpits, his muscular arms bulging directly, lifting her up horizontally. He walked a few steps to the desk. Whoosh! Zhu Xuanchuan unapologetically swept his hand, sending folders, pen holders, thermos cups, and teaching materials crashing to the floor. He directly placed Gu Qinghan onto the spacious wooden desk. Zhu Xuanchuan propped his hands on either side of her body, looking down at her from above. In the dim office, the beams of light filtering through the blinds perfectly cut across Gu Qinghan's legs. The deep gray fitted skirt had already rolled up to the root of her thighs at an extremely perilous height. Her long legs, tightly wrapped in thin black stockings, glimmered under the light and shadow, the edge of the stockings digging into a section of glaringly white skin, exuding an enticing allure. She lay amidst the scattered papers, her clothing slightly disheveled, her chest heaving violently from rapid breaths, presenting a look of yielding. Gu teacher, does this count as work-related injury? Zhu Xuanchuan reached out the rough pad of his thumb, shamelessly rubbing against the texture of her black stockings on her inner thigh, causing Gu Qinghan to shiver slightly. Don't do that. Students will come to submit their forms later. Gu Qinghan reached out to push him, but her force was more of a reluctant acceptance, almost resembling a flirtatious protest. I've locked the door. Even if the King of Heaven comes, you still have to submit the overdue assignments first. Zhu Xuanchuan leaned forward. Just then his hand pressed against the edge of the desk, touching a hard folder. It was half a document that had fallen out from the half-open drawer when he swept away the clutter. The deep red cover bore a line of bold, gold-embossed letters: Kyoto University Freshman Arts Performance Planning Document, and Invited Sponsors List. Zhu Zunchuan's movements abruptly halted. He keenly caught sight of the corner of a list exposed on the lower half of the page. Su Muching Studio Invited Opening Performance. Dinghe Construction Group Exclusive Title Sponsor Xiao Wanqing. Tianjin Military District Political Department Literary and Art Troupe Special Guidance Unit Relationship of Shun Taiang's grandfather. Jiang's Group Cultural Media Lighting and Stage Coordination, Jiang Yao's Enterprise. Zhu Zunchuan's molars ached slightly. Just as the chaos of the opening ceremony subsided, the arts performance directly turned into a showcase platform for these young ladies' armed might. Were they planning to tear Kyoto University apart? Gu Qinghan noticed his sudden halt and followed his gaze, the corners of her mouth curling into a cold smile. Have you seen clearly? For next Friday's freshman performance, none of your lovely girlfriends are missing. You, a freshman, truly have your hands full. The sourness of her long-standing jealousy resurfaced. Zhu Xuanchuan withdrew his gaze. To hell with the performance, first he needed to completely melt this iceberg before him. He reached out and fumbled on the desk surface. His fingertips brushed against the bamboo ruler that Gu Qinghan had dropped earlier. Zhu Xuanchuan grasped the other end of the ruler. He lightly and teasingly traced the curve of Gu Qinghan's black-stockinged calf upward with the cool bamboo tip. Crossing her knee, he finally gently lifted her exquisitely crafted chin. In the dim light, Zhu Xuanchuan wore a wicked smile, his voice low and raspy. Gu teacher, do you think this ruler hurts when used? Zhu Xuanchuan held the cold bamboo ruler. The tip of the bamboo glided up Gu Qinghan's slender calf, tracing past her knee until it finally stopped at her delicate chin, gently lifting it. The interplay of light and shadow was chaotic. Gu Qinghan was forced to tilt her head back. Her silver-rimmed glasses were askew, her eyes shimmering with tears, yet she still gritted her teeth to maintain the authority of a counselor. Zhu Xuanchuan, don't get too proud. Let me down. Let you down. Zhu Xuanchuan chuckled lightly. He withdrew the ruler and grasped Gu Qinghan's delicate right wrist. That was the hand she usually used to correct absence notes and wield the ruler. Slap. The bamboo ruler gently tapped Gu Qinghan's tender palm. The sound was not loud, yet it was extremely humiliating. You used to threaten me for being late, scolding me, acting quite imposing. Zhu Xuanchuan lowered his voice, his tone icy. Always threatening to fail me to make me retake courses. Gu teacher, will you dare to threaten me again? Gu Qinghan trembled all over. Given her usual temperament, such a humiliation would have made her resist fiercely. But at this moment, being struck by the ruler on her palm, an intense sense of shame surged through her nerves to her brain. Her breathing suddenly became rapid. Her body, which had been struggling, completely softened. Behind her glasses, a pair of eyes that were usually cold and aloof flickered with a hint of morbid pleasure and shudder. Gu Qinghan's lips trembled. Slap. The bamboo ruler struck her palm again with a little. I'm asking you a question, do you still dare? Zhu Xuanchuan looked down at her precisely, capturing the unusual flush in her eyes. Gu Qinghan completely gave up resistance. The icy facade she had long maintained was shattered. The soul that had relied on him during their online relationship awakened, even mixed with a hint of secret pleasure from being conquered by power. I don't dare anymore. Gu Qinghan's voice was soft and tearful, so sweet it could drip water. Xuanchuan, I was wrong. I won't use punishment to pressure you again. Please forgive me. The esteemed counselor of the prestigious Jing University's literature department was now lying on a desk strewn with academic papers, softly begging a freshman. Zhu Xuanchuan tossed aside the ruler. This attribute was developed to perfection. He clasped Gu Qinghan's slender waist with both hands unapologetically, pushing her deep gray pencil skirt to the top. Just saying sorry won't do, you need to show some sincerity. In the dim office, the blinds completely blocked out the blazing sun outside. Zhu Xuanchuan leaned down, his scorching chest pressing firmly against Gu Qinghan. He reached out and ripped off her silver-rimmed glasses, tossing them onto the printer beside them. Without the lenses to shield her, the budding spring in Gu Qinghan's eyes completely overflowed. The deep gray blazer was pushed up to her elbows, and the buttons of her white shirt were violently torn open. A shockingly bright expanse of white skin surged in the dimness. Zhu Xuanchuan forcefully intruded. Gu Qinghan let out a deeply suppressed grunt. Her hands tightly gripped the solid wooden desk beneath her, her nails leaving deep creases on the academic papers. The solid wood desk emitted a faint yet rhythmic sound of shaking. Gu Qinghan's cool demeanor was completely torn apart. Initially, she bit her lip and endured, fearing that the passing students outside would hear the commotion. She wrapped her legs tightly around Zhu Xuanchuan's waist. Xuanchuan. Slower. She gave up all dignity, fully immersed in this tempest that she had provoked herself, yet had completely lost control over. Time passed. Over an hour later, the office regained its quietness, the air filled with an exceptionally dense, ambiguous atmosphere mingled with the original fragrance of tea. Gu Qinghan lay limp in Zhu Zunchuan's arms, drenched in sweat. Her deep gray uniform had become completely wrinkled. She rested against Zhu Zunchuan's chest, calming her breath. After a moment, she lifted her head, her fingers tracing circles on Zhu Zunchuan's suit button, her voice laced with postcoital languor. That's Su Muqing and the young lady from the Shin family. Gu Qinghan tentatively spoke. They looked at you so intently on stage. What is your relationship with them? You better not hide anything from me. Even when conquered, a woman's territorial instinct still persisted. Zhu Zunchuan's expression sharpened. He grasped Gu Qinghan's chin, forcing her to look him in the eye. His grip was not heavy, but the warning was evident. Gu Qinghan, Zhu Xuanchuan called her by name, his tone incredibly firm. This is my private matter. What you need to do now is to take care of yourself. Such an overbearing attitude would anger any woman. But Gu Qinghan did not. She felt the undeniable pressure on her chin. That latent M tendency surged again. This feeling of being absolutely controlled was exactly what she yearned for during her depressive phase. She was not only unoffended, but also very obediently nodded her head. All right, I won't interfere. She leaned her face back against Zhu Zunchuan's chest, her voice gentle. I will only listen to you. As long as you don't disappear again. Zhu Xuanchuan released his grip, gently stroking her disheveled hair. With both kindness and authority, this proud Persian cat was thoroughly tamed. Gu Qinghan pushed herself up from the desk, her legs feeling weak, nearly collapsing. Zhu Xuanchuan reached out to support her. She blushed and pushed him away, turning to grab the tissues on the desk. Gu Qinghan bit her lip, carefully wiping away the hint of dark red, clenching the tissue in her palm. She turned around, beginning to adjust her disheveled clothing. She fastened the buttons of her white shirt, smoothed out the wrinkled, deep gray pencil skirt, tidied up her black stockings, and finally, put on her silver-rimmed glasses. In 3 minutes, the aloof ascetic counselor of the literature department was back in business. Gu Qinghan leaned against the desk, taking a deep breath, trying to uphold the counselor's authority. You must maintain the dignity of a teacher in front of students. You cannot act recklessly. This was her final bottom line, if she needed this dignity to maintain her day-to-day composure. Zhu Xuanchuan nodded with a smile while adjusting his tie. Understood. Zhu Xuanchuan tidied up his navy blue suit, leaning in to whisper in her ear, in front of others call me counselor, behind closed doors call me daddy. Gu teacher, isn't this entrapment? Gu Qinghan's ears turned red, glaring at him, but lacking any. Zhu Xuanchuan reached out to ruffle her hair, turning to walk towards the door, pressing the door lock switch. I want help. The counselor organized the afternoon meeting notes. Work-related injuries require rest. Click. The door was pulled open. Zhu Xuanchuan stepped out of the counselor's office, closing the door behind him. The sunlight in the corridor fell back onto him, dispelling the gloom accumulated in the storage room and office. Having dealt with the unpredictable internal bomb, he now held a trump card. This was a win. He took out his phone, preparing to contact Lin Yuan to head to the cafeteria. The screen lit up. A particularly concerned WeChat message popped up. Sender big orange matters, Su Muqing. Brother Chuan, something big has happened. The young lady from the Jiang family has suddenly dropped in on our crew with a few billion in funding. Zhu Xuanchuan stared at the message from Su Muqing on his phone, his molars clenching. 2 days ago, he had fronted 10 million to replace a withdrawing investor at the film city, and today Jiang Yao had come bearing capital in full force. That underworld heiress was not here to audit the books. She had been grounded yesterday and missed the opening ceremony, and now she had come to check up on matters in person. He straightened his suit in a hurry, left the literature department building, opened the Porsche Panamera, and floored it toward the suburban film city. Half an hour later at Film City C, 3 cordons ringed the crew's perimeter. A dozen black-suited bodyguards with austere faces, Jiang family bodyguards, stood with their hands clasped behind their backs, keeping onlookers at bay. The crew members fell silent, as if afraid to draw breath. Zhu Xuanchuan, bearing an aura of effortless poise and clad in a bespoke outfit worth 7,000, passed the lines without hindrance and entered the makeshift rest tent. The atmosphere inside had chilled to an icicle. At a folding table, Jiang Yao sat imperiously in a director's chair. She was dressed in a tight black leather jacket, black hot pants, and thick-soled Martin boots. 2 long pale legs crossed with a predatory elegance. Opposite her, Su Muqing wore a flowing pink period-style gauze dress. Her face was deathly pale, her hands nervously twisting the hem of her skirt. The dazzling superstar who usually shone before her fans found her aura utterly crushed beneath the presence of this true underworld heiress. "Miss Su." Jiang Yao flipped through her ledger without looking up, her voice cold and sharp. "I don't care who your previous patron was. Now that the Jiang family has injected capital, this production answers to us. Your schedule, your engagements, even your private associations, they must all be reported to me." Su Muqing's eyes rimmed with red. She had no patron but Zhu Xuanchuan. She was about to protest when a flash of movement at the tent entrance caught her eye. "Chuan." She began to call him with the honeyed pet name, but an exquisitely fierce glance from Zhu Xuanchuan clipped the word off at her lips. Zhu Xuanchuan strolled to the table with one hand in his pocket, composed. "Chairwoman Jiang." He slid a chair out and, as if by natural right, seated himself between the two of them. "How goes the audit?" At the sound of his voice, the pen in Jiang Yao's hand froze. She lifted her head. The hard edge in her eyes softened into a deep delight at the sight of Zhu Xuanchuan, but she restrained herself for the occasion, fixing a stern expression to conceal the clingy warmth beneath. "President Zhu, you are prompt." Jiang Yao snapped the ledger shut and leaned back, the leather jacket tracing an arresting curve. "What, afraid I'll bully your superstar?" "Not at all. Miss Jiang, I trust your judgment." Zhu Xuanchuan smiled, produced a cigarette case, and off. Jiang Yao declined. Zhu Xuanchuan placed the cigarette between his lips, drew a windproof lighter, and leaned forward as if to light it for her. In that blind corner of vision beneath the table, Jiang Yao's booted leg shot out like a striking cat. She did not withdraw. Boldly, she rubbed the side of her boot against the calf of Zhu Xuanchuan, slid upward along the fabric of his trousers, and hooked her toe inside the hollow behind his knee. His hand paused mid-flame. Exhaling a plume of smoke, his left hand dropped discreetly and seized her. His thumb pressed hard against the unprotected tender skin. Jiang Yao inhaled sharply, her ears flushed crimson. Su Muqing opposite them had no idea of the heated skirmish beneath the table. Watching Zhu Xuanchuan and Jiang Yao conduct themselves so strictly about business, she felt a stab of disappointment and could only stare at him aggrieved. "Fine. The books are in order." Jiang Yao forced the pins of numbness from her leg and rose, looking down at Su Muqing from on high. "Miss Su, focus on filming the MV. President Zhu, could you step outside with me? I have a private project I'd like to discuss in depth." Those 4 words, "discuss in depth," she enunciated with heavy emphasis. Zhu Xuanchuan stubbed out his cigarette, offered Su Muqing a reassuring look, and rose to follow Jiang Yao out. Beyond the cordon, Jiang Yao yanked open the door of a Rolls-Royce Cullinan and pulled Zhu Xuanchuan inside. With a slam, the door shut and the soundproof partition rose. The icy, domineering heiress evaporated. Jiang Yao flung herself into Zhu Xuanchuan's arms, locking her arms around his neck and nuzzling his chest like an agitated, spoiled cat. "So annoying. I'm so furious," she complained with the wounded air of someone wronged. "Old man locked me in my room yesterday with 10 guards at the door. I couldn't make it to your school's opening ceremony. Did you steal the spotlight up on stage? Has some other little temptress been flirting with you?" Zhu Xuanchuan felt a private surge of satisfaction. If she had gone yesterday, the front row might well have erupted into a brawl. "You're not going worked out just fine." He wrapped one arm around her impossibly narrow waist, the other hand sliding with practiced ease along her smooth thigh. "What pleasure is there in those dull ceremonies? Besides, in that outfit today, if you had gone to school, I'd be afraid other boys couldn't take their eyes off you. If you dare wear that in front of others, I'll lock you away and let only me look." That possessive declaration struck the tender, obsessive place in Jiang Yao. She lifted her face, the anger in her eyes melted into feverish adoration. "Really? You'll only look at me?" she asked. "Why would I look elsewhere? Leave this wild heiress unlooked at and go stare at those undeveloped girls." Zhu Xuanchuan murmured, then leaned in to press a fierce kiss to her red lips. "You were bold under the table. Weren't you afraid the actress would notice?" Let her see, Jiang Yao sniffed, wriggling closer. "The man I claim. Who dares to snatch him?" They were indulging in their private warmth when a sudden commotion rose from the set outside, the dull crash of equipment and the raucous shouts of men. Zhu Xuanchuan's brow tightened. Jiang Yao straightened in an instant, her gaze hardening back to its cold edge. They pushed open the car door and stepped out. At the fringe of the set, 3 mud-spattered vans were parked broadside across the crew's only access. A dozen rough-looking thugs clutching steel pipes and baseball bats had the assistant director pinned and were shoving him about. "This spot belongs to our Longo. You filming here? Did you pay the location fee?" snarled the bald leader, spitting as he wrapped a steel bar against the track. 50,000 a day. Be short a penny and you won't film a single scene." This was a parcel of undeveloped land on the fringe of the film city, chosen by the crew for an exterior shot. The assistant director was sweating through his shirt. "We signed a contract with Film City Management. Why should we pay you? This is extortion. Go fuck your contract." The bald man snarled, slapping the assistant director across the face. In the suburbs, here Long Ji's rules outrank any contract. Jiang Yao stood by the Cullinan, her eyes freezing over. In the capital, someone dared raise trouble on her patch. Hi. Jiang Yao snapped her fingers. Two black-suited bodyguards immediately stepped forward, hands drifting to the collapsible batons at their waist. At the slightest word from their mistress, they could dismantle that gang of thugs into parts within 30 seconds. Wait. Zhu Xuanchuan placed a hand firmly on Jiang Yao's shoulder. In such a trivial matter hardly warrants sullied hands from the Jiang family, he said calmly. Yet his voice carried an unassailable commanding authority. Jiang Yao paused momentarily, stunned, her gaze tracing the sharp, chiseled line of Zhu Xuanchuan's profile. Then without protest, she nodded obediently. Zhu Xuanchuan strode forward with long, deliberate steps, parting the crowd like water, and walked straight up to the bald man. The bald man stared at Zhu Xuanchuan's expensive bespoke suit, blinked once, and then sneered, "Oh, who's this pretty boy? Think you can interfere with Brother Long's protection fees?" Zhu Xuanchuan ignored him entirely. Instead, he turned to the assistant director. How much would it cost to purchase this entire plot outright? And the assistant director, still clutching his swollen, reddened cheeks, stammered, "This land is quite remote. The title is held by the township. Market value is roughly 2 million yuan. Zhu Xuanchuan gave a slight nod. He pulled out his phone and dialed the highest-ranking executive at the film studio's administrative office. He had recently invested 10 million yuan, making him one of the studio's most influential patrons. Then the call connected in 3 seconds. Verify the ownership of the vacant land on the outer perimeter of Zone C. 3 million yuan. I demand absolute, irrevocable ownership effective immediately. Send the digitally signed transfer agreement to my phone within 10 minutes. His tone was rapid, decisive, leaving no room for hesitation or debate. He ended the call. Silence fell over the set, thick, absolute, suffocating. The bald man gaped, staring at Zhu Xuanchuan as if he were certifiably insane. Who the hell are you trying to scare? 3 million for this worthless patch of dirt. Zhu Xuanchuan didn't even glance his way. Instead, he withdrew a black and gold Centurion card and tossed it to the production's finance officer. 7 minutes later, the studio's chief administrator arrived in a frantic rush aboard a golf cart, clutching a printed copy of the electronic agreement, bearing the official seal. He bowed deeply before Zhu Xuanchuan, back bent at a precise 90-degree angle. Young Master Zhu, all procedures are complete. This land is now your private personal property. Zhu Xuanchuan accepted the document, then flung it directly into the bald man's face. Papers scattered across the ground like fallen leaves. Read it carefully, he said, one hand tucked casually into his pocket, his gaze descending upon the man with icy, sovereign disdain. You are now standing on my private domain. You have 60 seconds to vacate my land. Take your rusted tools and vanish from my sight. Fail to comply, and I will personally instruct my attorneys to file charges against you for unlawful trespass and provocation, ensuring you spend the next decade behind bars stitching uniforms on prison sewing machines. The bald man scanned the official seal on the document, then lifted his eyes to Zhu Xuanchuan's impassive, unreadable face, and finally to the Rolls-Royce parked nearby, its license plate gleaming with 4/8. A cold sweat drenched his back in an instant. He knew with chilling certainty that he'd just kicked a steel plate, and not merely any plate, but one forged at the very apex of power. And who was this celestial-level magnate, who, faced with extortionists, simply bought the land out from under them? Get out! Zhu Xuanchuan's voice cracked like thunder, his aura surging, overwhelming, absolute. The bald man's knees buckled. He scrambled backward on all fours, dragging his gang into a battered van and fleeing in utter disarray. As he fled, he shot one last venomous glance over his shoulder, muttering inwardly, "Just wait. You'll pay for this." My elder brother serves the Lin family of Jingdu. The crisis was resolved. The crew erupted into thunderous cheers. Ending. Collective adoration detected. Adoration points 800. Ending. Su Machen's adoration at peak intensity. Adoration points 500. Ending. Jiang Yao's adoration at peak intensity. Adoration points 1000. Zhu Xuanchuan turned. At the entrance of the rest tent, Su Machen stood with her hand pressed to her lips. Her gaze locked onto him, shimmering with such raw, liquid devotion, it seemed ready to spill over. This was the man who truly shielded her. Unshaken, unwavering. Starlight Entertainment. Street thugs. They were dust before him. Beside the Cullinan, Jiang Yao leaned against the car door, breathing shallow and quick. She had witnessed the Jiang family's brutal, cutthroat methods countless times. But Zhu Xuanchuan's effortless resolution, no violence, no bloodshed, held a strange, intoxicating allure for an heiress raised in the underworld. Jiang Yao said nothing about the land belonging to her family. Indeed, the entire area was Jiang territory, but if Brother Chuan wished to play, she would gladly play along. And yet, how breathtakingly handsome he was. So handsome that right, then she ached to pin him against the rear seat. Zhu Xuanchuan returned to the car and gently pinched Jiang Yao's cheek. The troubles settled. And Miss Jiang, perhaps it's time you headed home. Jiang Yao pouted, reluctant, defiant, yet utterly subdued by his commanding presence, now docile as a kitten. Understood. I'll see you tonight. And after watching the Jiang family convoy depart, Zhu Xuanchuan stopped by the rest tent to soothe Su Machin, promising to visit again in 2 days. With these two volatile crises defused, Zhu Xuanchuan felt utterly drained, both physically and mentally. Balancing such delicate tensions demanded extraordinary stamina and even greater intellect. He slid into the Panamera, started the engine, and prepared to return to campus for a brief restorative nap. And he had driven less than 2 kilometers beyond the studio gates when his phone erupted with frantic vibration. His roommate Lin Yuan called, his voice trembling with sheer terror and despair. Father. Save me, father. Zhu Xuanchuan frowned. What now? Did old Zhao and the others fail to secure concert tickets again and threaten suicide? Not tickets. The door. Lin Yuan's voice cracked mid-shout. Our dormitory entrance is completely blocked by over a dozen men. Xiaofu Pa, the woman who bought the graduate student building next door, has brought a squad of black-suited men wielding electric saws, and they're about to demolish the door of room 621. She says if you don't appear within 10 minutes, she'll level the entire building. Nancester, what fresh madness is this? Wasn't Xia Weining on a business trip to Europe? How did she suddenly reappear? 15 minutes later. Screech. Zhu Xuanchuan slammed the brakes to the floor. The matte black Porsche Panamera carved a long dark skid mark across the asphalt, stopping with flawless precision beneath the south dormitory of Jingdu University. Before him stretched an astonishing wall of black steel, 15 identical black Maybach S680s, bumper-to-bumper, sealing off the main thoroughfare beneath the dormitory. Over 30 foreign bodyguards, impeccably dressed in black suits, earpieces gleaming, stood rigidly in formation, creating a 2-meter-wide vacuum corridor of absolute silence. Students circled wide, surreptitiously raising their phones to record. And on the balcony of room 621, Lin Yuan, old Zhao, and Haozi peered out like startled quail. Spotting Zhu Xuanchuan's car, Lin Yuan waved frantically, on the verge of grabbing a megaphone to scream, "Father, save us!" At the center of the convoy stood an unmistakable vehicle, a pristine white Maybach Pullman extended. Its doors swung open. Zhu Xuanchuan loosened the navy blue custom tie of his tailored suit, with one hand stepped out, and strode forward with long, unhurried strides. The guards parted without hesitation, bowing in perfect unison as he passed. And inside the rear, Xia Weining sat poised in a Chanel pre-fall haute couture ensemble, a sleek, sharply cut tweed jacket, a daringly short black pencil skirt. Her legs sheathed in Balenciaga-lettered black stockings crossed elegantly, her feet adorned with razor-sharp red-soled stilettos. This was the formidable CEO of Dinghe Group, renowned across boardrooms for her ruthless acumen and billion-yuan deals, now delicately dabbing her tear-streaked eyes with a damp tissue.